Chapter 1 Characteristics of Boys at Chongyang University. Willow City. Chongyang University. Wow! Brother Sue, this year's freshmen are much prettier than ours. The September sunshine shines through the branches and leaves of the campus landscape trees, casting mottled light and shadows on the Welcome Avenue. It's the annual Welcome Day again. At this moment, under the shade of a tree, two boys were sitting on chairs. In front of them was a table, with a parasol above their heads and a banner hanging. Welcome to the Computer Science Department. Computer Science Department Welcome Point. Both boys were wearing sunglasses, and no one knew where their eyes were looking under the sunglasses. From time to time, a pair of long white legs passed by, bringing with them a gust of fragrant wind. The yellow-haired boy on the left showed a lewd smile, giving people the feeling that he was ready to take out a sack and sell children at any time. The two girls in short skirts passing by immediately quickened their pace with some disgust. Bah! You lowly man! The handsome boy on the right said calmly, "You're really hungry. It's not too late to watch it after the military training." He pulled out his phone out of boredom and yawned. Damn it! Who the hell reported us for staying out all night? We got caught by the counselor and brought to the freshman orientation. I only slept for 3 hours. The yellow-haired man also said angrily, "That's right. Don't let me catch him, or I will make him know why the flowers are so red." Sue Rant's eyes fell on his phone, on which there was an unread message with the note "Girlfriend." He immediately opened the chat box. The message was from half an hour ago. "Girlfriend, Sue Ran, my cousin is here, please go and pick her up. Girlfriend, by the way, you can also apply for a meal card, mobile phone card, etc. for her. Girlfriend, I'm waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory. Girlfriend? Girlfriend, why didn't you reply to my message? Are you trying to piss me off?" Sue Ran curled his lips and replied casually, "I know, I'm not staring at my phone all the time, why are you urging me?" Girlfriend? Sue Ran decisively exited the chat and then opened another chat interface. At the bottom was a picture of a man and a woman hugging each other. The woman had a great figure and a face that countless boys had a crush on. Wasn't she his girlfriend? As for the male lead, it's not him. He was so good to her, but in the end he still had a green light on his head. He didn't come home last night because of this photo. Yawning again, Sue Ran stood up and patted his roommate Lu Jia on the shoulder. "Brother Jia, I leave this to you." Lu Jia's eyes widened. "No, buddy. Lu Ruyan has something to ask me." Lu Jia paused, then sighed and said, "Alright, get out of here. This kid was emotionally hurt last night. As his adoptive father, he should be considerate of his son." Sue Ran smiled and walked away with her phone. Lu Jia looked at his elegant back and muttered to himself, "He shouldn't be dead, right?" On the other side, Sue Ran saw a girl from a distance. Twin ponytails, JK uniform, white stockings, and small leather shoes, it's impossible not to notice her. He walked towards the girl and said, "Xiao Zihuan." The girl looked over subconsciously, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. "Future cousin-in-law, you're finally here." Sue Ran's mouth twitched. "Don't call me that, it makes me old, call me Brother Sue." When he heard this name, he felt the hat on his head became heavier. Xiao Zihuan smiled and said, "Okay, Brother Sue, my cousin asked you to come?" Sue Ran nodded, "Yeah." Xiao Zihuan pointed with her little hand, "Look. Those are my luggage." Sue Ran looked over when he heard this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "How did you get here?" 2 half-person high suitcases and a large bundle of quilts. Can she carry it with her small body? Xiao Zihuan raised her chin proudly and said, "I took a private car." The driver was super nice, and his service attitude was particularly good all the way. "I guess it's because you're pretty," Sue Ran secretly complained in his heart. Without any nonsense, he took the initiative to pick up a big bag, pushed a suitcase with his left hand, and Xiao Zihuan pushed the remaining one by himself. On the way, Xiao Zihuan was full of curiosity about the surroundings and chattered non-stop. "Is this the best university in Lucheng? It doesn't seem to have anything special to it. I got 657 points on the test and I'm here? Brother Sue, do you think this school is good?" Sue Ran said calmly, it's good, you will know it slowly in the future." "Oh, what's special about this place?" Xiao Zihuan asked curiously. Sue Ran thought about it and said calmly, "Yes, it's the characteristic of the boys here." The last 2 words were emphasized. Xiao Zihuan was stunned for a moment, then she chuckled and asked cunningly, "Does that include Brother Sue?" Su Ran nodded. Yeah, I like looking at beautiful women. Xiao Zihuan suddenly stood in front of him with a malicious look. Su Ran looked away without changing his expression. Xiao Zihuan's defense suddenly broke down. No, I am a beauty after all, right? Although I can't compare to my cousin. Su Ran said calmly, okay, it's hot, don't waste time. Xiao Zihuan curled her lips. She felt that Su Ran seemed to have changed a little. He was so gentle and considerate the last time we met? Why is your attitude a bit cold now? When passing by the cafeteria, a group of students were applying for cards. Xiao Zihuan suddenly turned her head and looked at Su Ran. Didn't my cousin ask you to apply for a card for me? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Really? I don't know. Xiao Zihuan puffed up her cheeks and said resentfully, yes. My cousin told me that she asked you to get the card for me. She said that you have a wide network of contacts at school, so it would be much easier to get things done. That's why she asked you to do it for me. Su Ran calmly asked, who pays? Xiao Zihuan was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously said, of course it's you. Su Ran sneered, then shrugged, what a coincidence, I have no living expenses this month, so I can't help you for the time being. Hearing this, Xiao Zihuan immediately said angrily, hey, why are you so stingy? Su Ran looked at her and said seriously, Xiao Zihuan, I'm your cousin's boyfriend, not yours. I can take you to get the card, but you have to pay for it yourself, otherwise, forget it. Xiao Zihuan looked at him in disbelief, you're my cousin's boyfriend, what's wrong with spending some money? Su Ran curled the corners of his mouth, don't worry, it won't be that soon. A moment later. Arrive. Su Ran brought the luggage to the door of the girls' dormitory. Xiao Zihuan's face was a little resentful, but she also looked confused. It was obvious that she had not yet understood what Su Ran meant by it won't be soon. At this time, a girl appeared downstairs. Seeing her, Xiao Zihuan's eyes lit up and she waved her little hand quickly, cousin. Here. The girl looked at him and walked straight over. Su Ran looked at the girl with a complicated look in his eyes. The girl dressed up specially. She was wearing a purple gauze dress. She had a graceful figure and skin as white as snow. Under her white neck was an exquisite collarbone. The curve of her chest was obvious, and the ribbon tied at her waist outlined a slender curve that could be held in one hand. Her facial features were lightly made up, giving her a cool and calm look. This is his girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, the campus beauty of Qingning University. Lu Ruyan looked at her cousin and smiled, Xiao Wan, you've worked hard along the way. Xiao Zihuan giggled, it's not hard, cousin, we will be alumni in the future. Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded. Then, she looked at Su Ran, her smile faded a little, and said, didn't I ask you to apply for a card for Xiao Huan? Su Ran shrugged, no money. Lu Ruyan choked, and then her face turned a little unnatural. She didn't lose her temper in front of others. She looked at Xiao Zihuan and said, Xiao Wan, clean up your dormitory first. Your cousin will treat you to dinner later. Xiao Zihuan nodded quickly, yes. Thank you, cousin. She probably noticed that the atmosphere between the two was not right, so she didn't dare to stay and went upstairs with her suitcase. After moving the luggage, Lu Ruyan went downstairs and Su Ran was waiting outside. She walked up to Su Ran and said in an unhappy tone, Su Ran, what do you mean? Su Ran said calmly, it's nothing interesting. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back and pick up the new one. Etc. Lu Ruyan quickly called out to him. A hint of doubt flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she asked tentatively, are you angry? Su Ran looked at her coldly. Lu Ruyan curled her lips. Is it such a small matter? Applying for a card is just a matter of a few $dozen. You're a bar owner after all, how can you not come up with a few $dozen? Su Ran suddenly asked, Lu Ruyan, how long have we been together? Lu Ruyan was stunned. She wasn't reminiscing, but was surprised that the other party actually called her by her name. In her memory, Su Ran always called her Yen Yen. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Su Ran calmly looked at her beautiful face and said, 2 years, 6 months, and 11 days have passed since we were admitted to Ning University together from high school. I originally thought that we would have a bright future, from school uniforms to wedding dresses. In the past 2 years, I may not say that I have taken care of you meticulously, but there is nothing I have not fulfilled that you asked of me. Lu Ruyan's face was visibly panicked. Why are you saying this? Su Ran took a deep breath and then said, let's break up. Lu Ruyan frowned, break up? Su Ran, are you kidding me? He loves me so much, how could he bear to break up with me? Su Ran said calmly, don't you go to Tieba? Lu Ruyan was puzzled, what do you mean? Su Ran just said calmly, go and take a look. Lu Ruyan took out her mobile phone and logged into Tieba doubtfully. Then, she didn't know what she saw, and her face turned pale in an instant. No, impossible. On Tieba, a post published 10 hours ago became a hot search. The post contained a photo, and the photo was the one in Su Ran's phone. Su Ran, you. Su Ran sneered, want to explain? Forget it, don't tell me you just hugged each other by accident, and you looked so happy. Is the photo photoshopped? I'm a computer major, I know better than you, Lu Ruyan. You are such a fucking bitch. P.S. Lu Ruyan's character is materialistic and realistic, and also pretentious, so the subsequent series of operations are reasonable, not poisonous ha omega. Chapter 2 Outrageous. Did the pregnancy-preserving injection hit the head? Su Ran, listen to my explanation. Lu Ruyan looked at Su Ran with a slightly flustered look on her pretty face, and quickly explained, it's not what you think. Yesterday was the student union party, and I was drunk. That was the student union president, Xiao Ji, who was kind enough to send me off. Good intentions? Lu Ruyan, do you believe what you said? Do you really think I'm Japanese? Su Ran sneered, I don't know whether you are drunk or not. And this guy named Xiao Ji, this is not the first time to play ambiguous with you, right? Every time you go out with me, you delete the chat history, do you think I don't know? Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned pale, you know everything? Su Ran's eyes were calm. I'm the champion of the national computer competition. How difficult do you think it is to recover a piece of data? Su Ran looked directly at the girl he had loved for 2.5 years and laughed at himself. I never thought that a relationship of more than 2 years would not be able to withstand a person who suddenly appeared. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and looked at Su Ran, her face already filled with resentment. Su Ran, you keep saying you love me, but do you think you really love me? Su Ran frowned, what do you mean? Lu Ruyan sneered, look, you promised me you'd buy me a car this year, but you ended up using all your hard-earned money to open a bar with your friends? Opening a bar is fine, that's the career you decided on, but you wouldn't even give me a decent gift for my birthday. You didn't even have time to spend it with me. Has anyone ever told you that a rose worth a few $100s can lose its value overnight and be worth less than a cell phone worth a few $1,000s, which can always provide me with emotional value? Su Ran's eyes fell on her phone, and she suddenly realized that she had switched from Android to Apple at some point. Lu Ruyan's family was ordinary, but she loved beauty and dressing up. She often bought luxury cosmetics, even using installment plans. Su Ran also offered to spend money on her, but she declined. In the end, she couldn't pay the monthly installments, and he had to help her fill the gap. People really smile when they are angry. He looked at her, so when you changed your phone, was it him who changed it for you? Lu Ruyan said frankly, that's right. Xiao Ji bought it for me. He's not as stingy as you. Although we are just friends, everything he gave me is more valuable than what you gave me. She raised her phone and said calmly, this phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. And this necklace, it's over 10,000. This skirt is a gift from him. It costs thousands of dollars. Lu Ruyan looked directly at Su Ran. I admit that you're good to me, but what I want is not your caring and concern, nor your bravery in the wind and rain to hold an umbrella for me. And it's not the pie in the sky you painted for me. Su Ran, I'm getting more and more tired of being with you. You can't give me the life I want. I used to think that even though we had no money, we were happy together. But over time, I realized that maintaining a relationship is based on material things. Do you know how I felt when I sat in his Porsche? Su Ran, that's a car you can't afford even if you work hard for 10 years. Su Ran looked at her coldly, and suddenly felt that she was extremely unfamiliar at this moment. Is this still the simple and kind Lu Ruyan from high school? It turns out that no matter how pure a girl is, she will be eroded by reality? Su Ran said calmly, so you're blaming me for not having money and not paying enough for you? Lu Ruyan said calmly, I don't want to laugh on my bike, and I don't want to be squeezed into that room of a few dozen square meters. I understand, so let's break up. Su Ran nodded, his face calm. He had expected this result a long time ago and didn't want to linger on it anymore. Lu Ruyan's eyes trembled slightly. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she hardened her heart and said, break up, then break up. She turned around and left without any reluctance. This time, she had really had enough. Su Ran looked at her resolute back, a hint of pain flashing across his eyes. He is really trying hard to maintain this relationship. However, no matter how sincere your efforts are, what you get in the end is being ruthlessly trampled upon by reality. Money. Su Ran laughed at himself. He stood there for a long time before taking out his cell phone and dialing a number. "Hey, little bastard, what do you want from your dad?" A powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Ran said in a cold tone, "Don't you want me to take over the company?" "I agree." The person on the other end of the phone was visibly startled, then tentatively asked, "No, didn't you tell me a while ago that you opened a bar? What happened? Did it close down?" Su Ran's mouth twitched. "That's not the case. It was just 1 month after opening and it lost over 100,000 yuan. Okay, I see you're not in a good state. I'll talk to you later about taking over the company or something. Now you've had enough of the trouble. Take some time to go home and see your mother. Your mother misses you." The middle-aged man sighed and said. Su Ran was silent, then nodded, "Well, tell mom that I love her." "Hey! You love my wife like a piece of shit. Hang up." Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Su Ran left the school silently. Women's dormitory. After Lu Ruyan returned to the dormitory, she sat in front of the computer desk in a daze. Roommate Yang Feifei asked curiously, "Yen Yen, what's wrong with you?" Lu Ruyan was silent for a while before she said, "I broke up with Su Ran." "What?" Yang Feifei was shocked. She glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief when she found they were the only two people there. Then she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Aren't you two very close? Why are you arguing?" Lu Ruyan whispered, "Someone took a picture of Xiao Ji and I hugging and posted it on Tiaba." Yang Feifei's face froze. She knew that her good friend and Su Ran were a couple, but she also knew that her good friend had a close relationship with the president of the student union. But as Lu Ruyan's friend, she chose to pretend not to see it. "But I didn't expect this to happen so soon? So Su Ran knows?" Yang Feifei was silent. How to say it, in her opinion, Su Ran is a perfect match for Yin Yan in terms of both personality and appearance. He is so handsome and so caring. If it were her, she would not be willing to break up with him. But Xiao Ji is not bad either. Not only is he the president of the student union, his family is also in business. He is young, rich, and outstanding. Alas, why can't I have 2 men at the same time? Yang Feifei asked cautiously, "What do you think now?" Lu Ruyan's eyes showed a hint of determination. "Feifei, I think Xiao Ji is more suitable for me." "But, Su Ran has been dating you for more than 2 years, can you really let him go?" Lu Ruyan choked, then bit her lip. "He's so infuriating. He actually broke up with me. Humph. He acts like I can't live without him. I'll teach him a lesson this time. If he's willing to apologize and admit his mistake, I'll give him another chance." Yang Feifei was silent. "Sister, this is a bit outrageous. It's obviously you who mentally cheated on me, and you still ask others to apologize to you? The pregnancy-preserving injection was given on the head? Of course she wouldn't pour cold water on her best friend. Then Xiao Ji is pursuing you now, do you want to agree?" A trace of hesitation flashed across Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she finally said, "Let me think about it." Xiao Qing. Su Ran and his friends jointly invested in a bar near the university town. It has just been opened for a short time and its reputation has not yet been established. So it is natural to suffer losses in the early stage. When he arrived at the bar, Su Ran sat directly in the corner. "Make me a few drinks that will get me drunk." At the front desk, the bartender was mixing drinks elegantly. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. "It's yellow?" Su Ran cursed, "What nonsense! Hurry up! Otherwise, I'll deduct your salary." The bartender curled his lips and said, Okay, you're the boss, you're the biggest." Soon, 2 glasses of liquor were successfully mixed. The bartender looked around and found that there was only a girl in a white apron wiping the table. The other waiters had not yet changed shifts, so he had to bring the food over himself. "Here, the strong liquor you asked for. 1 glass will make you see stars, 2 glasses will make it hard to get hard, and 3 glasses will make you see your breasts." Su Ran didn't say anything, he just picked up a glass of liquor and drank it. "Ahem, this is fucking choking. I'll deduct 1 day's salary from you." The bartender's face darkened. If you drink like that, won't you choke to death? He ignored this guy. For a sentimental man who has suffered emotional setbacks, only getting drunk can relieve his sorrow. Turning back to the front desk, he suddenly frowned, covered his stomach with his bony hands, and said with an unpleasant expression, "Hiss. I said the chicken at noon was not cooked." He looked around and finally waved to the girl who was wiping the table. "Hey. That beautiful girl." The girl paused, then looked at him in confusion. Beauty. She wasn't sure if he was calling her. She was wearing a mask, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Her thick bangs covered most of her forehead, and only her eyes were very bright. The bartender was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he was attracted by a pair of eyes. But soon the churning in his stomach made him not want to think too much. He quickly pointed at Sue Ran, who was not far away, and said, "I'm going to take care of something urgent. You can give that guy some yogurt later. I'm afraid he'll get drunk and go crazy." After saying that, he turned around and ran to the bathroom without waiting for the girl to react. The girl was left standing there helplessly, not knowing where to put her hands. Serving yogurt to guests? But I'm a temporary cleaner. Is this correct? Chapter 3. Why do you stutter? Is it natural? After drinking a glass of strong liquor, Sue Ran felt a strong burning sensation that made his face distorted. Damn! Is this a fake bar? Are you sure it's not just white wine with some coloring added? But no matter how unpalatable it was, I felt dizzy after just a few minutes. Lowly. Get 2 glasses of water to dilute it. After a few seconds, there was no response, and Sue Ran cursed inwardly. The salary deduction was too little. Just when he was feeling unhappy, a timid voice came from the side. I'm sorry. Sue Ran was stunned. This babyish voice, whose child is this? He subconsciously turned his head and saw a thin figure standing in front of him, holding a bottle of yogurt in his hand, with his head lowered so that he couldn't see his face clearly. Who are you? The girl paused, then silently placed the yogurt in her hand on the table in front of him. She mustered up the courage to say, I'm a part-time worker. I'm here to bring you yogurt. Sue Ran was stunned for a moment. A part-time job delivering yogurt to himself? Why didn't he remember hiring a part-time worker? The girl said in a panic, "Well, I'm actually here for a part-time job." The bartender went to the bathroom. Her voice is soft and tender, with a hint of babyishness, but the volume is too low, and if you don't listen carefully, you really can't hear it. Sue Ran suddenly realized and said, "Thank you." The girl's pretty face was slightly hot under the mask, and she waved her hand politely. No need." Sue Ran looked at her with a smile and jokingly said, "Why do you stutter? Is it natural?" The girl quickly shook her head and explained hastily, No. I'm not sick." She has already looked for several part-time jobs, but because she is introverted and not good at talking, she was politely rejected by several bosses. She finally found a part-time job with a high daily salary, and she doesn't want to miss it. Sue Ran laughed and said, "I didn't say you were sick. By the way, are you the bartender here?" The girl was stunned, then she shook her head. No, I'm a cleaner." "Cleaning?" Sue Ran murmured, then looked her over. In addition to not being able to see her face clearly, her figure is also unclear because she is wearing loose clothes. However, she is not short, probably around 1.6 meters. No, even though the clothes are loose, you can still see a curve somewhere. The girl lowered her head, knowing that the other person was looking at her, and she was very nervous. At this moment, Sue Ran suddenly asked, "Are you from Ning University?" The girl nodded slightly. "I'm a freshman, and school just started." "Freshman? You're a part-time freshman? Are you a local?" After receiving a positive response, Sue Ran fell silent. The fact that he is a freshman and has to work part-time is enough to show that his family is not well off. He paused and said, "You can come here often to work part-time in the future." Hearing this, a hint of suspicion appeared in the girl's eyes. Sue Ran seemed to know what she was thinking and smiled faintly. "I am one of the bosses here and also your senior." The girl suddenly realized what he said and said politely, "Hello, senior." Sue Ran smiled slightly. "If you want in the future, you can come here to work part-time. This place has just opened and we are short of staff." "Thanks." The girl's tone was filled with excitement and surprise. Wow! Did she finally find a job? So happy, carrot oh carrot. Sue Ran waved his hand. "Okay, you go ahead and do your work, I want a drink." Good. The girl turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly paused, hesitated for a few seconds before turning back and said softly, "Senior, drinking too much is harmful to your health." She had seen her father drink himself to the point of vomiting blood. Su Ran disagreed. "I just broke up, so getting drunk is reasonable, right?" He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Go away. Don't think I won't be mean to you just because you speak nicely." The girl's expression froze, and then she walked away helplessly. Am I talking too much again? Su Ran's eyes fell on the yogurt on the table, and then he opened it and took a sip. The sour and sweet taste entered the stomach, and the burning sensation was relieved a little. Then he looked at the second glass of wine and reached out to take it. This time he didn't drink it all in one gulp, but savored it slowly. Second cup? When the bartender came back, he saw Su Ran still drinking, and his face was flushed. He sat down in front of Su Ran, took a look at the bottle of yogurt, then reacted and turned his head to look around. "Ha? Where's that girl from before?" Su Ran said incoherently, "How's business today?" The bartender shrugged. "No one comes here during the day. It's only people like you who are hurt by love." Su Ran's face froze. "By the way, are you heartbroken?" The bartender asked leisurely. Su Ran's face darkened and he hummed softly. "TSK, TSK. I can see how upset you are, but even a high-quality guy like you got dumped. TSK, TSK, this world is really fucked up. Fortunately, I don't have a relationship. Love? No one would even talk about it. ISNT being single great?" After hearing this, Su Ran became even more sad. "Are you here to attack me?" The bartender shrugged and said, "Not really, but I think you said not to take it to heart. If she was cheating, then breaking up would be like cutting your losses in time, which is a good thing. There are plenty of girls. With your ability, you can find a better one if you see one." Su Ran curled her lips, "A single guy like you won't understand. How can I forget a relationship that lasted for 2.5 years just like that?" At this time, a customer came and the bartender had to go over and get busy. Su Ran quickly finished the second glass of wine. As the alcohol gradually took effect, he suddenly felt dizzy. Suddenly, in his hazy consciousness, he discovered something and grabbed it. He took the bottle of yogurt in his hand and took another sip. After finishing a bottle of yogurt, Su Ran struggled to stand up and walked to the front desk. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Check out." The bartender looked odd. "You are the boss, what bill do you want to settle?" But then a hint of evil amusement flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "A total of 888. Master, do you want to pay by card or online?" Su Ran paused, then looked at him coldly. "Well, let my employees help me pay for it. I will deduct 2 days' salary from you." The bartender's face froze. "What the hell? You're not drunk, why are you acting crazy?" Su Ran left the bar with unsteady steps. Outside, the heat wave hit her face, making her feel irritated. Su Ran was in great pain. He found that even drinking could not dispel the sadness. "Not drunk enough?" He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Su Ran, why do you want to get drunk for a woman who betrayed you?" Shaking his head, Su Ran prepared to go back to the dormitory and take a nap. At this time he passed by a mobile phone store. Su Ran paused and couldn't help but think of Lu Ruyan. He laughed at himself, thinking that his deep affection for so long was not as valuable as a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of dollars. Since ancient times, love is cheaper than grass. Suddenly, Su Ran's face froze, and he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Why is it her? Chapter 4 My name is by Susu. The mobile phone store is not big, it mainly does repairs and sells mobile phones. At this time, a girl was standing in front of the glass cabinet looking at the mobile phone inside. She was the cleaning girl in the bar. She was still dressed the same way, with a mask covering most of her face. Her hair was thick and tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin. She was still wearing loose jeans. He didn't know if it was Su Ran's illusion, but she had her back to him, and in his opinion, the shape of a certain part of her body was somewhat tempting. Instinctively, Su Ran walked into the store. A clear conversation was heard. "Girl, these phones are all over 95% new and not expensive. If you want one, since you're pretty, I can give you a 10% discount." "Thank you. Is there anything suitable for middle-aged people?" "Ha ha. You're such a joker, little girl." These days, cell phones are suitable for everyone from elementary school students to retired seniors. Oh. Excuse me, little girl, are you an adult? Why does it sound like a child? The girl said a little embarrassedly, I'm 18. Oh, that's fine. Is that all? After picking around, the girl spoke softly. It can be seen that there is nothing I like, and even if I like something, I can't afford it. The boss smiled and said, there are some more goods, but they are similar to these. The girl hesitated for a moment, then pointed at a new phone with her slender finger and said, Hey, do you have a used one that's newer? Sue Ran stood behind the other person and looked at her hands. The girl's hands were not as slender and delicate as some other girls. On the contrary, there were traces of labor. However, her skin was very white and the blue veins on the back of her hands could be clearly seen. Then he looked in the direction of the girl's finger and saw that she was interested in an iQOO 12, which cost more than 3,000 yuan when new. This phone is relatively large in size and suitable for boys. The boss smiled and said, Yes, I just bought it the day before yesterday. It's 16 plus 512, and the price is 2,388 yuan. If you think it's suitable, I'll give it to you. The girl pursed her lips after hearing the price. Can you make it cheaper? The boss pretended to be embarrassed. Beautiful lady, I am also a small business. I can only make 100 yuan from you for one mobile phone, which is already very cheap. The girl estimated it, then said softly, Let me take another look. Having said that, she was about to leave. When I turned around, I saw Sue Ran. He was very tall, about 1.8 meters, and I subconsciously looked up at him. Seeing that it was Sue Ran, the girl was immediately surprised. Senior, why is it you? Sue Ran said with a smile, Buy a mobile phone? The girl lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and whispered, Just take a look. Sue Ran looked at the boss and said, Old Gu, has the 10,000 yuan machine I ordered a few days ago arrived? Boss? Who the hell is called Lao Gu? Young man, have you drunk too much fake wine? The girl blinked her big eyes, a little curious. Senior, do you know this boss? Seeing her boss being so rude, Sue Ran kindly reminded him, Did you forget? I ordered a second-hand Apple 17 Pro Max 2 days ago. It's the top model. You said there was a promotion where you could buy one for 10,000 yuan and get one free. He glanced at the iQOO. The boss's eyes were sharp and he immediately understood. He looked at Sue Ran, then at the weak girl, and smiled. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Oh. Wait a minute, young man. I'll get it for you. He quickly found a brand new Apple phone and said with a smile, I just received this last week. The customer used it for a few months but stopped using it because the signal was so poor. Sue Ran's face looked a little strange. He took a look at the phone and found that its appearance seemed to have experienced some disaster. Are you sure this is from last week? Not from the Western Zhou dynasty? Boss, you treat me like a nobody, right? The boss smiled brightly and promised, I guarantee it. He seemed to realize it belatedly and took out the iQOO 12, which was also second-hand, and said with a smile, We agreed on buy one get one free. Do you want to pay by WeChat or cash? The girl blinked and looked at the iQOO with some nostalgia. She really likes it, and Dad should like it too. Garlic bird, I better go somewhere else to see if there is a cheaper one. Sue Ran said at this time, Pack it up, I'll send you WeChat. After saying that, he scanned the code directly. WeChat payment, 10,000 yuan. The boss's smile gradually became distorted. Holy crap! Did the god of wealth get lost and bump into his door today? Sue Ran ignored the boss and turned around with his phone. He saw the girl had already walked to the door and immediately shouted, Stop! The girl was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Sue Ran walked up to her and asked, Where are you going? The girl said softly, I'm going back to school. Sue Ran didn't waste any words and handed the phone to the girl. Here, this is for you. Ah? The girl's eyes widened, caught off guard. Why are you giving me this? Sue Ran said calmly, I don't need two mobile phones. The girl was a little anxious. Then I can't take it. It's too expensive. I'll give you money? Sue Ran raised the corner of his mouth. First tell me, why did you buy a mobile phone? The girl was stunned for a moment, then said weakly, It's my father's birthday, and I want to give him a gift. Sue Ran smiled and said, That's quite filial. You should accept it. Of course, it's not given to you for free. You can work part-time as a waiter in a bar. I'll deduct 500 yuan every month until you pay for your phone. Is that okay? The girl's eyes lit up. Can I really work there? Su Ran waved his hand. Nonsense, I'm the boss, of course I have the final say. Thank you. Thank you, senior. Xiaohu Bot is a file protection robot. If you are looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. The girl bowed quickly. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Why call me senior? Call me boss. Boss, quietly. Su Ran's brows relaxed. This childish voice was so nice. The mobile phone store owner who witnessed this scene had a strange look in his eyes. Why does it look like a scam for a little girl? Should I call the police? Okay, come report when you're free this weekend. Su Ran said lightly. The girl nodded quickly. Okay. Oh yeah, what's your name? I didn't scream. Looking at the girl's innocent and pure big eyes, Su Ran felt a little headache. I'm asking what your name is. Oh, my name is Bai Susu. Su Ran repeated this thought to himself several times, then waved his hand. Go back to school quickly, you'll be busy as a freshman. Bai Susu nodded gently. Then I, see you, boss. She plucked up her courage, remembered the handsome boy deeply, and then left. It was the first time she met such a nice person. Good people will definitely be rewarded. I also have to work hard and live up to my boss's expectations. Yeah. Come on. Su Ran probably didn't expect that his casual action would result in a loyal and reliable cow and horse. Oh no, a silly employee. Why did he help the girl? Actually, he didn't know. Maybe it was sympathy? Or was it the alcohol? Or maybe it was because the girl was filial? Probably both, or maybe it's because she has a good figure. Well, he didn't even know what she looked like anyway. At such a young age, you already know how to buy gifts for your dad. Am I not caring enough for Lao Deng? Thinking of this, Su Ran took out his cell phone and called his father, Lao Deng. Hello? Hey old Deng. Oh no, Dad. Why are you calling, you little brat? I miss you. When will my bank card be unfrozen? You're thinking about money, aren't you? Well, it turns out that every family gets along differently. Chapter 5 I reveal my cards, I am a billionaire. In an old apartment building, a small 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment exudes a warm atmosphere. Susu, did you have a smooth registration at the new university today? How do you feel? A middle-aged woman with a kind face looked at her daughter lovingly. Bai Susu sat obediently at the simple wooden dining table, eating the fresh meat porridge cooked by her mother. The mask that had accompanied her during the long day had been taken off, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that was almost unfairly stunning. She nodded softly. Yeah, it's good. Bai's mother's eyes showed a trace of guilt. I'm sorry, Susu, I couldn't take you to school in person today because I had to accompany your father. Bai Susu quickly said, it's okay. Our home is only a few kilometers away from the school, I can do it alone, and it's very hard for mom to take care of dad, I understand. Her father used to be a designated driver, but he was in a car accident and suffered serious injuries to his legs. He is still recovering in the hospital. Mother Bai looked at her well-behaved daughter with eyes full of heartache. This child has been so sensible since he was young that it makes people feel distressed. Susu, your dad said today that he wants to go home to recuperate. The hospital bills are not cheap, and he doesn't want you to suffer so much. No. The girl's voice was serious and resolute. She said firmly, don't listen to him. I'll talk to him when the time comes. Bai's mother said worriedly, your father is stubborn and he also feels sorry for you. Bai Susu said seriously, Mom, I found a job. What? Bai's mother was still immersed in sadness and was unable to react for a while. Bai Susu repeated, I've already found a part-time job. I'll get paid every month. I'll definitely be able to collect the money Dad owes for his medical treatment. A stunning smile spread across her face. Dad's birthday is in 2 days, and I prepared a surprise for him. Bai's mother looked at her optimistic daughter and didn't know what to say for a moment. My daughter is only a freshman, but she is taking a completely different path from other peers. Why? Why would God make things difficult for such a kind child? Chicken, you're so beautiful. In the dormitory, Su Ran was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. He opened his eyes slightly confusedly and looked around. Why am I back? You walked back. Did Lao Hei carry you back? Friend Lu Jie responded. He tooted his tongue and said, "You kid, you left me alone to greet the new students and made me surrounded by a bunch of junior high school girls. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable. Damn. You guys were secretly flirting with girls without telling me?" A tall boy came over. He was about 1.9 meters tall and looked strong, although his skin was a little tanned. Su Ran's other roommate, Chao Cancan, well, everyone usually calls him Lao Hei. Chao Cancan sounds like a girl's name. It is said that Chao Laodeng hoped the child would be a daughter, but unexpectedly it was a son, and he grew up like this. This also became his permanent pain. Su Ran glanced at him and said, "You didn't come home last night, why weren't you reported?" Chao Cancan raised an eyebrow. "Oh. You know that the dorm manager's daughter is my girlfriend." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted jealous glances from the other two. Damn it. Shit luck. Born. They didn't even let their aunt's daughter go. Where's the morality? Where's the bottom line? Where's her bestie's WeChat? Chao Cancan happily accepted the criticism from his two adopted sons. Then something occurred to him and he looked at Su Ran. "Are you really breaking up?" Lu Jie told him about this, and he also saw the post on Tieba. Su Ran's expression was calm. "Yeah." Chao Cancan didn't know how to comfort him, so she patted his shoulder and said, "Oh. It's okay. If the old doesn't go, the new will come. Losing you is her loss. You're so handsome, are you still worried about not having a partner?" "But Lu Ruyan is the school beauty." Lu Jie suddenly interrupted. Chao Cancan waved her hand and said, "She only looks pretty because she dresses up. She's nothing but a school beauty. There are plenty of girls on campus who are prettier than her without makeup. I thought she and Lao Su were not a good match at first. No, my Lao Su is so handsome. I think he is suitable for girls with a cute style." Su Ran rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Now that he's been hurt like this, how can he still have the mind to find the next one?" Chao Cancan chuckled, "This is really good, it allows you to see a person's face clearly, but you won't still be obsessed with her, right?" What he fears the most is that his brother insists on being a bootlicker for the woman who is clearly at fault. Su Ran laughed sarcastically, "Bullshit. I can't be that cheap, right? He's already been capped and still looking back? He could really jump into the river. A dog licker? Not even a dog. That's good. Let's go out for a drink tonight. Celebrate being single again?" Su Ran waved his hand, "I just finished drinking, let's do it another day." Lu Jie suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap. Are you rich? Dried a fruit?" Su Ran took a look and picked it up. Fortunately, he was drunk and his phone was not lost. A memory emerged in his mind and he smiled, "Well, the old phone has too much stuff, so I'll buy a new one." "Hey, then give me the old one after you replace it. There should be a lot of photos of Lu Ruyan in it, right?" Lu Jie said with a lewd look on his face. Su Ran looked at him in shock. "Dude, you are really hungry." It must be said that there was indeed a lot of information about Lu Ruyan in his phone. And he has no plans to switch to a new phone. After all, those things easily remind him of the past. Chao Cancan suddenly asked curiously, "Did your dad unfreeze your bank card?" All the roommates knew that Su Ran was a rich second generation. And Su Ran didn't plan to hide it. Su Ran replaced the SIM card on his new phone, and soon, a string of messages popped up on the phone. He silently clicked on the message and saw an unread bank message. Yes, it has indeed thawed. As Su Ran finished speaking, a burst of monkey howls was heard in the dormitory. "Oh whoa! Godfather! I'm Kong Kong. Let me check my balance. Fuck! My friend! You suddenly being rich is more painful than me losing money." Chao Cancan and Lu Jie rushed forward and snatched Su Ran's phone directly. They looked at the bank card information and the string of numbers on it blinded their titanium alloy dog eyes. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. 796,326,188.67. Hiss. Duo Shao? 700 million? Chao Cancan and Lu Jie's eyes were red. The latter looked at him fiercely. "Dad. Give me some change. I can even put it in Yui Bao and earn the interest." Su Ran's expression was very calm as she muttered, "Since the card was frozen, my family hasn't sent any money. I need them to make up for it." "Did people say that?" Chao Cancan's face twisted. Listen. Is this even human language? Su Ran waved his hand calmly. Basic operation. Money is just a string of numbers to me. They both. If it wasn't illegal, they would have beaten this bastard to death. Lu Jie suddenly said with a sigh, if Lu Rian knew you had so much money, she would probably regret it like crazy, right? Chao Cancan sneered and maliciously speculated, a materialistic girl like her will definitely pay for it. Su Ran took the phone and said, alright, don't mention her anymore. I don't want to have anything to do with her in the future. Brother Jia, have you prepared the things you need for next week's computer competition? It's packed. Okay, I'll go home tomorrow and won't be back for a while. Su Ran asked for leave from her counselor. Originally the latter had some complaints, but Su Ran directly let her answer the phone. The counselor didn't know where Su Ran got the vice principal's phone number, and the other party's tone to Su Ran was very polite, which scared her so much that she rejected it without saying a word. Oh my god. Whose young master is this? Su Ran, I originally wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but now I'm done pretending. I'm a billionaire. Su Ran took a long-distance bus, crossing several provinces and arriving in the capital. This is where he was born. I originally thought that I could leave my hometown and build a world for myself, but I didn't expect that society was too dangerous. I decided to inherit the family property and live a peaceful life. Elder brother. As soon as I arrived at the door, a beautiful figure swooped down towards me. Su Ran was hit directly in the chest. If the other party's airbags were not elastic enough, Su Ran felt that no matter what he said today, he would have broken 2 ribs. Su Ran's face darkened immediately. Sun Yen. You really want to murder your own brother? P.S. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf. Give us some gifts to show your support. First of all, we'll lay the groundwork in the early stages, and soon we'll get into the drama between the male and female protagonists. Chapter 6 Su Ran's family background. Su Ran looked at his sister who was hugging him tightly with a frown on his face, and said speechlessly, let go. He. You're finally back. I was worried you'd starve to death out there. Sister Sun Yen said with a smile. Su Ran. This is his sister Sun Yen, who is 17 years old and still in high school. The little girl is clever and pretty, and more importantly, she developed early and has natural advantages in certain areas that cannot be ignored. Is it vacation? Su Ran asked calmly. Sun Yen nodded repeatedly, yeah. I heard that my brother is coming back, I'm so happy. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, how happy are you? Very happy. You're too happy then. Have you finished your homework? Sun Yen was frantic, ah. I won't listen to that bastard's chanting. Su Ran. After entering the house, Su Ran saw a middle-aged man with full energy. This is his old man. Old Su also looked over and smiled, my son, you are back. Su Ran's face looked a little strange. Where's mom? Old Su said with a smile, she went to take a nap. Oh, by the way, has she eaten yet? Su Ran rolled her eyes at him and said, nonsense. Of course I didn't eat it. Lao Su smiled in an extremely mean way, oh, we ate it. If you're hungry, go eat the leftovers yourself. There's quite a lot. Su Ran said calmly, if you don't welcome me, then I'll leave? Puff. Sun Yen came over and said with a smile, Dad is kidding you, I've already heated up the food for you. Su Ran glared at Lao Dang. She always felt that she had been away from this family for a long time and her status was getting lower and lower. During the meal, Sun Yen sat opposite him, supporting her chin with her hands and looking at him. Su Ran frowned and looked at her in confusion, why are you staring at me like that? Sun Yen said with a smile, brother, I heard that you broke up with that Lu Ruyan? Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then frowned even deeper, are you investigating me? Sun Yen shrank his neck and whispered, Dad did it. Lao Su looked over and said calmly, you called me suddenly, so of course I want to know what happened to you. However, it's just a woman, so it's not necessary. Su Ran curled her lips, after all, we've been dating for 2 years. Lao Su said seriously, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, a person's vanity cannot be changed. I can only say that you haven't met the right person. Su Ran said depressedly, is there really love in this world? Yes, I have. Lao Su affirmed, for example, your mother and I, we were childhood sweethearts and we were in love for a lifetime. Su Ran. It hurts. I had already been heartbroken, and when I came back I didn't expect to be fed a lot of dog food. Ran is back? At this time, a gentle voice sounded. I saw a lady in pajamas walking down from upstairs. Time has not left any traces on her. Instead, she has been well maintained. She looks like she is in her 30s even though she is in her 40s. This beautiful young woman is Su Ran's mother. Mom! Su Ran put down his chopsticks and hurried over. I just hugged my mother. When old Su saw this scene, his face turned black. Don't you know that you are avoiding your mother when you are old enough? Mother Su smiled slightly, patted his back gently, and said, okay, now that you're home, relax and pretend nothing happened. Your family has always been your strongest support. Su Ran nodded repeatedly and said, Mom is the best. I love you, Mom. Su Ran continued to eat, and Sun Yen suddenly asked, Brother, how many days do you plan to stay? Su Ran glanced at her and said, Don't worry, I will definitely send you to school before I leave. Yeah. So you can play with me. Sun Yen said in surprise. Su Ran couldn't help but smile. It seemed like he hadn't been with his sister for a long time. When Su's mother saw this scene, she also smiled with relief. On the side, Lao Su suddenly said, Your son is heartbroken. Good thing. Mother Su's smile did not fade, and she said lightly, I didn't think highly of them from the beginning. Lao Su was surprised and asked, You've been paying attention to them since the beginning? Mother Su said calmly, What if my son is out there alone and encounters danger? I'm always worried about the people around him. Old Su shook his head and smiled, You dote on your son so much. Mother Su glanced at him and said, Aren't you also doting on your daughter? Old Su smiled awkwardly. So are you sure you want Ran to take over the company? Hearing this, Old Su glanced at Su Ran's figure and then said, Forget it. I was just saying that. His mind is definitely not on the company right now. He's only a sophomore anyway. Let's wait and see. Mother Su nodded, he should enjoy the life that belongs to him. Old Su had no objection and nodded. So, it's up to you to compensate our son for these past few years. Lao Su? My wife really dotes on our son. After dinner, Su Ran returned to his room. His room was very large, fully equipped with various facilities, and very clean. Even if he is not at home, his room is cleaned by a special cleaning staff. After taking a comfortable bath, Su Ran planned to go out for a walk. I didn't expect that when I opened the door, I would find that Sun Yen had already changed her clothes. She was wearing a short leather jacket, her white navel and flat belly were exposed to the air, and the shorts on her lower body showed off her slender long legs to the fullest. Sun Yen is not short, with a net height of 1.65 meters. After wearing a pair of small boots, she looks a few inches taller and has a good body proportion. Su Ran's mouth twitched. You're a high school student, how dare you go out dressed like this? Sun Yen spread out her hands and turned them in a circle. I think this is great. This way no one will know I'm a student. Su Ran was speechless. Hey, let's go. Go for a walk. Sun Yen pulled Su Ran and walked towards their garage. After arriving at the garage, Su Ran saw countless luxury cars. This is one of his garages, and there are dozens of luxury cars. It is worth mentioning that he and Lu Ruyan had been dating for 2.5 years, but he never brought her home once, and the two had never met each other's parents. It was just a simple love relationship. If she knew his true identity, she probably would never leave him. But this is the reality. If you don't cherish something, it will never be yours in your lifetime. Su Ran's eyes fell on a Ferrari sports car and then he walked over. Sun Yen chuckled, Brother, you have the same taste as me. Suddenly thinking of something, Sun Yen hurriedly asked. By the way, brother, have you taken your driver's license test? Su Ran responded calmly, Yeah. Newbie? A driver's license is just for the legality of driving on the road. Isn't driving skill enough just to have the hands? I, your brother, will be the next Akina Mountain driving king. Chapter 7 Hundreds of millions of pocket money. Brother, slow down. I'm still young and don't want to die. In the Ferrari, Sun Yen held the handles tightly with both hands in a very ungraceful manner, and her pretty face turned pale. The car's speed has reached 150, and this is still in the city. It seemed that Su Ran slowed down slowly after hearing his sister's reminder. Finally, the Ferrari stopped by the side of the road. Cool. Su Ran let out a sigh, feeling much happier both physically and mentally. The frustration he had suffered in Lucheng had been somewhat relieved at this moment. Sun Yen also took a deep breath and looked at his brother with some resentment. why are you speeding all of a sudden? Do you want to live? Su Ran shrugged, isn't driving for relaxation? Sun Yan rolled her eyes at him and said, isn't it just a woman? How can you be in need of a woman with your status? I wonder how many daughters of wealthy families in the capital are lining up to marry you. Su Ran said calmly, are you marrying me or my Su family? It's pretty much the same. Sun Yan disagreed, and then she curled her lips in disdain. Oh. Brother, if you ask me, there's no need to be sad. A woman who is greedy for money is destined to have a short-lived relationship. Su Ran said calmly, I've let it go. Sun Yan's eyes rolled around, and then he said slyly, brother, so you are single now? Su Ran frowned, what are you planning? Sun Yan chuckled, nothing, I just know a sister, she is pretty good, she saw the photo I gave you, she likes you very much, do you want to consider it? Su Ran sneered, good, Sun Yan. You've become more capable now. You've even learned to sell out your brother, huh? Sun Yan playfully stuck out her pink tongue and said, oh. I'm just trying to digest it internally. How can an outsider be worthy of my wise and powerful brother? Good things should be kept within the family. And let me tell you in secret, my sister has a great figure, big ass, thin waist, and a nice butt. She's absolutely the best of the best. Su Ran subconsciously imagined it, then shook his head, garlic bird, I'm not interested in falling in love. He just broke up and he's already rushing into another relationship? As if he's in desperate need of love. If we don't want to date, we can get to know each other first. What if we fall in love? Sun Yan tempted. Su Ran suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at Sun Yan and said warily, something's wrong with you. Tell me, what benefits did you get? Sun Yan felt a little guilty when she heard that, and then she shook her head stubbornly, no. Su Ran was too lazy to argue with her. His sister's best friend was most likely a minor. How could he harm a minor? After strolling around the city, Su Ran returned to the villa. Originally, Sun Yan suggested going out for drinks and singing K, but was immediately rejected by Su Ran. Late at night, Su Ran was browsing on her phone in the room. You know what, his room is very big. It feels quite lonely living in such a big room by oneself. A message popped up on the new phone, it was sent by my gay friend Lujia. The other party sent a photo. The background of the photo was in the cafeteria. A good-looking man and woman were sitting next to each other, talking and laughing. Lujia, I happened to see this bastard couple while eating today. Su Ran's mouth twitched, are you fucking sick? Why are you sending it to me? Lujia, it makes me sad to see this, but you can't let me be the only one to suffer. Laughing with a sidelong glance. Su Ran rolled his eyes and then exited the chat interface. After a while, he clicked on it again, clicked on the photo, and looked at the couple. Well, brother Jia was right, they are indeed a pair of bastards. Su Ran simply long pressed the page on her side and deleted the photo. At this time, Lu Jia sent another message. Man, you may not believe this, but I actually saw a fairy today. The kind that is even prettier than Lu Ruyan. Su Ran? Lu Jia, it's a pity that I only saw her profile, and then she ran away. Suddenly I feel like falling in love. Omega. Su Ran, what year are you in? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lu Jia still didn't reply. Su Ran raised a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. You are so good, Lu Jia, you keep me in suspense, right? Wait for your father. I think you can't escape from Jia. Sunday afternoon. Su Ran drove a Ferrari to take Sun Yan to school. There were many people turning their heads to look at me along the way, and many people cast envious glances at me. In Kyoto, where every inch of land is valuable, anyone who can drive such a luxury car must be a truly wealthy person. Unlike these people who have come to Beijing to work like cattle and horses, they stand on this land but have nothing to do with the wealth here. Brother, go back and give that gold digger a good slap in the face for me. Next time I'll go over and pretend to be your girlfriend. Sun Yan suddenly said something before leaving. Su Ran curled her lips and said, if you dare to mess around, I'll stop giving you pocket money next month. Sun Yan said proudly, are you trying to scare me? I've saved hundreds of millions of pocket money over the past few years, okay? Little Tiger documents anti-theft printing, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable don't step into pitfalls. Hundreds of millions of pocket money. Su Ran suddenly felt a little sad. Why should I suffer? There is no hardship. After watching Su Nian enter the campus, Su Ran planned to leave. At this moment, a fragrance came, and a tall beauty stood outside his car window, slightly bending over. She had a great figure and was dressed very revealingly in a short suspender skirt. When she bent over, the two thunderbolts swayed in front of Su Ran's eyes. She wasn't wearing any underwear, just a patch. But at this scale, it looks fake at first glance. "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" The beauty gave a gentle smile. Su Ran glanced at her calmly and said, "Sorry, my friend list is full. It's full of high-tech stuff, it's disgusting just to look at, how can I eat it?" The beauty looked a little disappointed, but she took out a bottle of Red Bull and looked expectantly. Then, "Do you want a date?" Su Ran took a look at the Red Bull. A bottle of Red Bull that costs 10 yuan usually costs 1,000 yuan. The unspoken rule is that you can keep her for once for 1,000 yuan. Ugly rejection. Rolling up the car window, Su Ran stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away, leaving the beautiful woman with an unwilling look on her face. "Dad, Mom, I'm back to school." Su Ran greeted her parents. Mother Su's eyes softened. "Of course, take good care of yourself. Your father has already transferred 1 billion to your card. Ask him for more when you've spent it all." Lao Su. Su Ran immediately smiled and said, "Okay. I will definitely live up to my father and mother's hard work. What is the purpose of earning money? To spend it, of course. Why not take it into the coffin? I hope Lao Dang works harder and makes money as fast as he spends it." "Lao Su, you are such a filial son." Su Ran said goodbye to his parents, drove out of the capital, and prepared to return to Lucheng. This time he was driving a Porsche 918 sports car. When passing by a gas station, Su Ran said generously, 98 plus 10,000, the extra is on the ground. The gas station attendant looked at him strangely. "Brother, you just got out of the hospital, right?" Su Ran threw a stack of bills out of the car. "Here's a tip for you." Seeing this, the gas station attendant's expression was shocked and changed instantly. "Dear Porsche owner, please wait a moment. A young female employee will serve you immediately." Chapter 8 Goodbye Lu Ruyan. When Su Ran drove a Porsche sports car into the gate of Qingning University, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Holy crap! Whose car is this? He's so high profile, could he be a relative of the principal? Come on. The principal is famous for his integrity in our school. Do you believe what the above said? When the principal's office opened a crack, I thought it was the end of the world. Yes. When the principal saw Musk, he thought he was a beggar. Put. You guys are really good at making jokes. I've been at this school for 2.5 years and I still don't know what car the principal drives. Has the little black guy revealed his chicken feet?" Su Ran ignored everyone's gazes, drove the car to the cafeteria entrance, and got out by himself. Then he sent a message to the dormitory group, "I just arrived at the cafeteria, whoever comes, I'll treat you." Like a stone falling into a quiet pond, it immediately blew out the diving suns. "In Jianan Tua Lu Jia, is it true, Godfather? Crazy thief Chow Chow Can Can, holy crap. How did you know I just came back from the library and was about to eat? Tonight of Nian Shou Chunyi, woohoo, I'm crying my eyes out. I'm still competing in the city right now. Can Brother Su keep me and treat me later?" Shenny in the group chat is Su Ran's fourth roommate, and is currently participating in a city-level competition in the city. Su Ran, my son, take it seriously. Su Ran, are you showing off? I'll just stare at the library and see which corner you come out from. Su Ran at Nianchos tonight, I'll treat you if I get a place. If not, you treat us. By the way, can you change your nickname to male celebrity? The first one to arrive was Lu Jia. He immediately spotted the Porsche sports car parked on the side of the road and exclaimed, "This car is so cool. Lao Su, can you lend it to me for a drive later?" He concluded at once that the car belonged to Su Ran, because Su Ran was sitting on the hood of the car at that moment. "Okay, I'll give you a brotherly price, 250 per session. Where's your pig-killing plate?" Lu Jia touched the car here and there, his eyes full of admiration. "I will buy one in the future, and put the model at home. If you can't afford a real car, it's hard to afford it even if you work yourself to death." Su Ran curled her lips and said, "Forget it. This car is too small and uncomfortable to sit in." Lu Jia's mouth twitched. "Give me one, even if it makes me uncomfortable." Chow Can Can also came at this time. He got to the library from somewhere and came out from its side door. In any case, Su Ran couldn't believe that this guy was really in the library. Master Su. Why are you so high profile? Chao Can also looked at the sports car in surprise. Su Ran calmly waved his hand, there's nothing I can do. My strength doesn't allow it. Chao Can. Just in time, quick. Take a picture for me. Lu Jia quickly threw the phone to Chao Can. The latter did not refuse. She stuck her butt out and held the phone sideways and took a few pictures. The angles seemed tricky, but the pictures were actually a mess. Hey, if I send this to the freshman group, won't I hook up with a few schoolgirls? Lu Jia smiled with a lewd look on his face. Su Ran said seriously, I don't think my junior schoolmates will, but I do have a few junior schoolmates. Don't you think so, brother Jia? Chao Can also smiled, a macho man like brother Jia, if he grows a beard, he will be really attractive to men. Lu Jia. The three of them walked into the cafeteria arm in arm. Since Su Ran was treating, the two of them went for the more expensive order, spending a few $dozen per person. In fact, the whole meal didn't cost much. Hey! Lao Su, look. At this time, Lu Jia suddenly signaled to Su Ran, who looked in the direction he reminded him and was a little surprised. I actually met Lu Ruyan. The other person was queuing for food, and behind her was her best friend, Yang Feifei. Su Ran took a look and then looked away with an expressionless face. TSK. Seeing you like this, your father is very pleased. Lu Jia said with relief. That bitch has already proposed breaking up. If your good friend still clings to the past, he would really be a dog licker. Su Ran said calmly, eat. Su Ran. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then turned his head in surprise. Just then, a beautiful girl sat directly next to him and said with a smile, finally, I see you. Why are you here? This girl is Lu Ruyan's cousin, Xiao Zihuan. Seeing such a young and beautiful girl chatting up their good brother, the two roommates' faces suddenly became strange. Damn it! Xiao Zihuan pointed at Lu Ruyan, who was not far away, and said with a smile, my cousin invited me to dinner. Only then did Su Ran see that she was holding a packed meal in her hand. Seeing Su Ran remain silent, Xiao Zihuan tentatively asked, have you really broken up with my cousin? Lu Jia and Chao Can looked at each other and didn't expect that the other person was actually the school belle's cousin. Su Ran nodded calmly, yeah. What a shame, you two are actually quite a good match. Although Xiao Zihuan said it was a pity, her expression did not show any regret, but rather a hint of joy. Su Ran's mouth twitched, this matter is in the past, don't mention it, go back and eat. At this time, Lu Ruyan's voice rang out, Zihuan, what are you doing? Lu Ruyan and Yang Feifei walked over. At the same time, Lu Ruyan also saw Su Ran. Her eyes froze, and then a trace of anger and grievance appeared on her face. Su Ran. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xiao Zihuan quickly stood up and walked behind Lu Ruyan. Su Ran glanced at her and said, don't shout so loudly, I can hear you. Lu Ruyan frowned, what's your attitude? You haven't apologized to me after all this time? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression became strange. Su Ran couldn't understand, apologize? Puff. Lu Jia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Awesome. This is the first time I've heard of a cheating partner asking their partner to apologize. Lu Ruyan, did you take too many pregnancy-preserving injections? Hearing this, Yang Feifei glanced at Lu Jia. Lu Ruyan's face looked a little ugly. What happened between me and Xiao Ji is not what you think. What's with the little dick? I didn't say who it was, are you admitting it? Lu Jia sneered, you and my brother have already broken up, so if you have any shame, don't bother us, understand? Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned pale, I was just angry at the time. She regretted it the last time she got angry and proposed breaking up, because she found that besides money, she had feelings for Su Ran more. Lu Ruyan. Su Ran looked at her calmly. You were the one who broke up with me, and you were the one who was flirting with other boys. Why should I apologize? May I ask who you are and why you are asking me to do so? Lu Ruyan looked at him aggrievedly. Su Ran, I was just angry last time. Please don't be angry, okay? As long as you apologize to me and comfort me, we can go back to the way we were before, okay? Su Ran was stunned and speechless for a moment. Seeing him silent, Lu Jia thought that his faith in Taoism was shaken and wanted to speak. At this moment, Su Ran suddenly said, get out of your fuck. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned ugly. Lu Jie and Xiao Cancan looked at each other, and they couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces. It tastes just right. Now I feel comfortable. Chapter 9 Who drove my car to school? You, Su Ran, what are you talking about? Lu Ruyan looked at Su Ran in disbelief. His attitude was really unexpected. Su Ran curled her lips and said, no need to say more. We have no future. You don't have to feel that I am a burden because I have no money, or that I can't give you happiness. Just go find whoever has money. Do you understand? After saying that, Su Ran picked up the food and left. He had a good appetite originally, but he became so nauseous that he lost his appetite. Seeing this, Lu Jie and Xiao Cancan followed. Lu Ruyan looked at Su Ran's back and felt extremely aggrieved. Yang Feifei, who was standing by, said reluctantly, Yen, let's go back first. She was starving. Xiao Zhewan's eyes rolled around, and then she said to Lu Ruyan, hey, cousin, don't worry. Maybe Su Ran is just angry. He'll be fine once he calms down. And I think there's something wrong with you too. How about you apologize to him? Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and said stubbornly, but it's always Su Ran who apologizes to me. I haven't done anything wrong to him, why should I apologize to him? Her proud self-esteem prevented her from apologizing. Xiao Zhewan's mouth twitched. She glanced at Yang Feifei, who shrugged. Well, this is likely to fail, and even the military advisor can't save it. Lu Ruyan was still thinking about Su Ran's cold face in her mind, and she felt very uncomfortable. This is obviously not the case. Su Ran used to be so good to her. No matter how angry she was, he would be the first to comfort her. Let's go back. Lu Ruyan and a few others walked out of the cafeteria door. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Lu Ruyan suddenly saw Su Ran got into a car. She recognized the car, a Porsche sports car worth tens of millions. No, is that really Su Ran? Why does he drive such a nice car? Ha! That's Su Ran, right? Oh my god. When did he get a car? Yang Feifei also noticed it and was immediately surprised. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruyan beside him had already walked over. Hey! Yen. Wait for me. Seeing this, Yang Feifei followed reluctantly. Xiao Zhehuan behind him was also so shocked that she covered her mouth. Why does it feel like after not seeing her for a few days, her former cousin-in-law seems like a different person? Su Ran. Su Ran's face darkened just as he was about to start the car. Fuck. Is this woman going to stop doing this? Lu Jie, who was sitting in the passenger seat, cursed inwardly. Seeing this, Xiao Cancan reminded him, Lao Su, your highlight moment has come. Give her a slap in the face. Su Ran didn't say anything. Lu Ruyan was already standing by the car window, looking at him in disbelief. Su Ran, where did this car come from? I stole it. Lu Ruyan frowned, why are you doing this? Although I know you don't have much money, you can't be so naive, right? Su Ran was shocked, what are you talking about? Lu Ruyan said with a firm look on her face, are you still angry with me? Do you think what I said the other day hurt your pride, so you rented a luxury car to come to school? Su Ran was silent for a moment, then he gave her a thumbs up and said, Lu Ruyan, it's a pity that you don't become a screenwriter. Oh my god. Su Ran, is this car yours? Yang Feifei asked curiously. Su Ran had a good impression of Yang Feifei, and nodded with a relaxed expression, yeah. Yang Feifei was shocked. For some reason, she suddenly believed that what Su Ran said was true. Feifei. Don't be fooled by him. How could Su Ran possibly afford a luxury car worth tens of millions? Lu Ruyan retorted, then she glared at Su Ran, return the car quickly. It's not worth it to spend money to save face. Hey! Emperor Ruyan, you might not understand the situation. My buddy is indeed a second-generation rich kid. This car is also his, and his savings are longer than your phone number. Lu Jie suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was stunned. Impossible. I'd rather believe that Qin Shi Huang rode a polar bear than believe he was a rich second generation. Put. What the hell are shark arms? I used to think you and old Su were a good match, but now it seems like you're Shakespeare without the Shia. There's no hope. Lu Jie was speechless, and then urged, it's boring, go back. Su Ran started the car and left the cafeteria. Only Lu Ruyan was left with a confused look on her face. Su Ran is a rich second generation. He drives a sports car. His savings account is longer than his phone number. Impossible. Why is this happening? Why didn't he say that until after they broke up? Fuck. It's like a knife stabbing my butt. I've really opened my eyes. Why didn't I realize that the school beauty was so stunning before? Lu Jia complained. Chao Cancan said with a sigh, luckily, it's a good thing that Lao Su left her. Otherwise, how would she live in the future? Su Ran's expression was calm, it's just a little bit of wind and frost. He originally thought that he would feel uncomfortable when seeing Lu Ruyan again, but the facts proved that she did not seem to be worth his efforts. This kind of woman is indeed not worthy of him. Eat out? Get ready. The Porsche left Qingning University in a high-profile manner. Although it had only been on campus for less than an hour, it had already gone viral on the forum. A luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who brought my car to school? Starting from zero frame, right? Still dreaming? This sports car is so cool. I want to buy one someday. I guess I need to spur my dad on. 40-something is the age for striving. The guy upstairs is a ruthless person. A filial son. Isn't the owner of this car Su Ran? The boyfriend of the school beauty Lu Ruyan? He eats so well? It really is him. Is he a rich second generation? Then why is Lu Ruyan flirting with the student union president? TSK, she doesn't love the rich second generation and goes to hook up with someone else. Is this woman crazy? Rumors are spread with just a mouth. Did you see my goddess cheating on me? Stop spouting nonsense, okay? Be polite with your words. Wang Chao Lima. How did a bootlicker get in here? Ha. Go back to Gotham. Batman said he won't fight you anymore. Su Ran ignored the online public opinion and went to a food stall with a few friends. No, I'm a billionaire after all. Is this what you chose? Su Ran said in a strange tone. This is already the best food stall nearby. I know you're rich, and I understand your nouveau riche mentality. Okay, next time, take us to a high-end place and spend some money. Lu Jia said earnestly. Chao Cancan suddenly said, Lao Su, why don't you give us some of your money and we will manage it for you? Get lost. I don't need to listen to your calculations. Several people walked into the food stall arm in arm. At this moment, Su Ran paused and suddenly saw a familiar figure. The thin figure still had his hair tied up in a bun as usual, and was now cleaning the dishes on the table with his back to him. By Susu? Chapter 10 Does Auntie have any best friends? Su Ran was very surprised to see Bai Sujin here. Is she working part-time again? What's wrong, Lao Su? Lu Jia's puzzled voice came. Su Ran retracted his gaze and said, it's okay. The three of them ordered a table full of dishes, but Su Ran seemed absent-minded the whole time. He looked up and around from time to time, trying to find the figure, but was slightly disappointed every time. Oh my god. Go check out Tieba, they're having a blast. Chao Cancan was suddenly shocked. Upon hearing this, the two of them quickly logged in. Soon their expressions became interesting, especially Su Ran's. Because all the discussions on the forum were about him. First, the expensive sports car was posted online, and then someone found out that he was the owner of the car, which led to doubts. Then there was talk about him and Lu Ruyan. Put. Lao Su, this guy said you're definitely being kept by a rich woman. Is that true? Lu Jia smiled with a lewd look on his face. Su Ran hesitated for a moment, then said, if you look at it more rigorously, it seems to be true. His mother is the head of the family, and Lao Deng's money is almost all managed by his mother. The key is that Lao Deng enjoys it. But fortunately, my mother dotes on him the most. In this family atmosphere that is gradually favoring girls over boys, Su Ran feels that she is very lucky. Ahem. Auntie, do you have any younger girlfriends? I'm not picky, I just like mature, steady, and charming women. Lu Jia said tactfully. Su Ran glanced at him and said, forget it. Brother Jia, you're probably not suitable for living off a gigolo, but living off a gigolo should be fine. I know a few bosses in Xuancheng and I can introduce you to them. Lu Jia's eyes widened, my dear. The prejudice in people's hearts is a city. Su Ran smiled and lowered her head to eat. After Lu Ruyan affected his appetite, he was now very hungry. He had to admit that the food here was really good. Suddenly, he glanced over and saw Bai Suzhen coming out of the kitchen again. She was holding a basin of water and looked a little tired. The girl's pair of snow-white arms were exposed to the air. She had no muscles and looked very thin. Watching her holding the basin, Su Ran was worried that she might not be able to bear it and fall. "Hey! Are you interested in that girl?" Chao Cancan suddenly spoke, looking at Su Ran with an ambiguous expression. He had caught this guy looking at others several times. Something was wrong. It was absolutely wrong. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia also looked over to join in the fun. When he saw Bai Suzhen's figure, he suddenly showed a hint of surprise. "Ha! Looks familiar, what's going on?" He seemed to have seen that profile somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where it was. Su Ran curled her lips. "What are you talking about?" "She is my employee." "Ah?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jia and Chao Cancan were both stunned. "Why are your employees working as handymen at food stalls?" "Mr. Su, give us an explanation." Su Ran shrugged and said calmly, "I want to know too." Didn't this girl take his words to heart? Didn't he tell her to work in a bar from now on? However, he did not disturb the other party, but said to his friends, "Eat quickly." A few minutes later, several people stood up and left the food stall. Su Ran didn't walk far, but looked at the store from the shade not far away. Sure enough, he saw Bai Suzhen skillfully cleaning up the table where they had just eaten. That simple and serious look is actually very attractive. Although I can't see her face, I can give her a 90 for her figure. Lu Jia touched his chin and commented. Su Ran glanced at him and said coldly, "What are you staring at, kid?" Then he threw the car keys to him. "Go, drive this young master's car back to school." Lu Jia took the key and his eyes lit up. "Understood. I promise to complete the task." Chao Cancan also realized that Su Ran was chasing people away, so she gave him a meaningful smile and then left with Lu Jia. Su Ran squatted down on the spot, staring at Bai Suzhen's busy figure. The girl in the store seemed to sense that someone was looking at her, so she looked around in confusion, but found nothing. That's strange. Bai Suzhen continued to work with her head down. It's the last table, and then her goal for the day is achieved. Her part-time job is paid daily, and she only works 4 hours. Bai Susu walked out of the food stall with an umbrella. Before she had taken a few steps, a voice rang out, "Bai Susu." The girl shuddered, and her expression showed a little panic at first. "Ha? How could someone recognize me?" She looked over with a little confusion, and then found a handsome boy standing with his hands in his pockets under the shade of a tree not far away. "Old boss?" Bai Suzhen was very impressed by the people she knew and recognized Su Ran almost at first reaction. "Oh my god! Why is he here?" In the food stall, she did not recognize Su Ran, because whenever her eyes accidentally swept over him, the latter would subconsciously lower his head and pretend nothing happened. When she saw Su Er at this moment, a hint of guilt appeared in Bai Susu's beautiful eyes, and then she changed direction and quickened her pace. "Can't see me, can't see me." When Su Ran saw Bai Suzhen turn around and leave, his face froze, and then several black lines flashed across his forehead. He lost his composure and quickly chased after him. How could the little white rabbit possibly outrun the big bad wolf? Bai Susu blinked her innocent eyes and looked innocently at Su Ran, who was standing in front of her. She said in a clear voice, "What a coincidence, boss, you are out in the sun too?" Question mark. Su Ran sneered, "Bai Susu, why did you run away when you saw the boss? What are you feeling guilty about?" Bai Susu lowered her head weakly and whispered, "No, I didn't recognize you." Su Ran said calmly, "Did you listen to what I said last time?" Bai Susu asked curiously, "Which sentence?" The girl's personality seems to be weak and simple, and she speaks very nicely, which can subconsciously make people calm down and communicate with her patiently. Su Ran asked, "Didn't I ask you to work at the bar? Why are you here? Job hopping, right?" "Ah. But didn't the boss tell me to go on the weekend? It's Tuesday now." Bai Susu said innocently. She didn't dare look at anyone while she spoke, and could only look down at her little white shoes. Su Ran was a little depressed. "Did you say that yourself?" "I don't understand, I forgot, maybe there is." He glanced at Bai Suzhen. This was the first time he looked at the girl while sober. She was just as tall as his chin, and the mask covered most of her small face, but her skin was so fair that it was impossible to look away. This is a very beautiful girl. Su Ran came to a conclusion immediately. With his aesthetic taste over the years, he wouldn't be wrong. You. Su Ran was about to speak when a strange voice suddenly sounded. Su covered her belly with panic in her eyes and stammered, "I'm sorry." Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "It's just a rumbling stomach, why apologize? Is the little girl so self-deprecating? Follow my elbow." "Ah. I'm hungry. Please eat." "Oh, I'll treat you." "Thanks. P.S. It's a new book, you can read it as a brand new book, it's still full of dog food, hurry up and add it to your bookshelf." Chapter 11 Is there a cell phone in your trouser pocket? Su Ran suggested going to the food stall again because he thought the food there was pretty good. However, Sujin was a little hesitant. After all, she had just worked there part-time, and now she felt embarrassed to go back to eat. "Hey! You still have a mount?" Su Ran saw Susu's electric scooter and spoke in surprise. Her electric scooter is a pink Emma with a mobile phone holder installed on the mirror and a small windmill next to it, which is a perfect girlish style. The car is as cute as she is. Susu hummed softly, and said softly, "Shall we go somewhere else to eat?" Su Ran raised an eyebrow, "Sure, but I don't have a car, you have to give me a ride." "All right." Sujin agreed. "I thought to myself, he gave me a mobile phone as a gift, so it's okay for me to ride in the same car with him, right? Well, just a simple ride." A smile appeared in Su Ran's eyes, and then he walked over and sat astride the back of the electric scooter without any hesitation. He weighed about 150 pounds, and as soon as Susu sat down, both she and the car shook violently. The girl's heart started beating fast and she suddenly felt a little nervous. The boy was less than 20 centimeters away from her. This was the first time she had given a boy a ride at her age. "What are you daydreaming about? Can't you drive?" Su Ran's voice, with a hint of laughter, sounded from behind. "No. I will. Sit tight." Su Ran grabbed the iron bars on both sides of the car mat with both hands and said with a smile, "Okay, move it yourself." Sujin took a deep breath, then she turned the accelerator and the electric scooter started to move slowly. What relieved her was that Su Ran consciously squeezed to the back and did not deliberately stick to her, which made Susu feel a little relieved. The boss is so polite. What she didn't see was that Su Ran was sitting in the back, and although he did lean back deliberately, his eyes were slyly looking at the girl's back. The girl wore a helmet in compliance with traffic rules. The helmet was also very cute. Her hair was scattered on her back. The fragrance was carried into Su Ran's nose by the breeze, making him breathe heavier. "Smells so good." Sujin's scent is different from Lu Ruyan's. When he was dating Lu Ruyan, they often rode in the same car together. The latter's scent was mostly due to perfume, after all, she liked to dress up when going out. But Sujin is different. Her scent is more like shampoo, with a hint of unique fragrance, which is very comfortable to smell. Not only that, Su Ran's gaze moved down and landed on the curve of the girl's back. Is there really such a thin waist? I really want to reach out and hold it, to see if it fits comfortably in my hand. Susu drove very seriously, and when waiting for the traffic light, she asked with concern, "Boss, do you want to sunbathe? I have an umbrella here." Su Ran said calmly, "No, I don't feel anything." "Oh. It's south 35 degrees, I'm sweating from the heat, why does my boss say he doesn't feel anything? He can't be fake, right?" She heard that bosses often have to stay up late for social events, which can easily drain their bodies. "Su Ran?" The traffic light came on, and not long after Susu started driving, a horn honked behind her, followed by an electric motorcycle making an S-shape, overtaking and accelerating continuously. The girl was startled and braked subconsciously. Ga. Su Ran's pupil shrank, and due to inertia he bumped directly into Sujin's back. Hiss. Damn it. Damn electric motorcycle. "Boss, are you okay?" Susu's worried voice rang out. "No. Just keep driving." "Good." The car drove on for a while, and suddenly a girl's voice came from the front, "I'm sorry, boss, it was my sudden brake that caused you to get hit." Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Susu, what kind of apology are you making? I'm the one who should apologize." "Huh? Why?" "Because I bumped into you. Does your back hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Actually, she felt a little pain. The boy's body was too hard. She didn't react to the sudden impact. But after a while, it didn't hurt anymore. I'm in pain, can you lend me your back? Su-ran suddenly said in a mean tone. Bai Susu paused, then nodded, okay, I'm sorry. Su-ran was already smiling in her heart. Why is this girl so cute? It's interesting that there are still such innocent girls in this century. Hey! Boss, do you have your phone in your pocket? What's wrong? That hurt me. Oh, it's a cell phone. Sorry. Su-ran took a deep breath, then moved his butt back to let Su Xiaoran leave the battlefield. Soon, the two arrived at a nearby restaurant. Arrive! Bai Suzhen's cheerful voice sounded, as if the previous incident had not happened. Su-ran glanced at the name of the restaurant, then looked at the scale inside, and nodded slightly. It's okay, quite clean. The proprietress saw a customer coming and came over to greet him. Then she found that it was an acquaintance and was a little surprised. Xiao Bai? Bai Susu's eyes curved into crescents as she said, Boss lady, long time no see. Oh. It's been a long time since we last met. You're in college now, right? The proprietress obviously knew Bai Suzhen and also smiled warmly. Bai Susu responded softly, yeah, school just started. Great. Huh? Is this handsome guy your boyfriend? The proprietress suddenly looked at Su-ran. Hearing this, Bai Susu quickly waved her hands, no, he is my senior, boss lady, please don't misunderstand. The boss lady is also familiar with her mother. If her mother knew that she was having dinner with a boy, she would definitely be scolded. Su-ran glanced at Bai Susu, then smiled and said to the proprietress, hello, sister. My name is Su-ran, and I'm Susu's classmate. I heard from Susu that your food is delicious, and the proprietress is young and beautiful, so I came here to show my support. As soon as these words came out, the proprietress laughed happily. Ah. Su-ran, right? You have such a sweet mouth. You are also very handsome. I think you and Susu are quite a match. Bai Susu? Why is there still something about her? What do you mean young and beautiful? At this time, a chef holding a knife came out of the kitchen and looked at me with a puzzled and unfriendly look. Su-ran. Holy shit. The boss is here too? After sitting down, Su-ran looked at Bai Susu and said, do you come here often? Bai Susu pursed her lips and said, I came here to work during the summer after graduating from high school. I also got to know the boss lady. Her food is really delicious. Su-ran understood. At this time, Bai Susu handed over the menu and said weakly, you can order whatever you want to eat. Su-ran glanced at the menu, then he suddenly looked up at Bai Susu, you won't take off your mask? Because of the hot weather, Bai Susu's mask was soaked with sweat. Although Su-ran also wanted to see what the girl looked like. Bai Susu paused for a moment, then raised her hand and took off the mask. Anyway, I have to pick them for dinner later. When Bai Suzhen's mask fell off, revealing her true appearance, Su-ran opposite her was stunned. My god, is she a relative of Nuwa? Chapter 12 Add 3 spoons of sugar, I like sweet. In this world where cosmetics and beauty products are everywhere, few girls look more beautiful without makeup than with it. But Su-ran saw an exception today. Bai Suzhen's facial features seemed to have been carefully carved by the creator, and every part of them exuded just the right amount of exquisiteness. Her skin was smooth and delicate, with almost no acne marks. Instead, it was fair and rosy, and full of energy. Her brows were like distant mountains with dark black, and the ends were slightly upturned, with a hint of unintentional charm. The ends of her eyes were slightly upturned, and when her eyes moved, they seemed to contain crushed starlight. Her eyelashes were long and thick, and the tip of her nose was small and round, with a hint of playfulness. The contours of her face are a soft oval shape, which, coupled with her fair and delicate skin like porcelain, adds a touch of fragile beauty to her delicate facial features. There is clearly a hint of alluring charm in the corners of her eyes, and her clear eyes make her look pure and lovely. But Yuku Luo's appearance makes her look like a succubus. Even a rich second generation like Su-ran felt moved. He has seen too many beautiful women, but they have one thing in common, 70% of their beauty is highlighted by makeup, and no one looks as stunning as Bai Suzhen without makeup. Including Lu Ruyan. Su-ran suddenly felt that the campus bell of Qingning University should change her owner. Would you please stop staring at me? The girl noticed Su-ran's gaze, and felt shy. She instinctively lowered her head to respond to his gaze. She has been strong and self-deprecating deep down in her heart since she was a child. She can endure any hardship in life, but she never dares to look others in the eye, for fear that strangers will discover the fragility in her eyes. It is still the same now. She and Su Ran are not friends yet, so she instinctively wants to protect herself. Su Ran seemed to realize his own impoliteness and cleared his throat. Sorry, I was shocked by your appearance and lost my focus for a moment. Then he joked, I didn't expect there are such beautiful girls in Qingning University. Bai Su's ears turned red, and she trembled and said, thank you, thank you. Su Ran glanced at her and thought to himself, so cute. Such a simple and beautiful girl, if there is a little more contrast. Hiss. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Strange thoughts popped up in Su Ran's mind again. But he is still very good at pretending, and doesn't want to leave a bad impression on beautiful girls. You, order the food. Bai Su reminded weakly. Ah. If she keeps looking like this, she's going to run away. Oh. Su Ran came back to his senses, then he took the menu and asked very gentlemanly, what do you like to eat? Bai Su was stunned for a moment, then whispered, you decide, I'm fine with anything. What about the stir-fried meat with shredded potatoes? Okay. Never mind. I don't eat potatoes. What about sweet and sour pork ribs? That's it. Add 3 spoonfuls of sugar. I like it sweet. Okay. Let's have some dry pot shrimp. Seafood is more nutritious. Good. Su Ran ordered 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. However, a dry pot shrimp dish cost 130 yuan. With the other dishes, the meal would cost at least 180 yuan. Bai Suzhen looked a little depressed. Are all the boss's meals so good? Oh, I forgot he is the boss. But, my daily food expenses are only 20 yuan, this meal is so expensive. Su Ran noticed her little expression and found it a little funny. The little girl probably feels bad about her wallet. If you put yourself in her shoes, you will feel bad too. However, Su Ran had no intention of letting Bai Suzhen pay for it. The proprietress quickly brought the first dish over. She said with a smile, Xiao Bai, you should eat more and gain some weight. You've become too skinny. Bai Su's face was a little embarrassed, I know. Girls shouldn't eat too much. If they gain weight, they won't look good. Su Ran glanced at her and saw that the clothes were stretched into a very impressive shape. Well, it's better to gain some weight. During the meal, Su Ran reminded him again, you don't need to work part-time everywhere in the future, just come to my bar. Why? Bai Su was stunned and asked in confusion. Su Ran said seriously, think about it. You're only a freshman now, and you're not familiar with the pace of college life. What if you start doing so much work early and fall behind in your studies? Su Ran has to trick Bai Suzhen before she completely adapts to the rhythm of college life. Online, college students seem to prioritize their studies, but in reality, they're just a bunch of slackers. When Bai Su heard Su Ran say this, she actually felt that there was some truth to it. Well, I want to use my spare time to earn some extra money. Bai Suzhen was a little hesitant, as she was reluctant to give up the salary from her part-time job. She only needs to go to Fong Bai's bar on weekends, and she can do 2 more jobs at other times. This way I can save money for my dad's medical treatment faster. Su Ran changed the subject, if you think the salary is not enough, we can discuss it again. This can't be right. I only work 2 days a week, I can't ask for more. Bai Suzhen quickly shook her head and rejected his kindness. The girl is kind at heart and always considers others in everything she does. Su Ran continued to induce, actually, I'm not deliberately helping you. It's just that my friend and I opened a clean-up bar together, and we're short of staff right now. If you get a higher salary, of course you have to work more accordingly. That makes sense, right? And then you can study well at school on weekdays, so it won't affect your studies. How about that? Bai Su's face showed an interested look when she heard this, and then she nodded, then, I'll give it a try. Su Ran smiled with satisfaction. He then picked up a shrimp and put it in the other person's bowl, saying, eat more. You can't leave if you don't finish it. Bai Su's face quickly heated up. He, pick up some food for himself? Wouldn't this be too ambiguous? Bai Suzhen blinked her clear big eyes and secretly glanced at Su Ran when he wasn't paying attention. She found that he didn't seem to realize that anything was wrong and was eating by himself. The girl pursed her lips. Well, am I being too picky? The boss is a good man. Bai Sujin started eating silently. Well, it's the first time I've eaten a meal that costs over 100 yuan, and it's so delicious. Over at the window, the proprietress watched this scene and suddenly felt touched. What a perfect match. I didn't expect Xiao Bai to get so close to a boy. The boss heard this, took a look, and then said, "Don't talk nonsense, they are not from the same world." The proprietress raised an eyebrow. How can you say that? Are you saying that my Xiao Bai is not good enough for that boy? The boss said calmly, not really, but looking at the boy's clothes, his clothes and shoes are all limited editions. His family background is too good. I'm afraid he will hurt Xiao Bai. Oh no. I'm really good at judging people, right? If the woman is strong and the man is weak, it's a bit risky, but if the man is strong and the woman is weak, the chances are still very high. The boss glanced at his wife with a smile in his eyes. Well, you do have good taste. Otherwise, how could you find such an excellent husband like me? Hey hey. Chapter 13 seriously damages your image, Brother Su. Burp. Su Ran put down his chopsticks, a slightly uncomfortable expression appearing on his face. What's wrong with you? Bai Susu looked at him puzzledly. This food is delicious, isn't it? Doesn't he like it? Su Ran waved his hand. I'm full, you can eat. He had already eaten a lot when he had dinner with his two roommates, and now he really couldn't eat anymore. Bai Susu glanced at the dishes on the table and looked a little depressed. There are still many left. She doesn't have a big appetite and is now 7/10 full. Although she tried her best to finish the food, she couldn't eat it anymore. Bai Susu blinked her big eyes at Su Ran and said eagerly, I'm full too. Su Ran stared at her little expression and swallowed secretly. Girl, I think you are teasing me on purpose. Su Ran lowered his head, cleared his throat, and said, well, if you can't finish it, just pack it up. He stood up and walked towards the cashier. Bai Sujin obviously realized something and hurriedly followed. Boss, how much is it? Su Ran took out his cell phone. The proprietress was about to speak when she suddenly caught sight of Bai Susu behind Su Ran, who had also hurriedly taken out her phone. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The total is 178, round off the zero, 170 will be fine. When Bai Susu heard the price, her heart ached. Wow! That's a lot of money flying away. But she still pulled Su Ran's sleeve and whispered, Boss, I promise to treat you. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. It's your treat, you treat, I pay, it's reasonable, right? Ah. A look of confusion appeared on the girl's pretty face. Is there such a saying? Ha ha. Your classmate is right, Xiao Bai. Since your boss wants to pay, let him do it. He's a boy after all. The proprietress said with a smile. Su Ran raised his eyebrows, then scanned the code and paid without hesitation. Then he walked to the beverage cabinet and skillfully took out a bottle of drink. Madam, the change I just gave you is worth a bottle of water, right? Thank you. The proprietress. I suspect you did it on purpose. What a vengeful person. Su Ran smiled complacently. As for packing up, what a joke. Young Master Su really needs to pack up his meals? So he left the restaurant with Bai Susu. The latter walked behind with his head down, thinking about something in his mind. Suddenly, his head hit a hard object. Ah! Bai Sujin covered her head with her hands, pouted her lips, looked up in confusion, and saw Su Ran looking down at her condescendingly. Su Ran laughed unhappily and said, Bai Susu, are you stupid? Why are you walking with your head down? Are you going to walk down the path of the king of hell? Bai Susu's neck shrank and she apologized instinctively. Yes, I'm sorry. Su Ran, sorry for what? I hurt you. The girl said weakly. Su Ran was stunned when he heard this, and then rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Why is there such a silly girl? Why are you hurting yourself? You're the one who got hurt, aren't you? However, facing this incredibly beautiful girl, Su Ran couldn't get angry. He asked faintly, what are you thinking about? Bai Susu looked at him innocently with her big eyes. 170 divided by 2 equals 85. Can I transfer 100 yuan to you? After all, Su Ran didn't eat much just now, and she was the one who ate most of it. Su Ran laughed. What the hell? I said it's my treat. Don't make it a big deal, okay? At worst, I can treat you back next time when you have money. Hearing this, Susu thought about it seriously, then nodded. Okay, then I'll treat you to a meal next time, and I'll pay for it. Su Ran smiled brightly. Okay. It's settled. Emma, why does it feel like I'm trying to trick a child? But it's still quite fun. Sujin really took this matter to heart. Here, this milk is for you. Su Ran suddenly handed her a bottle of Nutri Express. It was the drink I got in exchange for the change. Just as Sujin was about to refuse, Su Ran stuffed the gift into her hand. Are you going back to school or home? Su Ran suddenly asked. Susu said softly, I'm going back to school. Okay, it's on my way, you can give me a ride. Su Ran consciously got on Susu's small electric scooter. He was about 1.8 meters tall and could put both feet flat on the ground. To him, the small electric scooter was like a big toy. For some reason, when she saw this scene, Susu wanted to laugh, and a corner of her small tender lips quietly lifted up. What are you doing? Come sit here and drive. Su Ran urged. Oh. Sujin hurried over. On the way back, the two of them got closer to each other, and Su Ran also took the initiative to chat with her. Remember, go to work on weekends. Good. By the way, I haven't told you how much the salary is. You work 2 days on the weekend, 8 hours a day, so I'll give you 400 yuan a day. Ga. The electric scooter braked again unexpectedly, and Su Ran was also hit unexpectedly. So soft. So fragrant. However, Su Ran still likes such collisions. Susu didn't care that the two of them were close together, and asked in shock, Mr. Duo, Mr. Duo? Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Don't you think it's too little? He almost leaned close to the girl's ear and opened his mouth. The hot air he blew made Sujin feel embarrassed, and her ears quickly turned red and warm. No. It's just too much. There were so many things that she was caught off guard. 400 a day, there are 4 weeks in a month, so that means 3,200 a month? Oh my god. She has never earned so much money in a month. Is this really a legitimate bar? A lot? Not at all. Our bar is considered a mid to high-end consumption place, so the normal salary is about this much. And you not only have to do cleaning, but also help serve tea and water during busy times. Su Ran explained seriously. Upon hearing this, Sujin was still skeptical. By the way, since you still owe me a cell phone, I'll deduct 1 day's salary from your wages every month until you pay me back. Any objections? Su Ran suddenly spoke. No. Sujin accepted it with pleasure. This was such a surprise for her. With a monthly salary of nearly 3,000 yuan, she can save at least half of it. This way, her father's debt can be paid off quickly. Very good, then it's settled. Drive, or else we'll be doomed if you get hit. Sujin reacted and realized that they were actually stopped at a T-junction. She felt a little embarrassed and playfully stuck out her tongue under her mask. Su Ran sat in the back and soon began to arch her, but consciously. Su Xiaoran is too dishonest and has seriously damaged your image, brother Su. Su Xiaoran? Soon, we arrived at the gate of Qingning University. Parking is not allowed inside the school, so I can only park my car outside. Susu said. Su Ran nodded, then thought to himself, it's okay, it will stop in a few days. How much does it cost to get a pass? Chapter 14 Let us live together. The next morning, Su Ran was woken up by the alarm clock. They have classes at 8 in the morning. Su Ran sat on the bed in a daze with a messy head, forcing the computer to turn on. He subconsciously picked up the phone and wanted to do something, but suddenly realized what was going on and shook his head with a smile. After breaking up with Lu Ruyan, he slept better and better every day. Even when I was sleepy, I subconsciously wanted to send her a good morning message. Now Lu Ruyan's WeChat is on his blacklist. The two roommates also got up. Lu Jia was wearing a pair of light yellow shorts. The tent was tilted high, and there was a mark on the bull's eye. This guy went to the toilet with a new pair of shorts. Su Ran was no longer surprised by this scene. It is normal for a hot-blooded man to be full of energy, and it is also reasonable for him to run a horse. That bastard must have secretly watched a movie without telling us last night. Chao Kankan scolded with a smile. Su Ran nodded, that makes sense. Suddenly his face changed, oh no. Brother Jia went to the bathroom and he can't come out for half an hour. As he said this, Gaia landed on the ground and quickly went to occupy a pit. Chow Can. One of these two is the poor yellow shit king, and the other is Gaia Benya, right? At 7:50, the three of them tidied themselves up and went downstairs. When passing by the dormitory manager's dormitory, Chow Can happily went to say hello to her future mother-in-law. "This is the breakfast Xiaorui prepared for you. Let me give it to you." The dormitory manager handed Chow Can breakfast in an exquisite bag. The latter's face was so big that it looked like a chrysanthemum. "Thank you, Auntie." Seeing this scene, Su Ran and Lu Jia both felt a little jealous. Damn it! Why are there single people in our dormitory? Outliers should be kicked out of the dormitory and made to sleep in the corridor. Second. Chow Can shook his head, with an expression as lonely as snow. "There's nothing I can do, my buddy's wife is so loving." Su Ran and Lu Jia. The two of them had no loving breakfast, so they could only go to the cafeteria to buy some buns and soy milk to make do. Su Ran bit into the hard-to-swallow steamed bun and felt a little depressed. "It seems that I have to ask someone to prepare breakfast for me in advance from now on." Lu Jia immediately agreed. "Godfather, it's reasonable for you to take a portion for me, right?" Chow Can's eyes lit up. "I haven't had a high-quality nutritious breakfast yet." +1. Su Ran ignored Chow Can and patted Lu Jia on the shoulder. "Brother Jia, what do you like for breakfast? I'll ask a beautiful girl to be your nanny and make breakfast for you myself. I can make it for you for breakfast." Lu Jia's eyes lit up. He. "That's great. I like this, ahem, I just like to eat breakfast, you know." Chow Can, hey. I can do it too, let's go through it together." Su Ran, "Brother Jia, you are worthy of being me. Can a man do this?" Lu Jia, "Get lost. The prejudice in people's hearts is just one Chengdu." Chow Can. "The prejudice in people's hearts is really like a mountain, isn't it?" Boom! A loud roar was heard in the campus in the morning, and the students passing by looked sideways in shock. A Porsche sports car. It's actually the one from the forum. Is it really the young master? The guy in the car is so handsome, he's a perfect match for me. You mean the car? Wow! Who has his WeChat? I want to be friends with him. I don't know if he likes men. Nobody, you're really hungry. In the sports car, Lu Jia and Chow Can squeezed together, feeling a little embarrassed, but when they felt the envious eyes from all around, they immediately felt it was worth it. TSK, how honorable. Bring on the fun, buddy. Su Ran's expression was calm. He was now gradually becoming a rich second generation. Coincidentally, their classroom was on the first floor, so many classmates recognized them. As soon as Su Ran entered the classroom, he immediately became the focus of the class. A boy rolled up a book and held it out to Su Ran as a microphone. "Dear Mr. Su, how does it feel to suddenly become a millionaire?" Su Ran said calmly, "Correction, it's not a million, it's 100 million. Everyone. Suddenly I don't recognize the word billion anymore. How much does that cost? You can't spend it all in a lifetime." Student Su Ran, "I'm currently taking the level 3 computer certificate exam. I have some questions. Can I ask you?" A JK girl said shyly. "Brother Su Ran, it's my birthday next week. Can I invite you? I have several friends, and you're the only boy." Su Ranba, "Are you short of a lover? I don't want to try anymore." Everyone was a little speechless. No, is it that serious? Aren't they just the second generation of rich people? They are also the second generation of negative people. Why not look at them? However, Su Ran's identity change made him extremely popular in the class. Of course, it is popular among girls. He drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. If something happens to him, wouldn't that mean I'll have saved 20 years of hard work? Most of the boys are jealous. It's bad enough that this guy is more handsome than them, but he is also richer than them. However, Su Ran was also very generous and directly offered to treat everyone to a meal at a high-end restaurant. It immediately won the favor of many people. "Dad, are you still in need of a son? I don't think women are necessarily more careful than us men. Let's live together." Hiss. That makes sense. Let's go through this together. The four of us. After the bell rang, everyone calmed down. The teacher entered the classroom and started the class after online sign-in. By the way, I have a question. Did any of our classmates participate in the school's two-player computer competition? The teacher suddenly asked. Then several people raised their hands. This includes Su Ran. He also signed up, and the reason for that was very simple. Lu Ruyan had asked him to sign up, saying that it would allow him to accumulate more awards in college, which would be useful when he entered society. Su Ran thought it made sense, so he signed up. His partner was Lu Jia. The teacher motioned for everyone to lower their hands, then said, "The competition will begin on Friday. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me privately. If I can help everyone get the best possible ranking, it will be of great significance. Teacher, if nothing unexpected happens, our class will definitely win this competition." That's right, Sushin is here. He's the best in our major. Everyone laughed and said. Sushin is naturally Su Ran. His computer foundation is also very terrifying. His professional course scores have been ranked first in the school for 2 consecutive semesters. The teacher chuckled, "Student Su Ran is amazing, but can't you guys think about surpassing him?" "Forget it, I'd better work hard to win the chicken, this is easier than surpassing Sushin." A boy from the community said this. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Ran raised his eyebrows, but he was not humble about it. With such strength, he couldn't keep a low profile. At this moment, the mobile phone in the drawer vibrated and a message popped up. Su Ran, come quickly, something happened to Yen Yen. Chapter 15 Emperor Ruyan regrets it? In the bar. Yang Feifei persuaded the girl in front of her with a headache, "Yen Yen, don't drink anymore, you've vomited several times." Lu Ruyan was sitting at the wine table, wearing a black long dress with 2 layers of tulle. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible under the light, and her exquisite makeup revealed a mature and charming temperament. Her eyes were slightly dazed, and she drank without any advice. The wine overflowed from the corners of her mouth and dripped onto her delicate collarbone. Even Yang Feifei couldn't help swallowing when she saw it. This woman is even attracted to the same sex. Su Ran hasn't come yet? Lu Ruyan looked at her best friend in a daze. Yang Feifei said depressedly, "I called him but he didn't answer. I sent him a message but he didn't reply either." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was overwhelmed with sadness and poured herself another glass. "Boss. 5 more bottles." The guy at the bar glanced over here, then gestured to a delicate figure, "Xiaobai, bring 5 bottles of beer to that customer." Hearing this, the girl quickly said, "Okay." She put 5 bottles of beer on the tray and walked towards Lu Ruyan. The girl was by Sujin. It was not the weekend yet, but she appeared here because she felt bad because Boss Su gave her too much. She comes to help whenever she wants. This will alleviate some of the guilt in my heart. Bai Sujin casually tied her hair into a ponytail, wore a pink mask, and wore a uniform specially made for the bar. "Hello, ma'am, here are the 5 beers you requested." Hearing this delicate voice, Lu Ruyan sobered up a little and looked at her in surprise. However, the other person was wearing a mask and his face could not be seen clearly. This girl's voice is a bit milky. Different from myself. Girls are like this, they will subconsciously compare themselves with other girls. When I came to my senses, Bai Sujin had already walked away. She is a freshman, how could she possibly know the campus beauty of Qingning University? Yen Yen, that girl has a great figure. Yang Feifei suddenly changed the topic. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan curled her lips, "That's just the way it is. She's not even as tall as me." She felt a little unhappy when she heard her best friend praising other girls. Yang Feifei did not refute, but although Bai Sujin did not show her face, she always had a charm that attracted her invisibly. Yang Feifei smiled. Maybe it was because there were too many beauties around her. Every day was so pleasing to the eyes. She always had an irresistible perception of beauties. This bar seems to be a bit quiet. Will Su Ran lose money? Yang Feifei continued. When Lu Ruyan mentioned this, she became furious. Humph. I told him back then not to open a place like a bar. It's not profitable. It would be better to open a cake and dessert shop in the university. Yang Feifei said with a sigh, but the rent at school is incredibly expensive. It's all auctioned off, and the highest bidder wins. You can't let Su Ran spend all his savings just to buy a place you don't know, right? Lu Ruyan frowned. Savings? Ha, he's a rich second generation now. That little bit of money is nothing to him. Yang Feifei was silent. After the news that Su Ran was a rich second generation spread in the school, many people tried to dig up his identity. There is also a lot of information on the internet now, and it is unknown which one is true and which one is false. Fei Fei, do you think he will still be with me now? Lu Ruyan suddenly asked. Well, sister, how should I answer you? Weren't you the one who cheated first? Now that Su Ran is suddenly rich, you want to get back together? This calculation is deafening to me. I don't care about his money. We were admitted to Qingning University together and have been together for so long. I know how good he is to me. He is gentle and knows how to take care of others. He has never let me suffer and always goes my way. I regret it now, Fei Fei. Xiao Ji is not as good as Su Ran in other aspects except that he is richer than Su Ran. I want to get him back. Young Fei Fei looked at Lu Ruyan, who seemed to be talking drunkenly, and sighed softly. It's probably too late to regret now. If you didn't endure hardships with him, why should you enjoy wealth and glory with him? Moreover, you betrayed his feelings when he loved you so much. Yan Yan, it's too late. As an outsider, Yang Feifei actually saw it very clearly. The probability of Su Ran and Lu Ruyan getting back together is comparable to Mars hitting the Earth. Fei Fei, can you help me? Lu Ruyan grabbed her best friend's hand as if asking for help. Yang Feifei's expression changed, and she advised, Yan Yan, I think you deserve better. You are so beautiful, with a good figure, and you are the campus belle of Qingning University. There must be countless people pursuing you. Why do you have to hang on to Su Ran? She also couldn't bear to see her best friend banging her head against the wall. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, No. You don't understand. Su Ran treats me very well. I will never meet a boy who treats me better than him. After she finished speaking, tears suddenly flowed down her face. Blame me for being too realistic, and being obsessed with money for a while. Woo, Su Ran, he's such a bastard. Why didn't you tell me earlier that he was a rich second generation? Why did he treat me like this? Yang Fei Fei. In the final analysis, Su Ran really loves you, but you prefer money a little bit. Not far away, the young man at the bar was watching this scene with great interest, a sneer on his face. Then he glanced at Bai Susu, who was helping to wipe the wineglass, and said, Hey. Xiao Bai, let's chat. Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head slightly. I'm working. She was not good at chatting with others, especially when the person was a boy, so Bai Sujin was instinctively nervous. But it seems that she is not nervous when chatting with her boss. That's strange. The bartender didn't care whether she listened or not, he just wanted to complain. Oh. Look at that girl over there, the one pouring the drinks, she's the campus beauty of your university, Lu Ruyan. Bai Susu glanced in the direction of Lu Ruyan, then looked away and continued working. But I thought to myself, so she is the school belle, she is so beautiful. The bartender chatted, Oh, by the way, there's another big news that you should be interested in. This school beauty is your boss's ex-girlfriend. Bai Susu froze for a moment, then blinked her big eyes curiously. Huh? It is the instinct of Chinese people to eat melons, let alone when it is about the boss. Bai Susu immediately became interested. She didn't know why, but when she heard that the other party was her boss's girlfriend, she became more curious and wanted to listen more. The image of Su Ran and Lu Ruyan standing together appeared in my mind. They were both talented and beautiful, and they seemed to be a perfect match. But why do I have such a weird feeling? Something is wrong. Is it because I didn't eat? Then, why did they break up? Bai Sujin plucked up her courage and asked a question to a stranger for the first time. Chapter 16 Fooling the Innocent by Susu. Faced with the girl's eager eyes, the bartender's face turned red. This look is so innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Ahem, let me tell you. After Su Ran walked into the bar, he looked towards the cocktail counter at first sight. When he saw Bai Sujin's figure, he was stunned. Why is she here too? However, when he saw the bartender talking and laughing with her, a gleam of light flashed across Su Ran's eyes, and then he walked over. TSK. Do you understand? If you ask me, Su Ran is in such a bad situation. He's been labeled at such a young age. TSK, it's a disgrace to the Su family. Are you free? Su Ran spoke with a dark face, his voice like ice chips. The bartender shuddered subconsciously, his face changed, and when he realized it was Su, he immediately showed an awkward smile. Old Su, you're here. Being caught on the spot by the person involved, Bai Suzhen immediately lowered her head and pretended to be busy wiping here and touching there with her hands. Can't see me, can't see me. Su Ran said expressionlessly, what are you doing? The bartender cleared his throat and said, well, Xiao Bai just got here, I want to teach her a few things. Su Ran sneered, do you think I'm deaf? Lin Zifeng. I think you're going to get yourself killed. I'll hold this month's salary and pay it next month. No. I rely on these few $1,000s to make a living. You, an unscrupulous boss, will be punished by God. Lin Zifeng glared at him with resentment. Su Ran sneered, I don't believe that you, young Master Lin, can't survive without a few $1,000s. Lin Zifeng shrugged, you know me, I'm different from you. Your father didn't let you go completely, but my husband Deng is completely deductible and can't deduct anymore. I still owe 80,000 yuan on Huabei. Bai Suzhen opened her mouth under the mask. Oh, 80,000 yuan on Huabei? What a huge number this is. I seem to have heard some incredible gossip. What should I do? Should I run away? Waiting online. Su Ran sneered, just work hard. If I find out you've embezzled public funds, I'll put you in jail for life. Go, make me a drink for when I'm in a good mood. Su Ran waved his hand. Bartender. Then Su Ran's gaze fell on Bai Susu. The girl's body suddenly tensed up and she looked a little panicked. Boss. I know I was wrong. I won't discuss you again next time. Can you please not deduct my salary? Su Ran looked at her coldly, why are you here? Bai Susu was startled, huh? What day is it today? Thursday. The girl said weakly, I just have nothing to do at school, so I want to come over and help. She simply felt uneasy about receiving such a high salary. Hearing this, Su Ran said calmly, okay, your salary for today will be calculated separately. No. Boss, you've already given me a lot. I don't want it anymore. Bai Suzhen's voice became weaker and weaker. Su Ran smiled and said, Bai Susu, are you stupid? Someone offered you money and you refused it? Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Mom said that you should earn as much money as you can, and you shouldn't take advantage of others. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, I'm your boss and I have a lot of money, I'm happy to do it. Bai Susu. The little fists suddenly tightened. Damn capitalists. Su Ran suddenly glanced at the bartender, then casually asked, what bad things did he say to you about me just now? Bai Susu quickly shook her head, no. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, really? Bai Suzhen lowered her head slightly and didn't dare to speak. Su Ran suddenly warned him earnestly, you should talk less to him in the future. Unless it's necessary for work, stay away from him. Hearing this, Bai Susu's eyes showed confusion, why? Su Ran said seriously, he got addicted to gambling and was in debt. If I hadn't taken him in, he would have been hacked to death outside. Bai Suzhen was completely stunned. Is this real? Is it really that exaggerated? Su Ran said sternly, don't disbelieve me. He had a wife before, but she ran away abroad. Besides, this guy specializes in abducting beautiful girls and introducing them to his creditors. You can figure out the rest yourself. For your own safety, Bai Susu, you must protect yourself. Bai Suzhen looked a little flustered. She glanced at the bartender. He looked like a gentle and elegant gentleman, but she didn't expect that he was actually a gambler. For some reason, Bai Susu subconsciously believed Su Ran's words. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Zifeng changed. What should I do if I want to call the police? Seeing that the girl was frightened by him, Su Ran immediately smiled with satisfaction. The bartender shuddered subconsciously, then muttered to himself, why is it so weird? He looked at Su Ran and Bai Susu, and they immediately put on innocent expressions. Lin Zifeng, are you pretending to be me, you idiot? Su Ran ignored him and looked at Bai Susu, saying, do you know that Lu Ruyan is my girlfriend? Bai Susu nodded gently, I just found out. Su Ran forced a smile, ex-girlfriend, I was indeed cheated on by her. The girl blinked and didn't dare to answer. After all, this is someone else's privacy, and she won't interfere. Here, your good mood wine is ready. Lin Zifeng pushed a glass of wine in front of him. Su Ran took a look and said with a smile, you kid, you didn't secretly add any ingredients, did you? Lin Zifeng said unhappily, of course. I added 2 spoonfuls of arsenic, so you won't die if you drink it. Su Ran smiled faintly. Arsenic, I quite like to eat it. Question mark. Lin Zifeng's expression was calm. The arsenic is fake, but the expired milk is real. Puff. Su Ran sprayed a mouthful of wine onto Lin Zifeng's face. Su Ran. Your mother. Su Ran choked and started coughing. Seeing this, Bai Suzhen, who was standing by, quickly took out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. Su Ran was stunned for a moment and met her innocent and clear eyes. Bai Susu lowered her head slightly. For you. Su Ran chuckled. Classmate Bai Susu, you are such a good person. He took the tissue and wiped his mouth. I don't know if it's an illusion, but there is a strong fragrance on this tissue. Su Ran took a deep breath and breathed a burst of top-level lung energy. Bai Suzhen looked at him innocently, not understanding what was going on. What's wrong with him? Su Ran said calmly, look, this guy is not a good person. Lin Zifeng? Bai Suzhen glanced at Lin Zifeng and pondered in her heart. After Lin Zifeng wiped off the stains on his body, he looked at Su Ran with a dark face. The wine I mixed myself is very expensive and you threw up. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. It's hard to find a high price? Come on, name the price, and I'll buy you a lifetime. Lin Zifeng. Is it great to be rich? With a cold snort, he suddenly pointed in Lu Ruyan's direction and asked, what are you going to do with her? Su Ran took a look and said calmly, let her drink it. Then put it on your account? Remember the hell. Whoever wants to drink should go find him. Chapter 17. We are innocent. Su Ran just watched Lu Ruyan pour him wine quietly, his face showing no emotion at all. In a relationship, if the other party is unfaithful once, you should never use him or again. He has done his best for Lu Ruyan. Perhaps sensing something, Lu Ruyan, who was drinking, suddenly turned her head and looked over. Su Ran. Spider sense, right? When she saw Su Heir, Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she quickly stood up and stumbled towards him. Yang Feifei also saw this scene and hurried to follow. That guy came without saying a word. Su Ran. Lu Ruyan stood in front of Su Ran, looking at him pitifully. Plus, she had just cried and her eyes were as red as a rabbit. I felt pity for her at this moment, and few boys could not feel sorry for her. However, Su Ran had no expression on his face. Pay the bill? Lu Ruyan's face froze, as if she couldn't keep up with his pace. Aren't you coming to see me? Su Ran sneered. How arrogant are you? What the hell do I want with you? Lu Ruyan bit her lip. Then why are you here? Nonsense. This is my fucking bar. I can't come? Su Ran said unhappily. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, feeling extremely aggrieved. Su Ran, why do you treat me like this? Su Ran waved his hand and said, all right Lu Ruyan, stop acting like a victim in front of me. Your pretentiousness makes me sick. Do you regret it now? What the hell were you doing before? Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears as big as beans rolled down. She was already pretty, and she looked even more beautiful when she cried. Hey! Why are you crying? If someone doesn't know, they would think we did something to you. Su Ran was speechless. Then he looked at Yang Feifei and said, have you finished drinking? If you have, send her back. Yang Feifei hesitated for a moment, then said, Su Ran, Yan drank quite a bit. It's not safe for the two of us to go back. Why don't you give her a ride? Lu Ruyan looked at Su Ran eagerly. Not far away, Bai Susu and Lin Zifeng pricked up their ears. The girl couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruyan, thinking to herself, she is so pitiful. If I were a boy, I would give it to her too, right? Give me a few. Su Ran angrily scolded, why did you drink so much alcohol just because you were worried about safety? Just call that Xiao Ji and ask him to send it off. I'm busy. Do you really think he is a sentimental man? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale immediately. Su Ran. It's not what you think. Xiao Ji and I are just ordinary friends. Can you please forgive me? The one I love is you. As she spoke, she shook her body and pounced towards Su Ran. Which boy can resist such a beautiful girl? So Su Ran tactically moved away. Bang! Lu Ruyan lost her balance and fell to the ground with a scream. Lu Ruyan. Everyone. This. Yang Feifei's face was full of black lines. Su Ran, this is not good, right? Su Ran's eyes were cold. Yang Feifei, do you think I'm wrong? This. Yang Feifei hesitated for a moment. In fact, Su Ran was not wrong. It was indeed Lu Ruyan who betrayed first. But she couldn't bear to see her best friend being so humble. He hurried over and helped Lu Ruyan up. Yen Yen, let's go. Lu Ruyan burst into tears. No. I won't leave. Su Ran, I was wrong. I shouldn't be greedy for fame and fortune. I just made a mistake that every woman would make. Su Ran was stunned. Holy shit. This is such an outrageous statement. Why on earth did he love her so much in the past? Yang Feifei couldn't stand it any longer and pulled her out. Go back. If she stayed any longer, she would lose face. Damn it. I need to find a way to get away from this mystery. Lu Ruyan was dragged away unwillingly. Peace returned to the bar. Those who were watching the show looked unsatisfied. They didn't expect that they could get such exciting news just by having a drink. It was totally worth it. You must become a member and come often. Su Ran stared blankly at the door, a little dazed. Still watching? Can't bear to let go? Lin Zifeng's asking for a beating voice rang out. Bai Suzhen looked at Su Ran. Su Ran looked away, a look of heartache on her face. Damn it. I forgot to let her pay the bill. Lin Zifeng. Bai Susu. After this little episode, Su Ran and Lin Zifeng sat at the bar and drank some wine. Have you really let it go? Lin Zifeng asked tentatively. After all, it's first love, how can there be no feelings? Su Ran sneered. What's there to let go of? If it were you, what would you do if your partner cheated on you? Lin Zifeng thought about it, then said, I buried her and her boyfriend together. Su Ran looked at him in shock. Dude, you're tougher than me. Oh no. It's not worth it. Who are you, Su Ran? Are you still short of women? Just throw some rice and there will be plenty of beautiful women coming to you. Su Ran's face was full of black lines. That's fucking cluck. Lin Zifeng's eyes lit up and he said, you reminded me. Let's go to the club for a massage. As he said this, he winked at Su Ran in a lewd manner. Su Ran's expression changed and he was about to speak. At this moment, a weak voice came from the side. That kind of place is not good. Su Ran turned his head and found that Bai Susu was passing by, looking at him timidly. Su Ran grinned. Classmate Bai Susu, are you concerned about me? Bai Suzhen thought about it and then nodded slightly. In her opinion, Su Ran is a good person and she doesn't want him to go to those bad places. In her impression, all places involving massage and clubs are bad. On the side, Lin Zifeng, who saw the scene, seemed to have discovered a new world. He looked back and forth between Su Ran and Bai Susu, as if he had discovered something incredible. Bull, bull, bull. I was wondering why Lao Su made an exception to recruit that girl. Turns out he wanted to flirt with her. This is so lifelike. Su Ran nodded seriously and said, don't worry, we were just joking. I haven't been to those places, and I won't be led astray by some people with bad intentions. Lin Zifeng? Bad intentions? Me? After hearing this, Bai Suzhen finally felt relieved. The little mouth under the mask slightly raised a curve, and she felt inexplicably happy. Looking at Bai Susu's departing figure, Lin Zifeng sighed, I didn't expect you to like this. What the hell are you talking about? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Lin Zifeng sneered, are you still pretending? You arranged for this girl to come in and gave her such a high salary, isn't it because you are interested in her? Su Ran said calmly, I didn't, don't guess. Lin Zifeng said darkly, our bar hasn't even made back its investment yet, and you're doing this? No one would believe it. Su Ran's eyes fell on Bai Susu's busy figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Believe it or not, we are innocent. Chapter 18 We are friends. The night is like a piece of velvet stained with ink. The street lamps light up one by one, stretching the shadows of pedestrians very long, and the evening breeze slowly cools down with the remaining warmth of the day. Are you hungry? On the street, Su Ran looked at the girl next to him and asked. No, I'm not hungry. Bai Suzhen said weakly. She had already finished get off work, but her boss insisted on taking her back to school, saying the road was unsafe. Bai Suzhen had no choice but to agree. She always felt that it was weird to stay with the boss, but she couldn't tell what was weird. Su Ran touched his stomach and said, I didn't eat. Hearing this, Bai Susu hesitated for a moment and said, how about you go get some midnight snack and I can go back by myself? She is such a grown-up, how could she be in danger? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Let's go together. I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you for coming to the bar to help today. Hearing this, Bai Susu said weakly, this is my job. Su Ran curled her lips and said, from now on, you'd better not work except on weekends. I will hire someone else then. All right. Bai Sujin nodded. Su Ran glanced at her and suddenly said, your mask is a little dirty. Are you drooling? Ah. Hearing this, Bai Susu was startled and quickly took off her mask. No. I'm sorry. Looking at that stunning face that appeared before him again, a smile appeared in Su Ran's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Classmate Bai Susu, you are so beautiful, why do you cover your face? Bai Susu lowered her head slightly and said softly, I'm not very pretty either. Su Ran secretly complained, this is not beautiful? How can other girls live with you? Bai Sujin has no idea how lethal her charm is to a boy. If her true appearance gets out in school one day, it will probably cause a sensation in the whole school. Do you have any friends? Su Ran suddenly asked. Bai Sujin thought about it and nodded slightly. Some. Male or female? It's a girl. Su Ran was relieved. He looked at the night snack stall not far away and said, let's go. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. After saying that, he walked over on his own without waiting for Bai Sujin's consent. Bai Susu. I haven't agreed yet. Bai Sujin pursed her lips, stood there for a few seconds, and finally followed happily. There were still quite a lot of people at the late-night snack stall. After Bai Susu sat down, she clearly felt everyone's eyes were directed towards her. Feeling shy, I lowered my head in embarrassment. Boss, I'm not hungry. You're hungry. Su Ran said seriously, then he glanced at the eyes around him and said, sit next to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin sat down obediently. The chairs they were sitting on were three-person benches. After Bai Susu sat down, she deliberately kept a distance of one body length from Su Ran. Although it was a bit embarrassing to sit on the same chair with Su Ran, it was much better than facing those gazes. After the seafood porridge was served, Su Ran served her a bowl and carefully prepared disposable chopsticks and a spoon. Eat it. Bai Susu watched him prepare everything, blinked her big eyes, and said softly, thank you. This was the first time she was taken care of like this by a boy. Su Ran smiled and said, come and try it. This is my first time having a midnight snack here. Bai Sujin nodded, then scooped up a spoonful of porridge with a plastic spoon, pouting her pink little mouth and blowing gently. When Su Ran saw this scene, he couldn't help swallowing. What would it feel like to be kissed? Su Ran shook his head and cursed himself in his heart, what a fucking pervert. Bai Sujin's attention was all on the porridge at this time. After blowing it almost enough, she put it into her mouth. The girl chewed for a moment and then fell silent. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, how is it? Bai Susu pursed her lips and nodded gently, not bad. Su Ran was surprised, you mean, you've ever had porridge that tastes better than this? Bai Sujin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I can cook porridge too. Su Ran's eyes lit up, really? When will I have a chance to see Bai Susu's cooking skills? Bai Susu looked at him in surprise, do you like porridge? Su Ran nodded, yeah, it's okay. Bai Susu seemed to have made up her mind and nodded, then I'll make it for you next time, okay? The boss is so nice to her, so what's wrong with making porridge for him? Su Ran chuckled and said, then you must keep your word. By the way, we are friends now, right? Bai Susu exclaimed, and then her face flushed a little, are we friends? Isn't it the relationship between boss and employee, senior and junior? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, are you unhappy? Bai Susu quickly shook her head, no, I do. The curve of Su Ran's mouth could no longer be suppressed. This little girl is so cute, I really want to get my hands on her and pinch her face. After eating and drinking, Bai Sujin suddenly rushed to pay the bill. Su Ran was surprised, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that he would treat us? Bai Susu pinched the corner of her clothes and said weakly, you treat me, I'll pay. When Su Ran heard this, she burst into laughter, are you imitating me? The corners of Bai Sujin's mouth curled up, but she quickly forced it down, feeling a little proud in her heart. He. I am such a clever little ghost. I'll give you money, eh? Su Ran just heard the transfer notification. This porridge cost nearly 50 yuan. Bai Sujin worked so hard part-time, 50 yuan is a considerable expense for her. Won't this little girl be unable to sleep all night when she goes back? Upon hearing this, Bai Susu quickly held his arm and said softly, "No need. It didn't cost much, didn't you say we were friends?" Su Ran glanced at the little hand she was holding and nodded, "Okay, we are friends." Bai Sujin finally breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly realized that her behavior was a bit ambiguous. She immediately lowered her head shyly and withdrew her hand calmly. Oh my! What on earth am I doing? When did she become so brave? Su Ran laughed softly, "If you lower your head any lower, you'll be able to burrow into the ground, Sister Ostrich." When Bai Susu heard this, she immediately gave him a charming look and said, "Don't give me nicknames like that." When Su Ran saw the charm of the girl, he suddenly felt as if an electric current ran through his body, and an unprecedented feeling emerged in his heart. He suddenly remembered a word from the novel Naturally Charming Body. There is a charm in the invisible. If you adjust it a little bit, hiss. What's the matter with you? Bai Sujin tilted her head and looked at him curiously. Su Ran came back to his senses and cleared his throat a few times. "Well, it's okay, I'll take you home." Good. Chapter 19 in Yao. After saying goodbye to Su, Bai Sujin returned to the dormitory. The lights in the dormitory were still on, and my roommates were busy with their own things. Some were video chatting with their partners, some were lying on the bed watching videos, and some were playing games. Bai Sujin moved very quietly, not disturbing anyone, and changed her shoes silently. "Susu, are you back?" A head popped out from behind the bed curtains and greeted her. Bai Susu smiled faintly, "Yeah. The girl's name is Yao. She has short hair that reaches her shoulders, which matches her palm-sized face very well. She is also very beautiful, with fair skin with a hint of pink." Yao seemed bored, so she started chatting with Bai Susu. "Susu, why are you back so late?" As Bai Susu's roommate and friend, Yao has always been paying attention to Bai Susu. In recent days, she has discovered that Bai Susu often goes out early and comes back late. Hearing this, Bai Susu said softly, "I'm going to look for a part-time job. I'm a little late getting off work." Yao frowned. "Part-time job? What part-time job? Is it safe?" "My friend is such a beautiful girl, it is very easy for her to be abducted." Bai Susu nodded, "It's safe, working as a waiter in a bar." "What?" Yao is a carefree person. When she heard this, she was so shocked that she pulled open the bed curtains. The other two roommates also glanced over here. Bai Susu was startled, with an innocent look in her eyes. "What's wrong, Yao Yao?" Yao jumped off the bed directly, with her delicate jade feet stepping on the ground. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes. She ran to sit next to Bai Sujin and touched her all over. Bai Susu felt tickled and giggled. "Hey! What are you doing?" Yao said seriously, "Sister, why do you go to work in a place like that?" Bai Susu blinked. "What's wrong with that kind of place?" Yao had been in contact with Bai Susu for a few days and knew that she was simple and kind, so she was willing to make friends with her. At this time, she explained, "Stupid, those places in the bar are very chaotic. You are a girl, what if you get bullied?" Bai Sujin recalled Su Ran's figure. She felt very safe when she was with him. She should not be bullied, right? The girl raised her lips in a beautiful arc. "No way." Yao looked at the girl smile and was stunned for a moment. "Emma. How can a girl smile so beautifully?" She always thought she was pretty, but it wasn't until she met Bai Sujin that she knew what a real beauty was. Bai Sujin seems to be born with the gentleness of a girl from the Jiangnan water town, which makes people feel good about her, regardless of gender. "Yao Yao, what are you looking at?" Bai Susu's doubtful voice sounded. Yao came back to her senses, her eyes moving up and down from Bai Susu's face to a certain peak of hers. She sighed, "Susu, you said your family conditions are not good, but I see that you are well nourished." "Bai Susu?" Yao went straight to the point. "Tsk, you're one of the few who can catch up with me, let me see." The little hand gently pinched a ball, but unexpectedly. Bai Sujin's pretty face suddenly turned red, her delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and she quickly slapped Yao's hand away. You are not allowed to mess around." Seeing her big reaction, Yao was stunned, and then her eyes suddenly glowed green. The tone was a little excited and perverted. "Wow. Susu, are you the legendary natural holy body?" "Bai Susu? I don't understand smekta." Yao's eyes looked a little obscene. Well, such a beautiful girl actually showed an obscene look, which was a little cute. I'm suddenly a little envious of your future boyfriend. Tell me, is there a boy you like? Bai Susu said angrily, what are you talking about? We are still young and should focus on our studies. And Yao disagreed, TSK. What studies? I came to college just to enjoy myself. I've already thrown studying back to high school. Bai Sujin felt helpless. At this moment, and Yao suddenly asked, by the way, how much salary do you get from that bar where you work part-time? Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, but still didn't lie and said truthfully, 400 a day. Mr. Duo? And Yao looked at her in shock. Bai Sujin repeated it again. And Yao frowned again, how can a bartender get such a high salary? Are they asking you to do something else? Bai Sujin thought about it and nodded. In addition to cleaning, I also have to serve wine and sometimes help with the cashier. And Yao looked so disappointed, silly. They sold you out and you're still counting money for them. Susu, listen to me, quit your job. Don't do it anymore. Bai Susu was stunned, why? And Yao said anxiously, you are too naive. You don't understand. They have bad intentions towards you. In her opinion, working part-time in a bar with such a high salary must either involve the grey industry, or the man has his eyes on Bai Sujin. How could this innocent little girl possibly outsmart them? Bai Susu suddenly realized that she had misunderstood and quickly explained, Yao, don't misunderstand, he treats me very well. And Yao? He? And Yao seemed to have discovered some big secret. She grabbed her arm curiously and asked, him? Which him? Bai Susu's ears quickly heated up, and she stammered, it's my boss. In order to avoid misunderstandings among her friends, she recounted the story of how she met Su Ran. After hearing this, Yao sighed and said, you've run into the kind-hearted son of a nouveau riche. Bai Susu said softly, boss. Senior is a nice guy, and his place isn't a bar, so it's very safe. And Yao nodded, okay, but I still want to meet your boss. I'll go with you this weekend. Bai Susu was stunned, isn't this a bit bad? Idiot. I'm not here to see any handsome guys. I'm just thinking about your safety, okay? If the environment is nice, then you can feel more at ease at work. Hearing Yao say this, Bai Susu nodded gently, okay. And Yao is different from her. She comes from a well-off family and has a carefree personality. She speaks her mind directly about things. Having such a bold friend is both a blessing and a headache. However, for Bai Sujin, who has few friends, she cherishes this friendship very much. The other side. Lu Ruyan did not return to school. She staggered to the side of a bridge. Following behind was Yang Feifei, who said helplessly, Yen, it's so late, let's go back. The wind was so strong here and there was a turbulent river below that even she felt weak in the knees just looking at it. She thought that there was no need to jump into the river after a breakup. Chapter 20 Damn, is this a setup? Lu Ruyan felt the river breeze blowing in her face, and her head ached so much that she wanted to cry. Recalling the scene in the bar, Su Ran's cold indifference made her feel desperate. 2 lines of clear tears slid down her face, ruining her delicate makeup, but there was a kind of broken beauty. Fei, go back first. I want to be alone. Lu Ruyan spoke softly. Hearing this, Yang Feifei said honestly, no, I'm afraid you'll jump. Without saying too much, they are good friends. It would be unreasonable if you don't accompany your friend through her relationship failure. Furthermore, if she really jumped, she would also have incidental responsibilities. Lu Ruyan squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands, and choked with sobs. Yang Feifei took out her phone and sent a message to someone. After she finished, she put it away and squatted down with a sigh, Yen, my advice is, if you don't want to be depressed like this day by day, you should let it go. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked up at her with tears in her eyes, let go. You mean I should leave Su Ran? Yang Feifei nodded, yeah. Lu Ruyan shook her head, no. I can't do it. We've been together for so long, I believe he still loves me. Yang Feifei wanted to roll her eyes. The problem was that you were the one who was unfaithful to this relationship first. Su Ran loves you, but you trampled on this love. Yen, if Su Ran didn't drive a luxury car now, wasn't a rich second generation, and was still the frugal boy who didn't want to spend money, would you still like him? Yang Feifei asked directly. Lu Ruyan was startled, then her eyes flickered, and she suddenly said unhappily, Feifei, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I only like Su Ran's money? Yang Feifei quickly said, that's not what I meant. Who doesn't like money? Everyone wants to have a secure life in the future. But the problem is, Su Ran doesn't like you anymore. Lu Ruyan's eyes dimmed a little. I don't believe it, he must still be angry with me. Yang Feifei suddenly felt powerless. My best friend is as stubborn as a donkey and refuses to accept the reality. I'm tired, let us destroy it all. Then I'll stay here with you tonight to enjoy the breeze. As she said that, she simply sat down. She advised her bestie to get ashore and jump from here, but she chose the former. But Yen, tomorrow is the opening day of the computer competition. Su Ran is also participating. If you don't get enough rest, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened. If Yang Feifei hadn't reminded her, she would have almost forgotten about it. Then let's go back. Lu Ruyan packed up and stood up. When she thought about Su Ran's competition tomorrow, her mind was full of wanting to go and see him in person. This is an opportunity. She wants to take this opportunity to respond to online rumors. I want to dress up beautifully and go see Su Ran. Thinking of this, Lu Ru sobered up from all the alcohol and smoke and pulled Yang Feifei away. Hey! It's not that urgent. The person I'm waiting for hasn't arrived yet. About 10 minutes later, a boy came running over in a hurry. Standing on the bridge, he looked around but didn't see the person he was looking for. He was confused. Where are the people? As soon as he received the news from Yang Feifei, he turned down a drinking party and rushed over. He could even imagine himself descending from the sky to save the lovelorn girl, and the latter falling in love with him. And you tell me there is no one? The cold wind was biting and the boy shivered. Damn it! Is this a setup? The next day, Su Ran was shaken in a daze. Brother Su, wake up. Mars is colliding with the Earth. Don't make noise. Brother Su, there's a girl with black stockings downstairs. Not interested. Suj. I saw a rooster playing basketball. Huh? What's going on? Su Ran sat up suddenly. Lu Jie smiled obscenely. Little Blackie, are you showing your chicken feet? Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then asked quietly, where is the black silk stocking? Lu Jie jumped off the bed and said calmly, at the stadium. Let's go. We have a competition today. Su Ran sat for a while before he finished turning on the computer. He took out his cell phone to check the time and found that several people had sent him messages. One of them is by Sujin. Su Ran was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this little girl would actually send her a message on her own initiative. He clicked on the chat page and started reading. 23:16. By Susu, boss, have you arrived at the dormitory? 23:47. By Susu, good night and sweet dreams. Su Ran was stunned. No, when did she fall asleep last night? Did she not turn on the data plan? Based on Su Ran's understanding of Bai Susu, it must take a lot of courage for the other party to spread such news. Su Ran wanted to slap himself, and in fact he did so. Bang! The roommates were all startled by the sound. Chao Cancan was stunned. No, buddy, are you crazy? Lu Jia, brother Su, it's not that serious, is it? You'll kill yourself if you do this. Transfer the money in your account to me first before you die. Su Ran's face was filled with black lines. Get the hell out of here. These adopted sons are looking forward to his death so that they can divide his property, right? Su Ran's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. Su Ran, sorry, Junior, I probably fell asleep right on the bed last night. Su Ran, are you free today? I'm participating in a computer competition in the athletic building. You can come and see me. After sending the message, Su Ran saw the other party is typing. Soon, a message popped up. By Susu, animated expression great. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and the good mood of the day was given by that silly guy. After washing up, Su Ran and Lu Jia went out, taking their notebooks with them. The competition building was built by the school specifically for various competitions. It is like a small gymnasium. At this time, students quickly entered from all directions. TSK, I wonder if I can win a prize this time. Lu Jia sighed. Su Ran stood in the shade, his expression indifferent. Why do you have so little confidence in your brothers? Lu Jia chuckled, why not? Everyone knows you're awesome. But those who can participate in this competition are not amateurs. There are always unexpected things, right? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. Lu Jie nodded, then looked at the door where more and more people were coming, and asked in confusion, when are we going in? Su Ran nodded and said, wait a moment, wait for someone. Lu Jie was depressed. Who was he waiting for? It couldn't be a girl, right? Su Ran looked around and suddenly paused, his eyes finally caught sight of a familiar figure. The corners of his mouth raised, here it comes. Lu Jie followed his gaze and his eyes widened. No way, bro. She's a real girl? Something that is just rising. Chapter 21 Send breakfast. When Bai Sujin saw Su Ran from afar, she immediately quickened her pace, almost jogging. When he arrived in front of Su Ran, a layer of sweat had already appeared on her white forehead. What's the rush? Su Ran began to lecture him. Bai Susu lowered her head slightly and whispered, I'm afraid you've been waiting for too long. Lu Jie suddenly looked at his good friend. How could you be so cold to such a gentle girl? Although Bai Sujin's face cannot be seen clearly, Lu Jie observes from the perspective of a professional veteran and believes that this girl is definitely very beautiful. After all, with such a good figure, her face must be good looking. Damn. When did you guys hook up? This is even more painful than if he had won the lottery. Severe torture. I must torture you when I get back. However, Bai Sujin always gave Lu Jie a familiar feeling, as if he had seen her somewhere, but he just couldn't remember where. Su Ran glanced at the girl whose chest was rising and falling rapidly, then took out a pack of tissues from his pocket, pulled out a piece and handed it to her. Wipe it. Bai Susu blinked, then took the tissue and said softly, thank you. Although the air was still hot, she suddenly couldn't feel the heat anymore. She suddenly glanced at Lu Jie and stammered, hello. This boy should be the boss's friend, right? Lu Jie was a little flattered and quickly put on a smile, and I how. Su Ran said calmly, he's my roommate. Yeah, you don't need to remember his name. Bai Susu. Lu Jie was immediately displeased, no, old Su, you're not right. You can't be so protective of food, right? Swish. A blush appeared on the beautiful face under the mask, and Bai Susu felt shy. What? Why do I need to use food protection? Su Ran said angrily, come on. That's too presumptuous. Lu Jie said to Bai Susu with a smile, beautiful girl, don't listen to my buddy. My name is Lu Jie. I have been wearing the same pants with Su Ran for the past 2 years. If you have anything to say to me in the future, you can tell me. I know everything. Bai Susu nodded gently, thank you, senior. The boss's roommate is a little too enthusiastic. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Bai Susu suddenly remembered something, raised her tender white arm, and handed 2 buns and a cup of soy milk to Su Ran. The latter was stunned, why did you buy this for me? Bai Susu lowered her head, not knowing if she was too shy to look at him. I just happened to be having breakfast in the cafeteria, and I thought you didn't have any, so I bought some. Su Ran was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this was the first time a girl brought him breakfast. At least Lu Ruyan never had that. In their relationship, Su Ran had always been the active one, and he was even reluctant to let Lu Ruyan suffer a little. Thanks. Su Ran's eyes were somewhat complicated. Bai Sujin shook her head. Hurry up and go in, the game is about to start. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, aren't you going in with us? Bai Susu said shyly, I'll be there in a while, boss, come on. A smile appeared in Su Ran's eyes. I guess the little girl is not used to walking in public with a boy. However, the fact that she gave him breakfast already made Su Ran happy. Okay, let's go and watch. The latter sentence was directed at Lu Jie, with some contempt. Oh. Lu Jie followed. Looking at the young man walking towards the light with one hand in his pocket, a bright light appeared in the girl's eyes. That was Su Ran just now? Not far away, 2 girls also saw this side. It was Lu Ruyan and Yang Feifei. The 2 of them also got up early and planned to come and watch Su Ran's game. I didn't expect to see this scene first. Lu Ruyan stared at the girl wearing a mask, biting her lower lip with her silver teeth, with a complicated expression. Yang Feifei seemed to have noticed this, so she consoled him, Yen, don't overthink it. She might be one of Su Ran's little fans. This kind of thing isn't uncommon. Su Ran's looks are very good among all the male adults, and now that he has suddenly become a rich second generation, of course he has more suitors. Lu Ruyan said aggrievedly, but he accepted that girl's breakfast. Yang Feifei's mouth twitched. Maybe Su Ran didn't have breakfast? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan finally realized what was happening and blamed herself. Right. I should have gotten up earlier and bought him breakfast in advance. It's all my fault. Ruyan? A surprised voice sounded. I saw a tall boy walking over. Yang Feifei glanced at the other person, and her eyes suddenly looked a little guilty. After all, I sent him a message last night asking him to pick up his best friends, but they ran away first and stood them up. But in order to make up for it, she specifically told the other party that her best friend was here today, and neither of them had breakfast. Lu Ruyan also saw him and asked curiously, Xiaoji? Why are you here? The boy was the president of the student union, Xiaoji. At the same time, he is also Lu Ruyan's ambiguous object and her pursuer. Of course, Lu Ruyan has not explicitly agreed to be with him at the moment. Xiaoji showed a sunny smile. I am also here to observe the computer competition. I have to say that Xiao Jiren looks like a decent person, and his family is quite rich. He himself drives a BMW 5 Series. Therefore, he is very popular in school and many girls have a crush on him, but he is only interested in Lu Ruyan. After all, on the surface, Lu Ruyan is definitely the most beautiful one. By the way, you probably didn't have breakfast, did you? I bought some pastries for you. Xiao Ji suddenly spoke and handed over the pastry in his hand. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. This cake is very expensive, even a small piece costs dozens of yuan. Xiao Ji smiled gently. It doesn't cost much, as long as you like it. By the way, classmate Yang Feifei should try it too. Yang Feifei smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Xiao. Senior Xiao is so generous to my Yan Yan. I wouldn't be able to eat this pastry once a month. Since she was so soft-hearted, of course she had to say a few good words for him. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan also agreed very much. Given their conditions, they usually avoided those high-end restaurants. Feifei was right, Xiao Ji was indeed generous to her. Lu Ruyan actually knew that Xiao Ji liked her, but now she wanted to win back Su Ran more. So she didn't refuse Xiao Ji's kindness. Seeing the two of them eating with gusto, Xiao Ji smiled. There is no woman who doesn't like a high quality of life. If there is, it means she hasn't spent enough money. Of course he knew that Lu Ruyan had a boyfriend, but the girls he wanted to pursue had never rejected him. Lu Ruyan is no exception. Got a partner? Why not just do it? Just like those photos from that night. Chapter 22 Without evaluation and postgraduate entrance examination, what is the purpose of the student union? Shit. I remembered. As soon as he entered the building, Lu Jie suddenly screamed like a zombie. Su Ran was drinking soy milk happily when she choked. Your mother. Lu Jie said excitedly, Lao Su, I remember now. I saw the girl who brought you breakfast just now. Do you remember a few days ago when I told you about meeting a girl with a stunning profile? That's her. Su Ran was surprised for a moment, then asked, Are you sure? Lu Jie said with certainty, Sure. Oh my god. I didn't expect we'd be so destined to meet. But, TSK, you actually know her, damn it. Lu Jie really recognizes his good brother's appearance, so any girl who has anything to do with him basically has a crush on him alone. Oh no. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. People with good looks will only like people with similar looks. Can't we release a batch for them to enjoy? Su Ran smiled and didn't care. After all, he had seen Bai Suzhen's beauty with his own eyes. She was far better than the current school beauties, right? After finishing breakfast in a few minutes, Su Ran and Lu Jie went backstage to prepare for the competition. At the same time, people began to arrive in the audience. Many of them are in the audience for academic credits, and of course a small number of them are interested in the computer industry. In a corner of the auditorium, there was a girl sitting. She was wearing a mask, and when she lowered her head, her bangs covered her eyes. The lights were still on at this time. Facing the crowd coming and going, Bai Suzhen was instinctively a little uncomfortable, and her two little hands were watching short videos. She sat there quietly, and students passing by would glance at her from time to time, but after finding nothing special, they would quickly pass by. Bai Susu watched the video for a while, exited it, and then subconsciously clicked on it again. Bai Susu. Really, boring. Look. It's the school beauty Lu Ruyan. At this time, someone shouted something, which attracted the attention of many people. Bai Suzhen also subconsciously looked towards the door. A girl dressed exquisitely walked in, followed by another girl and a tall and handsome boy. Is it her? Bai Sujin recognized her. She was the girl who got drunk in the bar that day. She was the boss's ex-girlfriend? She is so beautiful, and has a good temperament and is very confident. Bai Sujin subconsciously compared herself with the other person, and then felt a sense of loss in her heart. She didn't know why she compared herself to others, maybe it was subconscious. Does the boss like that? So beautiful. She's worthy of being my goddess. She deserves the title of school belle. Oh. What's the point of being pretty? You're just a playboy. Hey, hey. How dare you talk like that? Are you jealous that my goddess is prettier than you? I'm not as pretty as her, nor as bad as her. You have a boyfriend, but you still flirt with him. Isn't that cheap? That's right, TSK, now they don't even bother pretending, they just show up openly with a third party. Isn't that the student union president? Watch your words. Ahem, 2A. What's with the president? I'm not in the student union. I don't want to be evaluated for excellence or take the postgraduate entrance exam. What the hell am I afraid of? Didn't that guy force a girl to transfer schools last month? I don't understand why the school still lets him be the student union president. What else can I do? Money power. Whispers began to be heard all around. Lu Ruyan's face showed some embarrassment, she also heard some unpleasant words. But at this time, Xiao Ji came up from behind and stood in front of her. Ruyan, don't worry about what others say, just be yourself. Xiao Ji's gentle voice sounded. Lu Ruyan nodded gently, well, thank you, Xiao Ji. Bastards. This word has emerged in many people's minds. Yang Feifei stood behind, not knowing whether to leave or stay, and sighed in her heart. What sin did she commit to be caught up in this kind of public opinion? Xiao Ji and Lu Ruyan sat in the front row and were not interested in the gazes and discussions of the crowd. Of course, most people still think that they are the most suitable for each other, after all, Yan Zhili is right. They are all brainless fans who only care about couples. What do justice and morality have to do with them? Xiao Ji tilted his head to look at the girl beside him. Seeing that she didn't look very happy, he smiled and said, Ruyan, if you don't want to stay here, how about I take you to eat Japanese food? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan shook her head, no, I want to watch the game. Xiao Ji lowered his eyes and chuckled, didn't you break up? Why do you still care about him so much? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's pretty face changed slightly, it was just a misunderstanding between Su Ran and me. We didn't break up. Xiao Ji pretended to be surprised, really? Then I might have misunderstood. By the way, I have asked the official to delete the post on Tieba. When I have a chance, I can explain it to Su Ran. Lu Ruyan looked at him gratefully, Xiao Ji, thank you so much for understanding me. Xiao Ji smiled and said, of course, we are good friends. Lu Ruyan nodded heavily, I'm glad to have a friend like you. Backstage, Lu Jia, who had just returned from the restroom, walked toward Su Ran and teased, old Su, your ex-girlfriend is here too. Su Ran paused, none of my business. Lu Jia sneered, she came with more than one person, and she came with those little guys. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, that's so lifelike. He wasn't interested in what Lu Ruyan was up to. As long as she didn't interfere with his game, everything would be fine. At this moment, the phone vibrated and a message appeared. By Susu, boss, haven't you started yet? Boss, almost there, I'm the third one, where are you? By Susu, I'm here, in the audience Omega. Boss, can you take a picture so I can see it? By Susu, picture. Su Ran clicked on the picture. She took a photo of the audience seats and the front desk, but Fong Bai could also know her approximate location based on this photo. Boss, is there anyone next to you? By Susu, yes, the seats are all full. Boss, male or female? By Susu, she is a girl. Boss, yeah, very good, protect yourself. By Susu looked at the last message sent by her boss, and a hint of doubt appeared in her big eyes. Why did the boss ask her to protect herself? There are no bad guys here. Soon, after the host's speech, the competition began. The judges are senior teachers from the school and several invited professors. Each group takes turns to present their design results, which will be scored by the judges. Soon. Now, please welcome contestant number 3, Su Ran and Lu Jia, from Class 1, Computer Science, sophomore year, to demonstrate for us. In the audience, Lu Ruyan stared at the stage intently, excitement flashing in her eyes. At the same time, in the corner at the back, Bai Sujin raised her mobile phone with her little hand, zoomed in, and clicked the record button. She looked very serious, as if she was doing something very important. Chapter 23, You did a great job, kid. When Su Ran and Lu Jie stood on the stage, the audience burst into warm applause. There were even a few whistles. That's right, it was blown by a girl. Su Ran is also somewhat famous in Qingning University because he is handsome. This kind of high-quality boy often becomes the topic of conversation in the girls' dormitory. Moreover, a few days ago, someone revealed that Su Ran drove a sports car to school, which made him famous again, and the number of his female suitors increased greatly. Su Ran is so handsome. Yeah. He's my absolute idol. If you could be with me, I'd even be willing to ride in a Ferrari. I don't know what Lu Ruyan is thinking. She doesn't even want such a great boyfriend. Is there something wrong with her brain? Alas, no matter how good-looking you are, it doesn't mean you have high emotional intelligence. I feel that Su Ran is more handsome than Xiao Ji. +1. In the front row, Lu Ruyan was also a little excited when she saw Su Ran appear. She looked at Su Ran affectionately, trying to get him to notice her. But to her disappointment, Su Ran didn't even look in her direction. This made Lu Ruyan feel like she was poured with a bucket of cold water, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. When Xiao Ji saw this scene, a hidden look flashed across his eyes. He looked at Su Ran and frowned. He really didn't know that Su Ran was a second-generation rich kid. After all, he had someone check Su Ran's file before, but didn't find any particularly impressive family background. The file said that both his parents were unemployed. How did he suddenly become a rich second generation? He would rather believe that Su Ran rented a luxury car. Thinking of this, Xiao Ji naturally took out his mobile phone and sent a message to someone. After Su Ran came out, he looked towards a corner in the back row. Sure enough, I found a silly guy wearing a mask, recording a video here. As if sensing something, Bai Susu looked away from her phone and towards the stage. The four eyes met in the air. Bai Sujin murmured "come on" softly, but then she realized that she was wearing a mask and the other party couldn't see clearly, so she raised her delicate little hand and clenched her fist. Su Ran couldn't see her expression, but he could see her movements. He immediately understood what she meant and raised the corners of his mouth. Hello, judges. Our work is a program we independently developed. Su Ran began to introduce his work to everyone, while Lu Jie personally operated the computer and projected the results of their research and development onto the big screen. Whether it is the perfection of the program or Su Ran's commentary, they are no longer on the same level as the previous contestants. A definite dimensionality reduction attack. This is the authority of the National Computer Competition Champion. The judges nodded from time to time, approving Su Ran's program from a professional perspective. They looked at Su Ran as if they were looking at a shining piece of gold. Is there any shady dealings in the competition? Of course there are. Some of the contestants are students of the judges. They will naturally be more biased towards their own students. After all, they guided them to achieve their achievements, so they will not deny themselves. The biggest culprit was actually Su Ran. Before the competition, the person in charge wanted everyone to give Su Ran high scores. After all, Su Ran represents a powerful capitalist. Some professors had some complaints and held strong opinions about this, but of course, up to this point, they were also convinced by Su Ran's performance. This guy is not just a rich second generation. He is also a genius. Longhua needs such talents. After the show, Su Ran left the stage. Backstage, Lu Jie gave a thumbs up. Lao Su, awesome. This was his first time partnering with Su Ran, and it felt like he was gaining experience with a big boss. Su Ran was undoubtedly secretly pleased by his brother's recognition. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "You did a great job, kid." Lu Jie. After handing the item to Lu Jie, Su Ran said, "I'm leaving for a while. If you don't have time to claim the prize, you can take it back yourself." After saying that, he left. Lu Jie smiled and said, "So damn confident." But he also had a feeling that they had a sure win in this competition. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Lu Jie?" Hearing this, Lu Jie was stunned for a moment, frowned and looked over, and found that it was Lu Ruyan who had sneaked in at some point. "What are you doing here?" Lu Jie's tone was a little unhappy. This woman was putting a hat on his brother, so he certainly didn't have the slightest good impression of her. After looking around, Lu Ruyan asked doubtfully, "Where's Su Ran?" Lu Jie sneered, "Who are you? Do you know my Su Ran?" Lu Ruyan's face turned a little ugly. "I have something to talk to him about, please don't be unreasonable." As soon as he said this, Lu Jie stood up immediately. Although he looked ordinary, he was over 1.8 meters tall. When he stood up, a sense of oppression was transmitted to Lu Ruyan. Lu Jie questioned Lu Ruyan, "Come on, big sister, don't you wake up? You and my brother have already broken up, and he's let you go. You were the one who betrayed him first, so how can you come back to him so confidently? I've never seen a woman as shameless as you. Even an atomic bomb can't destroy her, right? You." Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned pale and she couldn't help but take a step back. "What are you doing?" An angry shout was heard, and Xiao Ji also rushed over, protecting Lu Ruyan behind him, staring at Lu Jie unkindly. Lu Jie crossed his arms and jokingly said, "Wow. You're quite protective of your food, you little dog. I finally understand what it means when people say birds of a feather flock together. You two are truly a perfect match." Perfect match. Xiao Ji's face suddenly turned ugly. "Who are you? How dare you insult me like this?" Lu Jie sneered and said, "I'm your father. Come on, call me daddy." Xiao Ji was about to speak when Lu Jie interrupted him, "Forget it. I don't have an unfilial son like you." "Xiao Ji? Isn't someone going to shout?" Furious, Xiao Ji sneered, "You're Su Ran's friend? You're so uncultured, is Su Ran the same? I think you're the same kind of people." Lu Jie, no, you're wrong. I'm a loser, and Su Gu is a rich second generation. We are definitely not the same kind of people. Rich second generation? Him? Ha, you're just creating this illusion for Ru Yan to see. Don't think I don't know, Su Ran is really pitiful. It's not his fault that he's poor, but pretending to be poor when he has no money is a bit too much. Xiao Ji's tone was full of sarcasm. Even Lu Ruyan, who was standing behind him, frowned when she heard it. Lu Jie looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. "Little guy, huh? Don't think we don't know what you're up to. On the surface, you're better at pretending than anyone else, but in reality, you're just a hypocrite." Lu Jie took a step forward and looked at him coldly. "Let me tell you, I'm an internet geek. It's not that I don't want to mess with you, but I just don't want to. If it weren't for Brother Su's words last time, I could have even found out how many boyfriends your grandmother had. Behave yourself. You don't want the entire school to know how scandalous the student union president's scandal is, do you?" Xiao Ji. Chapter 24, a project worth hundreds of millions. Su Ran didn't know what was happening backstage, as he had already entered the audience through the back door. After searching with my eyes, I found a thin figure. Hanin was staring at his phone at this moment, which was playing the scene of Su Ran standing on the stage with confidence and sunshine. Bai Suzhen's eyes showed admiration. The boss's performance just now was so cool. Is he handsome? A suppressed laugh was heard. Bai Suzhen nodded subconsciously, and suddenly realized something. She turned around and met Su Ran's half-smile. "Oh, Q. Ah." A crimson color crept up the girl's face, and her ears were so red that it seemed as if water could drip out. Why are you here? It's over. I was caught on the spot. For God's sake, let her disappear." Su Ran squatted down beside her and said with a smile, "The competition is over, so I came to say hello to you. But classmate Bai Susu, I didn't expect you to have a secret crush on me. Did I catch you?" Bai Susu was extremely shy, her voice trembling slightly. No. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "Give me your phone?" Bai Susu hid her phone behind her back like a treasure, her head shaking like a rattle. "No." Su Ran smiled and didn't continue teasing her. If she continued, it would probably scare this silly girl. "Look, he's stuttering and trembling when he speaks now. Are there any other games you want to watch later?" Su Ran suddenly asked. Bai Suzhen glanced at the stage and then shook her head. Su Ran chuckled, "Let's go out and cool down." Bai Suzhen thought about it and nodded slightly. It just so happened that she didn't want to stay here anymore. The two of them quietly left the hall. As for the award ceremony later, Su Ran was not interested in it and thought Brother Jie could handle it alone. After leaving the building, a gust of warm wind blew over. Su Ran glanced at the girl beside him and said, "Why are you wearing a mask so late at night? No one will see you." Bai Suzhen blinked, then weakly took off her mask. When the offending face was exposed to his sight, Su Ran smiled with satisfaction. That's right, you are so beautiful, there is no need to hide your excellence every day. If others had your appearance, they would want to be seen by others every day. Bai Susu lowered her head slightly. Actually, I'm fine. I'm a little uncomfortable being stared at by others. Su Ran raised her eyebrows. It seemed that this little girl was too self-deprecating. She had to find a way to make her more confident. Passing by a beverage machine, Su Ran said, "What do you want to drink?" "I'll treat you." Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then said, I just want mineral water." Su Ran ordered a bottle of mineral water and a bottle of iced black tea for herself. I have to say, iced black tea is the way to go in summer. So cool. Ha! Classmate Bai Susu, look at what this is? Su Ran's doubtful voice sounded. A hint of curiosity appeared on Bai Susu's face, and then she was pulled to the drinks cabinet by Su Ran. With Bai Susu's cute confused expression, her face was frozen in the face-scanning frame. Payment successful. As soon as the mechanical sound was heard, $5 was deducted from Bai Susu's Zifubo. Bai Susu. Su Ran said with a grin, "Oh no. I thought the machine was broken." As expected of classmate Bai Susu, you've completely grasped the essence of my treat and you pay. Sorry for the expense. Bai Susu said weakly, "It's okay, I'm willing to treat you." Su Ran's expression suddenly became serious. No. No, no. Little sister, next time if your classmate behaves like me, you must stand up and criticize her. Bai Susu asked curiously with her big eyes, "Why?" Su Ran said seriously, "Because you can't let others take advantage of you, understand?" Bai Susu tilted her head and said innocently, "But it's nothing for me to spend a few dollars on my friend." Su Ran said, "Except friends, of course, no one else can do that." Oh. Bai Sujin nodded. She felt that what Su Ran said made sense. Su Ran changed the subject. "If I ask you to borrow money next time, will you lend it to me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Susu immediately asked with some concern, Boss, are you short of money?" I'm willing to lend it to you." Su Ran held his forehead. "Stupid, I meant hypothetical." Bai Susu thought about it seriously, then nodded, "I can." Su Ran was stunned. "Why?" Bai Susu said sincerely, "Because we are friends. Besides, the boss has helped me, so I am willing to help the boss too. In my eyes, you are a very good person." Su Ran didn't say anything, as if he had already expected this answer. This silly girl Bai Sujin is actually very simple and kind. If her friends have any difficulties, she might help. Well said. Then next time I need something, can you help me? Aha! The girl nodded innocently, not caring about Su Ran's specific needs. Su Ran took a sip of iced black tea and then asked, "Can you come to work tomorrow morning?" Bai Susu nodded, "Sure, isn't tomorrow the weekend?" Su Ran asked curiously, "Don't you need military training?" Bai Susu replied softly, "Yes, but the school hasn't notified us yet. We should wait until the weather is cooler." Su Ran nodded, then said, "Okay, by the way, do you remember what you promised me that night?" Bai Susu's eyes were blank. "Huh?" Su Ran said, "You said you would give me a taste of the porridge you made once." Bai Susu felt relieved when she heard this. So that's what it was. She thought she had agreed to some excessive request in a daze. The girl nodded, "Then I will do it for you tomorrow?" It's settled. The two walked side by side on the campus. During this time, Su Ran's cell phone rang. He took it out and took a look, then found out it was Lu Jie, and hung up decisively. "You have no sense at all. Don't you know that I'm flirting with girls? Is someone looking for you?" Bai Susu asked curiously. Su Ran shook his head, "No, it's a sales call." Lu Jie? Meanwhile, Lu Jie cursed in the background, "You stinky boy, you're just killing the donkey after it's done working, aren't you?" Please welcome the first place winners of this school-level computer competition, Su Ran and Lu Jie, to the stage to receive their awards. When the host's voice sounded, Lu Jie gritted his teeth and had no choice but to walk out. When the audience saw that there was only Lu Jie, the applause suddenly became much quieter. Where's the promised man? Why are there only men left? Classmate Lu, where is classmate Su Ran? A teacher asked quietly. Lu Jie said calmly, "My partner has a multi-million-dollar project to discuss and is busy." Everyone. You're not my friend, why are you pretending like that? When the judges heard this, they were secretly shocked. Is this the feeling of relaxation of the rich second generation? Chapter 25. You are not wrong, you are just discovered. After sending by Susu back to the dormitory, Su-ran originally planned to go back to the dormitory to rest, but he met someone he didn't want to see at the dormitory door. Lu Ruyan. The other party was standing next to his Porsche, and not only that, there were also many people watching the show. Su-ran's mouth twitched, and her good mood instantly disappeared. Lu Ruyan also noticed the other person and ran over with excitement on her face. Su-ran. Where have you been? Su-ran said calmly, do I need to report to you where I'm going? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face showed a trace of hurt, and she said with some resentment, after your game, I went to see you, but ended up getting scolded by your roommate. He scolded me terribly. Look at her like this, she looks like a white lotus who is complaining. Su-ran's eyes lit up, good scolding. Lu Ruyan? After realizing what was happening, Lu Ruyan's face flashed with anger. Su-ran. What do you mean? Su-ran said calmly, are you stupid? You have to go over there and get scolded? And after getting scolded, you still come to me and tell me about it? Oh, you want me to teach him a lesson? You're overthinking it. He's my brother. And you, my ex-girlfriend, there is nothing between you and me. After Su-ran finished speaking, he looked down at his phone. Lu Jia, come out and celebrate. Su-ran, address. He raised his head and found that Lu Ruyan's eyes were red and tears were silently falling. To be honest, Lu Ruyan is indeed very beautiful. When she cries, she looks like a broken porcelain doll, which makes people feel pity for her. In the past, when she cried, Su-ran wanted to take out his heart and give it to her. But now, he felt inexplicably happy. Put away your cheap tears. This is the end of it between us. After Su-ran finished speaking, he turned and left. A trace of panic appeared on Lu Ruyan's face, and she subconsciously ran over and grabbed his arm. There was a sighing sound from upstairs. Lu Ruyan said in a trembling voice with tears in her eyes, I'm sorry. Su-ran, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I promise I won't get close to other boys in the future. Su-ran paused, his voice flat, you don't know you're wrong, Lu Ruyan, you just got discovered. Take care of yourself. Su-ran turned around and got into the Porsche, and the car started. I don't know if some kind of switch was triggered, but there was a continuous sound of oh my god from upstairs. The car left the spot. Lu Ruyan looked at the back of the car with a pale face, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in her heart. She knew that she really missed Su-ran. Missed the chance to become an excellent Su-ran. When she arrived here and saw the familiar Porsche parked downstairs of the dormitory building, she was convinced that Su-ran was not lying, that the car was not rented, and that he really was a rich second generation. Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly, I deserve it. After Su-ran drove out of the campus, he arrived at the location given by Lu Jia. Chao Cancan was also there, and there were two other girls. Lao Su. Here. When Lu Jia saw Su-ran, he waved. Su-ran walked over and his eyes quickly fell on the certificates of honor and prizes on the table. What did you bring this thing for? Lu Jia chuckled, isn't this to celebrate for you? You just left someone behind and ran away. You really feel embarrassed for your brother. Su-ran said with a smile, I just want to leave the opportunity to show off to brother Jia, right? Su-ran's gaze fell on the two girls again, and he said with a smile, hey. Squad leader Li, and Miss Qin, you're here too. Li Qingqing, the monitor of their class, and Qin Xin are also his classmates. These two girls are above average in appearance, and they have a good relationship with Lu Jia, like buddies. Li Qingqing smiled and said, Su-ran, I heard you won first place. Congratulations. Hey. And me. We got first place. Lu Jia interrupted. Hey, brother Jia, everyone knows that you're just a bystander. Su Shin is the backbone. Qin Xin said with a smile. Lu Jia immediately covered his chest with his hands, looking hurt, it hurts, my friend. Chao Cancan said seriously, I think what Qin Xin said makes sense. Think about it, if I were your replacement, would I also be first this time? Lu Jia. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Holy shit. Su-ran smiled and said, don't say that. Brother Jia also put in a lot of effort. Lu Jia immediately looked at him with relief. Lao Su, it turns out you still understand me. Su-ran changed the subject, of course, it's mainly because I'm excellent. Chao Cancan and the others immediately laughed out loud. This midnight snack was mainly to celebrate the achievements of the two of them. Of course, Brother Jia paid for the bill alone. Apart from anything else, Brother Jia is very loyal. By the way, after you left, Lu Ruyan came to see me. Lu Jia suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Chao Cancan and Qin Xian immediately looked curious. Didn't she break up with Su Ran? Why is she still coming to my house? Li Qingqing asked curiously. Lu Jia curled his lips. What else can I do? Don't be so shameless. Seeing my buddy's identity change, he came over here. Su Ran said calmly, she just came to me. Lu Jia's eyes widened immediately. What? Is she a dog skin plaster? Su Ran glanced at him and said with a half smile, she said you scolded her? Lu Jia's expression straightened up, and he said seriously, Old Su, you know me. I am a military commander and not good at speaking. But forget it. No one at the table believed him. Brother Jia, I understand you. Your strength is undeniable. With your eloquence, you can make any passing dog impotent. This is Brother Jia's reputation. Qin Xian blinked. Su Ran, after you broke up with Lu Ruyan, did you plan to find another one? As soon as she said this, Lu Jia looked at her in disbelief. No, buddy, are you planning to hit on my good buddy? Qin Xian admitted openly, Su Ran is handsome and rich, which girl wouldn't like him? Class monitor, do you like him? Li Qingqing blushed, that's enough, don't take me with you. Qin Xian shrugged, then looked at Su Ran and said with a smile, handsome Su, give me a chance? I may not be as pretty as Lu Ruyan, but I am loyal. And he's obedient, well, very obedient. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, I'm still hurt by my relationship, so I don't have any plans. This is a disguised rejection. Qin Xian said with some regret, it's better to be brothers after all. Lu Jia chuckled, there's going to be a long line of people who want to pursue my buddy. You'll probably have to stand at the school gate. Qin Xian sneered and said, then may I ask, Brother Jia, are there any pursuers for you? Lu Jia. Aren't you polite? At the same time, Bai Suzhen, who had just finished taking a shower, packed up and prepared to go out. Su, where are you going so late at night? Seeing this, her best friend Yao asked. Bai Su said softly, I'm going home. Chapter 26 The beautiful figure in the late night. 4:30 in the morning. A warm yellow light lit up in the old apartment building. A delicate and soft figure was busy in the kitchen. At this moment, the door of a room suddenly opened, and Mother Bai walked over yawning. Suddenly she felt something and was slightly stunned, looking towards the kitchen in some disbelief. Su, what are you doing? The sudden sound startled the girl who was immersed in the conversation. She said angrily, Mom. Why didn't you make any sound when you opened the door? Bai Ma laughed and said, you were too engrossed to hear. She walked over curiously and saw her daughter cooking porridge. Why did you get up to make porridge today? She was also confused by her daughter's sudden return last night, and now she got up early to cook porridge in the kitchen. Something was wrong, absolutely wrong. Bai Su said weakly, is there anything wrong with me making breakfast? Mother Bai smiled and said, then no, did you make it for your dad? Bai Su thought about it and nodded slightly, yeah. Bai Ma suddenly glanced at the two thermos boxes beside her and said in surprise, huh? Why are there two? Your dad can't drink that much. Bai Su lowered her head slightly and said weakly, yes, one is mine. When Mother Bai heard the tone, she knew something was wrong. She said with a half smile, child, you usually eat breakfast at home. I've never seen you pack breakfast to take to school. Are you giving it to a classmate? Bai Su was shocked. How could her mother be so smart? Actually, it's for my colleague. It's the weekend and I have a part-time job, so I brought him some breakfast. Well, the boss is also a colleague, she is not lying. Bai Ma kept asking, colleague? Male or female? Bai Su's face flushed, and she quickly said, Mom. Didn't you get up to go to the bathroom? Go back and catch up on your sleep. Wow. And it's a boy? A smile appeared in Bai Ma's eyes, but there was also some complexity. In recent years, my daughter has become self-deprecating and introverted because of the burden of the family. Although she didn't say it, I saw it all and it hurt my heart. She also hopes that her daughter can have a normal life, be lively and cheerful like other girls, dress beautifully, and make friends of her own. However, due to family reasons, she has never made any demands on her daughter. She just hopes that she can live for herself and not be burdened by the family. But during this period of time, she seemed to have noticed changes in Susu. She seemed to have her own friends and would occasionally call a girl, chatting and laughing. I even have some good male friends. Mother Bai couldn't help but recall that last time in the middle of the night she saw the light on at her daughter's room door, so she went in to take a look. What made her laugh and cry was that Susu fell asleep with her phone in her hands, and the screen was still on. Before the screen went dark, she just saw some messages. Susu seems to be chatting with a boy. She didn't know if this was a good thing. After all, Susu was so well behaved and simple, and she was afraid that her daughter would be cheated by strangers. This is probably a common problem among all parents. They worry that their daughters won't be able to get married, and they are also afraid that the opposite sex they know are not enough to provide them with support. Ma smiled and said, "Then you can get busy. If you have time during the day, remember to rest. You only slept for a few hours, girl." "I know, Mom." When Baima came out of the bathroom, she saw Bai Susu wearing thick gloves and serving porridge. Baima asked, "Does your classmate like eating chopped green onions and cilantro?" Bai Susu paused, then shook her head, "I don't know." She didn't know whether the boss would eat it or not, so why not ask? Baima reminded, "You need to be careful about this. Some people can't eat chopped green onions and hate coriander. If you make it and they don't like it, then your efforts will be in vain." Hearing this, Bai Susu's face showed a trace of confusion. I'll ask." When Baima heard this, she laughed immediately. "Silly child, it's only 5 o'clock now, who would get up so early, except us?" Bai Susu had already taken out her cell phone and typed the words, but her fingers paused when she heard this. "Yes, it's so early now, the boss must not have gotten up yet. But I don't know if it was a plan by God." The water droplets on Bai Susu's fingers suddenly dripped onto the screen, just on the send button, and the message was sent directly. By the time Bai Sujin found out, it was too late. Why is this happening? She didn't send it on purpose. Bai Susu's face was shy. She was about to press and hold to withdraw, but suddenly she saw that the other party was typing. The girl's expression suddenly froze. "Bai Susu, boss, do you like chopped green onions and cilantro?" "Boss, eat. Just put as much as you can." "Little girl, why are you up so early?" After seeing this message, Bai Susu's heartbeat suddenly quickened a lot. Surprise, excitement, unexpected. She never expected that Su Ran was still awake at this time. He immediately left his mother aside and concentrated on typing. Seeing her daughter's expression change, Baima shook her head and smiled. "Little girl is still the passive party. But this is the vitality that young people should have, isn't it?" Bai's mother tactfully returned to her room and did not disturb her daughter's conversation with her future son-in-law. In her opinion, as long as her daughter takes the initiative to pursue boys, there will probably be few who will refuse. "My daughter is even more beautiful than when she was young." Bai Susu didn't notice her mother returning to the room, just as she didn't notice her mother opening the door. At this moment, her panicked fingers kept typing on the keyboard, then deleting. What to do? She doesn't know how to chat. "Bai Susu, why are you up so early? Wouldn't it be an all-nighter?" "Boss, I'm the boss, so it's reasonable for me to get up early to make money, right? I've gotten up even earlier before." At this time, on the other side, Su Ran, who had just come out of the mahjong hall, replied to the message without changing his expression. "Damn. Not only do you not want to sleep, but you also drag us to stay up all night. What a jerk." Lu Jie's cursing voice came from behind. Su Ran didn't look back and said, "It's just the loser's settlement screen." At the beginning, it wasn't Brother Jie who was the loudest, but he ended up losing the game. Poor Brother Jie. Li Qingqing said at this time, "Qin Xian and I will go back first." Su Ran nodded, then looked at Chao Cancan and Lu Jie. "You two, please send them off." Lu Jie curled his lips. "TSK. We're already adults and you still want to give me gifts." Su Ran said calmly, "I'll bring you lunch when I get back." Hearing this, Lu Jie's expression suddenly changed. "Okay, Dad." Li Qingqing and Qin Xian immediately looked at Lu Jie with contempt. "Look at Su Ran, he's a thoughtful and considerate man." Lu Jie curled his lips. "Hey. I'm not in a relationship. I won't lick anyone. Let's go, let's go. It will be dawn soon. Go back and catch up on some sleep." Chapter 27. Do you eat oil cakes? Su Ran came to his own bar. The place is not open yet, after all, it is not even 6 o'clock yet, but he is the boss, so of course he can go in. The bar was pitch black, and after turning on the lights, it seemed very deserted. Su-ran simply turned off the lights again, then walked to the sofa and lay down. Sleepiness came like a tide, and Su-ran's last thought before falling asleep was, "That little girl got up so early, isn't she sleepy?" At 7:30, a figure came to the bar. It was Bai Sujin. She was carrying an insulated box and a handbag. Bai Susu was a little surprised when she saw the door of the bar was open. "Is work starting so early here? Will I be late?" She walked into the bar with a nervous mood, only to find that there was no one inside. Bai Sujin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems she was the first to arrive. No matter what part-time job Bai Susu does, she always has the concept of being ahead of time. She will arrive half an hour early so as not to be late, so that the bosses will not let her go easily. She glanced at her phone and found that her chat history with Su-ran had been interrupted an hour ago. Bai Susu knew that her boss must be busy. After turning on the light, the first thing she saw was the figure on the sofa. Bai Susu's heart skipped a beat, but she relaxed when she realized it was a familiar face. It turns out to be the boss. Why did the boss come so soon? Bai Sujin walked over quietly, trying not to disturb Su-ran's rest. She gently placed her breakfast on the table, pursed her lips, and didn't know what to do next. What if I wake my boss up? What if I disturb his rest? What if I go to work by myself and disturb his rest? Or should I wait outside for a while and come back in when the boss wakes up? Bai Sujin's eyes lit up, and she thought the last one seemed feasible, so she turned around and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" A light voice sounded. Bai Sujin was startled and quickly looked at Su-ran, only to see that the latter had opened his eyes and was staring at her. Bai Susu's face suddenly showed a trace of panic. "Boss, I'm sorry. I disturbed your rest." "Damn it! Is she going to be fired on her first day?" Bai Sujin, the imaginative person, has already imagined the worst outcome. Su-ran said, "Come and sit down." Bai Susu walked over with a guilty conscience. "Where should I sit? There is only a 3-seater sofa here, and a single sofa is not far away." Su-ran laughed angrily. "Sit on me." Bai Susu's face flushed, and she said shyly, No. It can't be bitter." Su-ran sat up and patted the side. "Come." Bai Sujin hesitated for a moment. Su-ran raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will bully you?" The girl shook her head and walked over and sat down silently. "I can still feel the residual heat left by the boy under my big butt. Why are you here so early?" Su-ran glanced at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. Bai Susu said softly, "It's already 8 o'clock, it's not too early now." Su-ran pointed to the sign not far away, which said the business hours were 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. the next day. "You haven't seen that sign?" Bai Sujin looked over blankly, then shook her head in confusion. Su-ran choked and asked again, "Then who asked you to come to work at this time?" "If it was that kid Lin Zifeng, he would be dead." Bai Susu lowered her head silently. "It's me, I thought everyone would go to work at 8 o'clock. In fact, she also wanted to come and see Su-ran earlier, fearing that he would be hungry after waiting for too long." Su-ran didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for this girl. Seeing Su-ran was silent, Bai Susu said softly, "Have you had breakfast?" "I made porridge." Then she silently took out a cake of some kind from her bag and looked at Su-ran innocently. "Would you like to eat some oil cake?" "Su-ran, I wonder if you are scolding me." But after hearing what Bai Susu said, Su-ran also became interested. "I'll try the porridge." A hint of joy appeared on Bai Susu's face. She then took the initiative to open the thermal box, prepare the bowls and chopsticks, and serve the porridge. Her movements are smooth and flowing, gentle yet elegant, giving the impression of a lady from a noble family. This scene was very pleasing to the eye, and Su-ran watched with great interest. "This little girl should be the type that my mother likes, right? It's okay, it's still warm." Looking at the steaming porridge, Bai Susu breathed a sigh of relief, and her little expression actually revealed a bit of temptation. Su-ran struggled to look away and looked at the porridge. It looked delicious. "It's nice to have porridge today." Okay, you can eat now. I put a lot of chopped green onions and cilantro in it." Bai Susu looked at him eagerly with her big eyes. Su-ran nodded. "Thank you, classmate Bai Susu." Bai Susu responded softly, "No need." She had promised Su-ran that she would make porridge for him and had kept it in mind. Now that she had taken action, she felt relieved. She glanced at the boy secretly. He was still as sunny and handsome as ever, but his eyes were a little bloodshot, probably because he didn't get enough rest. Su Ran seemed to notice her sneak glance and smiled back. If you want to look, just look openly. I know I'm handsome. Hearing this, Bai Susu shyly looked away and lightly bit her pink lips. Su Ran was stunned. Student Bai Susu, are you shy? Ah. Bai Sujin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something, and her pretty face turned red. Damn it, I was in such a hurry to go out that I forgot to wear a mask. In the past, she was able to show her true emotions under the cover of a mask, but she didn't expect that Su Ran would catch her in this scene. So shy oh. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, she ran away. Su Ran sighed, how careless. It seems that she hasn't reacted yet. If I had known, I wouldn't have reminded her. However, this girl has the potential to be a succubus. Originally, Su Ran wanted her to advertise at the bar's front door, but now it seems that this is still under discussion. I don't know why, but once a person has something beautiful, he doesn't want to share it with others. Su Ran regained his composure and his eyes fell on the porridge in the bowl. He picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful, blew on it a few times, and then put it into his mouth. The aroma of seafood, the moderate saltiness, and the deliciousness of chopped green onions and coriander bloom on the taste buds. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then took a few more sips. He swore that this was the best porridge he had ever tasted since he started college. Su Ran didn't hesitate, and quickly drained the entire bowl, then filled another. A strong fragrance gradually filled the bar. Bai Sujin, who had just returned from the bathroom, happened to see this scene. Seeing Su Ran drinking so contentedly, something in her heart seemed to be touched. A charming smile bloomed under that stunning little face. Chapter 28 Please don't be angry, okay? What does it smell like? Who's eating it behind my back? Some people come here just because they smell the scent. Lin Zifeng walked in and saw Su Ran drinking porridge. His eyes lit up. Sure, old Su, you know I didn't have breakfast. Thank you. He walked over and was about to make a move when Su Ran slapped the pig's trotter away and said, get out of the way. There's no place for you. Lin Zifeng? No, buddies, we are brothers who are as close as brothers. Su Ran glanced at him and said, you know that too, so you have to pay more. Lin Zifeng cursed inwardly, then suddenly saw Bai Susu wiping the table and was stunned for a moment. No, you are exploiting your employees? You let them come to work so early? Su Ran's mouth twitched. Speaking of this, I have to ask you, how do you manage people? Why don't you inform them of their specific working hours? Lin Zifeng's eyes widened. Didn't you recruit this person? Why didn't you notify him? Su Ran paused and said in a capitalist tone, I'm the boss. Do I need to handle such a small matter myself? Can you do it? If not, get out. Lin Zifeng smiled speechlessly. Okay, my question. His eyes rolled around, and he suddenly said ambiguously, by the way, this porridge wasn't made by that little girl for you, was it? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. How do you know this porridge is so delicious? Lin Zifeng looked at the remaining porridge in the thermos, smelled the aroma, and swallowed a mouthful of water unwillingly. Brother, give me a mouthful. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Call me Dad. Dad. Lin Zifeng said calmly, you don't even care about your moral integrity anymore. Su Ran was speechless. If I knew you were yelling like that, I'd definitely send you to the capital. But he still gave some as there were plenty of disposable bowls and chopsticks in the bar. Lin Zifeng sat carefree on the sofa, tasting the fresh porridge, his face full of satisfaction. The porridge my sister-in-law made is so delicious. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened. What are you yelling about? He glanced at Bai Sujin in the distance, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that she couldn't hear their conversation at this distance. Lin Zifeng jokingly said, are you anxious? If you weren't interested in the girl, why would you help her? Su Ran leaned back on the sofa and said calmly, I have a lot of money, so I like to do things according to my mood. It's reasonable for me to be helpful, right? Lin Zifeng curled his lips. If I hadn't grown up with you, I would have believed it. Su Ran said angrily, eat your porridge. Pay attention, kid, and stop smearing my image in front of others. Sometimes he is not here, and who knows if this guy will say anything to Bai Sujin. Well, it's entirely possible. Lin Zifeng shrugged, don't worry, you know my character. Su Ran laughed and said nothing. Bump! Suddenly at this moment, there was a crisp sound of broken glass in the distance. Su Ran's face changed, and he jumped up and walked over quickly. Seeing the scene, Lin Zifeng shook his head and said, "What a man! What's wrong?" Su Ran walked up to Bai Su and glanced at the wineglass on the ground. Bai Suzhen stood there somewhat at a loss, her little face full of panic and self-blame. Sorry, I didn't mean to." At this time, Bai Suzhen felt extremely guilty. She broke things in the bar on her first day. Wasn't she so useless? Su Ran walked around the debris and reached out to grab her hand without saying a word. But she hid him behind her, lowered her head and said, I'm fine. Take your hands out." Su Ran's tone was calm, but it gave people a sense of conviction. Bai Suzhen stretched out her little hand. Her hand was slender and long, as white as if it had been soaked in milk, but there were still traces of work on it. Su Ran took her hand naturally. There was nothing wrong with her palm, but there was a small wound on the back of her hand, and the tip of her index finger was bleeding. Bai Su, are you stupid? You can hurt yourself just by wiping the table. Bai Su said weakly, I'm sorry. She had just squatted down to wipe something, but when she stood up, she felt dizzy and accidentally bumped into the wineglass. Su Ran pulled her towards the door, and his expression changed when he passed the sofa. Where's my fucking porridge? Lin Zifeng had already walked over with a broom and dustpan. Hearing this, he said innocently, No. I'm going to find some tools. Su Ran, mud. Lin Zifeng interrupted, Take someone to disinfect quickly, I'll clean up. Su Ran. Suddenly, I felt someone tugging at the corner of my clothes. I looked down and found it was Bai Suzhen. The girl whispered, I'll make it for you tomorrow, okay? The girl's soft tone had a magical power to calm people down. Su Ran blinked and said, It's settled then. He glared at Lin Zifeng and pulled him out of the bar. After walking for a few minutes, they saw a pharmacy and Su Ran pulled the girl in. Bai Suzhen kept her head down the whole time, staring at the two peoples holding hands, and even forgot to struggle. His hands were so big that they could easily wrap around her hands, and she felt a warm sensation, which was a bit comfortable. Hello, disinfect her. The pharmacy owner took a look at the injury and said, It's okay, it's just a small cut. It will be fine after disinfection. Then she looked at the two of them and was shocked when she saw Bai Suzhen's stunning beauty. The girl is so pretty. What's wrong with her boyfriend? He can't even protect his own girlfriend? Bai Susu's face turned red when she heard this. We don't. Yes, you are right. It's my fault. Su Ran accepted the criticism humbly. Bai Susu. The pink has spread to the base of the ears, as if water can drip out. After applying iodine, the lady boss reminded, That's it. Try not to touch water with this hand. Su Ran nodded, then asked the boss for a pack of masks. After paying the bill, he left with Bai Suzhen. After leaving the pharmacy, Bai Susu followed Su Ran silently, feeling uneasy. At this time, Su Ran stopped. Bai Susu's heart tightened, and she subconsciously said, I'm sorry. Su Ran? Su Ran said with a straight face, Bai Susu, did I say sorry? Or are you and sorry related? Bai Suzhen opened her mouth, then suddenly thought of something and closed it again. She seemed to not know what to do except to say sorry. Su Ran looked at her lost look, feeling a little reluctant, and said, Change your approach so that I won't be angry. Bai Susu was startled, then thought for a moment. She mustered her courage and took 2 steps forward, then raised her little face and looked at him eagerly, Can you please stop being angry? The tone was cautious and babyish, just like a spoiled child. Su Ran. Well, I really can't get angry anymore. P.S. For those of you who have read this far, please give me a good review. Give me a reward. I, the humble author, would be grateful. Chapter 29. She fell asleep. After bringing Bai Suzhen back to the bar, everything had returned to normal. Lin Zifeng was mixing cocktails at the front desk at this time, and it seemed that what had just happened was just an illusion. Seeing them come back, Lin Zifeng glanced over here and then showed a meaningful expression. Su Ran pointed at the 2-meter sofa and ordered, Sit over there. Bai Suzhen walked over and sat down obediently, looking at Su Ran timidly in her little eyes. Su Ran said, You don't have to work today. I'll give you a day off. Bai Susu was shocked and said quickly, How can that be? I can do it. Su Ran said angrily, That's fine. I don't want you to mess up the whole bar. Bai Susu shrank her neck when she heard this, feeling a little guilty. Su Ran said to her, Although I'm giving you a day off, you have to stay here. Well, catch up on some sleep first. He actually guessed that the girl was not in a good mood, probably because she got up too early and was busy last night. Thinking of this, Su-ran suddenly felt a little guilty about drinking the porridge. Bai Susu shook her head stubbornly. I'm not sleepy. Su-ran said calmly, you don't even listen to the boss? Hearing this, Bai Susu blinked, then she leaned back on the sofa. Su-ran smiled and said, the sofa is big and long enough, just lie down on it and treat it like your own home. Swish. A blush suddenly appeared on Bai Sujin's cheeks. How can you say that you treat it as your own home? Well, I will compensate for the broken wine glass. Suddenly thinking of something, Bai Susu hurriedly said. Su-ran said calmly, no need. It's just a broken wine glass. It's broken. This is considered a work injury and you don't need to pay compensation. Lin Zifeng? Lin Zifeng, who was eavesdropping in the corner, had a face full of question marks. Bro, a broken wine glass? That's in the display cabinet. But it's imported from abroad and costs tens of thousands of yuan each. You are definitely interested in that girl. Bai Sujin heard this and did not refute, although she still felt guilty. Su-ran didn't look at her, his eyes fell on the thermal box. There were only a few grains of rice and chopped green onions left on the inner pot. Seeing this, he was furious. Lin Zifeng, come over here and wash the dishes. The little flying stick is coming. Lin Zifeng came over happily, cleared the dishes swiftly, and finally gave Bai Susu a kind smile. Xiaobai, when you cook porridge again, please bring me some. Just as Bai Susu was about to speak, Su-ran interrupted her, saying, what the hell are you dreaming of? Who are you? Are we familiar with each other? Bai Sujin glanced at Su-ran and saw that his face looked a little grumpy, so she spoke weakly without saying a word. Lin Zifeng curled his lips, stingy. As he said this, he twisted his waist and walked away. Su-ran looked at Bai Susu and glared at her. Why, did you want to agree to it just now? Bai Susu quickly shook her head, no. Su-ran raised the corner of her mouth, it's better to catch up on your sleep. I'll give you 2 hours. Oh. Faced with Su-ran's tyranny, Bai Sujin could not muster up any resistance, nor did she feel dissatisfied. Maybe it has something to do with her personality. Su-ran did not disturb Bai Susu, but went to the single sofa not far away and played with his mobile phone. Standing there, Bai Sujin looked at Su-ran with her big eyes, and then glanced around furtively. There were no customers in the bar yet, so it didn't seem busy. She actually wanted to continue cleaning, but the boss asked her to take a break. What to do? I can get paid while sleeping at work. Is this a dream? As I was daydreaming, a wave of sleepiness came over me like a tide. Bai Sujin really didn't sleep well. She returned home at 11 o'clock last night and woke up at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Then she got up to deal with ingredients and so on. Now her eyelids are fighting. Just sleep for a while, just a little while. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Bai Sujin fell asleep. She lay on her side on the sofa with her back facing outside. Although the sofa was big enough, she still curled up her calves, as if this gave her a sense of security. The attentive Bai Sujin even took off her shoes. Her little feet were wrapped in white socks, and her 2 little feet were put together, which was quite cute. Lin Zifeng, who had just come back from washing the dishes, saw the scene and subconsciously slowed down his movements. After putting the dishes on the table, he didn't dare to look any further and walked towards Su-ran. Hey! Fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Su-ran looked up in the direction of Bai Susu, and seeing her sleeping posture, she couldn't help but smile. This fool looks so pitiful. Su-ran seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Zifeng. I'll give you half a day off. Lin Zifeng raised his eyebrows. Oh. Has the unscrupulous boss finally found his conscience? Su-ran continued, no salary. Lin Zifeng. Very good, still so dog. Lin Zifeng shrugged. Anyway, there aren't many customers this morning, so I'll leave first. I stayed up late last night and I'm very tired. I'm going to find a club to rest. Su-ran's mouth twitched, be careful. This guy has been taking a lot of healthcare since he returned to China. He is so extravagant at such a young age. What will he do in the future? After Lin Zifeng left, he thoughtfully hung a sign at the door saying temporarily closed. Soon, Su-ran and the sleeping Bai Sujin were the only ones left in the bar. Su-ran put down his phone and walked lightly to the girl. Her sleeping posture was weak yet somewhat cute, with her face facing the cushion, quiet and well-behaved. However, the girl's brows were slightly furrowed, as if something was bothering her. After looking for a while, Su Ran suddenly turned around and walked to the air conditioner and raised the temperature a few degrees. It's a bit cold indoors, it would be bad if the little girl caught a cold. Su Ran looked at Bai Su sleeping quietly, with a slight smile on his lips. At this moment, Su Ran's cell phone suddenly rang. He subconsciously took a few steps away and took out his phone to check the caller ID. The note is, Lao Deng. It was his father. Su Ran pressed the hang up button directly. What if a phone call comes at this time and disturbs the little girl's sleep? Father Su? Good. I am truly filial. At the same time, in a high-end restaurant in Lucheng, Father Su's face was a little sour. You brat actually dared to hang up on me. Across from her, Su's mother said gently, the child may be in class. Father Su said calmly, we came all the way from the capital to see him. If this kid isn't moved, I'll make sure he knows why the flowers are so red. Su's mother shook her head and smiled. Okay, let's eat first. I still have to find out about my son's life over the years in the afternoon. Okay. Su Ran did not talk to his father. His intuition told him that it was definitely not a good thing. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Well, but this time it wasn't his, but in a bag not far away. That's Bai Su's bag. Su Ran was afraid of disturbing Bai Suzhen's rest, so she walked over, took out her cell phone, and hung up without even checking the caller ID. Opposite? The bell rang again. Su Ran hung up. Ring again. Hang up. Ring. Hang. Finally, a hint of doubt appeared on Su Ran's face. He looked at the note called Yao Yao, walked away again, and answered the call. If we're not sisters, why did you hang up on me? An anxious and confused voice came from the other end of the phone. There is silence here. Su? Speak. Su Ran was silent for a moment, then said, she fell asleep. Other side? Chapter 30 and Yao came to the door. Who are you? What did you do to my sisters? The female voice on the phone suddenly became fierce. Su Ran put the phone away from her ear and raised an eyebrow. Who are you? I am the famous In Yao. Bai Su's best friend in college. Hey! Isn't Susu at work today? Who are you? I'm warning you to stay away from Susu. There was a threatening voice coming from the other side, accompanied by a rustling sound. Su Ran glanced at Bai Susu and saw that she frowned, as if she was disturbed. He lowered his voice and said, I'm her boss. Boss, right? I'm warning you, you better behave yourself. If you dare to do anything to Susu, I'll have you thrown into the river to feed the fish. And Yao said fiercely. If you are sick, go see a doctor first. After Su Ran finished speaking, he hung up the phone. And Yao? So arrogant? And Yao, who was still in the dormitory, could no longer sit still. She put on her shoes and left the dormitory. Su Ran put Bai Susu's phone back into her bag, then walked to the other end of the bar and made a call. Hey, help me check someone out. 10 minutes later, a piece of information appeared on Su Ran's mobile phone. There was a photo in the upper right corner of the document, and it was in Yao. This document records everything about her in detail. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. No wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out that Dad is a master of both black and white. He was a little surprised that Bai Suzhen could get along well with such a young lady. At the same time, the door of the bar was suddenly smashed, and an angry voice was heard, open the door. I see you. Su Ran. He walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door, Yao rolled up her sleeves and kicked him. The attack landed exactly at Su Xiaoran's position. Su Ran's pupils shrank, and he instinctively raised his hand to grab the other person's foot. Fuck. Are you sick? Su Ran felt a chill on his back. If the password was implemented, he would have no sexual happiness for the rest of his life. And Yao glared at Su Ran and said angrily, let me go. Su Ran sneered, then grabbed Yao's ankle and pushed her forward. Ah! And Yao was shocked and her center of gravity suddenly lost stability. She jumped backwards and then leaned against the wall. At the same time, Su Ran lifted her legs up and made them into a split position. Su Ran. Yao. Su Ran was a little surprised. He originally wanted to scare the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party was so flexible. It seemed that he had practiced. At this point, The two of them were in an awkward position, a bit like a certain posture. Fortunately, Anya was only about 1.6 meters tall, and Su Xiaoran was targeting her belly button. Anyao's face flushed immediately. You bastard. Let me go. Su Ran said coldly, calm down first, I have to promise that I won't bite anyone when I let you go. Anyao's eyes widened immediately. You called me a dog? Su Ran smiled, you said that yourself. Anyao gritted her teeth and said, damn bastard. I won't let you go. Su Ran frowned. I know you're a spoiled young lady, but at least you should understand the situation, okay? It was you who started the trouble first, and you even tried to kick someone. Anyao angrily said, I kicked the door. Su Ran said calmly, you are deliberately damaging other people's property, beautiful lady, you are very punished. Anyao was speechless. She didn't expect that the other person, who was so handsome, had such a sharp tongue. Stop talking nonsense. Let me go first. This posture is too ambiguous. Su Ran said seriously, then you have to agree and stop making trouble. Anyao endured the shame and gritted her teeth and said, okay. Su Ran then let her go and glanced at her legs. They were straight, slender and well proportioned. She wore shark pants and pile socks, which were quite unique. It seems that he is a good candidate for yoga. Anyao glared at him fiercely, where's Susu? Su Ran said, he fell asleep. Anyao was stunned, then pushed Su Ran away and rushed into the bar. Then I saw Bai Sujin sleeping sweetly on the sofa. Anyao really fell asleep? Only after carefully checking that her best friend's clothes were intact did Anyao breathe a sigh of relief. What's your reaction? You don't think I did anything to Bai Susu, do you? Su Ran said with a smile. Anyao glared at him coldly, if you dare to do that, I will never let you go. Su Ran shrugged, don't worry, I'm still a good citizen who abides by the law. The prison wind is not suitable for him. Anyao had calmed down by now. She looked around suspiciously and asked curiously, do you own this bar? Su Ran said proudly, no. How is it? Young and promising, right? Anyao said disdainfully, it looks like this company is about to go bankrupt. Su Ran's mouth twitched, how can you talk like that? We are closed this morning. Anyao's eyes widened, then why did you let Susu come? Are you planning something bad? Su Ran raised his hand to support his forehead. This girl probably has some serious illness. Anyao stroked her chin and looked at Su Ran, you look quite young, right? Su Ran nodded, I'm a sophomore computer science student at Tsinghua University, your senior. Ah? Anyao was stunned. Su Ran sneered and said, do I look like a bad person? Anyao took another closer look and then shook her head, he doesn't look like a bad guy, just a little old. Su Ran's defense suddenly broke down, damn it. Who are you calling old? A sly look flashed across Anyao's eyes, oh, I'm just telling the truth, are you anxious? Her mischievous look made Su Ran want to slap her twice. What's wrong? Yao Yao? Why are you here? The sound of their conversation still disturbed Bai Sujin. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and spoke in a soft voice. So cute. Su Ran and Anyao were immediately touched by the sweet scene of her getting up. Anyao came over and sat down beside her, hugging Bai Susu. Susu. You finally woke up. You almost couldn't see me. Bai Susu looked bewildered, what's the matter? Anyao accused Su Ran, this man wanted to do something bad to you, luckily I arrived in time and saved you. Su Ran rolled his eyes silently. Just act it out. Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then said weakly, Yao Yao, did you misunderstand something? The boss is not that kind of person. Anyao. Su Ran raised the corners of his mouth and felt secretly happy. The little girl's protection immediately made him in a good mood. Anyao's eyes widened, no, sister, why are you protecting him so much? He is a gangster. Didn't you see his rude behavior towards me just now? Of course, Anyao found it difficult to speak. Bai Susu blinked, Yao Yao, why are you here? Anyao. Your way of changing the subject is really ineffective. Chapter 31 Could it be that you are not capable enough? Anyao came to find her, and Bai Susu was both happy and nervous. I was afraid that I would cause trouble for Su Ran. The girl looked at Su Ran apologetically and said, Boss, I'm sorry. Yao Yao has a straightforward personality and she's a very good person. Su Ran glanced at Anyao, then said calmly, all right, for your sake, I won't argue with her. Bai Susu's eyes lit up. Thank you, boss. And Yao was a little depressed. Susu, why are you so polite to him? This guy is a bad guy. Su Ran sneered, you kicked my door and you call me a bad guy? Only you know who was bad. And Yao said stubbornly, I'm just worried about my friend's safety. Su Ran, so I don't plan to argue with you. Yao. Why do I feel like my momentum has unconsciously weakened? Seeing that these two people seemed to be at odds with each other as soon as they met, Bai Sujin felt a little headache. As a friend of both, she hopes that they can coexist peacefully. Goo 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 goo. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound in the stomach. Su Ran and Yao seemed to be looking at Bai Susu. The latter's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Oh, why are you hungry at this time? Su Ran said, let's go, I'll take you to dinner. Bai Susu was about to respond when Yao hugged her arm and said proudly, Susu has to eat with me. Su Ran glanced at Yao coldly. The latter made a face at him. Such a strong possessiveness? Could it be a lesbian? Su Ran thought so. Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, how about we eat together? When Yao heard this answer, she was a little surprised. Susu, you are not like that. She was a little shocked. In her impression, Bai Sujin didn't even dare to talk to boys. Last time when she was eating in the cafeteria, a boy cut in line with her and she didn't dare to say anything. Why is she so nice to a boy now? Bai Susu whispered, Yao, Su Ran is also my friend. What? When Yao heard this, she suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Su Ran in confusion. Your name is Su Ran. Why does it sound familiar to me? Su Ran looked at her expressionlessly. And Yao was suddenly startled, her mouth hanging open. Oh, I know you. Aren't you the boyfriend of the school beauty who's been all the rage on Tiaba lately? Su Ran showed no expression when he was recognized, and said calmly, not now. And Yao looked at him with disdain, your circle is really messy. Bai Susu quickly hit her, Yao, stop talking. Isn't this just exposing someone's scars? And Yao suddenly looked at Bai Susu and asked, Susu, do you know about this? Bai Sujin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. And Yao sighed inwardly. Does this guy have some magical powers? Why are there so many beautiful girls surrounding him? Thinking of this, Yao glared at Su Ran. Su Ran looked puzzled. Is this guy crazy? Let's go eat. And Yao also agreed with everyone's suggestion to have dinner together, as she didn't want to make things difficult for her best friend. After walking downstairs, Yao suddenly looked at Su Ran, do you have a car? Su Ran took out the key expressionlessly and pressed it, and a Porsche on the side of the road suddenly lit up. Yao. She looked at the car in astonishment and asked in shock, your car? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, why? My temperament doesn't suit a sports car? Although Yao was shocked in her heart, she would not let him go. She snorted softly, ha. You look like a gangster at first glance. I can't believe you can drive such a nice car. She didn't expect that this guy that everyone was discussing online was so rich. A Porsche. A car worth tens of millions, but even she had never ridden one. Although her family is well connected and wealthy, the most expensive car she has ever driven is a Maybach. And Yao was a little depressed, since you drive such a nice car, why would that school beauty leave you? Su Ran said calmly, guess? And Yao widened her eyes, could it be that you are not capable enough? Puff. Cough cough cough. Su Ran was choked by her. Bai Sujin was a little confused. What are they saying? Why can't I understand? And Yao suddenly laughed triumphantly, ahaha. Su Ran, could I be right? TSK, so pitiful. Su Ran's face was full of black lines, what nonsense are you talking about? And Yao held Bai Susu's hand and warned her, Susu, you have to keep your eyes open. For your future sexual happiness, you have to choose your partner carefully. Ah? Bai Sujin was still confused. Her knowledge in this regard is like a blank sheet of paper. Su Ran's face was very grim. He always felt that Yao was here to bring him down. He glanced at Bai Susu and said, wait for me in the passenger seat. Bai Sujin blinked, but under the pressure of her boss, she went there obediently. And Yao didn't stop him. She knew Su Ran had something to say to her, and coincidentally, she did too. You? Hey! Stop! What do you mean? Su Ran didn't waste any time talking to Yao. After Bai Susu got in the car, he turned around and left. This is really confusing for Yao. No, why is this not following the script? After realizing what was happening, Yao quickly chased after him. She suddenly realized a problem, that bastard Su Ran never thought of letting her get in the car. Su Ran calmly sat in the driver's seat and looked at Bai Sujin beside him. The latter was very reserved. It was her first time riding in this kind of car. She had a strange feeling, and the inferiority in her heart quietly revealed itself. Su Ran seemed to know something and said calmly, "Don't be nervous, it's just a car. Look how small the space is. The companies that sell cars just use their brand name to sell it to consumers at a high price." Bai Susu nodded slightly, her big eyes tinged with curiosity. "Is this car very expensive?" Su Ran said indifferently, "It's just like that." Oh. Bai Susu knew that Su Ran was fooling her. No matter how expensive it was, she couldn't afford it anyway. Bang! Yao held onto the window with one hand, looking at Su Ran with innocent eyes. "Brother, where do I sit?" Su Ran pointed to the back and said, "How about we make do with the rear of the car?" Yao's face fell immediately. "No. This is too embarrassing." Su Ran said with an apologetic look, "There's nothing we can do about it. There are only 2 seats. Or, let Yao Yao sit, I can also ride the electric donkey." Bai Susu suddenly spoke weakly. "No." Su Ran and Yao denied it in unison. Bai Sujin shrank her neck and dared not speak. "I have a plan." Chapter 32 Two goddesses sitting on the passenger seat. The Porsche drove slowly on the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by. But what surprised them even more was that there were 2 beautiful women sitting in the passenger seat of the Porsche. Yes. 2 people sitting in the passenger seat. You read that right. At this time, Yao and Bai Susu were both shy, but fortunately, the latter was wearing a mask and others could not see what she looked like. "I'm just saying, big brother, what kind of plan is this? Isn't this too embarrassing?" Yao was somewhat speechless. Having 2 such beautiful girls sitting in the passenger seat makes them look cheap. Su Ran held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled smugly. "Didn't you say you wanted to get in the car? This is the best way." Yao's face was full of black lines. "But why am I the one down there?" The current situation is that Yao is sitting on the seat, and Bai Sujin is half sitting on her lap. This erotic scene is simply a dream that no driver can realize. Su Ran said calmly, "Don't you have any idea? Isn't it because you are heavier than Susu? What if you are on top and crush Xiaobai? Yao. You really have no basis for this. You just want to take revenge on me." Bai Sujin's face turned slightly red, and her big eyes were so shy that she didn't even dare to look at the road. She could only lower her head and stare at the center console. Although Yao was cursing Su Ran in her heart, her hands were not quiet. Her 2 small hands passed through Bai Sujin's waist and hugged her. Bai Sujin was suddenly attacked, and her whole body trembled slightly, and her body instinctively softened. The girl's voice was filled with shyness and scolding. "Yao Yao, don't touch there. This soft and coquettish voice is simply killing me." Even Su Ran, who was driving, almost lost his mind. He couldn't help but glance at the situation of the 2 women and swallowed his saliva. "Isn't this too erotic? I have to say I'm a genius. I thought of letting them sit like this." Yao was also surprised by Bai Susu's reaction. Then, as if she had discovered some new world, she asked incredulously, "Susu, what's wrong with you? Why did my body suddenly become soft?" Bai Susu said lightly, "Let go." Yao blinked, then glanced at Su Ran beside her with the corner of her eyes. A sly look flashed across her face, and she said slyly, "Hey, sister, you have a great figure. Wow, your waist is so thin." Su Ran's ears moved, but his eyes were still looking forward. Yao sneered secretly, "Are you still pretending to be a gentleman in front of me?" Bai Susu immediately slapped Yao's mischievous hand away and said, "Behave yourself. If we let her come up again, we will reach the position." Fortunately, Su Ran had extremely strong self-control and did not make a fool of himself in front of the 2 women. Soon, we arrived at the restaurant. "Is this place too expensive?" Bai Sujin looked at the luxuriously decorated hotel in front of her, and a hint of hesitation appeared on her little face. Yao hugged her arm and said with a smile, "Why is it so expensive? It's not your treat anyway. Just eat as much as you want. Right? Master Su?" Yao winked at Su Ran with a playful look. Su Ran glanced at her and said, "I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." Yao. Let's go in. Su Ran brought two beautiful women into the restaurant. As soon as they entered the door, they were greeted by waiters in formal attire. Sir, how many people are there? 3. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. The waiter led the three of them to their seats. Here's the menu. Would you like juice or tea? Su Ran casually pushed the menu to Enyao, then looked at Bai Susu and said softly, what would you like to drink? Bai Susu thought for a moment, then said, I just drink boiled water. Su Ran smiled and said, don't you want juice? The tea and juice here are free. A look of realization crossed Bai Susu's face. Ah. So that's it. Oh. That's still plain water. Su Ran smiled and said to the waiter, please give me 2 glasses of juice with some ice, and a glass of hot water for this lady. Finally, Su Ran pointed at Enyao. The latter? I am a human and you are a real dog. Who likes to drink hot water on a hot day? I'll have a glass of watermelon juice, please. Okay, please wait. While the three of them were waiting, Su Ran and Enyao were fine. After all, they had both seen big scenes before, but Bai Susu was a little reserved, as it was her first time in such a high-end restaurant. Could it be like what people say online? Could this one meal cost her a month's salary? Seeing her best friend looking nervous, Enyao leaned over and whispered in her ear. Bai Sujin showed surprise, realization, and then couldn't help laughing from time to time. Su Ran observed this scene and the corners of his mouth curled up. I didn't expect the gangster lady to be so attentive. Soon, the meals were served. These dishes are very high-end and look delicious. Enyao carelessly picked up a piece of foie gras and stuffed it into her mouth, nodding her head repeatedly, not bad, not bad. It tastes better than the one at school. Su Ran picked up a few pieces of beef for Bai Susu and said, eat more. You still have to go to work in the afternoon. Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed and she almost lowered her head. Thank you. The action of a boy picking up food for a girl, this is too ambiguous, right? Should I accept it or not? At this time, Bai Sujin had taken off her mask, and her vivid expression was revealed in front of Su Ran, which was pleasing to the eye. Well, it really works up an appetite to be able to see such a beautiful scenery while eating. Enyao glared at Su Ran in a dismal manner, behave yourself. Don't take advantage of Susu. As she spoke, she also picked up some food for Bai Susu and said, eat quickly, Susu. Eat him till he's broke. With Enyao's help in smoothing things over, Bai Susu's shyness was relieved a lot. But there seemed to be something strange in my mind. All three of them were very satisfied with the meal. Under the advice of Su Ran and Enyao, Bai Susu's appetite increased a lot more than usual. Soon, she covered her swollen belly with tears in her eyes and said aggrievedly, I can't eat anymore. She deeply felt the feeling of being about to die from being stuffed. Su Ran smiled and said, then let's go. He stood up to pay the bill. Looking at Su Ran's figure, Bai Susu suddenly looked at Enyao and asked hesitantly, Yao, is it expensive to eat here? Enyao thought about it and said, it's not that bad actually. A few $100 or $1,000 is really nothing to her. Bai Susu whispered, then we can't take advantage of Su Ran. Let's transfer the money to him later. Enyao couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Hey, Susu, why are you so cute? Don't worry about it. It's Su Ran's treat anyway, so let's just eat and drink for free. Humph. If you want to pursue my bestie, how can you do that without spending a lot of money? Chapter 33 Su's mother meets Lu Ruyan. Outside a cafe. A girl in a long floral dress got out of an online taxi. She glanced inside the cafe, her eyes revealing a hint of nervousness. The girl was Lu Ruyan. As for why she came here, you'll know once you go in. Pushing open the door of the cafe, Lu Ruyan walked over according to the seat number she remembered. There sat a woman with a noble temperament. She sat there quietly, like a flowing classical oil painting. Her black hair was loosely tied into a low bun, with a few strands of hair hanging down at the side of her neck, making her neck look as delicate as a white jade sculpture. A moon-white silk cheongsam wrapped around her figure to perfection, with buttons slanting down from the neckline like a string of silent notes. Fine lines were faintly visible at the corners of her eyes, a medal bestowed by time, adding a bit of intriguing charm to her appearance compared to the brightness of a young girl. It's hard to imagine how beautiful she was when she was young. After seeing the other person, Lu Ruyan became even more nervous. Although she was known as the aloof goddess in school, she was like a rookie in front of the woman in front of her. That charming and attractive charm is enough to drive any man crazy. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and said, sister? She can't even call me auntie. Because the other person didn't look much older than her. The woman looked at her, her cold eyes seemed to be able to see through people's deepest thoughts. She opened her red lips slightly and said, "Hello, Miss Lu. Please take a seat." Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, then sat down. She seemed a little embarrassed. The beautiful woman chuckled and said, "What would you like to drink, Miss Lu?" Lu Ruyan said softly, "Latte will be fine." The beautiful woman waved to the staff, who hurried over. "My dear lady, how may I help you?" The woman said slowly, "Please give this little girl a raw coconut latte." "Okay." Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a little regretful. She didn't like drinking coffee very much, but she hadn't drunk any of the coffees for a few days, and latte was one of them. Does this make her look lousy? The woman gently stirred the coffee in the cup and added 3 teaspoons of sugar, but it was still very bitter. Lu Ruyan suddenly couldn't help herself and asked cautiously, "Sister, are you Su Ran's mother?" Hearing this, the woman stopped what she was doing, looked at her, and chuckled, "Don't you think so?" Lu Ruyan sighed sincerely, "I just think you're too young, like you're in your 20s. Mother Su smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I take good care of myself." It seems that she has never worked since she married into the Su family and has always been raised in luxury. To be honest, the most difficult time for her was when she went to school and had to do things by herself. Lu Ruyan felt extremely complicated. She had been dating Su Ran for 2.5 years, but had never met his parents. This is the first time we meet in the true sense. Unfortunately, she and Su Ran have broken up. And when she met Su Ran's mother, Lu Ruyan believed that Su Ran was a rich second generation. This sister is obviously from a high-class background. That is a circle that countless women are trying their best to get into. A feeling of regret spread in my heart, it was so bitter. Mother Su suddenly asked, "I heard that you broke up with Ran? Lu Ruyan nodded with a complicated expression. "There was a misunderstanding between us." Mother Su smiled and said slowly, "But as far as I know, this is not a misunderstanding." Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned pale. "Sister, no. Auntie, Su Ran and I are truly in love. We've had feelings for each other since high school. It's just that the rumors recently caused some unnecessary misunderstandings. I can explain it. She wanted to win the favor of this elder, so that she might be able to change her destiny." Mother Su shook her head, "I'm sorry, I don't want to understand the misunderstanding between you. I only believe the facts I see." She naturally supported her son. Mother Su continued, "I came to Lucheng specifically to see you. Also, since you two are over, I'd like to advise you to let go when it's time to do so." Lu Ruyan's face showed grievance. "Why? Our relationship should not be interfered with by outsiders." Mother Su slowly stood up, a cool aura emanating from her as she said calmly, "First and foremost, I'm Su Ran's mother. Although I respect his choice, that doesn't mean I'll let others hurt him. You don't meet the standards of my Su family's daughter-in-law, it's that simple. What's more, I've had someone investigate. My son and you have always been the one who has given, but you don't love him that much. Besides, you haven't had sex, right?" Lu Ruyan. She didn't expect that the other party had even found out their background clearly. This time, Su's mother met Lu Ruyan in order to solve her son's emotional problems. If there was any substantial relationship between the two of them, she wouldn't mind compensating for it, but there wasn't. Throughout the entire relationship, her son was a humble victim. This made Su's mother a little unhappy. The brat is the son of the richest man after all, but he has to be so humble when it comes to love. He really wants to endure hardship. Girl, take care of yourself. Su Ran has his own life. After saying this, Su's mother said, "I've paid for the coffee. You can take a rest here." Then she left. Lu Ruyan slumped on the sofa, her eyes red. It's over. It's completely over. She and Su Ran really broke up. Why? Why did fate play such a trick on her? Ultimately, she was just too realistic, but was there anything wrong with being realistic? Was there anything wrong with her wanting a better life? Su Ran was also wrong. He obviously came from such a well-off family, why didn't he tell her earlier? Lu Ruyan was full of thoughts and negative emotions suddenly came up. "Hello Ma, your whipped coconut latte is ready." Lu Ruyan looked at the cup of coffee and felt that it was full of irony, as if it was mocking her. On the other side, Sue's mother left the cafe and walked towards a Xiaomi Su7 on the side of the road. Open the passenger door and sit in. Old Sue was driving the car. Seeing this, he asked with a smile, "Are you done talking?" Mother Sue nodded and then said, "We chatted for a few minutes." Old Sue said quietly, "I think she's just average looking." "What's that brat's taste?" Mother Sue glared at him and said, "Don't judge people by their appearance." Old Sue snorted, "For what she did to my son, I have to forget my roots for once." Sue's mother leaned back in her chair and said, "That's it. Let's go and see the bar our son opened." Delhi. By the way, why did you drive this car here this time? Su7, huh? Hey, I haven't driven it in a while. This car must be 20 years old, right? It should have been scrapped long ago. We bought this when we were in college. I can't afford to spend a fortune on it and maintain it properly. Whatever you want, you're stupid and have a lot of money. He Omega. Chapter 34 Going back to school to study is your lie. My employees have to work, you should leave. Downstairs in the bar, Su Ran looked coldly at Inyao in front of him. The latter put her arms around the bear and said proudly, "I can go wherever I want, what's it to you?" Su Ran said calmly, "I am the boss, this is my territory." Inyao rolled her eyes, "At worst, I can just spend it." Su Ran raised an eyebrow, "Okay. I'd been waiting for you to say this." He is worried that business is not doing well now. Before going in, Su Ran took Bai Sujin to disinfect herself. "Does it still hurt?" Su Ran asked with concern. Bai Susu shook her head and said softly, "It doesn't hurt. I'm fine now." Her wound wasn't deep to begin with, so she didn't feel anything after putting the band-aid on it. Su Ran nodded, "You don't have to do the cleaning, just help with the delivery of drinks and snacks." "Oh." Bai Susu nodded obediently. She does whatever her boss tells her to do. And Yao watched the scene from behind with a somewhat resentful look in her eyes. This guy is so cunning. He actually pretended to be a gentle person and seduced her Susu. At this time, Su Ran suddenly said, "Classmate Bai Susu, you go up first." Hearing this, Bai Susu glanced at Su Ran, then at Inyao, a hint of worry in her eyes, but she still nodded, "Okay." After Bai Susu went upstairs, Su Ran turned to look at Inyao and said calmly, "I saw you were hesitant to speak all the way. Come on, don't hold it back." Inyao blared at him, "What did you do earlier if you knew?" Su Ran, will you tell me or not? If not, I'll go to work. Inyao blocked the entrance with her body, raised her head and looked at Su Ran with a serious expression. "Are you interested in Su? Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then glanced at her strangely. "How did you know that?" Inyao curled her lips and said, "My Susu is so pretty, much prettier and cuter than that Lu Ruyan. Which boy can resist her charm? And there's no reason for you to be so nice to Susu." Hearing this, Su Ran smiled faintly, "Junior Inyao, you should have a lot of scenes. First of all, Bai Susu and I are now in a boss-employee relationship. Isn't it reasonable for a boss to care about his employees? Besides, we're both single now. Even if we were together, it wouldn't be illegal. Why are you worrying so much?" And Yao snorted coldly, "Don't think I don't know that you rich second generations love to play with girls' feelings. Susu is so innocent, she can't be hurt by you." Su Ran smiled speechlessly, "Do you like reading novels?" And Yao was stunned and answered subconsciously, "How do you know?" Su Ran had a blank expression on his face, "Why else would you be so imaginative?" Yao. Su Ran shrugged. "First of all, I want to say that Bai Susu and I have a clean relationship. I haven't played with her feelings as you said. Secondly, what if she falls in love with me and can't leave me?" And Yao was stunned for a moment, then denied it, "That's impossible. Aren't you too narcissistic? Isn't it just that he's a little taller, a little more handsome, and a little richer, huh? Why is there something wrong?" And Yao's expression kept changing. Su Ran's lips curled up into a wicked smile, "Classmate and Yao, if I pursue you madly, will you agree?" And Yao blushed, "Are you serious?" Su Ran cleared his throat and said, "I mean if." And Yao tilted her head and looked at Su Ran. She had to admit that Su Ran was indeed very handsome and suited her aesthetic taste. Ugh. Things are getting out of control. Humph. I'm not interested in you. You're not the only handsome guy in the world. This sentence also applies to Su. And Yao said stubbornly. Su Ran chuckled and said nothing. Indeed, there are many handsome boys in the world, but I am the only one who often appears in front of her. And Yao suddenly said in a serious tone, Su Ran, I tell you the truth, Su's family is in a difficult situation, and she is the only supporter of her family. You must not ruin a girl just because of a whim. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, what's the situation at her home? And Yao said calmly, since she didn't tell you, then I won't tell you either. But if Su is bullied by you, I will definitely stand up for her. Su Ran nodded and said, come on, is there anything else? And Yao snorted and said, I haven't even made any purchase yet. Bring me the most expensive drink in your bar. She said as she walked inside proudly. But at this moment, Su Ran suddenly said, the most expensive wine should be worth hundreds of thousands. Puff. And Yao stumbled, then turned around and left as if nothing had happened. I have something to do at school, so I'm leaving now. I'll come back later. Su Ran. Damn. Show off. Su Ran returned to the bar and found that there were 2 or 3 tables of guests in the bar, and Lin Zifeng was sitting at the bar. Bai Suzhen was serving drinks to a table of guests. She was wearing a mask at this time, hiding her stunning beauty again. Su Ran sat at the bar and Lin Zifeng immediately poured him a glass. Business isn't very good during the day. Lin Zifeng sighed. Su Ran said calmly, it's okay, it's like this in the early stages of a business, you just get used to it. Lin Zifeng curled his lips, damn it. Isn't my money money? Su Ran glanced at him and said, isn't that uncle's money? When did it become yours? Lin Zifeng's face was full of black lines. You kid will feel uncomfortable if you don't hurt me for a day, right? Su Ran nodded seriously. Small bluff bot document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select small bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. Lin Zifeng snorted and said, this isn't a solution. You need to do something, otherwise you'll lose all your money. If Lao Deng knew that he had been losing money in business, he would probably laugh at him. He had already imagined that scene. Su Ran's eyes fell on the delicate figure not far away, and then he said, how about you sacrifice your looks and dress up as a woman? Your mother is in good health. Lin Zifeng said, why not recruit a few high-quality female college students to act as wine agents? Su Ran said seriously, Lao Lin, believe me, you are more attractive than those girls. Lin Zifeng said calmly, why don't you go? Su Ran shrugged, you know me, my legs are very hairy and I'm not suitable for wearing cool clothes. Lin Zifeng. So you are hinting at me, right? At this time, Su Ran reminded, we are a mid to high-end bar, not a pub. Don't do vulgar things, add more positive energy. Otherwise, it will be too boring. Lin Zifeng nodded, I know what you mean, it's just a joke. Su Ran nodded. Lin Zifeng then said, by the way, Lao Su called me just now, and they seem to be coming to look for you. Su Ran was stunned, then turned and ran. I'll leave this to you. I'm going back to school to study. This guy just ran away without a trace. Lin Zifeng. Going back to school is your lie. Chapter 35 Meeting Su Ran's parents for the first time? Is this the place that guy opened? Isn't it a bit remote? Or is it on the 2nd floor? Downstairs, Su 7 was parked on the side of the road, and Lao Su's dog head was sticking out of the car window. Mother Su got out of the car, glanced upstairs, and smiled, it's already very good. Think about it, he opened this business with his own money without any help from us. It's already better than many people. Old Su curled his lips and said, how can it be so strong? It's losing money every month. I think it's not far from bankruptcy. Mother Su glared at him, really? Can't you praise your son? What were you doing when you were his age? Weren't you also hanging around in school? Lao Su. It hurts my heart, my friend. Let's go up and meet him. Your son will be very happy to know that you, his father, are here to see him, right? Su's mother pulled old Su upstairs. Soon, they arrived at the door of the bar. There aren't many people. Old Su frowned as he looked at the scattered guests. Su's mother explained, this kind of store is like this. Business is not very good during the day, but it is crowded at night. Uncle, aunt, you two are here. A voice was heard and Lin Zifeng hurried over. Seeing him, Lao Su smiled and said, you didn't even dare to tell your family that you're back. Aren't you afraid your dad will beat you? Lin Zifeng chuckled, I've only been back for a few months, so I won't disturb my dad and the others for now. I'll go back and see them when I'm free. As he said this, he quickly welcomed the 2 elders in. Old Su and his mother also looked at the interior decoration of the bar and nodded with satisfaction. This place looks like a mid to high-end venue, and the setting is quite atmospheric. After sitting on the sofa, Lin Zifeng said with a smile, "Uncle, Aunt, what would you like to drink? I learned how to make cocktails abroad, and they taste pretty good." Lao Su glared at him and said, "We are driving. Just get me some plain water." Lin Zifeng immediately said, "How can that be possible? How can ordinary water be worthy of your status?" As he said this, he quickly called out to someone not far away, "Xiaobai, 3 glasses of wheat juice, please." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit on the forehead. Old Su laughed angrily and said, "What's the matter? Wheat juice suits my status, right?" Puff! Su's mother laughed at the side. Lin Zifeng scratched his head, "Isn't that more noble than plain water? Okay, stop with all this nonsense. You've been delaying for so long. Tell me, why didn't Su Ran come?" Old Su spoke lightly. Well. Lin Zifeng looked hesitant and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Mother Su glanced at him and said, "Didn't you send a message saying that Ran was here?" Lin Zifeng nodded. "He was there just now, but he just returned to school not long ago." "Mr. and Mrs. Su, what are you doing back at school?" Old Su asked expressionlessly. Lin Zifeng said guiltily, he said he wanted to go back to study. Old Su's face was filled with black lines. This rebellious son. Su ran. Su's mother was also a little amused and helpless. She knew that her son still had some opinions about his father and was probably avoiding him. "Does Ran hate us?" Mother Su blinked and asked. Lin Zifeng quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No. "Aunt, please don't say that. How could Su Ran hate you?" "Ahem, he heard that my uncle was coming, so he ran away." "Lao Su? So he's the only one who's not welcome, right? Good. He is indeed a filial son." Lao Su sneered, "It seems that the pocket money is too much." Lin Zifeng was about to speak when Old Su suddenly said calmly, "Zifeng, how could you hide the news of your return from your parents?" "I'll tell them later. Also, you're such a flashy kid. How are you going to inherit your father's company in the future? I need to discuss with him about giving you some extra living space." As soon as these words came out, Lin Zifeng panicked and wanted to cry but had no tears. "Uncle, what does this have to do with me? Su Ran said it all, I was just relaying it. This is definitely revenge. Damn, these elders are really hard to mess with. I have to run away next time." Old Su said, "Oh." At this time, a young girl came over with a few glasses of juice in her hands. Seeing several people chatting, Bai Susu remained silent, trying to minimize her presence and carefully placed the juice on the table. But this person, whatever he fears will come to him. Her actions attracted Su's mother's attention, and she suddenly asked, "Little girl, are you a waitress in this bar?" Bai Susu's heart tightened, and she instinctively felt a little nervous. She nodded her little head and said, "Yes." Mother Su looked at Bai Sujin, and suddenly a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Although this girl was wearing a mask, her voice was very pleasant. Judging from her many years of experience, she was definitely a super beautiful beauty. How could such a beautiful girl work as a waitress here? Mother Su gave a charitable smile and asked, "How much salary do you make a month, little girl?" 3,002. Bai Susu glanced at Lin Zifeng and decided to answer honestly. "Isn't that a bit low?" Old Su suddenly spoke from the side. Bai Susu quickly waved her hands and said, "No, not at all. I'm just working part-time on weekends, and only 8 days a month." She still instinctively defended Su Ran. Bai Susu was also quite thoughtful. She knows that these two elders are Lin Zifeng's acquaintances, so she also appears to be very honest. 8-day shift, that's 400 a day, that's not bad. You guys don't exploit your employees like the capitalists do. Old Su nodded and said the last sentence to Lin Zifeng. The latter chuckled and said, "What does this have to do with me? Su Ran recruited him, and I didn't ask about it." Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Su were slightly stunned. A bright light flashed across Su's mother's eyes, and then she looked at Bai Sujin again, this time with a more serious look. "Not sure, let us see." Bai Sujin's face turned a little red under the mask, and she lowered her head shyly. Lin Zifeng then said something shocking, grinning, "Xiao Bai, these two are your boss's parents." Sigma. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu was stunned. She didn't expect that the relationship would be like this. Is this handsome uncle the boss's father? And this incredibly beautiful older sister, is she the boss's mother? She looks so young, are you sure she's not the older sister? For some reason, Bai Sujin felt a little overwhelmed when she heard the news. Uncle, hello, uncle and aunt. She bowed quickly and said hello shyly. Okay, good boy, what is your relationship with Ranran? Su's mother smiled gently, and she was clearly two different people from when she faced Lu Ruyan. Her voice also makes people feel calm and peaceful unconsciously. Bai Susu's nervousness subsided a lot. After hearing the answer, she said weakly, the boss is my senior. Wow. Are they from the same university? Su's mother's expression became more and more animated. Chapter 36 is a bit similar? As Su's mother looked at Bai Sujin, she felt more and more fond of this girl. Little girl, why are you still wearing a mask in such hot weather? Aren't you stuffy? Su's mother suddenly asked. It's obvious that he wants to see what Bai Sujin looks like. Bai Susu shook her head, no, not boring. Su's mother was about to speak when Lin Zifeng suddenly interrupted and said, it was Su Ran who asked her to do so. Su Ran? Hearing this, Su's mother seemed to be thinking about something. Lin Zifeng suddenly said to Bai Susu, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Bai. Go and get busy. Okay. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu looked at Lin Zifeng with gratitude. She felt a little uncomfortable standing here facing her boss's parents. The little girl ran away in panic, and a smile suddenly appeared on Su's mother's face. Fine. Old Su raised his eyebrows and looked at his wife in surprise. What's wrong? Are you attracted to that girl? Mother Su did not deny it and asked, what's wrong? Is it not possible? Lao Su was at a loss for words. Wife, you can't be so casual about this. Besides, you don't even know what she looks like. Mother Su disagreed and said, appearance is not that important, and my intuition is right, she must be very beautiful. Lin Zifeng gave a thumbs up and said, and is right. He is one of the few people who has seen Bai Sujin's true face, and he also sincerely affirms Bai Sujin's beauty. Mother Su looked at Lin Zifeng and said, I haven't asked you yet. Tell me what happened between them. Lin Zifeng immediately told everything he knew honestly. His aunt is a great supporter to him. With his aunt protecting him, the two people in the family will definitely not be able to do anything to him. Ha ha. Damn, I'm such a genius. After hearing this, Su's mother's smile grew wider. It can be seen that Ranran attaches great importance to this little girl, but it can also be seen that Xiao Bai's family is indeed in financial difficulty. Having said that, Mother Su looked at her husband and said, why don't you go check it out and see if you can help? Old Su leaned back on the sofa with a look of contentment on his face, and said quietly, why should I join in the fun? If you ask me, let the young people solve their own problems. How will our son react if we take action? Mother Su raised the corner of her mouth, what you said makes sense. Her eyes fell on the thermos cup on the table, and she chuckled, we've only known each other for a few days, and he's already asking a young lady to make porridge for him. It seems like he's in good shape. She was originally worried that her son would not be able to get over the emotional pain, so she came to see him in person, but she didn't expect to receive a pleasant surprise. It has to be said that Bai Sujin did give her a surprise. Of course, she wouldn't be so hasty to make decisions and would still need to observe more. At this time, Su's mother asked old Su, we still have plenty of time, why don't we stay in Lucheng for a few days? Upon hearing this, old Su nodded and said, okay, I'll see which side has the best scenery and buy 2 villas to live in. Lin Zifeng. Evil capitalists. No, it seems to be the same in my own home. Emma smells so good. Su's mother and her husband did not disturb Bai Sujin too much. After all, it was their first meeting and they couldn't scare the girl. After staying in the bar for a while, the couple got up and left. After going downstairs, Su's mother was in a very happy mood. My Ranran is indeed excellent. Old Su curled his lips. His wife dotes on his son, but that's normal, after all, he also dotes on his daughter. Mother Su suddenly smiled and asked, by the way, have you noticed that the little girl's personality is a bit like your sister's when she was young? Old Su was stunned for a moment, then he seemed to think about it. You know what, it is a little bit. His sister, Lin Zifeng's mother. Mother Su laughed, if that's the case, it would be interesting, but unfortunately, the little girl is not interested in Lin Zifeng. Lin Zifeng. At this point, Su's mother excitedly said, no. I have to talk to my son and let him seize the opportunity. Old Su smiled dotingly. His wife was really. When she was young, she was a cold goddess. But after giving birth to a son, she became much more lively. Of course, he loves his wife no matter what kind of wife she is. He. Lin Zifeng saw the two big guys off and returned to the bar. At this time, a few young students came and ordered a set meal. After finishing her work, Bai Suzhen delivered the meal. At this time, Lin Zifeng waved at her. Bai Susu walked over with some confusion. Boss Lin, is there something wrong? Lin Zifeng said unhappily, hey. Why call me boss? I'm only 2 years older than you. Just call me brother Lin from now on. Bai Suzhen blinked. You are a bit presumptuous. Xiao Bai, were you nervous just now? Lin Zifeng asked with a smile. Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then asked doubtfully, what are you nervous about? Well, I still stutter now. Lin Zifeng said with a smile, those two people just now are Su Ran's parents. They should have come to Luqing to visit that boy, but they probably didn't inform him. Bai Suzhen nodded. She asked why Su Ran left halfway. Su Ran's mother is a very nice person. As far as I can remember, she has always been gentle, easy to talk to, and considerate. She might have been a bit too familiar when she was talking to you just now. Please don't mind. Lin Zifeng chuckled. Wow. Is this guy actually trying to mediate the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in advance? My Xiaolin is so advanced. If Su Ran knew, he probably wouldn't have deducted his salary. Bai Susu cried out, then quickly waved her hands and said, You misunderstood. I don't have that kind of thought. Uncle and auntie are very nice people. I can feel it. The last sentence was spoken in a weaker, more shy tone. Lin Zifeng said with satisfaction, that's good, but Su Ran is such a jerk. He even hides from his parents. Su Ran? You or me? Bai Suzhen lowered her head and said nothing. She imagined that if Su Ran was present, her uncle and aunt would probably misunderstand her. That's really embarrassing. Luckily, the boss is gone. Why do I feel a little lost? Garlic bird. No one can predict what will happen every day, so let it be. Go to work. $400. You. In the boys' dormitory, the fight started at 0 frame. Su Ran retreated tactically and threw a pillow over. Brother Jia, don't do that. If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Lu Jie stared at Su Ran with red eyes. No, buddy, where is my lunch? Don't tell me you forgot. Su Ran's mouth twitched. Maybe, probably, should, it seems. He seemed to remember that he had promised his roommate to bring back lunch in the morning, but after taking a nap, his mind went blank. Oh. Taoist friend, your memory really disappoints me. Not far away, Chao Cancan was holding a fruit knife, sharpening it on the table, making a creaking sound, and looking over sinisterly. Su Ran was embarrassed. My godfathers. Give me 10 minutes. Beautiful, crocodile, fine east. Forget it, roommates only deserve to share good meals. Chapter 37 Gentle and well-behaved, can cook. What did you say? Su Ran, who was playing games, almost choked herself to death, staring at Lin Zifeng in the video. Roommates Lu Jie and Chao Cancan pricked up their ears unconsciously. What the hell did you tell my parents? Lin Zifeng recounted the conversation. Su Ran was silent for a moment, then said, 6. He didn't expect that his parents would actually come to his bar and do so many things. After thinking for a while, Su Ran asked, Isn't that little girl Bai Susu scared? He is still more concerned about this. Lin Zifeng teased with a half-smile, Hey. You're so concerned about me, kid? Tell me, do you want to bring her back to meet your parents? Su Ran's mouth twitched. Answer my question, don't say anything irrelevant. Lin Zifeng nodded and said, It's okay, what could be the problem? But your mother is still very enthusiastic and satisfied with me. Yeah? Su Ran raised the corners of his mouth, feeling secretly happy. Ahem, Lao Su, I heard your father is planning to buy a house in Lucheng. Lin Zifeng suddenly said. Su Ran said gloomily, What does Lao Dang want to do? Is he planning to keep an eye on me? Lin Zifeng laughed slyly and said, I guess that's what your mother meant. Maybe she wants to find a daughter-in-law for you here? He blinked and smiled the knowing smile of a man who knows everything. Su Ran curled his lips. Do I need them to look for it? I'll find it myself. In the video, Lin Zifeng suddenly glanced sideways, then changed the subject. So, Su Ran, what kind of girl do you like? Su Ran felt something was wrong, but he didn't know it for a moment. Lin Zifeng then interrupted, isn't she still the same type as your ex-girlfriend? Su Ran complained, are you kidding me? How cheap am I? This young master must find a girl who is prettier than her, more loyal than her, more gentle and well-behaved than her, and who can also cook, right? Lin Zifeng smiled ambiguously, oh. Xiao Bai, why are you eavesdropping on us? Su Ran? No, buddy, are you playing your volume out loud? By Susu? No, I didn't. The girl's shy voice sounded as if some secret had been discovered, and her tone was very weak. Who would understand? She just came to get some drinks and overheard it. Su Ran's voice rang out, by Susu? Lin Zifeng tactfully pointed the camera at Bai Sujin. The latter's cute look appeared in the camera, her big eyes blinking, as if seducing people invisibly. Boss? Su Ran had no expression on his face, as if he hadn't said it before. He opened his mouth and said, how's your hand? Bai Susu said softly, much better. Su Ran said, remember to disinfect after get off work. Okay. Hang up. After Su Ran hung up the phone, his face turned red. Damn it. Something is wrong. Did I say something wrong just now? On the other side, Bai Sujin was also a little embarrassed and ran away with a red face. Lin Zifeng looked at his masterpiece proudly. Hey, I have to have a separate table when I get married in the future, right? Or you can introduce your best friend to him. Bai Sujin entered the bathroom and looked at the mirror in front of her. Then she took off her mask, revealing a bright face. There is a noticeable redness on her face, and her eyes are misty and charming. So shy. Bai Susu's mind echoed with Su Ran's words. Gentle and well-behaved, can cook. Why do I feel like he is talking about himself? Oh. Bai Susu, you are too narcissistic. Impossible. The girl shook her head, turned on the faucet and rinsed her face. After her mind was clear, she returned to work. It was just that someone's words kept replaying in her mind. In the afternoon, Su Ran took a nap in the dormitory. It was already evening when I woke up. I glanced at my phone and saw several missed calls. They are all Lao Dang's. It's over. Su Ran suddenly felt like the sky was falling. I quickly called back. The phone rang for a moment before it was answered, but there was no sound from the other end. Su Ran's face suddenly showed a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum. Dear father, I was just sleeping. Do you have any instructions? I wouldn't dare give any instructions, but I'm just about to have the bank freeze your bank card. Su Ran's expression changed. Don't. Dad. Dear Dad. I am your biological son. Humph. What son would hide from his parents? I seriously doubt where you came from. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran clearly heard a crisp sound. What nonsense are you talking about? Ran isn't my child? Su's mother's cold voice sounded. Hiss. Honey, be gentle, I'm just kidding. Then the phone was taken away by Su's mother, who said softly, of course, are you free now? Su Ran was very touched. My mother loves me. Without my mom, I don't know if I would have lived this long under Lao Deng's hands. Yes. Mother Su said, come out and have dinner with us. No problem. Right away. Su Ran quickly agreed. He can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks without having to pay for anything. What a wonderful life. Lao Su. By the way, if it's convenient, you can call Xiao Bai and Lin Zifeng to come along. Su's mother suddenly spoke. It doesn't matter whether Lin Zifeng comes or not, what matters is the little girl Xiao Bai. Su Ran sighed, Mom, you may have misunderstood. I don't have that kind of relationship with her. Mother Su chuckled and said, not now, can't we cultivate it? Su Ran, I'm still young. Su's mother, it's not a marriage. Su Ran, I don't like dating. Su's mother, have you talked to the dog before? Su Ran. After clearing his cough, Su Ran said, anyway, don't scare me. I can go by myself. Okay. Su Ran tidied herself up and went out. Portia has become a beautiful landscape on campus. It's great to have money. I think rich people should serve the people. What the hell? Are you a people? isn't it? Then show me the RMB. I suspect you're driving. Lower man. Su Ran came to a high-end restaurant according to the address given by her mother. Eat lunch, sleep, wake up and have dinner, this is life. After Su Ran entered, he came to the box. Old Su and his mother were both there. Dad, Mom. Su Ran greeted him. Old Su didn't look very good, and his mother greeted him with a smile. You won't be unhappy about our sudden visit, will you? Su Ran hugged his mother and then chuckled, how could that be? Dragon Country is so big, you two can go wherever you want. Mother Su smiled and said, the food is just here, let's eat first. After sitting down, Su Ran looked at Lao Su. Lao Su, why are you so sullen? Did your mom beat you? Old Su's face suddenly turned dark. You are bringing up something that is not related to the topic, right? Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Is he worthy? The family of three had a meal together and the atmosphere was very happy. Mother Su kept picking out delicious dishes and putting them into Su Ran's bowl, saying, Ran Ran, eat more. You look so thin from hunger. Su Ran was at a loss for words. Mom, how am I thin? If I get any fatter, I won't be so handsome anymore. Mother Su glared at him and said, this child, if he had some flesh on, he would look stronger. Being too thin would make girls feel insecure. Su Ran shrugged, I'm still quite capable, don't be afraid. When he was a child, Lao Su specially threw him into a group of bodyguards for training. He trained with those bodyguards and learned a little bit about everything. But these years are peaceful times after all, and there is no place where his skills will be of any use. You haven't resumed training for a few years. Your body must be rusty, right? Old Su spoke at the right time. Su Ran chuckled and said, it doesn't matter. Old Su, just send a few bodyguards to protect me. Question mark. Old Su glared at him and said, you wish. Su Ran sighed in his heart, I don't know what has stimulated this old Su, he always wants to make his life more difficult. By the way, Ran Ran, we stayed in your bar for a while today. Zifeng said you hired a girl to be a waitress? Su's mother suddenly asked. Su Ran said calmly, oh, Mom, isn't this a normal thing? I'm opening a bar, so it's reasonable for the store to be short of staff, right? Mother Su smiled and said, but I heard that you have a special feeling for that girl. Su Ran remained calm and said, you misunderstood. Her family conditions are not very good, and she is introverted and shy. I was just taking her feelings into consideration. Seeing her son's excuse, Su's mother raised an eyebrow, is it really boring? No. Mother Su blinked, okay, your uncle just wants to choose a daughter-in-law for Zifeng, and I think Xiaobai is a good choice. Ah? Is he worthy? When Su Ran heard this, his reaction suddenly became intense. He was so anxious. He was so anxious. Mother Su raised her eyebrows, aren't you not interested in me? Su Ran said bitterly, Mom, don't worry about things between young people. Besides, Lin Zifeng's personality is very different from hers. They are not suitable. Mother Su seemed to see through everything, okay, if that's the case, I won't care. Old Su cleared his throat and suddenly said, by the way, you are almost at the age to get married. I will select a few daughters for you. To me. Xiudo Sak. Su Ran refused directly, Lao Dang, Dad, please don't bother. I will find it myself. Old Su snorted coldly, what the hell is that thing you found? Obviously he was thinking of Su Ran's ex-girlfriend. Su Ran sighed, that was my bad luck, I won't do that again next time. Old Su said quietly, are you sure you don't want one? Your father has a good eye. The beauties I've picked for you are basically all proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Su Ran shook her head and refused, no. Okay. Mother Su smiled helplessly and said, eat and let Ran Ran play by himself. Old Su didn't say anything more. Su Ran suddenly asked, I heard from Zifeng that you two are planning to buy a house in Lucheng? Mother Su nodded, yes, I have this plan. Su Ran asked doubtfully, why did you suddenly think of this? Are you not comfortable living in the capital? Lao Su took over the topic, because our family is rich. Su Ran. Mother Su chuckled and said, of course, do you have time? Come with me to look at houses tomorrow? Su Ran heard this and nodded, yes, it must be. Then it's settled. After dinner, Lao Su prepared to take his wife back to the luxury hotel. Of course Su Ran wanted to go back to her school. At this time, Lao Su suddenly called Su Ran, wait. Under Su Ran's puzzled gaze, Lao Su reached out, "Give me the car keys." Su Ran made a tactical retreat and stared at Lao Su warily. "What do you want to do? You don't want to confiscate his assets, do you?" "Well, the car is actually Lao Dang's asset." Old Su said calmly, "I'm tired of driving the Su-7. I'm going to try a different car." Hearing this, Su Ran immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He handed the car keys to Lao Su, who in turn gave him the keys to the Su-7. Su Ran really wanted to change his car. The previous Porsche was a bit high profile, which would have a bad influence on the little girl by Su. After getting the key, Su Ran was in a good mood. "Then I'll go first." Su Ran drove away in the Su-7. Mother Su watched the car go away and said with relief, "It seems that Ran has really come out." Old Su smiled and said, "Don't underestimate him, he is my son after all." Mother Su gave him a charming look, narcissistic. Old Su chuckled, and then his phone rang. Lao Su took out his cell phone and answered, "What's going on?" "Okay, got it." After hanging up the phone, Lao Su said to his wife, "Xiaobai's information has been found." Hearing this, Su's mother's eyes lit up. "That's great. By the way, I can't tell my son about this. It would be bad if he gets upset." Su Ran drove the Su-7 to the bar. It was already past 7 o'clock, and there were more customers in the bar. Su Ran quickly found the busy figure. However, the latter seemed to be in trouble at the moment, and was sitting beside a table of guests with his head down, bowing occasionally. They were a couple, and one of the girls was complaining about something to Bai Sujin. Su Ran's face darkened and he walked over. "What's wrong?" Hearing the familiar voice, the girl's body trembled, and then she looked at Su Ran suddenly. When she saw the familiar figure, a hint of surprise, excitement, and a hint of grievance suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. Seeing the girl's pitiful eyes, Su Ran's heart melted. I accidentally served the wrong wine to the customer just now." Bai Sujin lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. Hearing this, Su Ran glanced at the girl and said, "If you got it by mistake, just try again." Upon hearing this, the girl was immediately displeased and said, "I waited for so long, and in the end she gave me the wrong drink. This really affected my mood for drinking." Su Ran said gentlemanly, "I'm sorry, this was indeed my employee's mistake. How about this? I'll give this to you for free, and then I'll give you two the set meals you ordered. Are you the boss?" The girl looked at Su Ran suspiciously and was suddenly shocked. What a handsome guy! Seeing that the other person was so handsome, the girl's anger subsided a lot. What girl doesn't tea like a handsome guy? Su Ran smiled and nodded, "It is me." The girl softened her tone and said, "Forget it, be more careful next time. After all, not every customer is so easy to talk to." Su Ran smiled apologetically, "I'm very sorry. In addition, I will also give the beautiful lady a 6-month membership, which is 50% off the membership price." Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. "How can I be so embarrassed? Thank you, handsome boyfriend." Su Ran pulled the bewildered Bai Sujin away, and the girl's eyes were still following his figure. Finally, my boyfriend's unhappy voice rang out, "Have you seen enough?" The girl reacted and said a little embarrassedly, I didn't look at her." The boyfriend had a deadpan expression on his face. "Don't you think I'm not handsome enough? You like handsome guys, right?" The girl frowned. "Why are you being so sarcastic? After all, isn't it all because of you? It's fine if you don't speak up for me, but you're like a mute. Don't you know your girlfriend is unhappy?" The boyfriend frowned and said, "It's just the wrong wine. What's the big deal?" The girl's eyes widened. "Is this what I care about? Do you understand me, boyfriend?" Chapter 39. You actually started to play the cultivation game? Su Ran pulled by Su to the front desk. The latter kept his head down all the way, feeling guilty and not daring to look at anyone. Su Ran's voice rang out with a smile, "You keep your head down every day. Aren't you afraid of becoming hunchbacked in the future?" Bai Sujin hesitated for a moment, then she straightened up, raised her head slightly, looked straight ahead, and had an innocent expression. And as she moved, a mountain somewhere instantly stood up straight. Su Ran glanced at him uncontrollably. "Developed so well. Right. Stop." The next second after Bai Su opened her mouth, Su Ran interrupted her. Bai Sujin choked and was a little at a loss. Su Ran said calmly, "Don't just say sorry when you make a mistake." Hearing this, Bai Su felt guilty and wanted to bow her head again. "Look up." Su Ran suddenly ordered. The girl instinctively raised her pretty face and looked at him timidly like a frightened little white rabbit. Su Ran opened her mouth, then said in a gentle tone, "Next time you encounter a customer making trouble, don't be humble. If you think it is reasonable, then do what you think is right. You don't need to consider other people's faces. Do you understand?" Bai Susu nodded, not quite understanding, and then she said weakly, "But it was definitely my fault this time." Su Ran nodded and said, "I know, so I helped you deal with it. I'm talking about a customer who's being unreasonable. You could just give her a couple of slaps to teach her a lesson. I'll cover for her if anything goes wrong." Bai Susu quickly shook her head. "It's wrong to hit people. How could she possibly do such a thing?" Su Ran was both angry and amused. "Are you so willing to become someone else's punching bag?" He felt that if Bai Susu had Yao's personality, it would be much more convenient. Bai Susu lowered her eyes. "I am used to it." She has worked many part-time jobs and has been embarrassed by customers countless times. At the beginning, she did hide away and cry secretly out of grievance, but reality told her that life must go on, and later she slowly accepted it. No, she didn't accept it, she was helpless. It was precisely because of those prejudiced voices that she was now timid. Su Ran looked at the sad girl, and something in his heart seemed to be pulled. "Okay, don't think too much. I can't control you in other places, but here, just relax and do what you want. Besides, I'm your boss. You don't have to worry about being fired. My bar is short of talent right now. Without my order, no one else has the right to be mean to you." Su Ran patted his chest. Bai Sujin blinked, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. The boss is so nice. Suddenly thinking of something, Bai Susu asked cautiously, "Then, I always fail at everything I do. Am I a little stupid?" "You know you are stupid too?" Su Ran smiled secretly, but the words on her lips comforted her. "Not really, you just started, others have a few days of probation, it's normal to lack experience, don't doubt yourself, you are already great." After saying that, he patted Bai Susu on the shoulder. "Come on. Classmate Bai Susu." Su Ran walked towards the sofa not far away, leaving behind Bai Sujin with a dazed look on her face. "You're already awesome. Come on. Bai Susu." Bai Sujin lowered her head, her nose feeling slightly sore. Apart from her parents, no one had ever been so sure of herself. She has always lived cautiously, fearing that her clumsiness would cause trouble to others and make them dislike her. Denial is the greatest harm to a person. Bai Susu, you are very lucky to have met such a good person like the boss. Come on. Come on. The girl clenched her fists and cheered herself up. Her expression changed from depressed to lively and bright, as if she was full of longing for life. "Keep going to work. TSK, you actually started playing the cultivation game." Lin Zifeng, who was resting on the sofa, looked at Su Ran with a smile. He saw everything that happened just now. Su Ran glanced at him and asked, "Are you just going to watch your employees being bullied?" Lin Zifeng shrugged. "It's unfair. I was just about to go over to help, and then I saw you, so I thought I'd ask you to be a hero and save the damsel in distress." Su Ran still felt a little resentful. The little girl is almost crying because of being bullied. Lin Zifeng raised his eyebrows. "Are you heartbroken?" Su Ran, "Of course I feel bad, because she is my employee. Yo. I don't even want to expose you." Lin Zifeng's expression became exaggerated, and then he said, "You know yourself that in the service industry of alcoholic beverages, you encounter all kinds of customers. If the employees don't have a good mental state, it will be really difficult to continue. You don't want the girl to suddenly not want to do it one day, do you?" Su Ran. "Please be careful with your words and actions, my friend. Didn't I ask you to recruit people? Why haven't you replied?" Lin Zifeng said, "I've already posted a recruitment notice. A lot of people have signed up. Interviews will be held in 2 days." Su Ran nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you then. Now that the bar is gradually getting back on track, it's time to consider recruiting more talents." Of course, this is also because old Su did not let Su Ran inherit the family business, otherwise he might not have the time to take care of this small bar. 8 o'clock in the evening. Bai Susu took over shifts with another girl and her work for the day was over. Suddenly she caught something out of the corner of her eye. She looked in one direction and found Su Ran still sitting on the sofa. Big Eyes was a little confused. Why hasn't the boss left yet? As if sensing her gaze, Su Ran turned his head and waved at her. Bai Sujin instinctively ran over happily. Su Ran asked, "Are you hungry?" Bai Susu shook her head, "I've had dinner." The bar provided boxed lunches, which were ordered by Lin Zifeng himself. Bai Sujin ate here. Originally, employees did not have this benefit, and it was Lin Zifeng who implemented it himself. It was Su Ran's idea to give it a nice name. It can be said that it helped Su Ran gain a lot of favor. NPC Lin Zifeng is everywhere. Su Ran nodded, "I'll take you back." No, no. I drove here. Bai Sujin quickly declined. She has received so much care from Su Ran, how could she still trouble others? This made her feel very guilty. Su Ran stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and ignored Bai Susu's protest. "It's a happy decision, let's go." He was the first to leave. Bai Sujin's face froze for a moment, and then she could only follow obediently. After going downstairs, Su Ran took out the key and suddenly looked at Bai Susu. "Driving my car or yours?" Bai Susu glanced at the Su-7, parked on the road, and blinked her big eyes. "Ha? Why did the boss's car get a facelift?" Open mine." "Okay." Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth, he felt the same way. Chapter 40 Mom? The night wind blows on my cheeks, with a hint of heat in the coolness. Su Ran was driving Bai Sujin's electric scooter, with Bai Sujin wearing a helmet sitting behind him. The picture was full of youthful atmosphere. The two of them didn't speak along the way, but they both felt relaxed and happy. Of course, their joy soon wore off. "Pull over, turn off the engine and get out." Unfortunately, the two met the uncle in the hat who was checking for drunk driving. Su Ran could only park the electric scooter on the side of the road. After getting off the car, Bai Susu timidly hid half of her body behind Su Ran. It was the first time she encountered such a thing and she was a little nervous. A middle-aged man in a hat came over with a walkie-talkie, looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, "Young man, do you know why I stopped you?" Su Ran said honestly, "Because I wasn't wearing a helmet." "Uncle Hat, I'm deeply aware of my mistake and I accept your criticism and correction. I will definitely not make the same mistake again next time." Su Ran stood straight, with a righteous look on his face and a determined gaze as if he wanted to join the party. The man in the hat was surprised and said, "That's great, young man. You're quite enlightened. Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" Su Ran was stunned for a moment. The man in the hat chuckled and said, "You guys are college students, right? You've all received higher education, so you should understand the importance of traffic safety. Look, your girlfriend sitting in the back even knows to wear a helmet, but you're the only one being treated differently." Bai Sujin lowered her head after being scolded, and her ears turned red. She didn't know if it was because she heard the word girlfriend. This doesn't seem to be the first time. Do they really look like a couple? Thinking of this, Bai Susu couldn't help but secretly glance at Su Ran's profile, and couldn't help but show surprise. So handsome Omega. Su Ran reflected deeply and accepted the criticism. "Okay, you guys can go now. I'll just give you a verbal lesson this time. If you don't wear a helmet next time, I'll punish you." Uncle Hat was kind enough to let them go. Su Ran nodded quickly, and then he signaled Bai Susu to drive. The latter got on the car obediently, and then Su Ran also got on and said hello to the uncle in the hat. "Thank you for your hard work. It's because of you that people can live and work in peace and contentment." Several traffic policemen saluted. "Serve the people." Bai Sujin drove away, but what made her feel shy was that Su Ran was hugging her waist and was very close to her. She could clearly feel Su Ran's body temperature, as well as the hormones that belonged only to boys. A tingling sensation made her feel a little weak. You can stop grabbing my waist, okay?" She couldn't bear it a bit. Su Ran whispered in her ear, "Didn't you hear Uncle Hat say we're boyfriend and girlfriend? They're still watching us. Let's drive first." The heat hit Bai Susu's ears, and a blush spread. She could only drive while suppressing her shyness. Su Ran's mind wandered. What a thin waist. I wonder what it would feel like to get up close and personal with it. And Bai Sujin seems to be quite sensitive? Not sure, wait and see. It's not like Su Ran had never touched a girl's waist before. When he was with Lu Ruyan, he touched that sacred territory more than once. How should I put it, it feels different. However, he was also sensible and let go of the other person after the car drove away for a distance. Bai Sujin's tense body finally relaxed, and her heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out. Just now she felt her mind was blank and she didn't want to think about anything at all. So exciting! It was the first time she was so close to a boy, so close that she allowed him to touch her waist. But it seems that I can't be angry about this, because this series of actions seem reasonable. Now the two of them were even more silent. Bai Susu looked ahead and drove seriously, while Su Ran was behind. They had even thought of a name for their child. Soon, the electric scooter stopped downstairs of an old apartment building. Su Ran looked around. There were no lights or surveillance cameras in this small alley. After all, it was a remote place. Is this where you live? Bai Susu nodded, yes. Su Ran asked, aren't you afraid of going home alone? For a girl, it takes courage to walk such a distance. Bai Susu said softly, don't be afraid, I'm used to it. The rent here is cheap and close to the school, so she thinks it is acceptable. Su Ran nodded, okay then. Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, thank you for sending me back. Su Ran chuckled, don't be polite, I'm just taking a stroll because I have nothing to do. Bai Susu pinched the corner of her clothes with her small hands, then mustered up the courage to say, do you want to come to my house and sit for a while? Me? Su Ran was shocked when he heard this, as if he was overwhelmed by the surprise. He didn't expect that Bai Sujin would actually invite him. Bai Susu's face quickly heated up, and she quickly explained, don't misunderstand me, I just don't know how to thank you, It's over. I can't explain it to myself. She had already reached her limit when she said that. After all, Xiao Bai is inferior and timid. When would he dare to invite a member of the opposite sex home for tea? Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, okay? Elbow. Bai Sujin was stunned. She didn't expect Su Ran to really agree. She was a little at a loss. Of course Su Ran would agree, after all, what we play for is reality. And this is also an opportunity to quickly get to know the little girl. As for why he wanted to get to know the little girl, well, it's reasonable for friends to get to know each other, right? Su Ran took the initiative and directly pulled Bai Sujin towards the apartment building. Bai Susu? Why does it feel a little wrong? Omega? When I walked to the door, it opened and a middle-aged woman came towards me. The sudden encounter startled both parties. Mom? When Bai Sujin saw that it was her mother, she greeted her quickly. Mom? Upon hearing this, Su Ran's gaze fell on the middle-aged woman. It had to be said that Mother Bai did bear some resemblance to Bai Susu. Even her younger self still resonated with her. One could tell from her features that she was a kind and benevolent elder. However, perhaps due to long hours of toil, Mother Bai's hair had turned a bit gray, and her face was lined with noticeable wrinkles. Hearing the familiar voice, Mother Bai was startled, and then she saw her daughter, Susu? You're back? You kid! Why are you so scary all of a sudden? Bai Sujin stuck out her tongue playfully. Mother Bai shifted her gaze to Su Ran and asked in confusion, who is this? Su Ran greeted her openly, Mom. Oh no, hello auntie, my name is Su Ran, I'm Bai Susu's senior and boss. Fuck. How did you just yell that out so easily? Mother Bai. Bai Susu, huh? P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating. Please give me a reward. Chapter 41, Let Us Do It Tomorrow. In the not-so-spacious rental house, Su Ran and Bai Susu sat obediently on the only double wooden sofa. Mother Bai came over with a kettle and disposable cups. With a hint of apology, he said, I'm sorry, Xiao Su, we don't drink tea often at home, so we don't have any tea leaves, so we can only make do with boiled water. Su Ran said with a smile, it's okay, auntie, I just like drinking boiled water, it's healthy and harmless. Bai Susu seemed a little reserved. She stood up and pretended to take the kettle. Mom, let me do it. Mother Bai gave her a glare and said, go sit down, I'll do it. Bai Sujin could only sit back silently. Mother Bai poured a glass of water for the two of them and found a stool to sit down. Xiao Su, thank you for bringing Susu back. Mother Bai also understood what had happened from the explanations of the two people. She was not expecting her daughter to suddenly bring a boy back, but she was also very relieved. The fact that my daughter is brave enough to do this proves that she has made great progress. Looking at Su Ran again, the young man was tall and handsome, with an elegant temperament. One could tell from his face that he was a good boy. If the two of them could become friends, Mother Bai would be satisfied. Su Ran smiled and said, you're welcome, auntie. I just happened to be on my way. Besides, it's not safe for Bai Susu to be alone at night. Bai Sujin glanced at him secretly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Mother Bai noticed her daughter's look, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she said with a smile, I heard that Susu works part-time in your store? Su Ran nodded, yes. Mother Bai said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Su Ran quickly waved her hands, no trouble, no trouble. Susu is very capable, careful, and serious, very good. Bai Susu felt embarrassed by the compliments, even though she was so clumsy during the day. Mother Bai was pleasantly surprised and said, really? That's great. But this child is also very stubborn. I didn't want her to run around everywhere, and wanted her to focus on her studies, but this girl just wouldn't listen. Bai Susu was unhappy when she heard this and retorted softly, not at all. School isn't busy right now. I have plenty of time. Mother Bai said helplessly, I just want you to relax a little. Don't want. Bai Sujin shook her head, looking like she was acting coquettishly. Suddenly remembering that there were strangers around, her face turned slightly red. A hint of surprise appeared in Su Ran's eyes. This silly guy seemed to be two different people at home and outside. At home she can let down her guard and be her true self. Perhaps this is who she is. Mother Bai suddenly looked at Su Ran and smiled kindly. Are you hungry, Xiao Su? Su Ran smiled and said, Auntie, I've already had dinner. Bai Sujin suddenly poked Su Ran's waist with her little hand, and the latter looked at her in confusion. The girl whispered, will you still want porridge tomorrow? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Mother Bai's eyes, but then she felt that this was expected. It seems that my daughter got up so early in the morning to make breakfast for her boss. Very good, very good. Mother Bai looked at Su Ran, and unknowingly, she looked at him a little like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Su Ran said softly, no need for now, you should have a good rest tonight, and we'll do it next time. He knew that it was hard for the girl to get up early and cook, so he didn't want to make her so tired. Bai Sujin nodded, feeling a little disappointed. She was still happy to make breakfast for Su Ran, and she was very happy to see him eating with satisfaction. Because this is the only way she can repay Su Ran so far. Once you've rested, how about once a week? Su Ran suddenly chuckled and spoke. Ah. Good. Great. Bai Sujin reacted and a hint of joy appeared on her face. When Su Ran saw her bright expression, he also became happy. Mother Bai had a strange look on her face. Once a week. Ahem, it seems she is a little bit arrogant. The few of them chatted until 11 o'clock. Most of the time, it was Bai's mother chatting with Su Ran, while Bai Susu sat honestly on the side, glancing at the confident and gentle Su Ran from time to time, with spring in her eyes. She increasingly discovered that Su Ran was a really good boy. There are really a lot of advantages. A hint of doubt emerged in Bai Sujin's heart. Why wouldn't Lu Ruyan cherish such a good boy? Su Ran was not at all stage shy in front of the elders. He talked freely and made Mother Bai laugh from time to time. The latter is also becoming more and more satisfied with it. The first time they met, Su Ran left a good impression on Bai's mother. Auntie, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now. Su Ran spoke at the right time. If they continued talking, Bai Sujin beside him would fall asleep. The little girl thought she was hiding it well and didn't know that Su Ran noticed her eyelids twitching. When Bai Susu heard that Su Ran was about to leave, she suddenly woke up from her sleepiness. Mother Bai said with a smile, okay, you are welcome to come again next time. If you have the chance, try Susu's cooking. Her cooking is delicious. Bai Sujin, who was being PUA, pursed her lips and actually began to look forward to it. Su Ran smiled and responded, that's fine. I'll definitely come and bother you next time. It's our first meeting, and I came empty-handed. It's rude. I'll make it up to you next time. Mother Bai pretended to be unhappy when she heard this and said, hey. What are you talking about? Those are all empty promises. It's good to have people here. Our house hasn't been this lively for a long time. Then she looked at Bai Susu and said, Susu, please see Xiao Su off for me. Bai Susu nodded, okay. She looked at Su Ran and said sweetly, let's go. I'll take you there. Su Ran nodded with a smile, and the two of them left the door of the rental house one after the other. Seeing this scene, Bai's mother muttered, you know what, they're quite a match. After going downstairs, the two did not speak. The lights in the building are voice-controlled and flash from time to time. Su Ran looks at Bai Sujin who is standing beside him. The girl's profile is absolutely beautiful when she takes off her mask, and she is still so stunning. Bai Sujin obviously felt Su Ran's gaze and felt a little shy. Why is the boss staring at me like that? It's quite embarrassing. Auntie is very enthusiastic. Su Ran suddenly said something. Bai Susu whispered back, I haven't seen her so happy in a long time. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, then said proudly, now that you mention it, I will come here more often in the future. Bai Susu's face flushed red. She didn't mean that, it wasn't impossible. By the way, Auntie said you should cook for me next time, is that true? Su Ran looked down at the little girl in front of him. Looking at her openly and admiring her bright face, Su Ran felt happy. Bai Susu thought about it, then nodded, well, next time you come, I will do it for you. Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth, then let's do it tomorrow. Ah? Is it so bald, Sigma? Chapter 42 Look at your legs before going to bed. Okay, go back and rest. Su Ran said to Bai Susu. Bai Susu blinked her big eyes and asked innocently, how are you going back? When they came, they drove Bai Susu's electric scooter back. Does that mean Su Ran wants to go by herself? Why don't you drive my car back? The girl thought about Su Ran. Su Ran refused, no need, I have sent someone to pick it up. Oh. Bai Susu nodded, then, be careful. Su Ran said in surprise, great, Xiao Bai, you even know how to care about the boss. Bai Susu's pretty face flushed slightly, and her eyes avoided looking away, we are friends. So, a hug between friends is normal, right? Su Ran teased with a smile. Ah? Bai Susu blushed and fled, I'm going back to sleep. Su Ran stared at her back, the smile in his eyes reaching deep into his eyes. Then he looked around, thoughtfully. Not long after, two beams of light pierced the darkness, and a Su-7 slowly approached. The car stopped in front of Su Ran, the window rolled down, revealing a handsome face, handsome boy, would you like a ride? Lin Zifeng. Su Ran walked over and got into the car, saying, take it back. Lin Zifeng didn't rush to reverse the car, but instead looked at the scene in front of him, is this where Xiao Bai lives? It's a bit remote, right? And it's so dark here, it's too dangerous for a girl. We have to do something. Su Ran was speechless and said, the dog-headed military advisor automatically came online, right? Does this guy like being a wingman so much? Lin Zifeng glanced at him and said with a smile, don't tell me you don't have this idea. Su Ran looked out the window without saying a word. Su-7 started and slowly left the place. What they didn't know was that at the upstairs window, a pretty figure was watching the car leave. Susu, are you reluctant to leave? Mother Bai's voice came from behind. Bai Susu was immediately embarrassed, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Mother Bai smiled faintly, my eyes are almost following the car. Bai Susu stuttered, I was just blowing the wind. How can there be wind in this hot weather? Come in quickly. Inside the house, Bai Sujin, who wanted to run away, was stopped by her mother. Susu, does your boss like your porridge? Question mark. Starting from 0 frame, how can I dodge? Bai Susu didn't expect her mother to see through her thoughts so quickly, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Mother Bai then continued, I think Xiao Su is a pretty good person. You can tell he comes from a wealthy family, but he doesn't have that overbearing air. Instead, he's polite and considerate, and most importantly, he's handsome and sunny. As her mother spoke, Bai Sujin was a little absent-minded. She couldn't help but put herself in Su Ran's shoes as her mother had said, and Su Ran's image in her mind became more and more positive. Fixed NPC White Mother is online. Mother Bai changed the subject, but a boy as outstanding as Su Ran should be pursued by many girls. Susu, you should be more proactive. Bai Susu's face turned red like a boiled shrimp, and she said in shame and anger, oh, Mom. What are you talking about? We are just friends. I'm ignoring you. She ran back to the room quickly, feeling as if she was escaping in panic. Mother Bai looked at her daughter's room with a smile in her eyes. It's great to be young. After taking a shower, Bai Sujin lay on the bed, her jet black hair hanging down, and the fragrance of her bath filled the air. Her skin is as delicate and smooth as a baby's, her face has a natural rosy glow, her eyebrows are like distant mountains, her eyelashes are covered with fine moisture, her nose is small and straight, with a moist luster, and a bit of charming cuteness. This scene is not what the mortal world should have. It is clearly a masterpiece that the creator has painstakingly crafted with great effort. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to witness this scene. Bai Susu held the phone in both hands, staring at the chat interface on the screen, a look of struggle appearing on her little face. In the end, should I send a message or not? Friends should say goodnight to each other, right? After all, it's the same for Enyao and I. Pulling her thoughts back, Bai Susu was slightly stunned, because she didn't know when she had already typed the 2 words goodnight. Just about hit send. Bai Susu pursed her lips, her mother's words suddenly resurfacing in her mind. Should I take the initiative? So she made up her mind and clicked send. As soon as the message was sent, Bai Sujin hurriedly turned off the screen, buried her little face in the pillow, and her pair of jade feet, which had nowhere to rest, slapped the quilt up and down, as if swimming. After a while, the girl raised her little face with a secretive look, and her face was already rosy. I opened the screen with great anticipation, but there was no reply. The girl's excitement suddenly cooled down a bit and she pouted cutely. In fact, it took less than a minute for the message to be sent. But Bai Susu felt as if a long time had passed. At this moment, the cell phone vibrated, and Bai Susu looked at it nervously. Why? Susu, I can't sleep without you at home. A message popped up, and it was from Enyao. Very good, Su Ren didn't wait for that person, but waited for her best friend. Bai Susu, what are you talking about? Weren't you sleeping well before? Enyao, hee. Baby, you replied so quickly. Looks like that pervert Su Ran isn't with you. Bai Susu? What kind of logic is this? Also, why would Yao Yao call Su Ran a pervert? She asked the same question. Enyao, that's right. That guy approached you because he was attracted by your beauty. Maybe your encounter was planned in advance. Bai Sujin thought about it carefully and felt that it might not be the case. When she first went to Su Ran's bar to work part-time as a cleaner, she took the initiative to ask for the job. Before that, she had never seen Su Ran, okay? Bai Sujin had her own idea in mind. Well, there must be some misunderstanding between Yao Yao and the boss. Boss, this is great. Bai Susu, Yao Yao, they treated us to a meal, we can't talk about them like that. And Yao, sister, you've been bought off with just one meal? Come on, I'll treat you to 10 or 100 meals, will you warm my bed? Laughing sideways. Bai Susu, not serious. Bai Susu, go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow. 0. And Yao, okay, then take a look at your legs before going to bed? And Yao, pictures. Bai Sujin's face turned slightly red. She didn't expect that the other party would send her a nude photo. The photo shows Enyao lying on her side on the bed. The angle was taken from the neck towards the feet. A bulge and a groove could be seen in the blurry area. Of course, the focus was on her pair of snow-white and slender legs. There are 2 views, and I don't know which one to see first. Enyao, look at yours. Bai Susu, I collected and deleted the photos. Good night, moi. Enyao, frantic expression. Bai Sujin's lips curled up slightly, and she suddenly thought of something. She lowered her head and looked at her figure, and then her face turned slightly red. Hey, so erotic. The phone vibrated, and Bai Susu looked at it, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Su Ran, good night, Xiao Bai. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. If it's a man, I'll beat you to death. The next morning. Bai Sujin was still woken up by the alarm clock. He opened a pair of hazy and confused eyes, staring at the ceiling without blinking, and then they were about to close. Bai Sujin simply sat up, and the thin blanket slipped off her body, revealing the girl's well-developed body. It is larger than its peers, but not exaggerated, and is somewhere in between CDs. Because of sleeping, the shoulders of her clothes slipped down, revealing a section of her white shoulders with delicate curves. At this moment, the sound of a machine woke her up, and Bai Susu was a little confused. Why is there construction going on nearby? A pair of jade feet stepped into slippers, walked to the window and looked down, and immediately found that there were many people gathered downstairs, and all of them were wearing safety helmets. A hint of doubt flashed across Bai Susu's big eyes, but she didn't think much about it and went to wash up. Her mother went out early to deliver breakfast to the hospital and left a special portion for her. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, Bai Sujin went out. Riding her beloved electric scooter, she passed by the construction site and took a curious look, then was a little surprised. Because she clearly saw that what they were going to install were street lamps. Isn't this a private residential area? Who would install street lights here? A man in a white hat also noticed by Susu and waved his hand. Little girl, construction is about to start here, please stay away. Oh. Bai Sujin nodded quickly. The man in the white hat immediately said to the workers, hurry up. Young Master Su said we can finish the installation in an hour. Don't disturb the residents who are resting. His voice was loud, as if deliberately so. Su Xiao. The clever Bai Sujin seemed to realize something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Her memory went back to last night, when a tall and handsome boy asked her, aren't you scared coming back alone? Now think about it. Bai Sujin's heart began to beat faster and faster. Is it him? Is it for yourself? Bai Sujin lowered her eyes, suppressing the bright stars in them, and rode away silently. At this moment, a seed was planted in the girl's heart, and a bud quietly grew. On the other side, Su Ran had already driven the Su 7 to a villa park. Dad, Mom. Old Su and his mother have arrived and are chatting with a man in a suit with a good temperament. Seeing Su Ran coming, Su's mother smiled and asked, have you had breakfast? Su Ran shook his head, not really. This must be your young master, right? He has an outstanding temperament and is extraordinarily handsome. The man in the suit came over enthusiastically and greeted him. Who are you? Su Ran looked at the other person curiously. The man in the suit introduced himself, my last name is Zhang. Young Master Su can just call me Old Zhang. I'll show you the house for these distinguished guests. Su Ran understood that feelings are sales. Mr. Su, didn't you have breakfast? If you don't mind, we can provide it for free. Old Zhang said with a bright smile. He had noticed before that in this couple with extraordinary temperament, the woman was the head of the family, and she doted on her son, so he planned to win Su Ran's favor first. This is the inside of sales. Su Ran looked at her parents, have you eaten? Lao Su nodded, of course, if you move a little slower, you can catch up with lunch. Su Ran was speechless. In the end, Su Ran did not refuse and had breakfast here. Mr. and Mrs. Su went to see the villa. Are you really buying it? Su Ran looked at her mother's satisfied expression and couldn't help asking. Mother Su smiled and nodded, this place is not bad. It's close to your school and the bar. It will be convenient if you want to come and live here in the future. What's more, there are many rooms here. If you bring girls here, there will be enough for you to stay. Su Ran pretended not to understand her mother's hint and said, you two are often in Beijing and only come here occasionally. There is no need to go to such trouble. Just stay in a high-end hotel. Su's mother glanced at Lao Su and asked him to speak. Lao Su said calmly, I plan to invest in a few projects here. Well, I have already acquired a few hotel buildings. When the projects start to take off, I will give you some practice. Su Ran's face suddenly darkened. Dad, isn't the scope of our family's business large enough? Do they really want to have their chain all over the country? Old Su curled his lips and said, what's that? Your aunt's family is what you call a business empire. When mentioning her aunt, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. I haven't seen my aunt for a long time. I'll go back after the National Day holiday. Lao Su, don't change the subject. You've been hanging around for so long, it's time to do something serious. Su Ran retorted, I haven't done anything serious yet. I'm running a bar, right? Old Su scoffed, it's just a tiny place. What's the difference between it and a child playing house? The annual revenue is only a few $100,000. What a waste of time. Su Ran shrugged, I like to play. The corner of Old Su's mouth twitched. Treason. While the father and son were arguing, Su's mother had already swiped her card. Rich people are different. They will pay for anything as long as it suits them. After signing the formalities, Su's mother asked, of course, do you have any plans for today? Su Ran nodded, really? I've made plans to have dinner with some friends. Friends are more important than parents? Old Su spoke. Su Ran said quietly, that's different. My friend cooked for me, and they're my elders. I can't stand them up, right? Mother Su noticed something was wrong when she heard it, her eyes lit up, have you met your parents? Put. No, just a simple visit. Su Ran was ashamed. Su's mother looked ambiguous, Mom understands, come on. Su Ran? You don't seem to understand. Old Su coughed lightly and said, although accompanying my parents is important, I can't let the girl down. Su Ran, I didn't say it was a woman. Lao Su, I understand. If it were a man, I would beat you to death. Su Ran. In the afternoon, Su Ran came to the bar. Noob. Bai Su heard the voice and looked over with sparkling eyes. Boss. It's been almost a day since I last saw the boss. She's actually gotten used to him showing up here. Su Ran glanced at her and then said, let's go, get off work. Ah. Bai Sujin was puzzled. Every day at work is like playing for her, and her time is controlled by her boss. Su Ran blinked. I'll keep my salary. Didn't you say you'd cook for me? If it's any later, there won't be any vegetables left in the market. Oh. Great. Bai Susu was also very positive when she heard this. Obviously, in her heart, cooking for Su Ran was more important than the guilt of leaving get off work early. Do you want to tell Brother Lin? Talk shit, just walk away. Lin Zifeng. A moment later. Boss. Boss? Where's the drink I ordered? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Chapter 44 Vegetable Market. This time, Su Ran drove the Su 7 to pick up Bai Su. This was not the first time the latter had ridden in Su Ran's car, but compared to that Porsche sports car worth tens of millions, this electric car felt more comfortable and free. After getting into the car, Su Ran gentlemanly fastened her seatbelt. Bai Su's face began to turn red again under the mask due to the other party's intimate action. Perhaps because the girl was larger than him, Su Ran accidentally brushed against her with the back of his hand. Swish! Bai Sujin's body trembled and she instinctively tensed up. Looking at the perfect curve being squeezed into a different shape, Su Ran swallowed secretly. Damn it! Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Is the seat comfortable? He asked. Bai Susu nodded quickly, sure. Su Ran knew that she was embarrassed, so he told her how to adjust the seat. You try it. He looked at Bai Sujin, just like a teacher who had taught something once and then asked a student to demonstrate it in practice. Bai Sujin tried it shyly and nervously. Success! This is how car seats are adjusted. Knowledge has been increased again. Bai Sujin was a little delighted, with a look of curiosity in her big eyes. Su Ran's lips curled up slightly. He just wanted to teach Bai Sujin some things that she would need in the future. By the way, there's no one else in the car, please take off your mask first. Su Ran suddenly spoke. Bai Susu blinked, then said obediently, oh. She immediately took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face without makeup. Bai Sujin has very good skin, delicate and smooth. She doesn't need any makeup at all, she is already beautiful. With the music turned on and a beautiful woman beside him, someone's mood suddenly became relaxed and happy. Bai Sujin secretly glanced at Su Ran and wondered if she was really beautiful. She could feel that the boss really liked seeing her without the mask. So, should I only take off my mask in front of my boss? It seems that it is not impossible. The girl unconsciously began to hypnotize herself and instinctively seek benefits for Su Ran. Sit tight, let's go. The two soon arrived near the vegetable market. Let's go and see what vegetables to buy. Su Ran opened the passenger door. When Bai Susu got out of the car, he carefully raised his hand to block the roof to prevent her from hitting her head. Bai Sujin saw all this, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. After getting off the car, Bai Sujin put on her mask again. She followed Su Ran, acting like a clingy little wife. What do you want to eat? Su Ran asked. Bai Susu said softly, I can do anything. I can cook whatever dish you like. Hearing this, a hint of shock appeared in Su Ran's eyes. It turns out that my classmate Xiao Bai is also a great chef? For some reason, a picture emerged in his mind. He was in the same room with Bai Sujin, who was wearing a cute little apron, cute pajamas, and a bun, cooking in the kitchen, while he was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching the scene with admiration. As soon as this picture appeared, Su Ran felt itchy in his heart and really wanted to realize it now. Bai Susu saw the boss in a daze and was a little confused. What happened to the boss? Then listen to me. How about steamed sea bass, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, and a chicken noodle soup? Good. Auntie, don't you have any dietary restrictions? No. Do you like these dishes? I like it. In fact, although Bai Sujin can cook these dishes, her family rarely eats them. For a family like Bai Susu's, every meal was very simple. Basically, the best ones would be stir-fried pork with bean sprouts and a vegetable soup. If her mother was home alone, she would probably just have a bowl of porridge. Su Ran didn't waste any time and directly pulled Bai Sujin towards the butcher shop. Bai Susu? Eh? Why are you being dragged into this again? But the boss seems to be doing it subconsciously. Should I remind him? The girl's eyes fell on the other person's hand. The warmth of the big hand seemed to melt her heart. She felt warm and safe. Just for a moment, no one around here knows them anyway. Bai Susu thought greedily. Boss, give me a pound of spare ribs. When the pork jerky seller saw that business was coming, he immediately picked up the butcher knife enthusiastically. Su Ran. 1 pound and 2 ounces, 24 yuan. Handsome guy, do you want to chop it off? Su Ran nodded, and then suddenly noticed Bai Susu took out her mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. Ouch, what are you doing? He stretched out his long arm and snatched the other person's phone. Bai Susu looked at him innocently with her big eyes. We agreed that I would cook for you, so I should pay for it. Su Ran said calmly, no need. You're the chef. How can I ask you to pay and work for me? Just follow me and leave your phone with me. Bai Sujin had no choice but to compromise. She didn't want Su Ran to spend money. Every time she heard about spending money, she felt guilty. I owe Su Ran more and more, how should I pay him back? The boss watched this scene with a smile. It's great to be young, little girl. I can see that your boyfriend still likes you very much. Ha? Omega? Bai Susu subconsciously defended herself, we are not. No, buddy, keep moving, we're in a hurry. Su Ran interrupted. The boss quickly inspected the ribs and handed them to Su Ran, who then handed them to Bai Sujin. Bai Sujin took it naturally. She didn't feel wronged because she was a girl. On the contrary, she thought it was her due. Su Ran went to the fish stall not far away. Get a base. No, big sister, I want sea bass, not grass carp. What do you mean by giving me more than 10 kilograms? Su Ran looked at her elder sister who was about to hit the grass carp on the head with a stick and spoke quickly. At the fish stall, if the owner wants a fish, he will kill it first to prevent you from regretting it. Similarly, if the owner kills the fish, if you don't buy it, you may be morally kidnapped. The elder sister chuckled and said, Hey young man, our grass carp is really delicious. Come get one. Su Ran rolled her eyes and showed no mercy to the other party. She pulled Bai Sujin and turned to walk towards the fish stall next to them. He is rich and it would be easy for him to buy the entire vegetable market, but it is not appropriate for you to do this. The boss, who was bored, saw the excitement and saw a business opportunity. He immediately took out a sea bass from the pond and asked simply, Is it enough? Okay. Smoothly, killing the fish and paying the bill. When the elder sister saw this scene, her face turned sour. After leaving the fish stall, Su Ran said to Bai Susu, if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, ignore them and just walk away. They just think you're easy to bully because you're young and pretty. Don't indulge them. Good carrot oh carrot. Chapter 45, Conversation with Mother Bai. It took Su Ran about half an hour to buy all the side dishes. Bai Sujin was almost overwhelmed with so many bags, big and small, with just her 2 hands. Fortunately, Su Ran had a conscience and did not let her carry them all. He was responsible for carrying the heavy ones. Well, we have oil and salt at home, no need to buy. Bai Sujin spoke weakly. Because Su Ran not only bought vegetables, he also bought all the ingredients such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, etc. Su Ran said calmly, Oh, this. I just bought it. If I can't use it all, I can use it next time. You can't let me finish this meal and have no next meal, right? Bai Susu said softly, No. Su Ran smiled and said, Okay, it will be too late if we don't go back now. Bai Sujin nodded. Put the ingredients in the front trunk of the Su-7 and drive away. Mother Bai at home had received the notice long ago and had already washed all the pots and pans. She also went downstairs to buy a few bottles of drinks and brought back 2 bottles of beer. Young people all like to drink. When Su Ran arrived, Bai's mother was waiting at the door to greet her. Auntie, there are a lot of things. I'd like to trouble you to help me. Su Ran said enthusiastically. Okay. Ouch. That's a bit much, kid, why did you buy so much? You can't finish it. Mother Bai was surprised when she saw so many ingredients in the car. Su Ran smiled and said, Xiao Bai is cooking for me personally this time, so I have to eat more. Ha ha ha. That will be hard work for Susu. It's not hard work. After moving the ingredients, Su-ran turned around and went downstairs again. Anything else? Mother Bai was a little confused. Bai Susu whispered, the boss bought something for our family. Mother Bai was just wondering when she saw Su-ran coming up again with bags in her hands. Seeing this, Mother Bai hurried over and said, Hey, Xiao Su, what are you doing? Su-ran smiled and said, I didn't bring any gifts yesterday, so today I'll treat it as my first visit. Auntie, this is a small gift, please accept it. Although Mother Bai felt sorry for Su-ran spending money, she was also happy from the bottom of her heart. This little Su is so enthusiastic. Mother Bai's favorability towards Su-ran has reached a very high level. The neighbor upstairs happened to come downstairs and saw this scene. She also asked curiously, Hey, girl, is this your daughter's boyfriend? He's so handsome. A hint of shyness suddenly appeared on Bai Suzhen's face, and she quickly ran away. Su-ran had a gentlemanly smile on his face and was calm and unhurried. Mother Bai also felt a sense of pride at this time. Oh, she's my daughter's friend, we're still friends. Did Sister Feng eat it? No, I was just planning to go out for a walk. After a simple greeting, Su-ran was welcomed into the house by Mother Bai. The room was still the same as yesterday, nothing had changed, except for a few newly bought things on the table. I'll help in the kitchen. Su-ran was about to go to the kitchen. At this time, Bai's mother quickly grabbed him and said, How can this be? Xiao Su, you are the guest. Su can do it. You just rest here. After hearing this, Su-ran could only sit on the sofa. Auntie, does Xiao Bai cook often? Su-ran started talking. Mother Bai smiled and nodded. Yes, this girl has been very hardworking since she was little. She has done all kinds of work. Although she is so small, she gives people the impression that she is very strong and capable. Su-ran nodded. This is indeed true. Bai Suzhen is indeed a hardworking and willing to work girl. Little fool. Mother Bai looked at her daughter preparing food in the kitchen, a complicated look in her eyes. Actually, this child has a miserable life. What happened at home has affected her future. Su-ran's expression changed slightly. Auntie, are you talking about uncle? Mother Bai nodded and sighed. My husband was originally a truck driver. He was in a car accident some time ago. He broke his leg and had internal bleeding. He had to undergo several surgeries to be brought back from the brink of death. However, the surgery was extremely expensive. We raised money from all over the place and finally borrowed hundreds of thousands of yuan for the surgery. Mother Bai shook her head as if she was thinking of something unpleasant. Those relatives who are close to us on weekdays avoid us as if we were the plague when it comes to borrowing money. But Mother Bai didn't blame anyone. After all, the money was earned by others through hard work. Lending it was a favor, and not lending it was a duty. All I can say is that living in poverty is suffering. A single serious illness could wipe out half a lifetime's savings. Su-ran's expression changed. Does this mean that my aunt's family still owes others hundreds of thousands of dollars? Mother Bai nodded slightly. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, Xiao Su. It's true. From the landlord and neighbors in this building to my parents' family, everyone has borrowed money from me. Then she changed the subject. Now the child's father's condition has stabilized, and we are also working hard to make money to repay the debt. It's just hard for Susu, the child. She just started college and she has to bear the pressure she shouldn't have to bear. Su-ran nodded. This situation is indeed quite tricky. No wonder Bai Suzhen had to work part-time everywhere. Freshmen who work part-time everywhere right after entering school are actually a minority. All I can say is that every family has its own problems. Suddenly, Su-ran's expression changed, and she said, Auntie, I know a friend in a hospital. He's the director of the orthopedics department and is very experienced in treating these kinds of fractures. How about we transfer uncle to that hospital? But Mother Bai quickly waved her hands and refused. No. No need, Xiao Su. She said sincerely, it's already fine now. How could I trouble you? I hope your friendship with Susu is pure, and don't let our parents' problems affect your relationship. Auntie is not telling you this to gain your sympathy or help, but just to help you understand Susu's background in depth. Mother Bai is thinking about her daughter. She doesn't want her to feel inferior all the time because of her family. She hopes that her daughter can go out and live the life she wants. Su-ran's eyes were a little complicated. He noticed that Bai's mother was cautious. She must be worried that he would be prejudiced against by Susu. Auntie, you can rest assured. As the saying goes, things will work out when the time comes. There's no problem that can't be solved. Besides, Xiaobai is very talented. She's beautiful, kind, filial, considerate, and can even cook. Many people can't compare to her. Mother Bai smiled kindly. Yes, I'm relieved that Xiao Su feels this way. Su Ran smiled slightly. I'll go and help, Auntie, you take a rest first. As he said this, he walked towards the kitchen. Mother Bai looked at them with complicated eyes, then smiled with relief. When Su Ran arrived at the kitchen, his eyes stopped. I have to say that the cook version of Bai Sujin is also very stunning. She tied a cute apron around her body with her sleeves rolled up, revealing two soft, white arms. Her jet black hair was tied into a ball and pinned with a clip. She was clearly a stunning beauty. This image is actually very consistent with Su Ran's imagination. What a nice view. Chapter 46 Men and women working together are not tired. Bai Sujin, who was cutting meat, suddenly felt someone was looking at her. She turned around subconsciously and met Su Ran's eyes. She asked a little embarrassedly, why did you come in? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, then I withdraw? Having said that, he still walked over and started to help skillfully. Seeing this, Bai Susu hurriedly tried to stop him. I can do it alone. Su Ran said seriously, it's too slow to go alone. We're almost starving. He instructed, you cook, and I'll wash the ingredients for you. Oh well. Bai Sujin had no choice but to accept this suggestion. I don't know if it's because Su Ran is here, but Bai Sujin is a little nervous and isn't working well. Stupid, add some oil. Why are you eating so light? Ha! Ouch. Bai Sujin quickly got into the mood, and it must be said that she looked quite professional when she cooked. Su Ran was also quick and efficient, and quickly finished processing all the ingredients. Over there, Bai Sujin had already cooked the first dish. As the saying goes, work is not tiring when men and women work together. Su Ran was a little dazed when he saw this scene. It was the first time for him to cook with a girl. Before that, when he was dating Lu Ruyan, he also rented a house of dozens of square meters, but she had never gone into the kitchen once. Of course, this was also because he didn't want to make her work hard. Now that I think about it, it was really too comfortable. Braised prawns in oil over high heat until the sauce thickens. Another delicious dish of excellent quality is out of the pot. While the soup was cooking, the kitchen became quiet. Only a man and a woman were standing there quietly, and they both felt a strange emotion towards each other. A little ambiguous and a little awkward. That. Finally, Bai Sujin spoke tentatively. Su Ran continued, you say. Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then asked, did you have the street lights downstairs installed? Now the street lights downstairs are on, and compared to the previous darkness, they are now a little warmer and brighter. Su Ran did not deny it and nodded, yes, it's so dark there at night, what if you meet bad guys? Bai Susu's heartbeat quickened a little, and she muttered, is it really for me? What? Su Ran didn't hear what she said and asked uncertainly. Bai Susu blushed and shook her head quickly, no, nothing, thank you. Su Ran pretended to be indifferent and said, oh, what's there to thank me for? What if you get kidnapped by some bad guy? Who will work for me in the future? Bai Susu. Is this a capitalist? Although, I am still very happy. 3. Finally the food was ready. The three of them sat around the table and looked at the dishes with great satisfaction. It smells so good. Su Ran exclaimed, Xiaobai is not only sweet and cute, but also an excellent cook. As he said this, he gave it a thumbs up. Bai Susu lowered her head shyly, then you should eat more, okay? Ha ha. Okay. I have to show off to you. After packing up Father Bai's portion, Mother Bai smiled and said, let's eat. Of course Su Ran wouldn't be polite. He just acted as if he was back home, carefree and open. There were no restrictions, which made the mother and daughter feel at ease. They were also worried that Su Ran wouldn't be able to get used to these. Come on, Xiaobai, thank you for your hard work in the kitchen. Su Ran first picked up 2 pieces of pork ribs and 2 shrimps with chopsticks. Bai Sujin was a little flattered, and with her mother beside her, she was so scared that her face turned red. I can do it myself. Oh my god. Does the boss know that this is very ambiguous? Mother Bai watched the scene with an anti-smile on her face. She was even thoughtful enough to bring out the drinks. By the way, Xiao Su, I brought 2 bottles of beer. Would you like to drink some? Su Ran declined politely. Auntie, I'm driving and can't drink. It's okay, you can let Susu take you back. Mother Bai said with a smile. By Susu. No, Mom, why do I feel like you are trying to push your daughter away? She was too shy to speak. Su Ran looked over and said with a smile, Xiao Bai, do you want to drink? Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. I can't drink. She has never drunk beer or anything like that and can't hold it at all. Su Ran nodded. Drinking is actually nothing, a little bit can make you happy. I'll take you to try it next time. Bai Sujin didn't know whether she should refuse, so she just nodded lightly. How would you rate Bai Susu's cooking skills? Let's just say Su Ran ate 3 bowls of rice, and in the end, he even scraped away every last grain of rice from the bottom of the pot. Seeing this scene, Bai Sujin felt a little proud in her heart. It seems that her cooking skills are really good. Seeing Su Ran enjoying her meal, there is nothing more satisfying than this. You guys eat first, I'll go take some food to Lao Bai. Mother Bai spoke at this time. Su Ran immediately stood up. Auntie, let me drive you. Mother Bai quickly refused. No, no. You 2 young people can chat, I can go by myself. After saying that, she didn't give Su Ran a chance, picked up the thermal box and went out. Su Ran. Is Aunt Bai Ma creating a space for them to be alone together? Thank you so much. In the room, Su Ran and Bai Susu stared at each other. The latter shyly turned away, not daring to look at him. Su Ran took a deep breath. Any shy expression of the other person is full of indescribable charm, which arouses the boy's adrenaline. This kind of situation where a man and a woman are alone in a room, and the other person is an incredibly beautiful woman, is simply the perfect combination of time, place, and people. He couldn't help but think of some educational films. Hiss. It's too easy to lead people to commit crimes. I'm going to wash the dishes. Bai Sujin couldn't sit still anymore and stood up to clean up the dishes. Su Ran was sitting in his seat, he could definitely sit still, but something was not sitting still, so he had to suppress it. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Bai Sujin was like a virtuous wife, cleaning the table attentively and diligently. She didn't mind Su Ran watching from the side. In her opinion, Su Ran was a guest and guests should not be asked to work. He was already a hard-working boss when he was in the kitchen before. After washing the dishes, a thin layer of sweat was already on Bai Sujin's forehead. It is the hottest time of the year now, and they don't have air conditioning at home, they rely on fans. Su Ran waved to Bai Susu, come here. Bai Sujin was stunned for a moment, then she wiped the sweat off her face with the back of her hand and walked over happily. Sit down. Su Ran pointed at the stool. Bai Sujin sat there obediently, looking at him innocently. Su Ran stood up, pointed the fan at Bai Susu, and said, don't refuse, your clothes are almost soaked. Bai Susu. Boss, can you read minds? Bai Susu's top was a white short-sleeved shirt. Perhaps because it was cheap, the material wasn't very good. Sweat soaked the shirt, and it was actually a bit see-through. The fair skin beneath the clothes was faintly visible, and a faint pink arc could be seen. Su Ran. Damn. She's a natural beauty, right? Boss, why are you sitting so far away? Calm down. P.S. Please give good reviews. Good reviews. Good reviews. Oh, happy face, oh. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. I'm not stupid. The wind from the fan gently blew up the girl's bangs, revealing a pretty and delicate face. Su Ran was watching her from the side and suddenly said, Student Xiao Bai. Ah. Bai Sujin, who was in a daze, was stunned and looked over in confusion. Su Ran asked curiously, don't you usually wear makeup? Hearing this, Bai Susu shook her head gently and whispered, no. She always thought that putting on makeup was too troublesome, and she was reluctant to spend money on expensive cosmetics. Su Ran said, do you want to try it? Bai Susu shook her head and said weakly, that's good. Su Ran agreed after hearing that. She was already absolutely beautiful even without makeup. But he inexplicably wanted to see Bai Sujin putting on makeup. It should be beautiful, right? Okay, I'll go back then. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Ran said goodbye. Bai Susu quickly stood up and said, I'll take you there. Su Ran naturally did not refuse. After the two walked downstairs, they saw 2 rows of streetlights illuminating the road. Su Ran raised the corner of her mouth. The quality of these streetlights is still okay. Bai Susu nodded gently and said, thank you. Su Ran turned to look at her. Why are you thanking me? Bai Susu lowered her head and said softly, originally, none of this has anything to do with you. You spent so much money installing streetlights, but it's actually of no benefit to you. She is very clear about this. Su Ran smiled and said, so you're thanking me on behalf of the residents here? Bai Susu pinched the edge of her clothes with her small hands, and said in a voice so low that Su Ran couldn't hear clearly, no, it's not. I just want to thank you on my own behalf. Because she knew that Su Ran did everything for her. Su Ran smiled and then said, Xiao Bai, what is our relationship? Ah. Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then asked uncertainly, friend? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, since we are friends, shouldn't we help each other? Bai Susu looked at him with big eyes, but, I didn't help you at all. Su Ran raised a smile, who said no? I am eating the food you cooked. Can you cook for me more often next time? Bai Susu thought about it and felt dissatisfied, so she nodded, okay, whatever you want to eat, I will make it for you in the future. This was the only way she could repay him. Su Ran nodded with satisfaction, that's pretty good. Okay, I have to go now. You should get some rest. Tomorrow is Monday, so don't go to the bar to help out. Go back to school. The girl nodded obediently, okay, boss. Su Ran got on Su 7 and waved to Bai Susu, let's go. The Su 7 slowly drove out of the streetlight area and disappeared at the end of the road. Bai Sujin stood under the streetlight, quietly for a long time. I'm not stupid. The girl suddenly whispered something. On Monday. Who schedules PE class on Monday morning? It was almost 9 o'clock when Su Ran and his two roommates went out. The curriculum of their class is outrageous, with physical education class scheduled directly on Monday. As we all know, Monday is the heaviest day for all students. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Lu Jie suddenly asked Su Ran, Old Su, didn't you say last time that you wanted to get a private nanny? When will that be implemented? Su Ran blew on the porridge and said, I haven't chosen anyone yet. Lu Jie, use your money. There are so many people vying for the job. Su Ran looked at him, do you have any good ideas? Lu Jie chuckled, hey. You've asked the right person. I have a plan. After hearing this, Chao Cancan looked a little strange. Brother Jie, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Is this a plot that a normal person could come up with? Lu Jie said proudly, that's wrong. What a novel approach. It not only fully demonstrates Old Su's capitalist style, but also makes our university famous. It also helps students claim their benefits. Most importantly, it helps us find the most suitable candidate. Kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Chao Cancan's mouth twitched. He looked at Su Ran and saw that he was thinking. He said, Old Su, you are not really considering doing this, are you? Su Ran smiled and said, it seems quite interesting. It suits my temperament very well. Chao Cancan, evil capitalists. Su Ran actually listened to Lu Jie's plan and thought it was very suitable. After breakfast, several people came to the sports field. Most of my classmates have arrived. Hey! Isn't this my master Su? Come on, smoke. A boy came over like a servile person and handed a cigarette to the boss. Su Ran's mouth twitched. Why are college students doing this? Where are their thoughts? Where are their integrity? Where are their lighters? Student Su Ran. A gentle voice sounded. Su Ran looked over when she heard the voice and saw a tall girl in denim shorts walking towards her. Her long legs made several boys look over subconsciously. She put on makeup and looked pretty. If the full score was 100, she would be around 85. This girl is the beauty in Su Ran's class. She usually dresses very seductively and is much more mature than the other girls in her class. There are also rumors that she often goes out early and comes back late, and does not return home at night. It is suspected that she is that kind of girl. Not only do ugly people have a lot of gossip, but beautiful people also have to face rumors. But I don't know if it's pure or not. Student Zhao Tong, is there something wrong? Zhao Tong is the girl's name. Even with so many people watching, Zhao Tong didn't seem to be nervous. With a smile on her face, she handed Su Ran a bottle of mineral water and said, this is for you. It's so hot, drink more water. Oh. The people around immediately started to make a fuss. Was this such an obvious gesture? Zhao Tong actually wanted to flirt with Su Ran? Humph. White Lotus. Bitch. Several girls became jealous when they saw the scene. They did not have a good impression of Zhao Tong. First, she was indeed prettier than them, and second, there were indeed a lot of rumors about her. Over time, she was collectively isolated by the girls. Of course, at least Zhao Tong doesn't hide her feelings. If she wants to pursue someone, she will do so boldly, even if she will be laughed at by others. Excuse me. Su Ran declined politely. I only drink iced black tea this season. Everyone? You actually rejected her? She's the class beauty. Even if we're not together, having a beautiful relationship is still nice. As expected of a rich second generation. His vision is so high. It's really a case of drought killing people and flooding killing people. Zhao Tong was also a little surprised. She didn't expect the other party to refuse. In fact, before Su Ran's identity as a rich second generation was exposed, Zhao Tong had also noticed him. However, at that time, although Su Ran was handsome, he seemed a little poor, and his girlfriend was a school beauty, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Now that the other party has finally become single again and is also a rich second generation, she wants to try to see if the relationship can develop. I originally thought that with my looks and figure, the other party would give me face no matter what they said. This turned out to be a bit awkward. Really? Then I'll give you iced tea next time. Zhao Tong smiled politely and turned away gracefully. As for other people's looks, she didn't care. In this era, the most comfortable thing is to live a good life and have money. Why should you care about what others think? Chapter 48 Lao Su wants to donate a building to the school? No, buddy, you're so lucky. Chao Cancan elbowed Su Ran and said enviously. Su Ran's expression was calm. What kind of good fortune is this? Chao Cancan said with a click of his tongue, Zhao Tong is the beauty of our class. She has a pretty face and a good figure. She might even be obedient. Why don't you seize the opportunity and have a casual romance with her? Su Ran rolled his eyes and said, You're overthinking it. His rank is much higher than you think. Be careful. Chao Cancan raised an eyebrow. What are you afraid of? Just throw money at me. Even a saint would have to call me master. Su Ran. Your idea is a bit cruel. Lu Jie's snarky voice rang out. Old Su doesn't care about those rouge and vulgar women. They already have a sweetheart. What's going on? Tell me more. Chao Cancan's face was immediately filled with gossip. What the hell? She was hiding something from him. What a rebellious son. Lu Jie hesitated. Well, how could Chao Cancan not understand this rebellious son? He simply raised a finger and said, a cup of ancient tea. That's right. Come on, let's talk about it in detail. Lu Jie put his arm around Chao Cancan's shoulders and walked aside. Su Ran watched this scene speechlessly. However, he did not stop Lu Jie. Now, no matter how many rumors he spread, Su Ran didn't seem to care so much. After spending a long time with Bai Sujin, he found her quite interesting. After the physical education teacher arrived, the class began. Before class begins, let's warm up first. Come on, let's get started. There was a sudden wailing at the scene. This damn weather makes me really not want to sweat at all. Su Ran and his friends ran circles calmly. For Su Ran, he was also a person who exercised regularly. Every boy has a dream of having abdominal muscles, but of course not many people take actual action. At 11:30, the teacher let everyone move freely. Let's go, Lao Su, let's go eat. Lu Jie greeted. Su Ran declined, I have something to do, you guys go ahead. Lu Jie and Chao Cancan didn't say anything and went to eat. Su Ran came to the building where the principal's office was located. I have to say that the most imposing building in Ningbo University is this one. Unfortunately, it is the office of the school leaders. The principal also made a lot of money this time. In a reception room, Su Ran also met his parents. Yes, my parents came to Ningbo University. Dad, Mom. Su Ran was very curious why her parents came here. The principal was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and strong, probably about 1.8 meters. Unlike other principals with pot bellies, he was also quite handsome. This must be our distinguished classmate Su Ran, right? What a handsome man. We are honored that he chose Qingning University. The principal came over enthusiastically and shook hands. Su Ran? Why does this sound so familiar? Come, Mr. Su, please have some tea. The principal personally poured the tea, something most people could brag about for 4 years. Su Ran was still calm. After taking the tea, he calmly sat down next to his mother. At this time, the principal looked at Lao Su and said politely, Mr. Su, what about the development matter? Lao Su said calmly, this is feasible, but I also have a condition. The principal smiled and said, please speak. Old Su glanced at Su Ran and said, I'll donate 1 billion yuan to the school to build a gymnasium and 2 teacher apartments. However, I'll give the right to leave the name to my useless son. Su Ran? Good for nothing? Lao Deng, are you polite? Upon hearing this, the principal quickly agreed, of course. Absolutely. He felt as light as if he had won a lottery worth hundreds of millions. Damn. I was wondering why I heard a magpie calling when I went out this morning. Turns out it was the god of wealth. During his tenure as principal, he was given 10 billion by a mysterious tycoon. Old Su discussed the building construction with the principal, while Su Ran was whispering with her mother. Su Ran, Mom, why are you suddenly going to donate a building to the school? Too much money and nowhere to spend it, right? I haven't seen Lao Deng transfer it to me yet. Mother Su chuckled and said, we are doing this to make your college life smoother. They suddenly remembered this, so they planned to visit the university where their son was studying, and then decided to invest in the school, which could be regarded as a guarantee for Su Ran. Su Ran heard this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you don't have to take care of me too much, I can do it myself. Mother Su said darkly, you mean you're going to force yourself to do something? Impossible. There's no need for that in our family. Just do your best and your dad will take care of it if anything goes wrong. Of course, the premise is that you don't do anything illegal. Su Ran. My mom is like this, I am really crying. He already feels the love at home. It turns out that there is no such thing as favoring girls over boys in their family. Mother Su suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, oh, by the way, isn't Xiaobai also in the same university as you? Do you want to invite her over for dinner? Su Ran shook his head, forget it, it would be bad to scare the little girl. He and Bai Sujin are just friends, so it would be inappropriate to bring her to meet his parents. Based on his understanding of Bai Sujin, she would definitely not be able to accept it. I guess the little girl would be so nervous that she couldn't even speak, right? Mother Su teased, of course, you know how to feel sorry for others? You still say it's okay? You've exposed your chicken feet, haven't you? Su Ran could only remain silent. At this time, Lao Su and the principal had also reached an agreement, and both felt that this cooperation was very pleasant. Lao Su's investment in a school is equivalent to advertising. Qingning University is also a key university and will produce countless talents in the future. Lao Su also happens to want to do some business here. The two sides cooperate closely, and the school introduces talents to Su, which is mutually beneficial and win-win. The future is promising. The principal was concerned about Su Ran at this time. Student Su, are you used to school? Su Ran nodded, okay. The principal was relieved and said, if you need any help in the future, you can report it directly to the school and the school will step in to solve it. He needs to find a time to quickly convene a meeting of school leaders, so that everyone can recognize him and take better care of this god of wealth. Su Ran suddenly said at this time, speaking of this, I actually have 2 things on my side. The principal was surprised and said, oh? Tell me about it. Su Ranchuan asked, are there any extra shops for rent at the school? I want to do some small business at the school. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What are you trying to do? Old Su asked in confusion. Opening a bar isn't enough, right? Su Ran smiled mysteriously and said, keep it a secret for now. Upon hearing this, the principal nodded and said, that's fine. I'll ask the logistics department to coordinate it later. Mother Su's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she understood something, and she suddenly said, it doesn't matter if you don't have one. I will build you a new one. The Su family father and son. Headmaster. Is this a rich person? Even richer than me. P.S. It's a new book, I hope you like it. If you have any shortcomings or suggestions, please feel free to share them. I also ask for praise and rewards. Thank you very much. Chapter 49 between 100,000 and 1 billion, he will still choose. Mom, it's not that exaggerated. Su Ran felt a little embarrassed. Mom really had something to do. Mother Sue said with a smile, "Anyway, son, if you have any request, just ask. In this world, if you have money, it is not difficult to do it. After all, their family does have a few billion in assets." Sue Ran nodded, "Thank you, Mom, I know." The principal blinked, thinking. Look at other people's families, how harmonious they are. Shouldn't you also show more care and concern for your rebellious son at home? Not sure, let us see. Besides this, does Mr. Sue have any other requests? The principal inquired. Sue Ran then said, "It's like this, Principal, I want to hold an event, but it's a bit presumptuous." The principal waved his hand and said, "Don't be presumptuous, don't be presumptuous. Just go ahead, Mr. Sue." Sue Ran said, "Then I'll be frank. This is what I'm planning to do, hold a food competition at school." I didn't ask, huh? Delicious food? The principal was about to nod readily when he suddenly realized what was happening and was stunned. Old Sue and his mother couldn't understand their son's train of thought. Of course, why is this? Sue Ran chuckled and said, "It just came to my mind. I think our school's activities should be more diverse." Mr. and Mrs. Sue looked at each other in bewilderment. They were very shrewd people, so how could they possibly believe their son's one-sided statement? The principal thought about it, then gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. I also feel that studying in college is boring and lacks some entertainment activities. Mr. Sue's suggestion is really a good one." Sue Ran raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Oh, by the way, only girls can participate in this cooking competition." No, buddy, are you choosing a concubine? In fact, Sue Ran is really a bit like choosing a concubine. This crazy idea was proposed by Lu Jia. But Sue Ran also thought it was okay. Aren't they looking for a beautiful nanny who can make breakfast for them long term? That could be a good start. As long as they invite the girl who won the championship at a high price, their 3 meals a day will be guaranteed. Of course, Sue Ran also has some selfish motives of his own. That idiot should be able to get first place easily, right? Forget it, let us go with the second one. After all, letting Bai Suzhen make breakfast for those 2 unfilial sons is too easy for them. Lu Jia Chao Can? Politeness, you? The principal was a little embarrassed and said, "Young Master Sue, this is a bit difficult. Times have changed now. Talking about gender rights will trigger public opinion." Sue Ran shrugged, "It's easy, just come up with another project that only boys can participate in." Is the principal worried about funding? Sue Ran said calmly, "How about this? I will cover all the funds needed for this event." The principal glanced at the old Sue couple and said quickly, "How can that be? The school can still handle this little thing. If he eats in an ugly way, it would be a bit of a bully." Sue Ran didn't mind. Instead, he discussed the details of these activities with the principal. Old Sue and his mother listened from the side, nodding from time to time. A hint of relief flashed across Lao Su's eyes. He's indeed my son. He has so many clever ideas. Well, he's much more promising than his good brother's son. That guy can only make drinks and flirt with beautiful women. Ha 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 omega. That's the thing. Sorry to bother you, principal. Sue Ran said politely. The principal quickly said modestly, "Mr. Sue, you're too polite. I'll have the student union take care of it right away." Oh, by the way, is Mr. Sue interested in the student union? Do you want me to arrange a position for you? Sue Ran shook his head, "No, I don't have that much time." Suddenly thinking of something, Sue Ran said, "By the way, does the principal know the current student union president?" The principal nodded, "Yes, they are acquaintances." Is Su Xiao his friend? Sue Ran said calmly, "The principal may not know, but he was the one who had an affair with my ex-girlfriend and even had people create public opinion about it." What a character! Sigma. The principal was shocked. He didn't expect this to happen. Damn. It's too early to express your opinion. Where is your own cunning and foresight? The principal smiled awkwardly, "I really don't know about this matter, but don't worry, Mr. Sue, I will personally investigate this matter and will never let anyone who slanders others go." Obviously, the principal still stands on Sue Ran's side. Although Xiao Ji's family is rich, the amount of donations they make to the school is actually not that large, only a few $100,000 each year. They call it giving back to their alma mater, and Xiao Ji's father can have a few drinks with the principal. But the great God in front of us is still valuable. Just kidding, between 100,000 and 1 billion, he would still choose. Su Ran nodded slightly. He just mentioned Xiao Ji's matter casually, but he actually didn't take the other parties seriously. But, damn, how could I, the dignified young master of the Su family, endure such wrath from you? Cuckolding me? If it were any other rich second-generation guy, he would have fucking killed him long ago. After the meeting, it was almost 1 o'clock. The principal stood up and said with a smile, "Would you mind having a meal together? I've already had the food prepared." Su Ran raised his eyebrows. Wow! He can even have private food and drinks prepared for him. That's quite a lot of power. It has to be said that some people with high status really live a comfortable life. Lao Su didn't refuse either. The group went downstairs. The principal drove an Audi S6, while old Su and his mother drove the Porsche. Su Ran had no choice but to get in the principal's car. The principal drives an S6, either he has connections or he is rich or noble and can withstand scrutiny. The principal's driving skills are pretty good. Su Ran said meaningfully. The principal said with a smile, "It's okay. This person must seek stability. Only when you do things steadily can you have smooth sailing. By the way, Mr. Su, my last name is Lee. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Lee. This is to build closer relations." Su Ran was also very considerate. "Since Uncle Lee said so, I won't be polite." Ha ha ha. Okay, I hope Xiao Su can be happy and satisfied in school. If you have any needs, Uncle Lee will help you solve them. The principal was still quite relieved. Don't look at this young master Su's young age, but he still understands the ways of the world. Wow, he is worthy of being the second generation from a big family. By the way, principal, how much is the annual subsidy for poor students in our school? Well, it seems to be divided into different levels. The highest level is 8,000 per year. Is Su Xiao interested in this? Su Ran replied, "Can you guarantee that the students selected are truly poor?" Well, of course, I will supervise it personally. The principal quickly agreed. Su Ran nodded. Actually, I met a classmate. Her family was very poor. Her father had a car accident and owed hundreds of thousands of dollars for surgery. This classmate was also very hardworking. She took part-time jobs everywhere as soon as she entered college. She was very hardworking. Evaluate. You must evaluate. Evaluate according to the highest funding level. Chapter 50 Xiao Zihuan, I will be your little lover. After dinner, Su Ran got out of the principal's S6. The students around looked sideways curiously, and when they saw the scene, they were immediately curious inside. Is that the principal's son? Headmaster? Su Ran, who are you insulting here? After saying goodbye to the principal, Su Ran was stopped before he had taken a few steps. Su Ran. A female voice, very familiar. Su Ran turned her head and looked over, then called out the other person's name, Xiao Zihuan. Why are you here? The girl was Lu Ruyan's cousin, Xiao Zihuan. She was wearing a pair of denim shorts today. Xiao Zihuan was nearly 1.6 meters tall, which made her look slim. Although her legs were not very slender, they did not look fat either. They were round and full, just the right size. She wore a tight short-sleeved top, which showed off the advantages of her upper body and was eye-catching. Xiao Zihuan was also very happy to see Su Ran. She smiled and said, "I haven't asked you yet, why are you here?" Su Ran said calmly, "I was just passing by." Xiao Zihuan wrinkled her nose and said, "You're lying. I clearly saw you get out of the principal's car." Wait. How did you know that was the principal? Su Ran said in surprise. In fact, most college students may not be able to recognize the principal from the time they enter school to the time they graduate. Just like the author, he doesn't even know who the principal of the university is. It's unnecessary to care about whoever he loves. Xiao Zihuan said proudly, "Because I saw him at the opening ceremony." Su Ran suddenly realized, then said calmly, "Okay, since you found out, I won't pretend anymore. Actually, it was the principal who treated me to a meal." Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zihuan couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. No, sorry, I don't usually laugh, but I really can't help it. Su Ran's face suddenly darkened. Xiao Zihuan. What do you mean? Xiao Zihuan chuckled. Su Ran, I know you've suddenly become rich, but you can't brag like that, right? Su Ran said calmly, I'm not bragging. Xiao Zihuan snorted proudly, who is the principal? How could someone of that level possibly treat a student like you to a meal? Su Ran shook his head and said, it seems that your knowledge is still too limited. It's normal that you don't understand. Hey! How can you talk like that? I'm a top student with a score of 657 on the college entrance exam, okay? Xiao Zihuan puffed up her cheeks and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, what if this is true? Xiao Zihuan rolled her eyes and then said cheerfully, if this is true, then I will be your girlfriend. Su Ran's mouth twitched, you have a nice idea. Xiao Zihuan said unconvincedly, so what? I'm not that bad, am I? Compared to my cousin, I'm only slightly worse. And I'm definitely more obedient than her. I won't flirt with other boys. I'm always available, and you can do whatever you want. As she spoke, she winked at Su Ran charmingly. Su Ran's mouth twitched, then you are not interested in my money, are you? Xiao Zihuan looked shy and said, oh, brother actually found out. Brother is so smart. Su Ran? Who made you like this? Don't learn from your cousin. Although Xiao Zihuan also likes money, Su Ran doesn't dislike her. Maybe it's because she didn't provoke him. Besides, few people don't like money, right? Xiao Zihuan came over and hugged Su Ran's arm, pressing the slightly raised curve of her arm against him. She said in a seductive tone, Brother Su Ran, how about you keep me? I don't want any status, and I don't want you to accompany me, but I can be there whenever you call. As long as you satisfy my little vanity, that's all. Who wouldn't he be confused after hearing this? A beautiful girl asks for support on her own initiative, and is willing to do so. Which man can refuse? Su Ran could. He broke free from Xiao Zihuan's hand and said unhappily, what's the point of saying no? Show some positive energy. Xiao Zihuan felt a little disappointed, don't you think highly of me? Su Ran said coldly, that's not the problem. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Xiao Zihuan curled her lips, no one knows anyway. Su Ran's eyelids twitched, and then he said, Xiao Zihuan, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. Xiao Zihuan blinked, huh? Su Ran lectured him in the tone of an elder, you're so young, but you're still thinking about these trivial things. If you want money, don't you know to go work? You're just a freshman and you're doing this. You'll definitely regret it in the future. Xiao Zihuan pursed her lips and said, then I can't work either. Su Ran frowned, then he thought for a moment and said, how is your cooking? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zihuan nodded slightly, not bad. Her family is an ordinary one, and she usually cooks for herself when her parents are not around. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, there is a food festival in school recently. You can go and participate. Xiao Zihuan immediately showed resistance when she heard this, no. It's too much trouble. First place gets 10,000 yuan. Xiao Zihuan changed the subject, but then again, I just like trouble and I like cooking. She looked at Su Ran excitedly, how did you know? Where can I sign up? Su Ran said calmly, of course the principal said so. Xiao Zihuan had no doubts about this, after all, Su Ran got out of the principal's car. Then Xiao Zihuan's eyes lit up with worry again, but there are so many people who can cook, can I win the award? Su Ran smiled and said, don't worry, only girls sign up for this event. As long as you perform normally, there is still hope. Xiao Zihuan's eyes lit up, wow. Really? She wanted to rush over and hug Su Ran, but the latter just held her head and asked, what do you want to do? Xiao Zihuan said innocently, to show my excitement and happiness, give me a hug. Don't take advantage of me. Get out of here. Do what you need to do. Su Ran's face darkened. Xiao Zihuan chuckled, brother Su Ran, I'll call you that from now on. I won't be able to get married in the future, so I'll be your little lover, okay? Su Ran stared intently, ugly rejection. Xiao Zihuan, I'm not ugly. Su Ran, you are uglier than your cousin. Xiao Zihuan. This cannot be refuted. Su Ran didn't add one more thing, which was, your cousin is uglier than Xiao Bai. Xiao Zihuan suddenly changed the subject and said, oh, by the way, I haven't seen my cousin recently. She doesn't seem to be in school anymore. Su Ran's expression changed for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. It has nothing to do with me. Even if she dropped out of school and went abroad, it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Zihuan chuckled, then I feel relieved. Su Ran looked at Xiao Zihuan in confusion, what kind of heart do you have? Xiao Zihuan said proudly, that proves you've really let go of my cousin. Now I have a chance. Su Ran, you think too much. Chapter 51 Brother Xiao, you know me. After sending Xiao Zihuan away, Su Ran returned to the dormitory. A date? Lu Jie glanced at him and asked with raised eyebrows. Su Ran said calmly, I went to do something important. TSK. What big deal can you possibly do? I'll find a personal cook for you. Foster father. You've worked so hard. Chew a nut. Hearing this, Lu Jie immediately threw a bag of beetle nuts that he had treasured for many years to Su Ran. The latter took a look and his face suddenly darkened. When did you buy this? Last week. I think it's from the Western Zhou dynasty? The expiration date has passed half a year. Throwing it into the trash can, Su Ran reminded, oh, by the way, this food competition will be held on Thursday and we need a few judges. Does Brother Jie have time? Lu Jie looked embarrassed. But I was in the qualifying match that day. All the contestants are girls. Plop. Lu Jie knelt down directly to Su Ran. Dad. Can you finish what you want to say at once next time? Chao Cancan heard her sister coming and said excitedly, are you short of help? I'm so bored. Su Ran glanced at him and said, don't you have a partner? Chao Cancan was stunned, huh? I can't be a judge just because I have a partner? Su Ran nodded seriously, I'm sorry, that's the case, but you can go to the basketball game, there should be such activities. All right. Basketball isn't as pretty as girls' basketball. The online event was launched that evening. Food contest. As soon as this activity was launched, it quickly attracted the attention of students. Some students dropped out in disappointment after finding out that the activity did not earn them any credits. But soon, when the rewards of the event were announced, everyone was shocked. The first prize is 10,000 yuan. The second place prize is 8,000 yuan. A reward of 5,000 yuan for the third to fifth place? Wow! 0 frames to start. So everyone signed up. But soon. Your mother. Why can only girls sign up? You look down on boys, don't you? Female fist. This must be feminism. Has the upstairs guy's defense been broken? A single activity has already led to a male-female confrontation? What about the two of you at home? The one upstairs is just saying love, so can you explain why only girls can participate? How the hell should I know? I don't live in the sea, and I'm not the school's lover. Why are you asking me? So many handsome men and beautiful women appeared in one event. It turns out that there are so many fake people infiltrating our university. But, isn't this a bit too much? But the competition is full of beautiful women, so it seems worth watching. Hey! It really is. There was a lot of cursing on the forum, but the one being cursed was the school. Some people even started throwing punches, and the fight started instantly. But soon, another event was announced. Passerby Basketball King Competition. The first place prize is 10,000 renminbi. The second place prize is 8,000. As soon as this event was launched, it quickly caused a sensation. 200-pound girl, haha. What do you say now? Why are the boys silent? Nianchos tonight, what are you talking about? You girls don't play basketball? Oh, I guess I can't run anymore, right? Pink lover, boxing is prohibited. Can someone tell me who invented these two activities? 3 spoonfuls of sugar, who cares? The school has plenty of money anyway, so we just need to work hard to make the most of it. Tang Bohu, you're right. I guess the principal has too much money and wants to give it away. I heard last time he fell and dropped the keys to his Rolls Royce. Pink lover, really? That would be so lifelike. Tang Bohu at Pink lover, are you free tonight? Pink lover, I'm a fucking man. Bro, you're really hungry. Netizen, ha 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 ha. Hiya hiya hiya, what a reward. The two events were caught in a registration boom, and soon the app's server was paralyzed. As for Su Ran, he received a friend request. Friend verification. Hello Su Ran, I am the new student union president, Zhang Yuqian, and I would like to add you to discuss the food competition. Seeing this, Su Ran agreed immediately. He came up and asked directly, where is the old student council president? Zhang Yuqian, he resigned from his position. Su Ran raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, the principal is quite efficient. Jiang Yuqian, Jr., let's talk about the event, shall we? Su ran, sure. How so? Outside the school, in a KTV box, Xiao Ji was muttering to himself. Brother Xiao, why would the school remove you from your position? A boy asked in confusion. Xiao Ji said coldly, how the hell should I know? The order was given out of the blue. There wasn't even a branch meeting. Someone must be messing with me. A female student said, I heard that the school dismissed Brother Xiao because he abused his position and committed bad behavior. Xiao Ji's face was gloomy, and he asked, how do they know these things? He glanced at his followers. They all shook their heads. Brother Xiao, you know me. I come from a rural background and have nothing to do with the school. Brother Xiao, you know me. We have such a close relationship, how could I possibly backstab you? Brother Xiao, you know me. I like you so much, how could I do anything bad to you? Xiao Ji waved his hand, alright, I'll check this matter later, but now that woman Jiang Yuqian has taken my place, humph. I guess she's the one behind this. Jiang Yuqian, ah? Me? What now? A short boy asked. They are a small group in the student union, and they usually do a lot of things relying on their status as a student union. Now they are being restrained by others. Won't they be bullied in the future? Xiao Ji thought for a moment, then said, Sixth brother, have you cleaned up the photo incident last time? Lao Lu nodded, don't worry, Brother Xiao, it has been deleted. Xiao Ji breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Lao Lu is the third place in this computer competition. He is also an amateur hacker. Of course, Su Ran was the first in the competition. Don't panic, everyone. I'll ask Lao Deng to come forward and treat the principal to a meal to test his opinion. With Xiao Ji's support, everyone felt much more relieved. Late at night, everyone got up and left, and soon only Xiao Ji and a girl were left in the box. The girl showed a delicate look, walked up to Xiao Ji, took the initiative to sit on his lap, and put her arm around his neck. Brother Xiao, don't worry, it's not the worst time yet. Xiao Ji nodded slightly, I know. His hand was somewhat dishonestly placed on the girl's waist, and the latter acted coquettishly, wanting to refuse but also to accept, which made Xiao Ji's blood boil. Pressed the girl directly on the sofa. At the same time, downstairs, a stunning figure walked in and asked the front desk, hello, which box is Xiao Ji in? P.S. Please reward me. Please give me a good review. Chapter 52 University routine is too deep, I want to go back to the countryside. The food competition and the King of Passersby event were released for less than an hour when the server crashed. Many people simply refreshed their apps, only to be met with a pop-up message, too many applicants, registration has been stopped. This left them thrashing their chests. In the girls' dormitory. Bai Suzhen sat quietly in the chair, refreshing her phone with both hands. At this moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from behind her, hugged her neck, and a playful laugh came. Sister, what are you doing? Bai Susu shuddered a bit, then scolded, you scared me. Hearing this, Yao immediately said apologetically, sorry. As compensation, how about I sleep with you tonight? Bai Susu rolled her eyes cutely, you wish? Slut. She discovered that Yao was a female hooligan. She even teased girls. Yao giggled, then her eyes fell on her phone and asked curiously, what are you doing? Bai Susu said a little embarrassedly, I'm registering for the event, but there are too many people signing up, and I can't get a spot. Yao was stunned when she heard this, then she said, I guess this activity has better benefits? It's easy to do but the credits are high? As she said that, she took Bai Susu's phone and started watching it. The next second, she exclaimed, what the hell? What kind of activity is this? Bai Susu pulled her and whispered, keep your voice down. Yao was a little confused at this time and said, no, why didn't anyone notify me about this event? The first place winner will get 10,000 yuan. Bai Susu looked at her innocently, Yao, can you cook? Yao's face froze, and then her old face flushed, ahem. Well, it seems that I really can't, but I can eat. Bai Susu. Ha? But then again, Susu, why didn't you get one? With your cooking skills, you're sure to get a good ranking. Bai Susu said with some regret, I just clicked in and it got stuck. When it refreshed, the registration was full. Yao said, damn. Are those girls using 6G phones? How come it's so fast? Bai Suzhen didn't care much about it. Although she felt a little regretful that she couldn't participate in this event, she gladly accepted it since it wasn't hers. And Yao suddenly took Bai Susu's phone and clicked a few times randomly. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Bai Susu pretended to snatch the phone back, but Yao retreated tactically, revealing a sly smile. Don't get excited, sister, I will help you solve this problem. Bai Susu seemed to have guessed what she was going to do, and her face suddenly became panicked. Stop. She finally managed to get the phone back, but when she saw the scene on the phone, she felt like the sky was falling. And Yao, this rebellious son, actually sent a message to Su Ran in her name. Bai Susu, Su Ran, Gigi, I can't sign up for that food competition. I'm so sad. Bai Susu. She said that her image was ruined by her best friend. Yao Yao. And Yao had already maintained a safe distance and was ready to run away at any time. She said with a smile, oh. No need to thank me. Remember to set up a separate table for me when you get married next time. Bai Susu's face flushed red. What are you talking about? Who is getting married? Besides, don't you look down on Su Ran? Why did you bring them together? She long pressed the message and found that it was no longer possible to withdraw it after more than 2 minutes. Damn it, the boss should know that the person who sent the message was not her, right? She couldn't do such a disgusting thing. Oh. But at this moment, Su Ran suddenly replied. Boss, don't worry, you've already been selected. I'll prepare the ingredients for the competition when the time comes. Bai Sujin was stunned, then looked at the reply in surprise, wondering if she had read it wrong. Can this kind of activity be pre-arranged? The university is full of tricks, she wants to go back to the countryside. Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then replied. Xiaobai, hey, that was a message from Yao Yao just now. Boss, I know, she's the only one who's so greasy. And Yao? No, buddy. I'm helping you get a chance to pick up girls, and you're actually turning against me? Boss, there are still 2 days left, keep going and get first place. Boss, I put a lot of effort into securing a spot for you. Su Ran, well, it took him a minute to send a notification to Zhang Yuqian. Typing must be so tiring. Xiaobai, okay. She was so touched that the boss actually helped her so much. I have to give it my all and get a good ranking from my boss. If I can get first place, my boss should be happy, right? Yo. She was so shy just now, but now she's almost pouting. And Yao's teasing voice came from the side. Bai Susu blushed and glared at her. Don't do this next time, understand? And Yao nodded quickly, yeah. We'll talk about it next time. Her sisters are so cute. I suddenly want to play the tofu grinding game. Su Ran shouldn't mind, right? Su Ran? Yeah. I got it. In another girl's dormitory, Xiao Zihuan's face was full of excitement. Henin, what's going on? A girl asked curiously. Xiao Zihuan smiled and said, don't you know? That newly announced food competition. The prize money is very generous. Food contest? When these words were spoken, several roommates were stunned. I'm Kong. They gathered around, and when they saw the huge prize money for the event, they cried out in pain. What the hell? When did this event happen? Why didn't anyone tell me? Wow. I missed out on $10,000. I feel so bad. As a punishment, I have to eat an extra meal today. They are freshmen and have few channels for information. How can they see these activities in a timely manner? At this moment, I can only envy Xiao Zihuan. Can you cook? At this time, a girl suddenly asked. She is about 1.6 meters tall, has very fair skin, and is dressed in gold and silver jewelry. It is obvious that she comes from a well-off family. Xiao Zihuan nodded, yes. I often cook at home, okay? The girl uttered a no and then said regretfully, I really envy you for being able to cook. I've never cooked since I was a child. It was always the nanny at home who did it. Otherwise, I would have grabbed an event to participate. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became a little subtle. The other girls had different expressions. They were all from ordinary families and could do some work. Only that girl came from a well-off family. When I heard this, I instinctively felt that the other party was showing off. Xiao Zihuan raised an eyebrow and then said with a grin, I really envy you, Tang Xian, for getting rid of your worries so early. Tang Xian smiled and said, it's not so bad, but reincarnation is indeed an art. Xiao Zihuan. Chapter 53 You are happy too early. At 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Su Ran arrived at the bar. Because Lin Zifeng recruited people and arranged for a unified interview. The bar is open as usual, but it's not very busy at this time of day. Are you here? Just in time, everyone is here now. Lin Zifeng pursed his lips and gestured. Su Ran looked towards the sofa and saw several young students sitting there resting. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. How many do you want to recruit? Lin Zifeng said, based on the current sales volume, there will be at most 2. Su Ran understood and walked over. Seeing Su Ran coming, the students also looked over, but because Su Ran was so young, they thought he was also here for an interview and immediately became alert. Everyone here is your competitor. There were 3 people sitting, 1 man, 2 women, and 1 girl standing. Seeing that there was still a seat available, Su Ran asked the standing girl, "Why don't you sit down?" The girl was also very good looking. She wore light makeup, was about 1.6 meters tall, and had her hair loose. In terms of appearance, she would be considered the most beautiful girl in the class at Qingning University. After hearing Su Ran's words, the girl looked at him and smiled. "No need, I'm fine standing." She glanced at Su Ran briefly, and her eyes suddenly fell on the watch on his wrist, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. This boy has an extraordinary demeanor, is handsome, and wears an expensive watch. He doesn't look like he's here for an interview at all. Su Ran didn't say anything after hearing this. He then looked at the other 3 people and asked with a smile, "Are you all here for an interview?" Among the 3, only 1 boy and a slightly shy girl responded, while the other 2 girls seemed to ignore him. Su Ran asked to herself, "What's the most important thing in the service industry?" "Patience and emotional control." The standing girl answered. Su Ran looked at her. "Tell me what you think." The girl thought for a moment, then said, "Hello, my name is Lu Jechi. I'm a graduate of Qingning University. I'm 25 years old. After graduation, I worked as a waitress at restaurants like Hey De Leo and Buffet Hot Pot. I also worked as a receptionist at a hotel for 3 months. I have extensive service experience." Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you find a high-paying job after graduating from Qingning University?" Lu Jechi smiled bitterly. "This is the current employment situation." Su Ran nodded, then said, "I roughly understand your situation, it's okay." The others were moved. Judging from the conversation between the 2, even a dumb person would have realized that the handsome boy in front of them was the interviewer. "Hello, my name is Lu Shui. I'm currently a sophomore at Lucheng University. I'm 19 years old and I'm very happy to be here for an interview." One of the heavily made-up girls who had ignored Su Ran just now quickly greeted her enthusiastically. Su Ran glanced at her and then said, "Then it's too early for you to be happy. You don't meet my requirements. I'm sorry." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. I got passed before the interview even started? Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's face froze. Then she said angrily, "Why? I came all the way here for the interview, why do you reject me with just 1 sentence?" Su Ran said calmly, "What you need to understand is that I chose you. I thought your attitude was not suitable for the service industry, so I rejected you. It's that simple." After a pause, Su Ran added, "Also, Lucheng University and Qingning University are neighboring schools, only a few minutes away." Lu Shui's face suddenly turned ugly. She sneered, "Who are you? I really don't understand how you became a boss. Is this the situation? I'm a student from Lucheng University. I'm giving you a face by interviewing you as a waiter. You're so shameless." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone to record the video. Su Ran said calmly, "Anyone who is rejected will be compensated with 200 yuan for round-trip travel expenses." Hearing this, Lu Shui paused, then pretended to be calm as she put away her phone and held out her hand. "Transfer money." Su Ran raised his eyes and said calmly, "Old Lin. Hey. Here they come." Lin Zifeng came over happily. Su Ran said calmly, "Transfer 200 yuan to this top student from Lucheng University." Lin Zifeng glanced at Lu Shui and then nodded. Soon, after Lu Shui took the money, she glared at Su Ran, turned around and left. Lin Zifeng said with a tut-tut sound, "What the hell is this guy? If you hire people with such bad tempers, they will drive your company into bankruptcy sooner or later." Su Ran is not uncommon, universities screen out poor students, not scumbags. Of course, there is no other meaning. He looked at the others and asked, "Do you still want to interview?" The other girl was about to speak when Su Ran suddenly pointed at the boy and said, "Hello, please introduce yourself." Hearing this, the boy instinctively straightened up and said nervously, "Hello. Hello, my name is Qi Xian. I'm a senior at Qingning University. I'm looking for an internship. I can stick with it for a long time." He saw that the salary and benefits here were pretty good, so he decided to try his luck. Just imagine, the workplace is only a few kilometers away from the school, the salary is 4,000 plus commission, working from 9 to 5, except for the lack of 5 insurances and 1 fund. Which college student can refuse this? Su Ran nodded and then looked at the shy girl. The latter lowered his eyes and said softly, "My name is Ji Lanner, I am also an intern in my senior year, I can endure hardships and can do anything." Su Ran looked at the last girl. She felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Su Ran. She hesitated for a long time before saying, "I suddenly feel that I am not suitable for this job." Su Ran understood. "I understand, Lao Lin." Lin Zifeng grinned, "Please show me your code." Girl. Finally, only 3 people were left. Su Ran looked at them and said slowly, "The work here isn't that hard. It's only busy at night. You can slack off in your free time. I have no objection. I'll assign you shifts later. Oh, and you have 1 colleague. You can get to know each other and work together to get the job done. As for salary, as we said before, it's a base salary of 4,000, plus your commissions. As for how much sales you can earn, it depends on your own abilities." Lu Zheqi and others nodded and ate the pie in the sky that the boss had drawn. "Let's try it out first." The old employees took them on a tour. Lin Zifeng looked at Su Ran. "What if we can't afford to hire 3? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "There are hundreds of millions of dollars lying in your bank account, Master Lin, what are you afraid of?" Lin Zifeng's face suddenly turned dark. "I'm here to invest, and you're asking me to pay for it? How cruel." Su Ran smiled, and at this moment, a call came from an unfamiliar number. Chapter 54 Farewell. Outside the gate of Qingning University. Under a street lamp, stood a tall figure. She was wearing a white long dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the evening breeze. Her long black hair was tied behind her head, revealing a delicate and pretty face without makeup. When the girl stands there, she gives people the visual sense of white moonlight. At this moment, the girl's eyes lit up, and in her bright eyes, a tall and handsome figure was reflected. Su Ran walked slowly towards the girl, and finally came to about 2 meters in front of her. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" The girl chuckled and said, "You guessed it was me a long time ago?" Su Ran nodded. "I guessed it, even though the person who called was a delivery man." A delivery man said that some takeout had been delivered to the school gate and asked him to pick it up, but Su Ran did not order any takeout, and it was unlikely that anyone else would have ordered it either. Moreover, Lu Ruyan had used this method to find him before. "Yes, the girl in front of me is Lu Ruyan." Su Ran didn't know how many days it had been since he last saw her, and she had become somewhat unfamiliar to him. After not seeing her for a while, Lu Ruyan looked thinner and haggard. It seemed that she had been under some kind of pressure during this period. Lu Ruyan suddenly took 2 steps forward and stood 1 meter in front of Su Ran. Then she pinched the skirt at the waist with both hands, turned around slowly, and smiled at Su Ran. "Do you still remember this skirt?" Su Ran's eyes fell on the skirt she was wearing, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. "Of course I remember, this is what I gave you on your birthday. It cost about 100 yuan. You can actually find it." He didn't know how many skirts he had given to Lu Ruyan, but this one, covered with the bright color of her birthday, was unforgettable. Lu Ruyan chuckled and said, "Actually, I wanted to throw this one away. It's cheap and a bit tacky. More importantly, it doesn't suit my current figure anymore." After a pause, she continued, "But I remembered that this was bought by you, and I was reluctant to part with it. I just happened to find it when I was tidying up my things, so I tried it on." Su Ran was not surprised. This skirt was from 2 years ago. Compared with today's style, it was indeed a bit rustic. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was still a high school student at that time. After coming to college, she experienced her second growth spurt. This skirt was indeed a bit too tight on her. "So what did you ask me to do?" He remained unmoved, as the bond between him and Lu Ruyan had long since disappeared. Lu Ruyan looked at him with complicated eyes. "Su Ran, you are actually quite cruel. You love someone and then let go just like that." Su Ran sneered, "Don't talk so noble. It was you who cheated, not me. I let you go, it's only right." "Why? Didn't Xiao Ji pursue you again?" When Lu Ruyan heard this, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and a hint of disgust flashed across her eyes. He doesn't deserve it. Su Ran? Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, Su Ran, I didn't come to you tonight to get back together with you. Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. To prevent piracy of Shohu's documents, choose Shohu from the book search robot. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. If she continues to pester me, I will definitely turn around and leave. Seeing his reaction, Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched. Please, Lu Ruyan, am the campus belle of Ning University after all. Am I really that bad? Su Ran shook his head. No. You are not bad, it's me who is not worthy of you. Lu Ruyan. Why didn't I realize before that this guy deserves a beating? Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and then said, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Hearing this, Su Ran was stunned. Bid farewell? Lu Ruyan nodded gently. I have applied for transfer. Su Ran asked, is it because of me? Lu Ruyan looked at him directly. Mostly, but I also want to live for myself once. She wants to leave this sad city. Lu Ruyan suddenly said seriously, Su Ran, although I love money, that's true, but I won't rely on a man's money. I've lived in a family of origin since I was a child, and I know that love without material things will eventually be just a pot of loose sand. Maybe we love each other deeply before marriage, but after marriage we will quarrel over the daily necessities, even to the point of fighting. Su Ran interrupted her, please don't put yourself in my shoes, thank you. Lu Ruyan choked, and then her eyes dimmed. Blame me for not cherishing you well. Obviously, our current situation was beautiful. She felt a little regretful. She regretted being moved by Xiaoji's generosity. He had only spent money on her a few times, but she felt that he understood her better than Su Ran. Su Ran said slowly, let the past be the past. At least now, we should all look forward to it, right? Lu Ruyan nodded, you are right. She looked at the boy who once loved her so much. For some reason, when they were together, she didn't think Su Ran was so outstanding or excellent. But after they were separated for a while, his advantages often appeared in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that he was so good. She, Lu Ruyan, will never meet another Su Ran again. Excuse me, do you have someone you like now? Lu Ruyan asked with a hint of caution in her eyes. When Su Ran heard this, a delicate figure appeared in his mind. He hummed softly. Lu Ruyan's fantasy was completely shattered. She laughed at herself and said, is that the girl who brought you breakfast? Su Ran was surprised and asked, have you seen her? Lu Ruyan answered irrelevantly, she's pretty good. A girl who can make your heart flutter must be better than me. Su Ran scoffed, her voice complicated. Lu Ruyan, think back to when we were dating. Were you really good to me? I was the one who always catered to you, and later on, you didn't even bother to respond. If there is someone who can easily get into your heart, it means the previous one was too bad. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, I'm sorry. Su Ran said, a belated apology is cheaper than grass. Lu Ruyan said self-deprecatingly, you're really good. It's my fault. I'm leaving this time, and I probably won't be back very often in the future. Su Ran, with Xiaoji? Lu Ruyan shook her head, I myself, Xiaoji is a scumbag. She went to find the other person that night, but ended up seeing the disgusting scene outside the door, and she also saw the other person's true nature. This world is a huge lie and a ridiculous joke. Su Ran nodded and said, I wish you a promising future. Lu Ruyan looked at him eagerly, can we hug each other one last time? Su Ran looked up at the moon, Lu Ruyan. I just called her name, but all the words were hidden inside. Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly, sorry. By the way, let me ask you one last question. Well, you ask. How rich are you? Pocket money is easily a few hundred million, I'm serious. Chapter 55 The End of Youth. The next morning. At the gate of Qingning University. Su Ran stood not far away with his hands in his pockets, quietly watching the two girls hugging each other. Yang Feifei and Lu Ruyan hugged each other, and the former said reluctantly, Yan, please keep in touch when you get over there. Lu Ruyan chuckled and responded, well, okay, if you are free in the future, you can come and see me. Must. Yang Feifei let go of Lu Ruyan and looked at her with a slightly complicated look. This is one of the few friends she has in school. Not long ago, she was a little disappointed with Lu Ruyan, but after what happened later, she suddenly felt that her friend was also very pitiful. Then that's it. Lu Ruyan smiled, then looked away and looked at Su Ran. Aren't you going to say goodbye to me? Su Ran said calmly, have a safe trip. Lu Ruyan chuckled, you are truly heartless. Well, see you again if we're destined to meet again. Lu Ruyan put on her sunglasses, a bright smile on her red lips, and waved to the two of them, goodbye. Goodbye, my youth. After getting in the car, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, a complex emotion surged in her heart, and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. The car slowly drove away, and here she was, filming was complete. Yang Feifei stood there and watched the car leave until it completely disappeared from her sight. Su Ran walked over and asked, are you crying? Yang Feifei's eyes were red, she raised her hand and rubbed them, no, it's just the wind. She looked at Su Ran and said, have you really let her go? Su Ran nodded. Yang Feifei chuckled, you're kidding, right? Who would let go of a relationship that's lasted for several years so easily? Su Ran said calmly, nothing is impossible. You're her friend, so it's impossible for you not to know her personality. Do you think there are really so many memorable moments in this relationship? Yang Feifei was silent. Su Ran shrugged and said, it's over. She will live her life somewhere else, and I will live my life well. We will both be happy and content. This is the best ending. Yang Feifei nodded slightly, agreeing. By the way, didn't you and Yan Yan rent a house? Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Feifei suddenly asked. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then nodded, it is true. Yang Feifei said with a complicated look, Yan Yan told me that she hopes you can go there when you are free. She has something left for you. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, no need, no one will stay in the past. After saying that, he turned and left. Yang Feifei looked at Su Ran's back and sighed softly. Yan Yan, you are wrong. Su Ran returned to the campus and saw Lu Ruyan off, which was the last respect he gave her. It is also to put an end to this miserable period of my youth. He didn't express too much emotion, as if he was sending off a very ordinary classmate. The former Su Ran is gone. The current me is Su Ran. Su Ran smiled. He came to a spacious school road on campus. It must be said that Ningda University is really big. The width of one school road is almost 20 meters. The landscape trees on both sides stand tall, creating a shade for the road. The school road is quite lively at this time because the food competition is about to begin. The student union staff are already setting up the venue, and many participating students have arrived to sign in, and they also bring their own ingredients. Of course, all the contestants are girls, but there seem to be more boys than girls. Well, the boys all come here to see the girls, oh no, to watch the game. Su Ran looked at the competition facilities and layout, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The principal is indeed efficient and all the necessary safeguards are in place. A total of 20 stoves were prepared on site, all of which were provided by the school for the contestants to use. They only needed to prepare the ingredients. This expense seems very large, of course, for the principal, it is just a drop in the bucket. Junior, you're here. A girl came over. She had a neat ponytail, a short-sleeved shirt and casual pants. She had a good figure and was pretty. Her looks were only slightly inferior to Lu Ruyan's. The girl was the new president of the student union, Zhang Yuqian. Su Ran greeted her, Senior Zhang. Zhang Yuqian said enthusiastically, the competition starts at 9 o'clock. I've already sent you the document with the general process. Su Ran gave a thumbs up, as expected of the student union president, he's really efficient. Zhang Yuqian smiled helplessly and said, this is also my first activity as the student union president. Of course I have to do my best to be responsible and achieve some results. To be honest, when the school suddenly decided to change the student council president, she herself was confused. Too bald. There is no formal review process at all, and the quality is determined in one sentence. Then she inexplicably became the president. But for Zhang Yuqian, this was an opportunity, and she certainly took it upon herself to seize it. Through her own information channels, she also learned some inside information. Xiao Ji was dismissed, which had a lot to do with this handsome junior in front of her, so Zhang Yuqian took the initiative to find Su Ran, intending to hold on to this strong thigh. Su Ran encouraged, Senior Zhang, work hard. You are still qualified for this position. Zhang Yuqian smiled and said, then I'll borrow your good wishes. She was a little curious about Su Ran, curious about his identity and how he could make the principal serve him. Moreover, with just a slight move, Xiao Ji was dismissed and Lu Ruyan transferred to another school. This power is really terrifying. Su Ran didn't chat much with Zhang Yuqian because he met an acquaintance.
Roommates Lu Jie and Chao Cancan also came to the scene, and Lu Jie served as one of the judges of this competition. At this time, the two of them were sitting on the stools prepared by the logistics department, scanning the scene with a pair of cunning eyes. They seemed to be looking at the scene, but in fact they were admiring the beauties. Many girls were dressed in sexy and cool clothes, with short skirts, shorts, and JK vests being common. Their long, snow-white legs were a feast for the eyes of many perverts. Can you two hold back a little? I can sense it from so far away. When Lu Jie heard the voice, he chuckled and said, Lao Su, you really understand us guys. I think we should have more competitions like this in the future. Su Ran was speechless. There's no cost to hold a competition? Lu Jie smiled obscenely. You are a billionaire, richer than the principal, what's this? Chao Cancan ignored the two of them. He looked seriously at the female contestants who were preparing ingredients not far away. Su Ran slapped him on the back of the head and scolded him with a smile. Are you pretending to be stupid? Chao Cancan chuckled. Godfather, can you give me a job? I'd be happy to help a few young ladies. Su Ran said calmly, very good. I have recorded what you said and will show it to your partner later. What the hell? Are you really that stupid? Chapter 56 huh? What are you doing? Explain clearly. Inside the venue, Su Ran was chatting absent-mindedly with his roommate, staring at the page on his mobile phone from time to time. Then Hanin didn't reply, what is going on? Hey! What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you look at the beautiful women? Lu Jie elbowed him. Su Ran said calmly, Brother Jie, you should have some aspirations in life. Talking about beautiful women is too vulgar. Lu Jie sneered repeatedly, oh, really? Who was it that posted the Huangsa website in the dormitory group last semester and got blocked? Su Ran. Look, you're anxious again. Why are you so serious? Steaming without rain. Ha! That girl is so beautiful. Chao Cancan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Lu Jie and Su Ran looked over. Su Ran raised his eyebrows because he knew the other person, it was Xiao Zihuan. The other person was wearing a vest and shorts today, with a large area of fair skin exposed to the air. She was going for a sexy look, and her looks and figure could support this outfit. All the old perverts in the scene noticed it and seemed to want to look but were afraid to. Of course, Su Ran and the others still appreciated it openly. Chao Cancan wore sunglasses, Lu Jie wore solid sunglasses, and Su Ran said they were all acquaintances. After Xiao Zihuan put away the ingredients she had prepared, she looked around and suddenly stopped at Su Ran. Her eyes lit up and she walked over quickly. Lu Jie's tone was a little excited. Is this girl so excited to see me? Is it my brother's charm? Su Ran and Chao Cancan looked at each other and silently moved to the sides, indicating that they were not familiar with each other. Brother Su Ran. Xiao Zihuan was about to pick it up, but then she received Su Ran's death stare and immediately stopped talking in anger. She skipped in front of Su Ran like a little white rabbit and smiled, Good morning. Su Ran glanced at her and then asked, Are you all ready? Xiao Zihuan said proudly, Of course, I will definitely get the bonus this time. Don't be too confident. The two chatted as if no one was around, and Lu Jie and Chao Cancan beside them were both stunned. Damn. Why is every pretty girl related to a good brother? Equals. I'm so envious that my face is turning purple. My brother's success is even more heartbreaking. After chatting for a few words, Su Ran sent them away. Let's go. Go prepare your ingredients. Come on, or you'll have to pay for the food. Xiao Zihuan looked at him resentfully and said, Hey, can't you say a few words of encouragement? Ahem. Beautiful lady howling. At this time Lu Jie suddenly spoke. Xiao Zihuan's eyes fell on Lu Jie, and after taking a look at his face, she lost interest. He is not even as handsome as Su Ran. Lu Jie. Hello, who are you? Lu Jie quickly said, My name is Lu Jie. I'm Su Ran's roommate and buddy, and I'm also a judge for this competition. Hearing the latter part, Xiao Zihuan's eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly at him. Oh. I really can't tell. Senior, you're really a hidden talent, not very impressive. Lu Jie felt something was amiss when he heard this, but when he saw Xiao Zihuan's admiring gaze, he suddenly felt secretly pleased and said modestly, No, once my junior gets used to the pace of university, she'll be just as good. Su Ran and Chao Cancan lowered their heads and bit their lower lips to prevent themselves from laughing.
Xiao Zihuan blinked and said with a smile, "Thank you for your encouragement, senior. I hope you will take good care of me during the competition later." Lu Chang patted his chest and said, "No problem. Just keep going, junior sister." Xiao Zihuan immediately smiled with satisfaction and didn't mind chatting with Lu Jie for a few more words. Looking at his roommate who was caught with a black carp, Su Ran shook his head. How can brother Jie beat others? At this moment, Su Ran suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, and his eyes lit up. Not far away, two pretty figures came over. They walked over with some difficulty, carrying a huge plastic bag in each hand. Their appearance also attracted a lot of people's attention. However, more attention was focused on the girl in the JK uniform. Her appearance and figure were no worse than Xiao Zihuan's. On the contrary, her skin was even whiter. It was obvious at a glance that she was a spoiled rich girl. Compared to her brilliance, the girl next to her is a bit low-key. She was wearing a sun-protective jacket and loose trousers, and a mask on her face, so her face couldn't be seen clearly, but she had a good figure and a pair of lively eyes that seemed to attract people. The two girls were In Yao and Bai Susu. After they prepared their ingredients, Bai Susu took out an insulated box and said to In Yao, "Yao Yao, please help me keep an eye on this." "No problem. Go meet your lover." And Yao waved her hand and said with an ambiguous look. Bai Suzhen's face turned red, she glared at her shyly and then ran away. Su Ran looked at the girl walking towards him, with a smile on his face. Lu Jie and Chao Cancan, standing by, were already accustomed to the brotherly charm. The former gave a lewd smile. "Wow. Has it come this far?" Xiao Zihuan also noticed Bai Suzhen. Looking at her frail appearance and her better proportioned body than hers, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. "Senior Lu, who is she?" Lu Jie smiled and said, "Oh, she's a freshman." Xiao Zihuan was speechless and patiently said, "I'm asking what her relationship is with brother Su Ran?" Lu Jie shrugged, "Now that you ask me, I don't know either." At this time, Bai Susu had already walked in front of Su Ran and said softly, "Boss." Su Ran nodded and then asked, "Are you ready? What dish do you plan to make?" Bai Susu said a little embarrassedly, "Just what I made for you that night." "Everyone? Huh? What? Explain clearly." Su Ran understood and nodded, "If we perform normally, it will be safe." He glanced at Lu Jie and said, "My roommate is a judge." Bai Suzhen blinked and then looked at Lu Jie. She had seen Lu Jie before. "Hello." Lu Jie quickly replied, "Hello, hello." Oh my god. The schoolgirl is still performing steadily. But her brother is getting the advantage. Xiao Zihuan's face looked a little strange. To her, Su Ran was clearly engaging in blatant shady dealings. "I don't even have this kind of treatment. Who is this girl?" Su Ran said at this time, "Okay, Xiao Bai, you go and get busy first." Bai Susu nodded, then thought for a moment. She handed the thermos box to Su Ran with both hands and said weakly, "I made your favorite porridge when I got up this morning. Everyone, I'm so envious." Su Ran frowned, "Didn't I tell you to have a good rest?" Bai Susu lowered her head and whispered, "It's okay. I finally got the chance. Don't be angry?" Puff. The people around felt as if their hearts were shot by an arrow. Damn it. Who told you to say that about her? Apologize now. Su Ran's heart softened, and he was reluctant to disappoint the little girl's kindness, so he took it and said, "Thank you, I won't do it again." Bai Suzhen's eyes were shining, the corners of her mouth were raised under the mask, and she was in a very happy mood. In her opinion, the most important thing today is not the competition, but delivering breakfast to Su Ran. Su Ran likes to drink her porridge, which gives her a greater sense of accomplishment than winning the competition. Chapter 57 Original 9 Turn Large Intestine. After chatting for a while, Bai Susu and Xiao Zihuan were both sent by Su Ran to prepare for the competition. He opened the thermal box and a familiar aroma immediately hit him. Oh my god. It smells so good. Lu Jie came over after smelling the scent, looked at Su Ran with longing eyes, and said, "Old Su, do you know what sharing means?" Chao Cancan nodded quickly, "No, I'm not sitting down." "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to eat alone?" Su Ran said calmly, "I think it's quite suitable." Be born. I'm so jealous. Su Ran ate the porridge contentedly, and this time no one competed with him for it. Oh. I'm eating it too. A frivolous voice sounded. Su Ran looked up and saw that it was In Yao. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing here?" And Yao was unhappy when she heard this and snorted coldly, "The school is not your home. I can come whenever I want, so what?" Su Ran did not respond. In her opinion, this woman was sick and it was better to stay away from her. Lu Jie and Xiao Cancan have already quietly left. Beautiful girls come to see their good brothers one after another, and they are already numb. Is the gap between people really so big? And Yao found a chair and sat down without any hesitation. She looked at Bai Suzhen, who was busy in the field, and then glanced at Su Ran, who was drinking porridge happily. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Why does this idiot best friend have the feeling that it's all for free? Hey, have you broken up with that Lu Ruyan? Hearing this, Su Ran didn't even raise his head and just hummed lightly. And Yao raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Su Ran glanced at her and said, "Why are you so concerned? What's wrong? Do you want to pursue me?" And Yao's face suddenly darkened. "What the hell are you chasing after? I don't even like you." Su Ran chuckled, "Then Missin has really high standards. It seems that you will be single for the rest of your life." And Yao snorted, "None of your business." Carrot. After a pause, she continued, "I'm just thinking about my Susu. After all, if you're still involved with other girls, you're not worthy of Susu." Su Ran's eyes fell on Bai Susu, who was preparing the food, and he said expressionlessly, "I'm not a scumbag." Who knows? With so many beautiful women around you, what if you can't control yourself and end up messing around with multiple women? And Yao said sarcastically. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said proudly, "It shows that my charm is too great, and I am also helpless." Yao. She had never seen such a shameless person. After finishing the porridge contentedly, Su Ran smacked his lips and exclaimed, "It's so delicious." Yao. Su Ran glanced at her and asked doubtfully, "By the way, have you ever tried the porridge made by Xiao Bai?" And Yao's face froze, and she began to stammer. Su Ran laughed immediately, "Oh. It seems that there is none." "Oh, what a pity, you should have told me earlier, I would have saved 2 bites for you at the end." Bah! Disgusting man. And Yao felt disgusted and stood up and left. Su Ran leaned back in his chair calmly, looking very comfortable, just like the winner in MVP. It was past 9 o'clock and the competition officially began. The crowd at the scene had formed a big circle, staring at the girls who were cooking with great interest. However, signing up doesn't mean you will be able to cook. Most people here come to try their luck for the prize money. There are also some girls who cannot let go of their pride and pretend to be delicate and unfamiliar even in public. When 2 or 3 girls were pouring oil, the oil splashed out and they immediately retreated in embarrassment. There were even a few people who failed to control the heat well and ended up burnt their ingredients. The scene was once in chaos and extremely dramatic. When the judges saw this scene, they were speechless. What stuff of passwords are here to show the food? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Su Ran glanced at those people, clicked his tongue and shook his head, then he looked at Xiao Ziwan again. The other party was neither anxious nor impatient, but very calm. It was obvious that he had some cooking skills. However, Su Ran was not interested in this. He looked at Bai Susu. The girl was still wearing a mask and was not disturbed. She was preparing the food very calmly. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. I have to say that Bai Suzhen is really a treasure girl. The food competition lasted for more than an hour and finally came to the scoring stage. However, surprisingly, at least half of the people were not able to produce a complete product. Without exception, these people were eliminated and received a "thank you for participating" award. But he is also a person with real skills. This is the oversized bun I made. The filling is made with the freshest seafood. I made a dessert. This is my specialty 9-turn large intestine. After tasting, the judges recorded and scored each dish. Beauty, why does your 9-turn large intestine taste weird? One of the judges asked the girl curiously while chewing on the intestines. The latter smiled shyly, "It's like this, in order to restore its most original taste, I retain some of the original flavor when washing it." Ugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the judge vomited. The other judges retreated tactically, watching the scene with great excitement on their faces. The people around also broke down. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Is this the legendary original large intestine? What the hell is the difference between this and eating shit? How fucking disgusting. I came here to see delicious food, not to be disgusted. Please find the shaded area of the judges. Damn it. I'll never eat large intestine again. Once an extrovert, you will be an introvert for a lifetime. Record this dude's shit-eating journey. Put. Bungbu can't stay any longer. Su Ran and Chao Cancan were also silent when they saw this scene. The latter whispered, "What we're saying is, shouldn't we screen the candidates during the selection process?" Su Ran's mouth twitched. How the hell did I know there were so many talented people? The scene fell into a minor commotion for a while. The judge's face darkened and he quickly found 2 bottles of water and drank them. Although he is still alive, he is dead in society. From then on, Shit Eater was born. You're eliminated, a judge said to the girl. The latter immediately felt aggrieved. Why? You are sexist. Judges? What was mixed in this? The judges immediately bypassed the other party and chose not to taste it. Generally speaking, they will give face to the players, but now they really can't. Nima, let you eat shit and try it? Lu Jia had already walked up to Xiao Zihuan and asked curiously, Junior, what delicious food did you make? Chapter 58 Because I haven't eaten yet. Lu Jia took a look at Xiao Zihuan's finished dish, which was sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Well, there is only one, but the quality is quite good. Xiao Zihuan said with a smile, Senior, would you like to try it first? Lu Jia nodded quickly. Okay. He picked up a piece of meat with disposable chopsticks and put it in his mouth, tasting it carefully. Then his eyes widened in shock, and he gave Xiao Zihuan a thumbs up. Delicious. It tastes so good. It's like those restaurants. Xiao Zihuan immediately smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. The other judges also came over, tasted the food, and nodded in agreement. It's still okay. Compared to the original flavor, it's several times more delicious. When Xiao Zihuan saw the judges' reactions, she also smiled with satisfaction. Now it's settled. She suddenly wanted Su Ran to taste the food she cooked, but when she turned around, she saw a sad scene. I saw Su Ran standing in front of Bai Susu, looking at her cuisine. Xiao Zihuan opened her mouth and then curled it up. Humph. Junior, do you want more? Don't give me a taste. Lu Jia expressed his support. Xiao Zihuan thought about it and then nodded. Okay then, if you want to eat it, I'll give it to you. Well, although this guy is not as handsome as Su Ran, at least the emotional value is there. On the other side, Su Ran looked at Bai Susu's 2 dishes with a smile on his face. Why make 2? Bai Susu said softly, since we have extra ingredients, we can just make it. Let me try it. Emma. I'm hungry for it. And Yao had already come over, stretched out her little hand, and was about to grab it directly. Su Ran quickly slapped her pig's trotter away and said angrily, You're grabbing it with your hands? How are the judges supposed to eat it? And Yao covered her hand in pain, grimacing, I just pinched a little bit, it won't ruin the whole dish. Su Ran said firmly, No. And Yao glared at him immediately, Why? Su Ran, because I haven't eaten yet. Yao. Okay, you treat her like a Japanese, right? Bai Susu silently handed Su Ran a pair of chopsticks and said a little embarrassedly, You, try it. Su Ran took it and put a piece of meat into his mouth. Under the girl's expectant gaze, he chewed for a few seconds and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. We can open a restaurant now. Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin breathed a sigh of relief and her face became relaxed. Lu Jia and his companions also came over here. The former glanced at Su Ran and said, Can I try it? Good brother, you won't be jealous, right? Su Ran was about to kick him. Eat it if you want. You're the judge, how can you rate if you don't eat it? Lu Jia dodged with a smile, then he came to Bai Susu and said with a smile, Junior sister, let me try the dish you cooked. Bai Sujin nodded slightly. Lu Jia and several judges tried the food and immediately praised it highly. Sure enough, there are experts on campus. It tastes better than my mom's. Amazing. The meat is so tender. How did you fry it? The ceiling of home cooking. Bai Susu felt a little embarrassed by the praise from the judges. Her face was flushed under the mask, but she was very happy inside. She felt that her cooking skills were recognized by everyone. And Yao also ate as she wished, her eyes shining. Susu, from now on, you can take care of my 3 meals a day, and I will pay you a salary. She didn't expect her friend's cooking skills to be so good. Why didn't she notice it before? Bai Susu said angrily, Stop making trouble.
And Yao said seriously, I'm not kidding. Seriously. Your cooking skills are so good, it's just to my liking.
That's a beautiful thought. Su Ran's voice of sabotage was heard. And Yao immediately glared at him in dissatisfaction. What does this have to do with you? Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, Xiao Bai is my employee. Did you discuss this with me before you poached him in front of me? And Yao made a face at him and said, I'm happy to do that. If I hire Susu, I'll definitely pay her more than you offer. I want her to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Su Ran said expressionlessly, then I'll first monopolize your and family's business and then have your father freeze your bank account. Will you still be able to pay your salary? And Yao's eyes widened, are you kidding me? He.
Bai Susu pulled in Yao and whispered, Yao, stop arguing.
There are so many people here. After trying the food, several judges were all very full. Now let's announce the scores of the first group.
20th place, Huang Lei, 8.63 points. 19th place, Wu Jing, 8.71 points. 3rd place, Xiao Zihuan, 9.68 points. 1st place, Bai Susu, 9.89 points. There was applause all around. Although most of them didn't know these girls, the main purpose was to show their support. Ah! Sister! You're number 1. WTF, that's awesome. And Yao hugged Bai Susu tightly, even more excited than she was. Bai Sujin was also a little bit unbelievable, but she was very happy. Su Ran looked at the girl's figure and raised the corners of his mouth. Now, please ask the next group of contestants to prepare. The competition is divided into 2 groups, and the winner of the competition is determined by the final ranking. Su Ran sat on the chair, playing with her cell phone out of boredom. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over. He looked up and saw Zhang Yuqian coming over with a piece of A4 paper. Here's the list of players for this round, as well as the results of the first group. Su Ran crossed his legs and nodded calmly, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Yuqian smiled, then she tentatively asked, does Junior know the girl wearing the mask? Su Ran nodded, what's wrong? Zhang Yuqian smiled and said, nothing, I just think my junior is very nice to her. Su Ran smiled and said, Senior, you talk too much. Zhang Yuqian shut up immediately. She didn't dare to provoke Su Ran. Just one word from him could make him fall from his position in the student union. At this time, Bai Susu and In Yao came over. Su Ran looked at them and asked with a smile, is there anything wrong? And Yao curled her lips, my best friend asked you if you want to have dinner together. Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Sujin's ears turned red. Yao, what are you talking about? How could I have that? And Yao had a look of understanding, oh, I understand your sisters. Isn't it just a meal? What's the big deal, right, Master Su? Su Ran nodded with a smile, yes, I'm hungry too, let's go together. Bai Sujin glanced at him secretly, then shyly looked away. And Yao's eyes fell on Zhang Yuqian, and she raised her eyebrows and asked, is this senior coming too? Zhang Yuqian smiled and said, of course not. I have to stay and supervise the show. And Yao nodded. She thought this was another of Su Ran's peach blossoms. P.S. Updates have changed to the Young World, and will be updated around 8 o'clock every night. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. You are a bit curious. Several people came to the cafeteria. Bai Susu's eyes fell on Su Ran, her big, clear eyes visible to the bottom of the world, and she asked crisply, what do you want to eat? Su Ran teased, what's wrong? Are you going to treat me? Bai Susu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently, yeah. Su Ran put his hands in his pockets and said with a faint smile, it's up to you, I'll eat whatever you eat. Oh my. They haven't even started dating yet, and you're already acting like the wife is following the husband? And Yao's sarcastic voice sounded. Su Ran glanced at her and asked, Nissan, what do you want to eat? It's my treat. Hearing this, and Yao's face immediately lit up with smiles, really? Young Master Su is so generous. You could even see a hint of shame on her face. Boy, it's too early to complain. Su Ran was surprised and said, oh, I was just saying it casually, and you took it seriously? And Yao? Su Ran. Are you human? Su Ran was very satisfied with the other party's broken defense, and then turned to Bai Susu and said, let's go and get some food. Oh. Bai Susu nodded obediently and then winked at In Yao. And Yao rolled her eyes silently, steam without rain. After the three of them finished their meal, they found a place to sit down.
I just happened to hear the people next to me gossiping. Have you heard?
The school beauty Lu Ruyan has transferred to another school.
Huh? Holy shit. Why? I don't know.
I happened to see her signing the paperwork when I went to the counselor's office yesterday.
Hiss. Could she have been forced away by cyberbullying? Woohoo!
We've lost another beautiful girl from Ning University.
TSK, wasn't there a rumor about her circulating on the forum a while ago?
It seemed like she was having an affair with that student council president, but that president was inexplicably dismissed.
Hiss. I'm guessing it was Lu Ruyan's boyfriend who did it. Then Xiao Ji has hit a wall. It's just that Lu Ruyan has already broken up. Isn't that ex-boyfriend just an ordinary person? How could he have such great power? I don't understand.
I initially thought the online rumor would spread, and then the boy would drop out of school and the girl would be admitted to graduate school.
This plot twist is a bit baffling.
After hearing these words, Bai Susu and Yao's faces became a little strange. They couldn't help but look at Su Ran and found that this guy was eating with great relish.
Is this good with rice? Hey! Did you hear that? Yao asked. Su Ran glanced at her and asked, what's wrong? That Lu Ruyan.
Did you force her to transfer schools?
Su Ran's mouth twitched. What the hell does it have to do with me? He left on his own.
Yao was skeptical. That doesn't seem possible. She's so popular here, how could she just leave like that?
Su Ran shrugged, I don't know.
If you want to know, you can catch up with her and ask her.
Oh, she is already in heaven now. Yao. You mean to let me go to heaven? Then the dismissal of the student council president must have been your doing, right?
Su Ran did not answer, but looked at Bai Sujin, who was eating silently with her head down, and then he picked up a chicken leg from his plate and gave it to her.
Huh? Why, are you giving me this? Bai Sujin was shocked and said quickly.
Su Ran said calmly, you've been busy all morning, eat more.
Bai Susu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered, thank you. How ambiguous. My friend is right next to me, so I won't be misunderstood by others, right?
Su Ran glanced at Yao and said, learn more from Xiao Bai and eat quietly, your little mouth is chattering.
Yao's face suddenly darkened. Do you believe I'll expel you from school? Su Ran threatened.
Yao's eyes widened in shock, great.
Your true nature is revealed, right? And you're still saying it wasn't you?
Su Ran looked at Bai Susu with a headache. Stay away from her in the future, otherwise she will become more and more stupid.
Yao. Being attacked all the time. Bai Susu whispered, that's just Yao Yao's personality.
Su Ran chuckled, I think she should learn from you.
TSK. I am this lady. I love whoever I want. It's redundant.
Yao snorted proudly. Su Ran simply ignored her. Bai Sujin glanced at Su Ran quietly, then looked at her best friend who seemed to be angry, and sighed in her heart.
Why do these two people quarrel as soon as they meet? Who should I help?
At this time, several boys passed by, and one of them happened to see Bai Susu looking up, and was stunned.
Oh my god, are there beauties of this level in our school? Sixth brother, what are you looking at? My roommate's voice rang out. Look at that girl, isn't she prettier than the school beauty? Beauty? Lao Lu, you are such a person. Where is it?
After lunch, Su Ran and others returned to the competition venue. The second group of contestants had also finished, and it was time for the scoring phase.
The ranking will be announced soon. Soon, under the expectant gaze of the contestants, the top 10 were announced. First place, Qin Shui. Second place, Bai Susu. Third place, Tang Xiao. Fourth place, Xiao Zihuan.
The contestants who heard their names immediately showed excitement.
Ah! Sister! You made it! You got second place! Yao hugged Bai Susu excitedly.
Bai Sujin didn't expect to be able to make it into the top 3, and she was very excited. She looked at Su Ran, who was also looking at her, and gave her a thumbs up. The corners of Bai Susu's lips curled up, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes.
Su Ran looked at Lu Jia, who was walking over, and asked, what's going on?
Lu Jia whispered, I also want to be the first for my sister-in-law, but the cooking of senior sister Qin Shui is definitely delicious.
Su Ran raised his eyebrows and looked at the podium in the open space.
The winners had already gathered at this time. He also saw Qin Shui, who won the first place. The latter was a girl dressed rather simply, and it seemed that her cooking skills were amazing. Well, sometimes people who are truly talented can deserve the title. Have you chosen yet? Who do you want to be your cook? Hearing this, Lu Jia immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. That's it. He pointed at Xiao Zihuan's figure.
Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Are you sure?
Brother Jia actually likes Xiao Zihuan's type. I have to say, this guy has the qualifications to be a bootlicker.
Lu Jia nodded quickly. Yeah. She's the one that I like the most.
Su Ran looked a little strange. I think, forget it, you still have to give it a try, but I have to make it clear that the other party is Lu Ruyan's cousin.
Ah? Lu Jia was completely stunned. What the hell? What a coincidence.
After a moment of silence, Lu Jia suddenly revealed a hint of vulgarity. That I'm relieved.
Su Ran?
No, buddy, you are a little too curious.
Chapter 60 still not enough?
At the awards ceremony, school leaders personally presented awards to the contestants.
The cash on the tray attracted everyone's attention. That's real money.
Just for cooking a meal, you can get so much bonus.
Does the school have so much money that it has no place to spend it?
However, many people's eyes also fell on those girls. When they saw a row of good-looking girls, their eyes immediately lit up. I have to say that the quality of girls in college is really high, but no one dares to pursue them. Especially girls like Xiao Zihuan who have both a pretty face and a good figure, they are exactly the ideal partner for everyone. Bai Suzhen wore a mask and let her bangs down, so people couldn't see her appearance, but as the second place in this food competition, many people still paid attention to her. Compared to those who dress revealingly, it seems that the conservative winners like the champion and runner-up are more suitable for marriage.
Besides, their cooking is delicious.
Many of the 6th graders began to fantasize.
After the award ceremony, Bai Susu found Su Ran.
She held the stack of cash tightly in her hand, her expression a little cautious and nervous.
Su Ran saw this scene and immediately laughed. What's wrong? Are you afraid that someone will steal your money?
Bai Susu lowered her head and said weakly, yeah. This was naturally a huge sum of money for her, and with so many people present, she was of course scared.
Be genuine and sincere.
Su Ran said with a smile, let's go, I'll take you back to the dormitory.
Bai Suzhen nodded. And me?
And Yao, who had just gone to the toilet somewhere, hurried over. Su Ran said something to his roommate and left with the 2 girls. After arriving downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Bai Susu suddenly looked at her friend and Yao and said slowly, Yao Yao, can you go up first? And Yao glanced at her and then at Su Ran, and immediately understood. She made an okay gesture and walked into the dormitory building, looking back every 3 steps. After Yao left, Bai Susu looked at Su Ran, thought for a moment, then raised her hand and took off the mask, revealing a charming face.
Such conscious behavior immediately pleased Su Ran. I'll give you half of this money.
Bai Suzhen divided the 8,000 yuan into 2 parts and gave the extra part to Su Ran.
Su Ran didn't answer, but asked in confusion, why did you think of giving me half?
Bai Susu whispered, because without you, I wouldn't be able to participate in the competition.
She even wanted to give all the bonus to Su Ran.
Su Ran waved her hand, we are friends, there is no need to care so much between friends. Bai Susu's face was a little hesitant, but
Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, no buts. Next time I need help, I will ask you for help, but I won't be so polite.
Bai Susu blinked, then said happily, okay.
Then, if you want me to do anything, I'm willing to do it.
She owed Su Ran too much, and she had no way to repay his kindness.
Su Ran laughed and said, what you said made me misunderstand a little bit. Ah?
Bai Suzhen tilted her head, confused.
Su Ran's expression suddenly changed. With a hint of teasing, he asked with a lecherous look, then if I ask you to do something you can't accept, would you be willing?
Even though Bai Susu was a complete blank slate, she understood what he meant, and her face immediately turned red.
No. You're not that kind of person. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Bai Susu, do you think I'm a good person? Bai Susu nodded firmly, yes. In her eyes, Su Ran is a person with a positive image. Su Ran. You are blackmailing me morally, how can I do anything bad to you? I'm not a good person. Didn't you hear what Yao said?
I was the one who had the student union president removed from his position, and I was the one who forced Lu Ruyan to leave. Hearing this, Bai Susu raised her little face, her bangs tilted to the sides, revealing a serious expression. I believe you, and it was that president who went too far. As for Senior Lu, I believe you didn't force her away. Su Ran looked at the girl who was seriously defending herself, and his heart moved. Suddenly I felt that she was so cute at this moment. Su Ran raised his hand, pinched the girl's cheek, and pulled it. Xiao Bai, you really touched me. I want to. There was a pause in his voice, and the girl's heartbeat also stopped for a moment, and she felt nervous. Su Ran changed the subject. I want to give you a raise. Bai Susu. My nervous heart relaxed a little, but I felt a little lost. What's going on? Is it possible that I want him to say something? Bai Susu felt ashamed. Why is your face so red? Su Ran stared at her face and asked. Bai Susu lowered her head and asked shyly, Can I pinch you? Su Ran said with a smile, It feels good. Idiot, you didn't understand after I hinted at you? I told you to be careful. Su Ran did not let go of his hand, as if to confirm what he said about the good feeling, and squeezed it again. The red color on Bai Sujin's face spread to her ears, which was very conspicuous and particularly charming in the sunlight. Su Ran suddenly had a cute aggression attack, and had the urge to bully her severely. Pain. The girl's whimpering voice was heard. Su Ran suddenly realized and let her go, only to see that there were marks on her face from his pinching. Su Ran. Have I awakened some abnormal attributes? Sorry, I pushed too hard. No. It's okay. Bai Sujin responded weakly, not daring to look at him. Su Ran smiled and said, Okay, go back and rest first. Bai Sujin glanced at the money in her hand. Su Ran smiled and said, The money is yours. If that doesn't work, you can hug me as a thank you. Swish. Bai Susu's face turned red again, and she said shyly, Not yet, not yet. After saying that, she turned and fled. Su Ran looked at the girl's back with a smile and said, You are so funny. He turned and left, but suddenly took a few steps and stopped. Not yet, not yet, not yet? Not yet? As soon as he arrived downstairs of the dormitory, Su Ran saw an acquaintance. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Ji looked at Su Ran and said. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for me for? Waiting to die? Xiao Ji's mouth twitched. Student Su Ran, don't say such hurtful things. Oh. Sorry, I like to say one thing to one person and another to another. I can't be nice to the scumbag who stole my girl, right? Su Ran looked at him calmly. You should be laughing secretly if I don't cut you. Xiao Ji's face turned a little ugly, and then he said, I don't want you to care about these things. I came here to ask you, why did Ru Yin transfer schools? Su Ran was surprised and said, Then ask her. Why ask me? Am I her father or her grandfather? How would I know? Xiao Ji was about to speak when he was suddenly interrupted by Su Ran. I think you should ask yourself, brother, you were caught doing something in the box, isn't it embarrassing? Xiao Ji. Chapter 61 is life over? Xiao Ji never thought why Su Ran knew about this. He couldn't resist the temptation at that time and did it directly on the spot, but was suddenly caught by Lu Ruyan. It was so damn embarrassing. Xiao Ji has been looking for an opportunity to explain things to Lu Ruyan, but the latter never replies to his messages. Xiao Ji knew that the fish he raised had swam away. How do you know? Did Yen Yen tell you? Su Ran said calmly, No one can hide what I want to know. Besides, do you think this matter ends here? Xiao Ji's expression changed. What do you mean? Su Ran chuckled and said, You bastard, you seduced my girlfriend. You don't think it's that easy just to get fired, do you? Hearing this, Xiao Ji's face changed drastically. It's you. It turns out that his dismissal was related to Su Ran. Impossible. How could the other party have such great ability? Could it be? Xiao Ji remembered that Su Ran drove a Porsche sports car, and was secretly shocked. Could the other party really be the young master of a big family? Su Ran looked at him coldly. Do you know the price you have to pay for leaking other people's privacy and spreading malicious rumors online? Do you know how sinful it is to force an underage girl to become pregnant and then secretly have her have an abortion? Do you know what the price is for gathering a group to gamble or fight, and then seriously injuring others? Every time Su Ran said something, Xiao Ji's face turned paler and he couldn't help but step back. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering and spreading rumors. Xiao Ji shouted angrily. Su Ran looked at him indifferently.
as if he was looking at a clown. Whether it's slander or not, you know it in your heart.
Oh, and by the way, I dare to say this, of course I have prepared evidence.
I guess in a few days, you should be in there working on the sewing machine. Xiao Ji.
Su Ran sighed, we're both second-generation rich, but you're more extravagant than me, even hooking up with other people's wives.
Xiao Ji's legs went limp and he sat down with a pale face.
He didn't expect that he originally wanted to question Su Ran, but ended up ruining himself.
Su Ran. No. Master Su. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding between us. I didn't touch Lu Ruyan. Really? Not even once.
At most, we held hands and hugged a few times.
It's not a crime punishable by death. Please let me go. Xiao Ji begged for mercy directly. He panicked.
This was no longer a matter of dignity, it was actually illegal. Once his actions are exposed, his life will be over.
Is it useful to use connections at home? Su Ran's connections are obviously better than his. Su Ran smiled wickedly, you're begging for mercy now? What were you doing before? Were you still thinking about how to deal with me? So that Lu Ruyan would follow you wholeheartedly? What a pity, you ruined such a good hand by yourself. Xiao Ji did not refute, but just begged for mercy.
The students passing by stopped to watch curiously and started eating the melons. Su Ran simply ignored him and said, prepare for the funeral.
With that, he turned and entered the dormitory building. Mercy? It doesn't exist. If Su Ran was an ordinary person, he might be played around by Xiao Ji. How desperate would he be at that time? Xiao Ji looked at Su Ran's resolute back, his face pale. It's over. He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Dad, I'm in trouble. When Su Ran returned to the dormitory, she saw Chao Cancan alone. Where's brother Jie?
Chao Cancan smiled obscenely, that guy might have gone on a date.
Ah? Su Ran was confused, date? With whom? Chao Cancan replied, I'm not sure, I think we met today. Su Ran's expression turned a little strange. The person I met today is most likely Xiao Zihuan. Is brother Jie so quick to act?
Su Ran stayed in the dormitory for nearly 2 hours before Lu Jie came back.
Hey! Isn't this my brother Jie? Are you willing to come back?
Lu Jie, however, could not be happy, instead he looked pained.
Su Ran asked in confusion, what's wrong with you?
Lu Jie sighed, stop talking, it's all tears.
Tell me quickly. This is the one we like.
Lu Jie wanted to cry but had no tears, I've already spent this month's food expenses on this.
Are you crazy? Is life over?
Su Ran and Chao Cancan were extremely shocked.
Brother Jie, could it be that the dog liquor has really awakened?
Lu Jie said with a sad face, oh. I asked Xiao Zihuan out for dinner, but this girl was smart enough to take me to a high-end Western restaurant.
It cost me 2,000 yuan.
In the end, I just added her on WeChat.
Su Ran, Chao Cancan, 6. Su Ran said depressedly, didn't you talk to her about making breakfast? Lu Jie's expression changed, revealing a hint of pride, of course we talked about it, and she agreed. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, with her personality, tell me, how much salary do you pay her? 6,000 a month.
Lu Jie made a gesture of 6,000.
Su Ran's mouth twitched, 6,000? Ordinary office workers don't have that much money. How can they spend 6,000 just to make breakfast? He is rich, not sick, so this is a bit too high.
Lu Jie said righteously, I think her cooking skills are worth 6,000.
Besides, man, if I want to win her over, I have to spend a lot of money, right? Su Ran rolled her eyes, you talk as if you're the one paying for the 6,000 yuan.
He agreed to reimburse, and he didn't just do Lu Jie's portion, but 3 portions.
Godfather. Please accept my greeting. Lu Jie looked at Su Ran devoutly.
Su Ran immediately felt comfortable and nodded slightly, the boy is teachable. Su Ran then said, by the way, I asked for 2 stores from the school.
Do any of you want to start a business? I'll give one to you.
When Chao Cancan and Lu Jie heard this, they immediately became interested.
What's going on? You can even get this? Su Ran said confidently, is there anything in this world that money can't do?
If there is, it means there is not enough money and you need to pay more. Lu Jie said, I would like to open a repair shop.
Su Ran raised an eyebrow, it seems that you have already had an idea, what do you say? Lu Jie said, there are no repair shops in our university, and we have such a large group of people. We can usually repair mobile phones and computers, and we can also attract sponsorship and earn advertising fees. It's killing two birds with one stone. They are all computer majors and have strong expertise in this field. Chao Can nodded, I also agree with Brother Jie's idea, this can be done. Lu Jie frowned and said, it's just that the funding is quite insufficient. The most important thing when opening a store is the startup capital. If you have nothing, just start a few. Su Ran smiled and said, anyway, the store rent is waived. As for the startup capital, I can lend it to you. Lu Jie looked excited, really? With Su Ran's financial resources, he could even open a company, let alone a store. Su Ran said seriously, of course, as for the interest rate, I'll give you a classmate price of 5%. You're not a buddy, you're just trying to screw your brothers, right? In the end, of course, Su Ran was just joking and lent Lu Jie 500,000 yuan interest-free. The store rent is free, so he can have a few years of college as a novice and solve the employment problem. Why not do it? As for the debt, it's simple, just drag Chao Can into it. Old Black, look. Lu Jie started to make big promises to Chao Can. Chapter 62 Such a small mouth. A few days later, it was Saturday. Su Ran got up early. How early was that? It was only 6 o'clock. He went to the playground to exercise wearing a vest, shorts and sneakers. After running for half an hour, Su Ran returned to the dormitory, and his roommates happened to have gotten up. When did you become so self-disciplined? Lu Jie looked at Su Ran in surprise. Su Ran said seriously, what are you talking about? Isn't this me? I have always been so self-disciplined. Come on, when you were with Lu Ruyan, you were either on a date or on the way to a date every day. Did you ever manage your figure? You're not as self-disciplined as me and Lao Hei. Lu Jie said with a click of his tongue, it seems that you have awakened again and are planning to fall in love, right? Su Ran did not deny it, and then said, Brother Jie, I think you can also do some exercise. With your modeling skills, it may be a bit difficult for you to pursue Xiao Ziyuan. Lu Jie's mouth twitched. Brother, do you still need a model? As long as I open this shop and make money, why should I worry about not being able to get her? Su Ran gave a thumbs up, you have ambition. Chao Can had already finished washing up and came over to say, I'm free today and I'm going to pick out materials for renovations. Old Su, do you want to go? Su Ran refused and said, forget it, you two go ahead, I still have to go to the bar. Lu Jie laughed and said, I heard that Xu Meibai is also working part-time in your bar? You are stealing from the inside. Su Ran laughed and scolded, if you keep on talking nonsense, I'll withdraw my investment. Lu Jie, I'm honest now, please let me go. Chao Can and Lu Jie left the dormitory, and as they said, they planned to find a suitable decoration master and materials. They are indeed action-oriented people. They do what they say. Since the money is in place, they just do it. Su Ran took a shower, changed his clothes and went out. When we arrived at the bar, it was not yet 9 o'clock. And he had already seen a figure sitting on the sofa. It was Bai Suzhen. The latter was sitting there, holding a mobile phone in one hand and sliding the screen, and holding a cup of soy milk in his mouth and sucking it with the other hand. After hearing the noise, she glanced over here. Seeing that it was Su Heir, Bai Susu quickly stood up and said, Boss, good morning. Su Ran came over and asked, you're here so early? Bai Susu lowered her head slightly, just arrived not long ago. Su Ran looked at the thermos on the table and asked, have you made porridge? Bai Susu shook her head and said softly, it's glutinous rice balls. I was worried that you would get tired of porridge, so I changed the flavor. Su Ran was surprised and said, that's quite thoughtful. Su Ran seemed to have gotten used to Bai Suzhen bringing him breakfast, and sat down naturally. Bai Suzhen also sat down and started to prepare dishes and chopsticks for him, acting like a virtuous wife. When Bai Suzhen was serving the dumplings, her eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Ran's face. Looking at that handsome face, my heart beat slightly faster. What's going on? Why is the boss so handsome today? She found that Su Ran was more energetic than usual, and this temperament was very attractive. If you want to see your boss, you can do so openly. Su Ran's teasing voice sounded. Bai Susu immediately shrank back like an ostrich and said shyly, yes, I'm sorry. She actually stared at me like that, it's so offensive. Su Ran took the glutinous rice balls she served him. Judging from their appearance, they didn't look like they were pre-made. You did it?
Bai Susu whispered, my mother did it.
She was resting yesterday. Xiaobai will not lie.
Su Ran nodded, then scooped up one and started eating. After chewing for a few times, Su Ran suddenly frowned.
What's wrong? Is it not tasty?
Bai Sujin looked at his expression and her face became nervous too.
Su Ran didn't answer.
He chewed it a few more times before saying, it's a bit bitter.
Ah? Bitter glutinous rice balls?
Bai Sujin also looked suspicious. Su Ran scooped one and handed it to her, try it. Bai Sujin didn't even have time to think that this spoon was the one Su Ran had eaten, because the other party handed the glutinous rice balls to her mouth without giving her time to react. With its little mouth open, Su Ran successfully fed it. The glutinous rice balls were stuffed into Bai Sujin's mouth, and a round shape appeared on her face.
Su Ran's eyes darkened. Such a small mouth. Ahem, what are you thinking about?
Bai Susu chewed it carefully several times, feeling the flavor of the glutinous rice balls melting in her mouth. Then she said innocently with her big eyes, it's not bitter.
Su Ran said calmly, oh, maybe I ate the bitter one, it's okay, do you still want to eat? He handed over another one.
Bai Sujin looked at the glutinous rice balls, and her gaze finally returned to the spoon, and then an alluring blush appeared on her little face.
No, I don't want to eat anymore. Only now did she realize that she and Su Ran had used the same spoon. Oh my god. How could she be so stupid?
Su Ran chuckled and continued eating. If I tease Xiaobai every day, I will be in a good mood for the whole day.
At around 9 o'clock, the employees also arrived.
The girl is tall and wears loose trousers and a cute off-shoulder short-sleeved top. Her hair is simply tied up at the back of her head, revealing a small face with light makeup.
The girl was the newly hired employee, Lu Juchi.
When Lu Juchi came in, she smelled a fragrance, and then saw Su Ran and Bai Susu.
Her gaze lingered on Bai Sujin for a second.
She was wearing a mask and her face could not be seen. Then she looked at Su Ran with a smile on her face, good morning, boss.
Su Ran nodded, good morning.
It was the first time that Lu Juchi had seen a boss who was more active than his employees. In the past, when she worked part-time in those stores, the boss would never show up before 10 o'clock.
Su Ran, of course I'm here for breakfast. This young lady is. Lu Juchi looked at Bai Sujin beside her.
Su Ran introduced, her name is Bai Susu, she is my part-time employee, and you will often work together in the future.
Lu Juchi looked at Bai Susu, surprise on her face, you are Bai Susu? I heard Brother Lin talk about you.
Bai Susu said shyly, hello. Su Ran raised her eyebrows. It seemed that old Lin had eaten too many red beans.
Lu Juchi smiled warmly and said, nice to meet you. My name is Lu Juchi.
You should still be studying, right?
Bai Susu said softly, yes, at Qingning University. Lu Juchi's eyes lit up, then we are alumni.
I also graduated from Ning University and am your senior. Bai Susu looked at her in surprise.
Has this girl graduated yet? She looks so exquisite. You're so beautiful.
Bai Susu praised.
Lu Juchi smiled and said, I think it's just so-so. It's quite ordinary indeed.
Su Ran commented from the side.
Lu Juchi? Boss, I'm just being polite. Do you take it seriously?
Although she is not the most beautiful one, her appearance is not bad. To say that she is a beauty with a score of over 85 is an understatement. At this moment, Su Ran said to Bai Susu, take off your mask, there are no outsiders here.
Oh.
Bai Sujin listened to Su Ran's words subconsciously and took off her mask directly. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire bar was brightened.
Chapter 63 I'm only a freshman. Oh my god. Lu Juchi couldn't help but let out a soft cry.
She looked at Bai Susu's face and was stunned for a moment.
So beautiful. Now she could understand why Su Ran said she was average. Compared with Bai Sujin, she was really like a pheasant and a phoenix. Bah! Bah! Bah!
She is not a pheasant. Bai Sujin was stared at by people other than Su Ran, and she instinctively felt uncomfortable.
Su Ran ate the dumplings leisurely, feeling very happy. Xiaobai, go get me a glass of juice.
Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin felt as if she had been pardoned.
She nodded and walked quickly towards the front desk. Lu Juchi's face looked a little strange. This beauty seemed to be particularly well behaved and obedient. Of course, that was only to Su Ran. There is always a sense of being adjusted. Why are you staring at me? Su Ran's voice sounded behind him. Lu Juchi came back to her senses and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl." Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "It's okay." Lu Juchi looked at Su Ran and asked curiously, "Boss, what is your relationship with her?" Su Ran replied slowly, "She and I have a very close relationship." Lu Juchi's eyes were filled with gossip. Su Ran then changed the subject, "I give her money, and she does work for me. What do you think our relationship is?" Lu Juchi. That's it? She even thought Bai Sujin was the boss's girlfriend. Su Ran said with a hint of warning, "From now on, you will all be colleagues. You should coexist peacefully with each other and work together for performance. Don't do anything that would displease this boss." Lu Juchi was a smart person, so of course she understood what Su Ran said. She nodded and said, Of course. I will have a friendly conversation with Xiao Bai." Now she was certain that the boss was definitely interested in Bai Sujin, otherwise he would not have protected her so much. Of course, this is also human nature. After all, Bai Sujin is so beautiful. If she were a boy, she would also pursue him, right? Moreover, after working for a few days, Lu Juchi deeply felt that this job was very suitable for her. She didn't have to work much, and the salary was high. You know, she has sold tens of thousands of products this week. At this rate, the commission next month will definitely be a considerable figure. You can't find this kind of job even if you search with a lantern. You have to be more steady. At this time, Bai Susu came over with a glass of juice. Lu Juchi quickly went over to answer, I'll do it. Bai Sujin was a little overwhelmed. Isn't this senior sister Lu too enthusiastic? However, Bai Sujin never fights for anything, so she just took the cup. Lu Juchi brought the juice to Su Ran. When the latter saw her, he immediately said angrily, "What are you doing? I told Xiao Bai to pour me some juice. Although you are indeed friendly to Xiao Bai, could you please not disturb my good deeds?" Lu Juchi's face froze, and then she returned the cup to Bai Sujin in a sullen manner. He muttered, "The boss is so hard to please." Su Ran. Lu Juchi was getting ready to go to work, while Bai Susu was still sitting on the sofa, waiting for Su Ran to finish eating the dumplings so that she could wash the dishes. Su Ran looked at her and said, "I hired 3 employees a few days ago. They will all be working here for a long time. You don't have to be so busy on the weekends." Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." Su Ran changed the subject, "By the way, are you interested in doing some other work?" Bai Susu was really anxious now. She quickly stood up and asked cautiously, "Boss, is there something I didn't do well enough?" She thought Su Ran was going to fire her, and for a moment, she felt uneasy and sad. Su Ran was also stunned when he saw her reaction. Did you misunderstand something?" Bai Susu lowered her head and whispered, "Aren't you going to fire me? The boss hired 3 new employees. Does that mean he doesn't want me anymore? Does he dislike me for being clumsy? I have to say that women have extremely rich imaginations." In just this short moment, Bai Sujin imagined a lot of scenes in her mind. Su Ran chuckled, "Haha. Xiao Bai, what's going on in your head? You're so stupid." Bai Susu pouted and protested softly, "I'm not stupid." Su Ran sneered, "You're not stupid, are you? You're already thinking about the Pacific Ocean. Did I say I wanted to fire you?" Hearing this, the girl was startled, and then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. "It seems not." Su Ran crossed his legs and said calmly, "I was just asking if there was any job you wanted to do, but I do want you to transfer and do something else." Bai Susu blinked, "What are you doing?" Su Ranshin said, "I bought a storefront at school and plan to renovate it and open a shop. I wanted to ask you, what are your specialties?" Why me?" Bai Susu looked at him in confusion. Why did the boss ask for her opinion when opening a store? Su Ran snapped his fingers and said, "It's very simple. I plan to train you to be the store manager and let you help me run the store." I can't do it." When Bai Susu heard this, she immediately shook her head, a hint of inferiority in her eyes. "I will mess it up. If it fails, then it fails. I'm not afraid of a fuck. I have plenty of money." Su Ran waved his hand and said, "As the saying goes, no business is ever smooth sailing from the start. It is only through countless failures that one can reach a higher level." Su Ran suddenly patted the empty seat next to him and said, "Come sit here."
Bai Sujin hesitated for a moment, then sat down silently. The two were less than half a meter apart from each other. The girl's ears turned red. Su Ran continued to paint a rosy picture, saying, Xiao Bai, if you want to make money to pay off your debts, how can you keep working part-time? Hundreds of thousands, at your current rate, you might not be able to pay it back even after 10 years of working. You still need a proper job. I'll open a shop, and you'll be the manager. Once you're familiar with the position, you'll have experience. Plus, the salary is very high. Eventually, it won't be a problem to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Just think about it, 10,000 a month equals 1 million a year. You'll be able to pay off your debts in no time. Bai Susu blinked her eyes and said, 1 million a year? Her math teacher seems a little different from Su Ran's. Su Ran waved his hand and said, if business is good, 1 million a year is very reasonable. Bai Sujin's eyes lit up slightly. She had to admit that she was a little tempted, because if she could really get that much salary, she would be able to pay off the debt owed by her family very quickly. Not only that, she can also buy a bigger house for her parents to live in and let them live a good life. This motivation made Bai Sujin excited. But soon, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. But, I'm only a freshman. Chapter 64 This is a free life. Yes, Bai Sujin is only a freshman in college, but now she is facing the position of store manager. This will undoubtedly allow her to enter society early. Su Ran didn't care about this and said with a smile, Xiao Bai, believe me, now is the best opportunity. By the time you graduate from college, society may have become so competitive that the pressure of finding a job will increase. You earn over 10,000 a month. You don't want your family to be stuck in debt forever, making your parents worry all the time, do you? Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin's expression was moved. After a long moment, she nodded slightly, then, I'll listen to you. Su Ran suddenly smiled. Finally convinced this fool. Then the next question we need to study is, what kind of store should we open? Su Ran looked at her thoughtfully, it has to be something you are good at, and you may have to manage the whole process alone in the future. It's like you are the boss lady. Bai Susu thought about it, then said weakly, how about selling fruit? Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, the cost and technical content of the fruit are indeed low, but the school already has several, so let's change one. Then, open a bookstore? Su Ran laughed and said, stupid, are you trying to compete with the school library for food? Or do you want to sell novels? Bai Susu stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and said, I'm just suggesting it. If it doesn't work, forget it. Su Ran pondered for a moment, then said, how about opening a dessert shop? Bai Susu was a little lacking in confidence and said, but I'm not sure if the cake I make will taste good. Su Ran snapped his fingers and said, that's easy. I'll find you a cake baker to teach you how to bake. Bai Susu said softly, then I have a question. If I make cakes in the future, do I have to stay in the shop all the time? What about my classes? Su Ran touched his chin and said, well, how about this, we can open the shop at night. Bai Susu said angrily, how can that be? You won't make any money this way. Su Ran smiled and said, we haven't even opened yet, and you're already thinking about making money for the boss? Not bad, you're aware of it. Bai Sujin's face turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. A dessert shop is one option. If you want, you can also open a breakfast shop, but that would require you to get up very early. Forget it, it's not good for your health. Bai Susu looked at him with her big eyes and asked, boss, what kind of store did you originally want to open? Su Ran raised the corner of her mouth, I want to open a KTV. Bai Susu? For the first time, the girl showed a look of shock. Opening a KTV in a university? Boss, are you serious? Su Ran chuckled, of course, and there are precedents like this across the country. KTVs like ours are legitimate, and they just provide entertainment for college students. We don't do anything illegal. Bai Susu was silent for a moment, then she said weakly, if you want, I can do it. Su Ran was stunned by her words and asked, what do you mean? Bai Susu said seriously, I can be your store manager. Su Ran chuckled, KTV, it can be said that it is not a place with a good reputation in society. Are you really willing to do that? Bai Susu nodded, well, if we open it at school, it should be okay, right? Su Ran nodded, that's right. He snapped his fingers. That's it. Since you support my grand plan, it's happily decided. Bai Susu glanced at the empty box in front of Su Ran and said softly, I'm going to wash the dishes. Su Ran looked at her back and smiled. Xiao Bai, you're definitely going to be the boss lady. There are still quite a lot of people in the bar on weekends, especially in the afternoon, when the bar suddenly becomes lively. Fortunately, Su Ran had the foresight to find a partner for Bai Susu on the weekend, otherwise the little girl would have been exhausted. At the front desk, Lin Zifeng was as hopeless as a cow or a horse. Damn it! I have to hire a bartender. I'm not having fun at all if I keep doing this. He deeply realized the tiredness of being both a boss and an employee. I was originally planning to mix some drinks and didn't expect many customers, but who knew that this bar would grow bigger and bigger? And most of the customers come for the drinks he mixes. Su Ran was leisurely drinking a little wine on the side. Hearing this, he replied, okay, but I won't reimburse you. You'll have to pay for it out of your own pocket. Lin Zifeng said arrogantly, if you want to pay for it yourself, then pay for it yourself. It's like I can't afford it. Su Ran was surprised when he heard this. Wow. Young Master Lin is so confident? What's going on? Has he become rich? Lin Zifeng said calmly, I went back to South City a few days ago. Su Ran was surprised. Why are you going back to South City? Lin Zifeng said with a smile, of course I'm going back to see my grandparents. I cried so hard, and guess what? My dad had to unblock my bank card. Lin Zifeng took out his phone and shook it. Dude, I'm a billionaire now. Su Ran gave a thumbs up. I admire you. Why didn't he think of it? If Su Ran also looks for his grandparents, wouldn't old Su and old Deng have to respectfully call him dad? Lao Su. It's Tian Gang, right? But there was no need for Su Ran to do that. After all, he had his mother's support, so he wasn't worried about what his father could do to him. Lin Zifeng said quietly, I'll find a bartender to replace me during this time, and then I can go pick up girls with peace of mind. Lin Zifeng burst into laughter. This is the way to live a carefree life. This is the right way to be a rich second generation. He blew a whistle and all the customers looked at him. Lin Zifeng waved his hand and said generously, Mr. Lin will pay for today's consumption. Everyone, drink up. Oh. Everyone cheered in surprise. Su Ran. Damn it. This bastard. If the bar goes bankrupt, this guy will be responsible for 90% of it. In the evening, another group of employees came to take over the shift. Bai Sujin and Lu Juqi were also liberated. The latter found Bai Susu and said enthusiastically, Xiao Bai, can I add you on WeChat? Bai Sujin thought about it and didn't refuse. After the two exchanged contact information, Lu Juqi caught sight of Su Ran approaching and quickly said, then I'll be off work first. Let's chat on WeChat. Su Ran looked at her as if she was running away in panic, and looked at Bai Susu in confusion. Xiao Bai, what did she say to you? Huh? No, he just added me on WeChat. Bai Sujin said honestly. Su Ran heard this and immediately said, actually, you don't need to get too close to her. Remember what I said. Aside from me, everyone else needs to be a little wary and cautious. Do you understand? Why? Do you understand? Okay. Got it. Chapter 65 Remember to bring the vice principal. Sunday. Su Ran went to the third floor of the cafeteria in the morning. One of the storefronts is currently under renovation. Lu Jie and Chao Cancan were squatting at the door eating breakfast. Su Ran walked over, took a look at the buns and the plastic bag on the ground, and raised an eyebrow. Is this the breakfast made by the cook you hired? Are you sure you didn't buy it? Lu Jie chuckled and said, it's the weekend, so people should definitely rest. I bought it myself. Su Ran was silent. She is still on paid leave. Damn it. He wasn't even this nice to Bai Susu. Su Ran picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, looking at the decorated store. Not bad. Lu Jie said, I plan to take a few days off to buy some equipment and then wholesale some goods. After a pause, Lu Jie added, by the way, I've told my counselor that this seems to be considered a self-employed business for college students, so I can apply for an additional innovation and entrepreneurship fund. Su Ran shrugged, sure, the money belongs to you. Lu Jie smiled awkwardly, touching his nose and said awkwardly, well, no, I mean it might take a while for the higher-ups to review it, so could you use your connections to help me rush it? Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then her face turned black. I shouldn't have been so sentimental. Lu Jie patted his shoulder and said, lunch is on me. That's more like it. Around 11 o'clock, a group of people arrived at the third floor. Su Ran knew at a glance that the professional decoration team she had found had arrived.
Young Master Su, we meet again.
The boss was very polite.
He and Su Ran are old acquaintances.
It was he who helped decorate the bar.
Su Ran nodded. Let us get started. If you need anything, just let me know. Okay. Before coming, both parties had already communicated about the decoration.
According to Su Ran's requirements, the decoration masters also started to get busy.
However, there are still other shops open on the third floor.
The noise from the renovation and the large amount of dust also had a significant impact on them. Immediately, an old lady who ran a supermarket came over.
Are you students?
Su Ran glanced at her and then said, I'm the boss.
The old lady cricket, hey. Are you the boss?
You guys are making too much noise here.
We can't do business properly. Many customers have been scared away.
As soon as Su Ran heard it, she knew the other party was bullshit.
Damn, this is a university. Which college student would be afraid of renovation? There is nothing wrong with eating and drinking. You can tell from the auntie's face that she is here to take advantage of you.
Su Ran said calmly, I'm a little sorry, but it's normal for the renovation to make some noise.
Auntie, please understand. Hey. Auntie, how can you talk like that, young man? You have no sense at all. How can a boss like you make money? The aunt's face suddenly looked unhappy. Let me see what's going on.
Lu Jia, who was not far away, heard the noise and immediately strode over with an arrogant look on his face. Seeing two tall boys standing in front of her, the old lady didn't panic at all.
Instead, she looked arrogant and said, Hey. What's the matter? Are you bullying me because I'm older? Do you believe that I can lie here and blackmail you into bankruptcy? Chao Cancan looked at Su Ran with a strange expression. Which hospital did this weirdo come from? Su Ran shrugged, who knows? I'm also confused.
He still took out his cell phone, pointed it at the aunt, and said, Come on, aunt, show me how to blackmail someone.
Aunt?
The old lady's face turned a little ugly, and then she snorted, I'll be frank, you guys are making our business hard by doing these renovations, you have to compensate me.
Su Ran chuckled. Finally, the chicken feet are exposed. It seems that Lao Deng really wants to take advantage of us. Auntie, you're wrong. With these stores, the third floor will only see more and more customers. It will also benefit your stores. If there's any impact, it's going to be a positive one. The aunt snorted. No matter what happens in the future, you must give us an explanation now. Otherwise, do you know who my brother is? He's the vice president of Qingning University. Whether you can open a shop here or not is up to me. Is your background so impressive?
Lu Jia let out a rooster cry, then picked his nose and said disdainfully, I thought your brother was the mayor, but it turns out he's just a vice president.
You. Do you know what rank a vice principal is? The aunt glared. Lu Jia put his arm around Su Ran's shoulders, looking very proud. Then do you know who my buddy is? Su Ran. Chao Cancan, is this guy just taking advantage of the power of others? The aunt glanced at Su Ran suspiciously, then said disdainfully, Isn't he just a stupid college student? Su Ran looked at her expressionlessly, thinking that the farce was enough, and made a phone call. After the call was connected, Su Ran looked at the aunt. Which vice principal did you say your brother is?
The old lady said proudly, How many other vice principals are there?
Of course it's Yuzhenbei. Let me tell you. If you don't pay compensation, then expect your school to close down.
Su Ran said calmly, Principal, you should have heard everything.
I heard it, Mr. Su.
The principal's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. This idiot guy is sitting in the office and the trouble comes from Shark Arm. How could someone be so idiotic as to provoke this young master? As soon as he heard the other person's words, he recognized her.
It was Yuzhenbei's sister. It's over. Su Ran said calmly, Then how do you solve this problem? The principal hurriedly said, Don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll be there right away. Su Ran added, Oh, by the way, remember to bring that vice principal with you. Okay.
After hanging up the phone, everyone around him looked at him strangely.
Even Lu Jia and Chao Cancan are like this. Su Ran looked at his two roommates and raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Jia's face was filled with envy. Old Su, if I were you, would you even give this old lady a chance to speak? Wouldn't it be better to just bring up the principal right from the start? Chao Cancan sighed, is this the pinnacle of power? Su Ran's mouth twitched, okay, stop chattering. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? The old lady looked at Su Ran with a frown. The latter said calmly, didn't you hear it? Give it to the principal. The aunt's face was filled with disbelief, impossible. You are the only one who knows the principal? Are you his son? Su Ran smiled faintly, if he dares to admit it, I have to give him a thumbs up. The aunt said impatiently, I don't have time to argue with you, let's discuss the compensation issue quickly. More and more people gathered around, most of them were shop owners on the third floor. They all knew the aunt's background. She was usually very arrogant and domineering, so they were looking forward to witnessing her being slapped in the face. This shit is even more exciting than the novel. Just then, the principal and others finally arrived. Chapter 66 I'll treat you to a lawsuit. The principal came in person. Moreover, the people following behind him all have the temperament of leaders. No one at the scene was ignorant of the principal, as they had all seen him before. When they saw the principal in person, everyone showed an incredible look. The principal was actually called by this young man. The old lady's eyes fell on the figure behind the principal, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Isn't that my younger brother? At this time, Vice Principal Yujinbei also looked nervous and confused, because he was originally in class, but was called back by a phone call. He had to temporarily end the class and hurried over. He asked the principal what happened, but the principal said coldly, Yujinbei, you've made it. Yujinbei's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. It's over. The principal usually calls him Old Yu, but now he calls him by his full name. Is he trying to distance himself from him? Soon, a group of people arrived at the construction site. The decorators also stopped and looked over here, looking like they were enjoying the show. You can eat melon while working and live a happy life. Master Su, here I come. When the principal saw Su Ran, he felt closer to him than to his own father. It seemed as if Su Ran was not a student in his eyes, but a walking billion. God of wealth. Su Ran looked over and asked calmly, which one is Yujinbei? I am. Yujinbei took the initiative to stand up and followed the principal in calling out to Su Xiao, my humble name is Yujinbei. What can I do for you? No, Yujinbei, are you out of your mind? Why are you so afraid of him? When the aunt saw the scene, she felt guilty and cursed mercilessly. Yujinbei? No, we are all born from the same mother, why are you so stupid? Shut the fuck up. You long-haired, short-sighted woman. You're almost killing me. Yujinbei retorted bluntly. The aunt was stunned for a moment, then her face turned extremely ugly. Yujinbei. How dare you talk to your sister like that? That's enough. The principal spoke at this time, his voice was so cold that everyone felt a chill. The principal glanced at the aunt coldly and said, I'll deal with you later. Aunt. The principal then looked at Su Ran, changed his expression, and asked, Young Master Su, what's going on? Su Ran gestured to the middle-aged woman. This woman complained that my renovations were disturbing her and wanted me to compensate her. She also said that she could shut down my business with just one word. Oh, is this the confidence given to her by the vice principal? Upon hearing this, Yujinbei's legs softened and he quickly denied it. No. Principal, young Master Su, heaven and earth are witnesses. How could I possibly have such power? Don't listen to this idiot. Aunt. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, my spirit has been damaged now, so let's talk about how to compensate me. Me too. Lu Jie echoed. The principal glanced at Lu Jie and asked in surprise, who are these two? Su Ran introduced, they are all my roommates and my co-founders. Lu Jie and Chao Cancan straightened their backs immediately. Oh my god. This feeling of relying on others for power is so damn good. The principal suddenly understood and praised, so that's how it is. He is indeed a handsome man. Everyone. Principal, do they have evidence of your infidelity? The principal said calmly, if that's the case, then it's easy. Since someone complains about the noise, then don't open the shop. I declare that the school is unilaterally terminating its cooperation with you Xiaoying. You have 3 days to move out. As soon as these words were spoken, many merchants were suddenly shocked. This is simply merciless. Who was that boy, and how could he have made the principal give in to this? How could you do this? Is this how Ning University is? Believe it or not, I will expose you all? The aunt's face turned red with anger.
The principal said calmly, anyone who distorts the facts without authorization, reports negative news, and causes damage to our school's reputation will be sued.
The aunt opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Yujinbei didn't expect that his sister was so stupid.
He shouldn't have agreed to let her open a store here. This bastard is ruining her own future.
We signed a contract. If your school breaches the contract, you must pay liquidated damages.
The principal put his hands behind his back and said calmly, it's just a few $100,000.
I can afford it. Everyone. Su Ran's expression was complicated.
It's still this old-fashioned guy who knows how to show off.
I, a rich young man, am still too conservative. This is how Auntie's story ends. Lu Jie couldn't help but sneered, tisk tsk, this is what they call seeking death and then there's no death.
Serves you right. What I hate most are these uncultured aunties. The principal looked at Yujinbei at this time, and the latter's expression changed.
Young Master Su. Su Ran glanced at them and then said, I'm going to renovate, don't disturb me.
Yujinbei was delighted, as this meant they could solve the problem themselves.
He can still be saved. The principal also smiled and said, then we won't bother Mr. Su anymore. By the way, dinner is almost time. Would you like to have a quick meal with us?
Su Ran shook his head, forget it, I'm not used to it, you guys eat it by yourselves. After a pause, Su Ran changed the subject, by the way, principal, I think this cafeteria could use some renovations.
It's a bit old. Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes lit up immediately, yes. That's exactly what I meant. Master Su, that's a great idea. Su Ran nodded, let's talk about it later.
The principal left with satisfaction. His trip was definitely not in vain. After entering the elevator, Yujinbei asked curiously, Principal, where does that young Master Su come from?
The principal said calmly, you were on a business trip some time ago, so you might not know this. But you only need to know that the school's recent investment of over 1 billion yuan in projects was funded by young Master Su's family. Over 1 billion? What the hell? What does this mean? As a vice principal, he will never be able to get enough corruption in his entire life. Yujinbei sighed and said, it's all because of my good-for-nothing sister. I'm going to kick her out of the family tree when I get home. And? The principal said earnestly, it's not that I won't protect you. I did my best. If you really piss off young Master Su, we won't just be facing lawsuits. We'll be facing bullets.
Yujinbei's mouth twitched, and he felt a little scared. Okay, your job is saved, but you have to personally supervise your stupid sister's affairs. If she doesn't move out within 3 days, she will be sent to prison.
Okay. I'll do it myself. Killing relatives for the sake of justice?
This is called clearing away stumbling blocks in one's official career.
Chapter 67 Sun Yen calls.
After this incident, Su Ran and his companion's popularity on the 3rd floor suddenly increased. Almost all the bosses saw with their own eyes how respectful the principal was to the young man. This guy is definitely a rich second generation who wants to start a business. I have to curry favor with him from now on.
Young man, what kind of store are you planning to open?
An old man in his 60s asked enthusiastically.
Su Ran raised an eyebrow, why are you asking this, sir?
The old man chuckled and said, just asking.
Maybe I'll be your customer in the future. Su Ran smiled and said, I plan to open a KTV. Uncle? No, you start with 0 frame, how can I dodge? He's an old man in his 60s, going to KTV? That's a bit strange. The old man smiled awkwardly, excuse me. Su Ran didn't care and asked the decoration workers to start decorating.
The renovation took about a week, and Lu Jie and Chao Cancan's store has been completed.
Because Su Ran's store is too big, it will take a few more days. Finally done. Lu Jie looked at the brand new store and smiled, I feel like I see money waving at me. Chao Cancan looked pious, I want to buy an A6. The two of them put their hands together in sync, really making a wish. Su Ran couldn't help but say, I think you can worship me. The god of wealth is here, why don't you make a wish to God?
Lu Jie took a look at the KTV on Su Ran's side, and saw that the signboard had already been decorated. Hey, when I get tired from work, I'll go sing a few songs.
Su Ran smiled faintly. Then you earn money and spend it on the same day. What are you talking about? You don't want to take money from your own son, do you? Lu Jie said in disbelief. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. If that's what you say, then it's free. I adopted a son for nothing. It would be a waste if I didn't want him. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Ran returned to the dormitory. He's been busy running between the bar and the cafeteria these days, and he's exhausted. Su Ran was just about to take a nap when a phone call came in. Su Ran checked the caller ID and answered immediately. What's going on? Is the divine beast out of the cage? Hey, my dear brother, long time no see. Do you miss me, your beautiful, generous, well-behaved, sensible, cute and charming sister? A quirky, crisp voice came from the phone. Isn't she Su Ran's sister Sun Yen? Su Ran said calmly, tell me which one you have. Hey! You're already ruining my conversation, aren't you? Sun Yen said dissatisfiedly. Su Ran curled her lips. So what are you going to do? It's okay, I'm going to sleep. Hey! What kind of good person would sleep in the middle of the day? Brother, are you too drunk and too sexy and weak? Sun Yen teased. Su Ran hung up the phone expressionlessly. Sun Yen? Why is this person still so angry? After a while the phone rang again. Su Ran answered, I'll give you a minute to get down to business. Sun Yen said quietly, I just wanted to ask you, the National Day holiday is coming soon. Are you coming back or are you still in school? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. What does this have to do with you, Miss Su? Are you worried that I will go back and steal your property? Of course not. I've already said that the family company belongs to you. I'm not interested in it. From now on, brother, you just need to give me a few $100 million in pocket money occasionally. Sun Yen chuckled. Ha, you're just a hands-off boss, just eating what's ready, right? Su Ran smiled unhappily. Sun Yen said as a matter of course, that's true. If I don't fight or compete, aren't you the happiest? Like other wealthy families, whether it's brothers and sisters or even illegitimate children, they all have to divide the property. Su Ran said expressionlessly, how do you know that dad doesn't have any sons or daughters outside? Hiss. Brother, be careful with your words. If dad hears you, you're done. But I recorded it, hee, you're still done. Sun Yen's gloating voice sounded. Su Ran's face was full of black lines. Goodbye. Do you dare to try and hang one? Sun Yen threatened directly, brother, you don't want to eat dad's 7 wolves, do you? Su Ran. This little witch deserves a beating. Tell me, what else is there? Sun Yen chuckled and said, answer me first, are you going back to the capital or to school during the holidays? It's probably here at the school. Sun Yen chuckled, okay. I'll come find you then. No, big sister. What the hell are you looking for me for? Su Ran didn't expect Sun Yen to come up with this idea, and was speechless. What's wrong? It's been so long since I last saw him. Can't I go see my dear brother and cultivate some affection? Sun Yen said firmly, I don't care if you dare to hide from me. You're finished. Su Ran said expressionlessly, if you want to travel to Lucheng, I have no objection, but I am very busy and have no time to deal with you. Are you busy with love? Su Ran gnashed his teeth and said, Sun Yen. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Hee, I heard from mom that you like a girl. How's it going? Did you get her? Sun Yen changed the subject and asked gossipingly. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then had a strange expression. What did mom say to you? Sun Yen said vaguely, don't worry about what he said, is it true? Don't worry about whether it's true or not, just take care of yourself. Su Ran retorted bluntly. Hey! It seems so. I have to go and see him. Fuck. Sun Yen, what are you doing? Su Ran was no longer calm. If this little witch came, wouldn't it cause chaos? Ah, brother, you are the young master of the Su family, with billions of pocket money, but you can't even get a woman, is that okay? If it were me, I would have spent a lot of money on it long ago. What woman can resist the temptation of money? Sun Yen spoke lightly. You talk as if every woman is the same. Su Ran disagreed. Wow. Don't be so honest. Women understand women best. Su Ran suddenly laughed. A little girl who was still wet behind the ears calls herself a woman? What's wrong? Yelling like that. I still have class to go to. Su Ran was furious. You're playing with your phone in class. Beep, beep. Su Ran sighed.
Based on his understanding of his sister, she would definitely come to Lucheng in advance. If she knew about Bai Sujin's existence, she might cause trouble for her.
You have to get vaccinated. Su Ran had a nice nap before getting up and going to the cafeteria.
After watching for a while, he bought some pancakes and went to the library. In the library, Bai Sujin was wearing a mask and sitting in an unnoticed corner, reading quietly. Apart from helping out at the bar on weekends, she spends the rest of her time either in classes or studying in the library. Perhaps it was because she was influenced by her elders since childhood that studying was the only way to succeed. Bai Sujin always believed that the more knowledge a person has, the wider his future path will be. At least for someone with a family background like hers, studying can really change one's destiny.
Chapter 68 Simple, 3 meals a day.
Bai Sujin, who was reading a book, was attracted by a fragrance and looked up instinctively, only to find Su Ran standing next to her.
A glint of light flashed in the girl's eyes, and she said briskly, "Boss? When did you get here?" Su Ran's lips curled up. "I've been watching you for a while."
He raised the pancake in his hand and said, "Let's have some afternoon tea first." Hearing this, Bai Susu said softly, "Then, I'll clean it up."
"What are you packing for?" "Just eat here."
Su Ran sat down in front of her.
Bai Susu said a little embarrassedly, "There are so many people here, won't eating here affect other students' reading?" Su Ran said seriously, "It doesn't affect anything.
The library doesn't have any regulations prohibiting students from eating." Bai Sujin had no choice but to let him do as he pleased.
"Try it."
Su Ran handed over a pancake. Bai Susu's face turned slightly red, and she whispered, I can do it myself." She reached out to grab the stick, but Su Ran dodged it.
The latter raised an eyebrow and said, "Why? Do you dislike me?" Bai Susu quickly shook her head, "No." Su Ran's face turned serious, "Then eat quickly."
Bai Sujin suppressed her shyness and leaned over to bite the pancake, while Su Ran took out the skewer.
The rich aroma spreads in the mouth, very delicious. "These are all yours, eat them and see them later."
After Su Ran fed her a few pieces, he pushed the rest in front of her.
Bai Susu nodded gently, "Thank you." She hesitated for a moment, then picked up a pancake with a clean skewer and carefully handed it to Su Ran, whispering, "Here, you have some too." Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Okay." The way the two of them fed each other also attracted a lot of people's attention. When everyone saw the couple with divine looks, they immediately felt jealous. Holy shit! Is the library a place for romance? Who will fork them out? Several top students couldn't stand it anymore, their faith was broken, and they packed up their things and left. Change places. Otherwise, you really won't be able to pass the postgraduate entrance examination. Su Ran doesn't care what others think. If anyone has any opinions, they can just go to the principal and complain. By the way, the KTV's decoration is almost finished. You haven't been to it for a while. Why don't you come with me after you finish studying?" Su Ran said to Bai Susu. Hearing this, Bai Susu nodded gently, "Okay." Su Ran had previously asked her to be the owner of a KTV, but she didn't expect him to actually do it. To be honest, Bai Sujin is not ready yet. Evening. Su Ran sat with Bai Susu in the library for the whole afternoon. "It's almost time." Su Ran stretched. "Damn, these holy places of study are actually holy places of hypnosis. I feel sleepy as soon as I sit down." Bai Sujin glanced at him and suddenly burst out laughing. Su Ran's eyes widened, "You laughed?" "No, what are you laughing at?" Bai Susu suppressed her smile, took out her phone, turned on the front camera and handed it to him. Su Ran only then realized that there were many sleep marks on her face. "Oh my god. What the hell is this? It can't be him if he's so ugly." Su Ran looked up at Bai Susu, who was trying not to laugh, and glared at her, "If you laugh again I'll kiss you." Ah. A look of confusion appeared on Bai Sujin's little face. After she realized what he was saying, her face suddenly turned red. This person, why did he suddenly say such vicious words? Su Ran rubbed his handsome face, and then he suddenly had an idea and said to Bai Susu, "Rub my face." Bai Susu, "Me?" Seeing that Su Ran was not joking, Bai Susu's shyness flashed away. She glanced at the library and saw that there was no one there. She plucked up the courage, walked behind Su Ran, and gently rubbed Su Ran's face with her white and tender hands. Is this strength okay?" Su Ran nodded with satisfaction. Okay, your proficiency is acceptable. Keep up the good work.
Bai Sujin's eyes were filled with shyness, but she didn't say anything. Apparently, this isn't the first time this has happened. Recently, she has also helped Su Ran massage her shoulders and back to relax. She was definitely very shy at first, but later she gradually accepted it. The boss works so hard, so it's reasonable for her to be considerate in order to make her the boss's wife, right? Facts have proven that the sleep mark will disappear naturally even if you don't pinch it, but both of them know it in their hearts, but they pretend to be ignorant. When it was almost time, Su Ran said, "Let's go and have some food." The two left the library side by side. Bai Susu put on her mask again and followed Su Ran like a little follower. On the way, Su Ran was playing with his mobile phone while the dormitory group was chatting enthusiastically. Su Ran slid directly to the first chat record and found that it was Brother Jia who was posting pictures. 3 meals a day, simple. This guy posted a photo of 2 meaty items and 1 vegetable item, and there was also a white arm in the photo.
Chow Can, damn it. I'm over here watching over the work. You're having an affair with the cook? Lu Jia, hey. It's not easy for me, bro. I have to pay this girl 6,000 yuan every month. How can I not enjoy myself? Chow Can, let me do it. Chow Can, it's Su Ran, I want one too. Girl. Lu Jia, Lao Su is probably dating a girl right now, why would he check the news? Su Ran, I am not, please don't slander me. Lu Jia, good boy, you're peeking at the screen, right?
Su Ran didn't expect that this guy's life would really get better. I don't know what Brother Jia said to the principal some time ago, but he was able to apply for a staff dormitory building.
Then he asked Xiao Zihuan to cook there. Now it seems that the two are still sharing dinner. Brother Jia has made great progress. What's wrong? Bai Susu's soft voice sounded. Su Ran glanced at her and then shook his head. It's okay, it's just that my roommates posted pornographic pictures in the group. Bai Susu?
Su Ran also thought about letting Bai Susu be her exclusive cook, but it was just a thought. She worked so hard, how could she let her do such tiring work? If she really becomes a cook, she will probably become more and more haggard and rough, which is not what Su Ran wants to see. Thinking of this, Su Ran looked at Bai Susu. This little girl is perfect in every way, but she lacks some energy and spirit, and her temperament is not yet in place. She needs to be cultivated. Su Ran became excited at the thought of turning Bai Sujin into a perfect girl. The little girl was just lucky to have met him. Bai Susu noticed that Su Ran's eyes gradually became strange, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Why does my boss look at me so strangely? Like a guinea pig? Are you going to sell yourself out? Chapter 69 Are we different from lovers? Su Ran brought Bai Susu to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. At this time, the decoration masters had already gone off work, but the lights in the room were still on. How's it going? Is it okay? Su Ran said to Bai Susu. The latter nodded slightly, then his eyes fell on the KTV. The entire decoration was basically completed, except for the soft furnishings. So big. Su Ran was stunned and asked, "What's so big?" Bai Susu whispered, "Is the school willing to rent such a large store to you?" Su Ran raised an eyebrow, "Isn't it? And this is not rented, because there is no such thing as rent." Ah. Bai Susu was stunned, "Why?" A smile appeared in Su Ran's eyes. "Want to know? Kiss me and I'll tell you." Bai Susu's pretty face flushed red upon hearing this. Hate. He was actually waiting for her here? Su Ran shrugged and said, "No kidding, there is rent, but it's a bit expensive." Who would dare to think about the rent of tens of billions? Bai Susu looked a little worried. "Ah? Then, can I make my money back?" Su Ran said indifferently, "Well, it depends on the business. But it should be about the same and can make money." He patted the girl's thin shoulder and said, "You should get ready too. We'll need your help with publicity when the time comes." Good. The two of them walked around inside, and Su Ran introduced the facilities here to her so that she could get familiar with it. By the way, you don't have to focus on the work at the bar. Just take a good rest during this time. Su Ran sat on the box that had not yet been unpacked and said to Bai Susu. Bai Susu said weakly, "I have time, I can do it." Su Ran said angrily, "Are you stupid? You really want to be a slave, right? Just rest when I tell you to." If I see you working, I'll deduct a month's salary from you. Bai Susu shrank her neck and protested softly, Boss, deducting wages is illegal.
Su Ran stared at her with wide eyes. Who taught you?
Bai Susu pursed her lips and said honestly, Yao Yao said so.
Su Ran laughed angrily. Okay, it's in Yao again, she has a way to seek death.
Just as Su Ran was secretly thinking about how to take revenge on Yao, Bai Susu said, I won't call the police.
Can you deduct less? Su Ran. How should he respond to this gentle show of weakness? How can this little girl be so flirtatious? National Day is coming soon.
According to the national statutory holidays, you will be given 11 days off. Bai Susu's mouth opened into an O shape in shock, and she asked in disbelief, how can there be so many?
Su Ran said calmly, of course.
National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are together, so of course we have to have a combined holiday. Bai Susu has never seen such a relaxed boss, who wants to give employees a day off every day.
Paid vacation. Ah. Boss, I love you.
Bai Susu suddenly felt that her boss was the best person in the world.
After walking around the third floor, the two prepared to return to the dormitory. Isn't this Boss Su? Have you had dinner yet? A barber shop owner greeted warmly.
She was probably in her 30s, with light yellow wavy curls, and dressed very seductively, wearing black stockings under her tight shorts, and she still had charm.
Su Ran smiled faintly and replied, I've eaten.
The bosses on the third floor all know his power, so they usually want to build a good relationship with him. Su Ran naturally understands the ways of the world.
It is better to have one more friend than one more opponent, right? Hey! Is this beautiful lady Boss Su's girlfriend? She's so pretty. You two are such a perfect match.
The proprietress looked at Bai Susu and her eyes lit up.
Isn't this girl so pretty?
And she has so much hair.
I really want to give her a haircut.
A hint of shame appeared on Bai Sujin's face, and she felt a little embarrassed.
They are not a couple yet. Why do people keep saying this?
She secretly glanced at Su Ran and found that the latter did not seem angry. Instead, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth.
Isn't he angry about others misunderstanding him? Well, since he didn't refute it, I won't refute it either, right? Hey!
Bai Susu felt as if a piece of candy had melted in her heart, and it was so sweet.
Su Ran chuckled in response to the boss lady's question. Thank you for the compliment, many people say so.
As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hand and rubbed the girl's head. This charming and doting action made the bystanders smile like an ant. Bai Sujin's ears turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look around.
After going downstairs, Bai Susu protested weakly, will we be misunderstood if we do that? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, what misunderstanding?
Bai Susu said shyly, I misunderstood that we were in that kind of relationship.
What's the relationship?
It's just, boss, you are so mean. Bai Sujin's little face puffed up and she stared at him fiercely with her big eyes.
Su Ran thought it was adorable.
He reached out and pinched her cheek, silly girl, your boss has his reasons for doing this.
Bai Susu was puzzled when she heard this, what's the reason?
Su Ran said seriously, think about it, everyone thinks we're a good match, and they're chatting like this because they've run out of topics to talk about.
We certainly can't offend them. It won't hurt to pretend, right?
Bai Sujin nodded, but felt something was wrong.
Is this correct? Why do I feel like my boss is talking nonsense? Su Ran then said, let me ask you, are we good friends? Bai Susu nodded, yeah. Su Ran asked again, so good friends should help each other? Is it normal to joke around?
Hold head high.
The little white rabbit nodded blindly, thinking that what the big bad wolf said made sense. Su Ran smiled and said, as friends, can we hold hands and hug? Bai Susu became alert and quickly shook her head, no. She is one of the smart ones. Su Ran, can I kiss you? Cannot. Are we any different from a couple? No.
A triumphant smile appeared on Su Ran's lips, and then he burst into laughter.
Bai Sujin wondered what he was laughing at. After thinking about what he had just said, she suddenly broke down. Ah! What are you talking about? Damn it! I fell into the boss's trap again. After Su Ran finished laughing, she pinched Bai Susu's cheek and said, huh? We're no different from a couple? Really?
Bai Susu's eyes were watery, and she said aggrievely, it's all you who misled me. She raised her face, and from Su Ran's perspective, she was more attractive than anything else. Su Ran lowered his gaze to the girl's collar, trying to look away, but what caught his eye was a touch of Snow White, and he immediately returned to her pretty face with a guilty conscience. By Susu, what should I do if I want to kiss you? Chapter 70 Holding Hands. Su Ran's words instantly made by Susu's CPU burn out. I want to kiss you? Why can he say such a thing? Does he really like himself? Between confusion and shyness, Bai Susu managed to find a trace of rationality. She blushed and shook her head. No. No way. We are friends, we can't do shameful things. Su Ran looked at her, and after a moment's silence, he said softly, Sorry, I was too impatient. He took a few steps away from Bai Susu and said casually, Let's go. I'll take you back. Bai Sujin looked at him with aggrieved eyes, feeling a little panicked for some reason. Are you angry? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Why should I be angry? It's just a joke, let's go. As he said this, he took the lead and took a step forward. Seeing this, Bai Sujin hurriedly chased after him. Su Ran was secretly cursing himself at this moment. Why did he say such stupid things? Wouldn't this make people think he was too careless and a hooligan? It seems that I still can't resist the temptation of beauty. No, I need to get a few more young models to test myself when I get back. Just as Su Ran was lost in thought, he felt his clothes being pulled. He stopped and turned back subconsciously, just in time to meet Bai Susu's timid eyes. How? Bai Susu said weakly, Please don't be angry, okay? Su Ran said nonchalantly, I'm not angry either. Bai Susu whispered to herself, We are still friends now, we can't kiss yet. You scared me. Su Ran's heart moved, and then he said sincerely, I'm sorry, Bai Susu. Bai Susu said softly, It's okay. She was attentive and could sense when a boy was feeling unwell, so she instinctively panicked. Why was she so flustered? Because she was afraid of losing this good friend. At this moment, Bai Susu made a bold decision. She stretched out a white and tender little hand and said coquettishly, Can I hold your hand? Su Ran was stunned. He was stunned. I can't believe this is true. This idiot is so proactive? Bai Susu's head was almost down to her chest, and she kept telling herself in her heart that holding hands between friends was normal. Su Ran stared at the white and tender little hand, and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. But for Su Ran, would he refuse? The answer is no. Su Ran also grabbed Bai Susu's hand without any hesitation. At that moment, Su Ran could clearly feel the other party tremble slightly. Su Ran laughed in his heart. The little girl must be so nervous that her heart is about to jump out, right? But I have to say that Bai Sujin's hands are small and very soft, just a little cold, and feel very good. Your hands are a little cold. You need to nourish them more often. Su Ran gently rubbed the girl's hand with his fingertips and said. Bai Susu said shyly, Okay. He can also treat illnesses? Can he tell that she is weak just by holding hands? Su Ran just held her hand like that, and Bai Sujin didn't resist at all. She didn't even dare to look at Su Ran, so how could she have the courage to resist? The students passing by couldn't help but look over, and then their expressions turned jealous. This guy is walking on the road, and dog food is coming everywhere, right? Su Ran suddenly held her hand with his backhand, exerting a little force. Let's go. Just like that, Su Ran took Bai Susu's hand and walked towards the girls' dormitory. The latter didn't want to think at all, and was passively led by it in a fog. She just hoped that she would not meet her classmates along the way, otherwise she would be really doomed. Soon, we arrived at the girls' dormitory. Su Ran felt a little reluctant, as this meant that his journey of holding hands had come to an end. Can you let go? The girl's shy voice sounded like a floating feather. Su Ran let go, feeling a little uncomfortable, and said, Then you should have a good rest. Bai Susu mustered up the courage to look at him. Are you still angry? Su Ran smiled faintly. What do you think? Bai Susu's face showed a trace of distress. Then how can you not be angry? Su Ran touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said, Can I hold your hand next time? Bai Susu was startled and said shyly, This is not good, right? Su Ran said seriously, It's actually normal for friends to hold hands. Bai Susu. It's over, I've trapped myself. Su Ran compromised and tempted, Then I'll ask for your opinion next time. I won't act first and ask for your opinion later. What do you think? Hearing this, Bai Susu actually thought it was quite reasonable, so she nodded gently, Okay. Su Ran immediately showed a satisfied smile.
Then it's happily settled. He was as successful as a wolf that has caught a sheep.
Bai Sujin had no idea that she was about to be eaten.
Have a good rest.
Su Ran said goodbye to Bai Sujin, and when he turned his back to her, he raised his hand and rubbed his nose. A faint fragrance lingered in his nose, refreshing his heart. The little girl smells pretty good.
Ahem, this is perverted.
After Bai Sujin watched Su Ran walk away, the temperature on her face rose instead of falling. She couldn't help but cover her face and said to herself shyly, Bai Susu, you are so impulsive.
How can you be so brave? He doesn't think he's that easy, does he?
Bai Sujin recalled how the two of them had gotten along just now, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong. She suddenly realized that their relationship seemed to be developing in the same direction.
Is this good or bad?
If she were to be honest, Bai Sujin was not disgusted by this development.
She even felt very comfortable being with Su Ran. Oh no! I don't want to think about it anymore.
Shaking her little head, Bai Sujin clenched her fists, as if she was recalling something.
Susu, are you back? In the dormitory, and Yao was lying on the bed.
She was wearing a pair of shorts. Her beautiful legs were raised up, and her feet were against the ceiling of the bed.
Bai Sujin's expression remained normal and she nodded. And Yao sat up, crossed her legs, and looked at Bai Susu eagerly. Susu, the holiday is coming soon, what are your plans?
Bai Susu thought for a moment, then said, I'll go home and probably stay at home.
And Yao was startled, then asked curiously, aren't you going out to work part-time?
Bai Susu's mind flashed with Su Ran's words, and then she shook her head gently, no, just rest.
And Yao's eyes lit up, have a good rest. How about we go out and have some fun?
I'll cover the tickets.
Bai Susu asked doubtfully, where are we going to play? And Yao laughed and said, there's an internet celebrity holding a concert in the next few days in South City. I want to go and check it out. Ah? Bai Susu was surprised and asked, can internet celebrities hold concerts? Of course. But most of them are covers, there seems to be only one original song. Who is it? I think his name is something like Wang Qiao? Chapter 71 My phone hit me again. The day before National Day. Clear it. Su Ran gathered all the employees here.
Lin Zifeng mixed a glass of wine for everyone.
Boss, why did you call us all here? Are you asking us to work overtime during the National Day holiday? Lu Jiaqi asked jokingly.
The others also smiled.
Su Ran smiled and said, do I look like that kind of unscrupulous, black-hearted boss?
After a pause, he immediately spoke, I've gathered everyone together this time because I have two things to announce.
The first is to pay everyone this month's salary. Pay wages. Upon hearing this, the employees were immediately excited. What's the happiest thing about being a slave? Getting paid, of course. Lu Jiaqi was surprised and said, I thought it would be the 15th of next month. Su Ran said disdainfully, those bosses are deliberately suppressing your wages. This is a legitimate store.
From now on, wages will only be paid at the beginning of the month.
If there are holidays, they will be paid in advance. The boss is awesome. Boss, as long as you don't go bankrupt, I will work with you forever. Several people spoke up immediately. Bai Sujin looked at Su Ran's figure with sparkling eyes. At this moment, she felt that Su Ran was glowing. Su Ran didn't hesitate and took a list from Lin Zifeng. The above is all about the performance of employees. Give money.
Su Ran added, this boss has already paid your social security, as well as the 5 insurances and 1 fund, so you can rest assured.
Ha? Do I have one too? Bai Susu asked cautiously. After all, she is a temporary worker. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, of course, don't underestimate your boss. Bai Susu nodded repeatedly, thank you, boss. She will fight her boss to the end in the future. After the salary is paid, it will be credited to your account almost instantly. Bai Sujin looked at the notification tone on her phone and was stunned when she saw the amount on it. How could it be 4,000 yuan? Logically speaking, shouldn't it only be 3,200? And if we deduct 500, it should be 2,700. Boss sent it to the wrong person?
Bai Sujin hesitated to speak and wanted to remind them, but there were too many people around and she didn't know how to start. Su Ran then added, secondly, during the National Day holiday, everyone can take a day off. Everyone will get 4 days of paid leave. You can coordinate how to take your leave, but there must be 2 people on duty in the bar. Of course, you don't have to take any leave, and those who work overtime will receive double pay. It's up to you to decide. Hearing this, Lu Jiaqi and the others immediately started thinking. I have to say that the welfare benefits are really maxed out. It is already very good to be able to have 4 days off with pay, not to mention that the bar industry is busiest during holidays. After that, Su Ran let everyone go about their own business. Are you going back to Beijing for National Day? Su Ran asked Lin Zifeng. The latter nodded. Yeah, I'll leave this to the new bartender. I'm going to go have some fun. Su Ran nodded. Okay, as long as the people you recruit are reliable. Lin Zifeng said proudly, of course, I personally taught you, how could you be bad? Su Ran nodded and said, I'm going to keep an eye on the KTV's decoration here. Lin Zifeng said with a tut of his tongue, I'm not saying you're kidding, 1 bar isn't enough, you're also opening a KTV. You're so bored, are you trying to steal the business from the bar? Su Ran said with a half smile, what do you know? I did this for a reason. Boss. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. Su Ran looked at the other person and said with a smile, what's wrong, Xiao Bai? Bai Susu glanced at Lin Zifeng quietly, then said to Su Ran, I want to say a few words to you. Hearing this, Su Ran glanced at Lin Zifeng and said, why aren't you leaving yet? You have no sense at all. Lin Zifeng's face suddenly darkened, okay. This is how we play, right? He withdrew arrogantly, and stayed away from these 2 people to avoid being fed dog food. After Lin Zifeng left, Su Ran looked at Bai Susu and asked with a smile, what's wrong, Xiao Bai? Bai Susu thought about it for a moment, then said, is my salary too high? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, really? Everyone has confirmed their payslips, how could they be sent to the wrong person? Bai Susu pinched the corner of her clothes and whispered, but my salary seems to have increased a lot. Su Ran said seriously, your salary is higher because of your commission. If I guessed correctly, your basic salary is 3,200, right? With the commission, it's over 5,000. Ah. Bai Suzhen was confused. Are there so many? She didn't seem to be selling anything? Su Ran nodded and said, after deducting your 500 yuan, I also paid your social security, so there is no problem. This idiot is not excited about getting more money. Instead, he thinks it was a mistake. How honest. Su Ran even thought it was too little. Bai Suzhen was fooled by Su Ran. Well, alright then. Since the boss said it was okay, she accepted it. This is also a pleasant surprise, right? By the way, are you free tonight? Bai Suzhen spoke for the first time. A smile appeared on Su Ran's face. Why? You mean to ask me out? A blush appeared on Bai Susu's fair and tender face, and she said a little embarrassedly, I want to treat you to a meal. Thanks to Su Ran's care during this period, she has received many benefits, so she should thank him no matter what. Su Ran agreed immediately, no problem. I agree. Bai Susu smiled, her voice brisk, yeah. In the evening, Su Ran and Bai Susu left the bar. Would you like to take my car? Bai Susu looked at Su Ran and said. Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth, you are the host today, I will listen to you. Bai Susu took a helmet from the e-donkey and handed it to him, here, put it on. Su Ran keenly noticed that this helmet was the same as Bai Susu's. This girl must have prepared it a long time ago, right? Good. Although a rebellious man like Su Ran is not used to wearing a helmet, he still behaves well in front of Bai Suzhen. Bai Suzhen also put on a helmet and sat on the electric scooter. Su Ran happily climbed on it, with his hands naturally resting on the girl's waist. The sudden touch made Bai Suzhen tremble as if she was electrocuted, and a hint of shame appeared in her eyes under the helmet. Sit? Sit tight. Su Ran seemed very relaxed. He held the girl's slender waist with both hands, and deliberately closed them just right. This thin waist is definitely an acceleration tool. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoran became a little dishonest. Boss, your phone hit me. Oh, sorry. Bai Susu was hit by Su Ran's phone all the way, and both of them arrived at their destination feeling a little strange. Bai Suzhen glanced at Su Ran stealthily. Fortunately, he did have a cell phone in his pocket. P.S. I'm having a graduation party at my relative's house today, so Others got admitted to a key university, but the author is only at the junior college level or the ox horse level. It's so disgusting. Chapter 72 Chief's Opinion.
Bai Sujin brought Su Ran to a restaurant with better decoration.
Looking at the little girl's skillful appearance, Su Ran knew that she must have done a lot of homework.
Xiao Bai, isn't this place a bit expensive?
Each dish costs 50 or 60 yuan, which is indeed expensive for Bai Sujin.
Bai Susu said softly, it's okay.
This is delicious.
As long as the boss likes it, that's fine.
Su Ran laughed in silence.
Please, he hasn't even started eating yet, okay? However, he did not reject the other party's intention. During the holiday, is there any place you want to go? Su Ran asked during the meal.
Bai Susu thought about it, then said, not yet.
Su Ran asked again, what are you going to do after you get your salary?
Bai Susu's answer was very clear this time. First, pay off some debts to relatives. When her father was seriously ill, her mother borrowed money everywhere and owed a lot of debts to many people. When Bai's mother borrowed money, she also signed a document and put her fingerprints on it, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to borrow so much. Su Ran thought about it, then said, I'll go with you tomorrow.
Ah?
Bai Susu was startled, then quickly shook her head, no need. I can do it by myself.
Su Ran waved his hand and said, it's happily decided. Bai Susu.
Su Ran then said, stupid, you take so much money to someone's house, what are you going to do if they give you a hard time?
Bai Susu's eyes showed a hint of doubt, why are you making things difficult for me? Su Ran smiled faintly, because they think you are easy to bully. Bai Susu pouted and protested, I'm not someone you can bully.
Su Ran chuckled, without commenting.
Then he continued, it's decided.
I'm here to make sure you're safe. Bai Susu pursed her lips and said in a complicated tone, this is too much trouble for you. She really didn't want Su Ran to get involved in her family's mess. She hopes that the friendship between the two can be pure.
It's no trouble at all. I'm so bored. Su Ran said nonchalantly. Bai Susu, what a fierce reason. However, Su Ran was so determined that Bai Susu knew she couldn't refuse.
She then said weakly, then, you have to promise me one thing.
Su Ran nodded, I do. Ha? I haven't told you yet.
Bai Sujin was stunned for a moment.
It's okay. Xiao Bai won't hurt me anyway.
Su Ran said with a smile. Bai Sujin's face turned slightly red, it seemed that what he said was right.
Look, we can just take a taxi, okay? We don't need to drive.
Bai Sujin was worried that driving Su Ran's car would be too conspicuous and would be misunderstood.
No. Surprisingly, Su Ran refused. Ah? Bai Sujin was confused again. Why is it different from what she imagined? Su Ran said sternly, I'm a big boss, why would I take a taxi? Why don't I drive my own car?
Xiao Bai, don't worry, your worries are unnecessary.
With me here, there will be no accidents.
Bai Susu looked at him with some resentment and said, but you just said you were willing.
Su Ran looked puzzled, really? How come I don't know what I just said?
Bai Susu snorted, you big bad guy.
Just listen to me.
You just need to pay the money and tear up the receipt, and I'll take care of the rest.
Oh.
When it was time to pay the bill at the end of the meal, Bai Sujin was very active in paying, fearing that Su Ran would get there first if she was slow.
Su Ran shook his head and smiled, are there still idiots rushing to give money these days? My roommate should learn from Xiao Bai's self-awareness. Brother Jie? Bai Susu sent Su Ran back to school.
The security guards knew both of them, especially Su Ran.
This person seems to have great connections in the school and is also a big boss. Hey! Brother Su! Are you back from your date?
The security guard greeted with a smile.
Su Ran smiled and said, date? Who are you dating? The security guard pointed at Bai Susu and said, isn't this beautiful woman your girlfriend? Su Ran smiled and said, then you really misunderstood. We are just friends.
The security guard immediately understood, oh, I thought you two were a couple, you look so well matched. Bai Sujin's cheeks were almost lowered into the bear.
This is so embarrassing, okay?
Su Ran's smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum.
Just consider it as a compliment. Not bad, not bad. You have good vision. I think you are still lacking a captain here. Do a good job. The security guard was so excited that he nodded and bowed quickly. Great advice, Chief. Leader. I really want to improve.
After the electric scooter was allowed to go, the two of them rode on it and traveled around the campus.
Should I take you to the dormitory? Bai Susu asked tentatively. Su Ran smiled. What are you talking about? Are you planning to leave me on the road and let me walk back by myself? No, okay then. Bai Susu's heart beat faster. She would definitely be seen by more people if she sent Su Ran to the boys' dormitory. However, the kind-hearted Xiao Bai had no choice but to do so. As expected, there were indeed many boys coming in and out. When they saw a boy and a girl riding an electric scooter, they couldn't help but cast curious glances. Ha! A woman carrying a man? Doesn't this sound a little strange? What a beautiful girl. Just by looking at her figure, you can tell that she is sweet and soft. Damn! Who the hell is this guy? How could he have such a gorgeous girlfriend? Su Ran held his head high like a winner and calmly accepted everyone's attention. Okay, go back. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Bai Susu nodded and whispered, bye. Su Ran nodded, and then said, by the way, I want to eat that tomorrow morning, you make it for me. Everyone? What? What kind of lewd words are these? Do what? Ha? What are you going to do to such a cute girl? Do you believe that I can report you for bullying minors? It seemed as if he had already heard the defenses of many single people being broken. Bai Sujin didn't notice anything wrong, she just thought Su Ran was talking about porridge. Nodding, the girl responded, okay, I'll do it for you tomorrow. Everyone, jealousy has changed me beyond recognition. Who made the goddess like this? You? Su Ran said goodbye to Bai Susu and returned to the dormitory. I happened to meet Lu Jie who was going out. Hey! Brother Jie? Where are you going, dressed up like a gentleman? Lu Jie said proudly, my buddy is going on a date. You guys should be jealous. Su Ran curled her lips, dating? Don't let others treat you like a fish and hook you for a black carp. Lu Jie said confidently, I can't even beat a woman? Are you kidding me? Su Ran ignored him and returned to the dormitory. As a result, I saw Chao Cancan sitting on the bed with her hands on her waist. What did you do to make you so weak? Did you direct? Chao Cancan was on the verge of tears, she's not my girlfriend. She made plans to travel with her best friend and said she couldn't accompany me. But last night, she used the excuse of taking a class during the holiday. 5 times in one night. My old waist. Su Ran. Chapter 73 Paying Back the Debt. First day of holiday. Su Ran drove his Su 7 away from the school. When they arrived downstairs of Bai Susu's house, Su Ran's eyes fell on the still-lit streetlight and he nodded with satisfaction. You are worthy of being me, and you are benefiting the people. He sent a message to Bai Sujin, who quickly came down to open the door. The girl was wearing thin pajamas. The thin fabric fit her delicate body and wrapped around the beautiful scenery of the 2 peaks. When Su Ran saw her, he looked her over and asked without thinking, by the way, are there any men living in this building? Bai Susu didn't know why he asked that, but she answered honestly, yes, there's an uncle living on the 5th floor. Su Ran nodded and said, it's okay, it will be gone soon. When you go out, you should wear clothes properly and don't show anything. Girls should protect themselves well when they are outside. Bai Sujin looked down at her pajamas. She had bought them specially for the trousers and the top was a short-sleeved shirt. Apart from her arms, nothing else was exposed. Good. Although the boss was surprised, she still agreed. The boss will never harm her. When I entered the house, Bai Sujin was the only one there. Where's Auntie? Bai Susu responded, she went to bring breakfast to my dad. Hearing this, Su Ran nodded. It's really tiring to go out so early. Bai Sujin went into the kitchen, then brought out a pot of porridge with her hands wearing gloves. The fragrance soon filled the entire house. Su Ran smiled and said, it smells good. It was worth it for him to go hungry all night just to show off this porridge in the morning. Bai Sujin didn't stop after she entered the house. She washed the dishes and then served a bowl for Su Ran. Boss, try it, be careful not to burn your mouth. Su Ran took it with thanks, then he glanced at Bai Susu and said, why don't you eat it? Bai Susu whispered, I've already eaten. Su Ran said, have another bowl. Ah? Why? The girl looked at him in confusion. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, I'll have a better appetite if I eat with you. Swish. Bai Susu's cheeks immediately turned red when she heard this. What kind of speech is this? Why does it sound a bit weird? Good.
Bai Suzhen obediently took a new bowl and filled herself with a small bowl. Su Ran enjoyed the meal, but it was a little hot.
Have you ever considered installing an air conditioner in your home? Su Ran asked casually.
Bai Suzu was stunned for a moment, then she shook her head gently. No, this is the landlord's house after all, it would not be nice to damage hers. Su Ran said, it seems that it is allowed to install air conditioners in rented houses.
As long as the lease ends, you can just remove it and take it away.
Bai Suzu pursed her lips and said, let's talk about it later.
She doesn't have the spare money to do these things now.
Although the house will be very hot in the summer, she can barely get by with the help of a fan.
Su Ran didn't mention it again.
He felt that this place was indeed too small, and it was somewhat inconvenient for a family of 3 to live in such a place.
Are you hot? Bai Suzu asked tentatively. Su Ran smiled. You didn't see the beads of sweat on my head, did you?
Bai Suzu was silent for a moment, then stood up. Wait for me. She turned and walked back to the room, and soon took out a small fan. He placed the small fan in front of Su Ran and turned on the switch.
A breeze blew towards Su Ran, lifting his bangs.
Bai Suzu's eyes curved slightly, and she spoke crisply, isn't this a lot cooler? Su Ran stared at her blankly for a long time before saying, idiot.
Ah. Bai Suzu was stunned. Why did the boss suddenly scold her?
Su Ran lowered his head to drink the porridge. After chewing it for a few times, he found that the taste of the porridge had changed.
It's strangely sweet.
After breakfast, Bai Suzu went into the room to change clothes. Su Ran was in the living room, staring blankly at Bai Suzu's room. Of course, he wasn't peeping at people changing clothes, he was just thinking about something in his mind.
How can I help this little girl?
The door opened and Bai Suzu's figure appeared at the door. Su Ran happened to meet her eyes, and their eyes met, then separated at the same time like an electric current. Bai Suzhen's cheeks were red. She looked down at her clothes and felt relieved when she found that they were normal.
Let's go.
Su Ran nodded, okay. After the two of them went downstairs, Bai Suzu said, wait for me, the first one is over there. She pointed with her little hand at the self-built house not far away and then walked over. Seeing this, Su Ran followed.
After knocking on the door, a woman in her 40s opened it. When she saw it was Bai Suzu, she was a little surprised and said, huh? Isn't this Xiao Bai?
Bai Suzu greeted him awkwardly, hello, Aunt Qin.
Aunt Qin smiled and replied, okay, have you had breakfast?
I ate it.
Who is this?
Bai Suzu glanced at Su Ran, then said softly, he is my classmate. Aunt Qin took a look at Su Ran and found that the young man was quite handsome.
Hey!
If the two of them had no relationship, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. It's a pity that there is no hope for my son. Aunt Qin knew Bai Suzu's family and they had a good relationship, otherwise she would not have lent them money.
Xiao Bai, is your dad feeling better?
Bai Suzu nodded, much better, I'll be able to be discharged from the hospital soon.
That's good.
Oh, if it were you, I'd say don't let him drive long distances anymore.
It's too dangerous.
Bai Suzu smiled, and without further ado, she took out the IOU she had written from her bag and said, Aunt Qin, I'm sorry to bother you today because I'm paying back the money for my mother. When Auntie Qin heard this, she immediately said politely, oh.
Why are you in such a hurry? We're not in a hurry either. When you have money, I'll buy some nutritional supplements to replenish his body.
Bai Suzu said stubbornly, no, you have to pay it back.
We are really grateful that you were willing to lend us the money. We can't let you wait too long.
You kid.
Aunt Qin sighed.
Bai Suzu handed the counted money to the other party and said, Aunt Qin, you borrowed 2,000 yuan, and I'll return you 2,200 yuan.
Please count it. Oh, the original IOU was in duplicate, right?
Where's the other copy? Aunt Qin quickly said, it's inside the house.
I'll go get it now.
Su Ran stood behind and looked at Bai Suzu's figure, and suddenly felt that this little girl had grown up. It is indeed very hard for a girl to carry the burden of the family. After getting the document, Bai Suzu said goodbye to Aunt Qin. On the way, Bai Suzu looked at the two pieces of paper in her hand with a complicated look. Suddenly a big hand reached out and snatched away her receipt.
Ha! Su Ran tore up the document and threw it away.
This kind of thing from the past has no need to exist anymore.
Bai Suzu, your future will only get better and better.
Bai Suzhen stared at him blankly, then a stunning smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Chapter 74 The Best Aunt.
Bai Susu received a salary of 4,000 yuan, plus the 8,000 yuan prize she won from the last food competition, plus some money she saved, a total of about 15,000 yuan. After paying back 3 companies, I had paid back nearly 8,000.
Fortunately, nothing happened during the journey.
When I went to return the money, the host was naturally very warm and happy, and entertained me with a smile. After all, these days, paying back debts is a luxury.
Another one returned.
Bai Susu's tone became cheerful. Su Ran held the stack of receipts in his hand and picked out some that were closer and had smaller amounts.
How much money is left? He asked Bai Susu.
The latter replied, there are still 7,000.
Su Ran nodded, I'll give you 5,000 for now, and you can keep the rest.
Bai Sujin had no objection and nodded obediently. When they arrived at a residential area in the city, Bai Susu felt a little nervous.
What's wrong? Su Ran noticed it keenly and asked. Bai Susu said softly, this is where my aunt lives. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, so? Bai Susu said calmly, my aunt doesn't have a very good relationship with my family.
When my mother went to borrow money, she suffered a lot of grievances.
Hearing this, Su Ran narrowed his eyes, weird relative? There are so many people like this, it's not surprising.
Bai Susu sighed softly, my eldest aunt is my father's older sister, but after my father got into trouble, her family never even went to the hospital to visit him. Not only that, they even made things difficult for my mother when she asked them to lend her money for treatment. She didn't have the ability at that time, and her family was indeed poor. Bai Sujin saw and remembered their ridicule. She was also angry, but there was nothing she could do.
When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Su Ran looked at the bill and asked, what's the name? Bai Haitang.
Soon, Su Ran found the IOU with the relevant name, which stated the specific date and loan amount.
Loan, 3,000. Included interest, 300 a year.
Su Ran's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but say, your aunt is really a jerk.
3,000 yuan in interest is 300 yuan a year. It's even worse than online loans. Not even as good as the neighbors.
As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Bai Susu suppressed her emotions and whispered, let's go up. Upon hearing this, Su Ran took her hand and comforted her, don't be afraid, I'm here.
Bai Susu's heart warmed and she nodded with emotion, thank you, boss.
A warmth came from Su Ran's big hand, as if spreading to the depths of her soul.
It seemed like with him around, she was not afraid of anything.
Before entering the community, Bai Susu had already sent a message to her aunt in advance. The other party was originally indifferent, but when she heard Bai Susu say that she was paying back the money, she replied immediately. After taking the elevator upstairs, a security door was open, as if to welcome them. Bai Susu whispered, that hand. Su Ran calmly released her hand and encouraged her, go ahead.
Bai Susu nodded, then walked to the door and knocked. Here I come.
A middle-aged voice came from inside, and then a middle-aged man in his 40s came to the door. He was wearing a white shirt and seemed to be getting ready to go out, looking like someone from the system.
Seeing Bai Susu, the middle-aged man smiled and said, it's Xiao Bai. Your aunt said you'd come.
She's been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Susu smiled and greeted, hello, uncle. The middle-aged man in front of her was her uncle, Guo Wei.
Guo Wei was a gentleman.
He smiled and said, come in and sit down.
He looked at Su Ran, a hint of surprise in his eyes, Xiao Bai has a girlfriend?
Before Bai Susu could explain, Su Ran introduced himself, hello, uncle.
My name is Su Ran. This is my first visit. This is a small gift from us. I hope you will accept it. Su Ran has already prepared gifts.
After all, she is Bai Sujin's relative, so she must be polite to the public.
Su Ran, okay, I'm here now. It's polite that you brought a gift. Come in and sit down. Guo Wei chuckled in response.
After the two entered the house, Su Ran saw a middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa eating melon seeds. She was well maintained, but her face was a little hard to judge. There was also a girl about the same age as Bai Sujin sitting next to her.
The two should be mother and daughter.
Bai Susu's aunt is Bai Haitang, and her daughter is Guiying.
Seeing Bai Susu coming, Bai Haitang was too lazy to even get up, but a smile appeared on her face. Susu is here?
You have worked hard on the way here.
Bai Susu said politely, hello, aunt.
Bai Haitang chuckled and said, we haven't seen each other for a long time.
How are things at home? Bai Susu nodded, very good.
Bai Haitang nodded, then glanced at her daughter beside her and said, Ying, why don't you call anyone? Gui Yingkai reluctantly called her cousin. Bai Suzhen pursed her lips.
She was not surprised at their attitude at all. She even thought it was good that they did not make things difficult for her in person. It was Su Ran who raised his eyebrows, feeling inexplicably angry. Everyone, please sit down. Why are you standing? Don't let people think I'm neglecting you.
Oh, and this handsome guy doesn't look familiar to me. Bai Haitang's gaze fell on Su Ran. Gui Ying was also looking at Su Ran. A 17-year-old girl was at the age when she couldn't hide her thoughts. Su Ran's looks were undoubtedly the type that most girls liked.
Gui Ying also seemed very interested. Su Ran smiled faintly and said, nice to meet you. Call me Su Ran. I'm Su Su's boyfriend.
Bai Suzhen, who was standing by, felt very shy when she heard this. However, when she heard Su Ran say this in this situation, she was not disgusted at all. Instead, it was as if a piece of candy melted in her heart, sweet. How should I put it, the boss makes me feel so safe. The seeds planted in the girl's heart sprouted and grew stronger.
Boyfriend? Bai Haitang was a little surprised when she heard this.
Gui Ying, who was standing beside her, showed disappointment in her eyes and suddenly felt a little jealous of her cousin. Gui Ying has a sense of superiority in terms of her family background, so she looked down on Bai Susu's family a long time ago, thinking that they were poor relatives who only knew how to borrow money. As a result, Bai Susu was able to find such a high-quality boyfriend. Su Ran pulled Bai Susu to sit on the sofa beside her, indirectly declaring her sovereignty. Different from Bai Suzhen's reservedness, Su Ran always appears to be graceful and elegant, even giving the mother and daughter the illusion that a giant Buddha has entered a small temple.
Come on, have some tea first. Guo Wei brought out a few cups of tea from the study. Su Ran took it gentlemanly, thank you, uncle. Guo Wei smiled and said, you're welcome. I apologize for my negligence.
He has worked in the system for more than 10 years and has some insight. When he looked at Su Ran, he felt that the other person had a unique temperament. The other party's words and actions are not something that ordinary people can do. He should be from a well-off family.
Not sure, let us see. Chapter 75 Look up and you can see me.
Upon hearing that the two were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Bai Haitang started to ask about it out of curiosity.
What's your name?
When these words were spoken, even her husband and daughter frowned.
Mom! Didn't I just say his name was Su Ran?
Where did you hear that?
Gui Ying reminded silently.
This mother didn't care about me from the beginning. But coincidentally, she thought so too, but because of Su Ran, she also became interested in him.
Oh, I'm just not sure. So your name is really Su Ran. Su Ran, are you really together with my Su Su? Bai Haitang pretended not to care. Su Ran nodded calmly, of course. You're Su Su? Why the hell are you calling me so intimately? Bai Haitang asked tentatively, so what do you do now? Su Ran said calmly, I am in the same class as Susu, and I am currently a sophomore at Qingning University.
Oh, so you're a college student.
Then what do your parents do?
Bai Haitang lost interest, but still asked casually.
Do a little business. Doing business. Guo Wei looked at Su Ran calmly. Why did he feel that things were not that simple?
Upon hearing this, Bai Haitang said with a smile, business is tough these days.
You could go bankrupt at any time. It's better to be in the system. My husband is in the system, for example. He gets to meet a lot of dignitaries. Guo Wei glanced at her and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Is this woman trying to show off? If any news is leaked, won't he be fired? Bai Haitang smiled apologetically and said, Old Gua, what are you doing? The two children are our own.
Guo Wei glanced at her unhappily, then said, go and pick up a few dishes. Susu and the other two guests have finally come, so stay for dinner at home.
Bai Haitang was unhappy when she heard this and said, Guo Wei, what do you mean? Asking me to cook for her? Why don't you do it?
Usually when her husband is at work, she plays mahjong or something at home and does some housework from time to time, but she is asked to cook for Bai Suzhen?
Sorry, she's not qualified yet. Su Ran raised her eyebrows. This aunt was really a bad person. She could turn against someone at any time.
Bai Susu's face also showed a trace of embarrassment, but she still said sympathetically, Don't bother uncle and aunt, we are here this time just to pay off the debt we owed last time and then leave.
Bai Haitang was about to speak when Guo Wei interrupted her. How is that a problem?
Susu, you've come all the way here, so of course you should have a simple meal. And you brought your boyfriend with you, so you should treat him even more. As he said that, he glanced at Bai Haitang coldly. Haitang, go cook. Bai Haitang choked, but she also knew that her husband was angry, so she could only snort coldly and stood up reluctantly. Guiying, you come too.
Oh.
Guiying still wanted to get closer to Su Ran, but she could only look at him reluctantly and followed him to the kitchen happily. Bai Susu said softly, Uncle, there's no need to be so troublesome.
Guo Wei smiled kindly. Yes, I do.
Sorry, your aunt might have some mental problems, don't mind it too much.
Bai Haitang? Su Ran was a little surprised, then nodded with relief.
This uncle is okay, he can keep the situation under control. It can be seen that he is not a wife slave and still has some say at home, otherwise Su Ran would not indulge them.
Bai Susu whispered, Actually, I understand my aunt.
To her, my dad and we are both troublesome, so her attitude towards our family is normal. Guo Wei didn't expect that this little girl could see through things so clearly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. As soon as Bai Susu talked about this, the inferiority complex deep in her heart came up. Especially when she recalled the arrogance and disregard of the mother and daughter the moment she entered the door, she felt even more uncomfortable. But Bai Sujin is very strong and she doesn't let herself be embarrassed in front of outsiders. At this moment, a big hand covered her head, and a warm feeling of security came over her. Bai Susu was stunned, and when she looked up she met Su Ran's gentle eyes.
That's it, Bai Susu. You're not a nuisance. You're a very good girl.
In my opinion, you're kind, sensible, and filial, which is rare in this world.
Don't deny yourself easily. Just because you're not doing well now doesn't mean you won't be well in the future.
At least you can't forget that I'm always by your side.
That's it. Just look up and you'll see me.
Bai Sujin's eyes instantly turned red and her nose felt sore. The grievances that had been pent up in her heart seemed to have found an outlet, but she forced them back down. She sniffed and nodded vigorously, her voice choked with a barely perceptible sob. Yeah. Su Ran's fingertips gently rubbed her hair, the action was natural and intimate, as if he had done it 1,000 times.
Idiot. If anyone bullies you next time, curse them back. Guo Wei was sitting nearby, watching this scene.
A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, then turned into a gentle smile. He had lived for most of his life and had seen too much hypocrisy, but the look in Su Ran's eyes when he looked at Su, that kind of pure protection and cherishment, could not be faked.
Su Ran is indeed a good kid.
Guo Wei broke the silence with a smile, his tone full of praise. Although Susu is not my blood relative, I can see that she is indeed a good girl. It's just that she is too strong-willed and takes on everything on her own.
Su Ran's eyes were always on Bai Sujin.
This little girl was so sensible that it made people feel distressed.
In the kitchen, Bai Haitang was chopping vegetables while complaining to Guiying. Do you think your uncle has lost his mind? He made me cook for that girl? Does he really think he's a rich lady? And that Su Ran, he looks like a poor student. What future can Su have if she's with him?
Guiying was peeling garlic while secretly listening to the noises in the living room. She curled her lips when she heard this. Mom, I think Su Ran is pretty good.
He's handsome and gentle.
It would be perfect to be her boyfriend.
Can being handsome be eaten? Can being gentle be exchanged for money?
Bai Haitang rolled her eyes.
You'll understand when you find a partner. How can life be easy without money and background? Look at your father.
Although he's not a high-ranking official, he's still in the system.
That's why our family lives a stable life.
Guiying didn't say anything else, but she felt that what her mother said was wrong. She had just seen the shoes Su Ran was wearing. She had seen them in a magazine last time.
They seemed to cost hundreds of thousands.
The other party must be very rich. She has to fight for this fate.
In the living room, Su Ran and Guo Wei were chatting idly, mostly about Qingning University.
After all, Guiying is about to take the college entrance examination, and she will have to consider university in the future. Bai Susu sat quietly beside Su Ran, her fingers secretly clutching the corner of his clothes. The inferiority and grievance she had just felt had been mostly dispelled by the sense of security he brought her. She secretly raised her eyes and met Su Ran's gaze. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, shining into her heart like sunshine.
Bai Sujin was stunned. There is absolutely no one more handsome than Su Ran. Chapter 76. I'll tell you what I am.
Not long after, Bai Haitang and Gui Ying came out with the dishes.
There are 4 dishes and 1 soup.
The appearance is not very exquisite, but it is still quite hearty.
Let's eat. Bai Haitang didn't look happy.
Guo Wei glared at her before smiling at Su Ran and Bai Susu. It's just a common meal, don't be disgusted.
Su Ran pulled Bai Susu to sit down.
Gui Ying had already prepared food for them.
The latter said to Su Ran with a smile, "Brother Su Ran, try the food I cooked." Su Ran was surprised by the girl's enthusiasm, but not surprised, and nodded.
He picked up the chopsticks and gave her a piece of her favorite meat. Try it. There is no sense of restraint at all. Bai Sujin took small bites of the meat, the fragrance spread on the tip of her tongue, and her heart felt warm.
The meat fed by the boss is so delicious.
At the dinner table, Bai Haitang became much quieter, but she would still say something sarcastic occasionally, saying that Su Ran's student status was unreliable, or hinting that Bai Susu came from an ordinary family and needed to know how to seize opportunities. Su Ran didn't respond, but every time she finished speaking, he would calmly pick up food for Bai Susu or chat with her about some light topics, completely ignoring those harsh words.
Guo Wei saw this and felt a little more approval of Su Ran.
This young man looks young, but he is calm and steady. He knows what to care about and what to ignore. Most importantly, he protects Susu very well.
After dinner, Guo Wei and his family sent the 2 downstairs.
Bai Susu took out the money she had brought and handed it to Guo Wei. "Uncle, this is the money I borrowed when my father was hospitalized last time."
"Thank you and my aunt for your help back then." Guo Wei waved his hand. "Why are you being so polite to your uncle?"
"Your father is not in good health, you can use this money to buy medicine for him."
"No, uncle, you still have to pay it back."
Bai Susu insisted on putting the money on the table. Su Ran chimed in, "Uncle, just accept it. After all, making money is not easy for anyone." Guo Wei looked at Bai Susu's serious eyes, then looked at Su Ran, and finally sighed and put the money away.
"Oh well."
Bai Haitang was about to get angry, but after seeing her husband accept the money, she snorted coldly. Su Ran glanced at her and then said, "Aunt, I know you are dissatisfied with Susu's family, but you shouldn't vent your anger on a junior."
Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed immediately. "What did you say? Is it your turn to teach me a lesson?" Bai Haitang said angrily.
Su Ran said calmly, "I didn't take your repeated sarcasm towards us seriously for Susu's sake, but that doesn't mean I don't have a temper." Bai Sujin tugged at his sleeve with some concern. Su Ran grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Su Ran said calmly, "Her family just encountered a little setback. Besides, her future will be better and better, so good that even you can't reach her."
Bai Haitang sneered, "Oh. Just relying on her? On me?" Su Ran said calmly, then looked at Bai Haitang with a cold gaze. "Don't you just think you are superior to Susu's family and have tinted glasses?
Your so-called wealth is nothing but a joke in the eyes of truly rich people."
"Xiao Su, you've gone a bit too far." Guo Wei couldn't help but speak. Su Ran was quite polite to him and said, "Uncle, I'm not targeting you. I'm just discussing the matter."
He endured it for a long fucking time, but then he thought, why should I endure this shit?
Didn't he promise to accompany Bai Susu to solve her problems? Didn't he promise not to let her suffer any grievances? It's almost cold, but he's still enduring it? Ninja Turtles? Su Ran said that he must have been influenced by Bai Sujin and became timid. "Bai Susu?" Bai Haitang pointed at him angrily, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to say that to me? You finally asked." Su Ran raised a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "I'll show you who I am." He casually took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hello?" Lao Deng's voice was heard on the other end of the phone. Su Ran said calmly, "Lao Deng, I need your help." "Everyone?" "Lao Su?"
"I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words,"
Old Su said grimly. Su Ran said directly, "I want to show off. Your future daughter-in-law is being bullied. Do you want to do something about it?"
Bai Sujin, who was holding hands with someone, had her ears red.
"Ah? Is that Su Ran's father on the other end of the phone? Daughter-in-law? Me?"
Hearing this, Lao Su was silent for a moment, then temporarily stopped arguing with him. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Su Ran turned around and looked up, then said, "The real estate company behind the Qingting Lake community is buying it directly."
"Okay." Old Su didn't waste any words.
He made a phone call on his work phone in front of everyone. "Notify everyone to acquire that Qingting Lake as quickly as possible." Oh, and call the CEO of Qingting Lake for me and have him kneel down in front of my company immediately. Old Su thought that Qingting Lake had offended his son, and he immediately became furious. When Guo Wei and his family heard these words, their faces looked extremely strange.
Oh. Where did you invite these actors?
Bai Haitang said disdainfully. Su Ran glanced at her calmly and said, laugh now, but soon you won't be able to laugh anymore.
Xiao Su, what exactly does your family do? Guo Wei couldn't help but ask. Su Ran said slowly, Uncle, do you know the Su group in Kyoto? Guo Wei's eyes widened, are you from Beijing?
Su Ran nodded, if Uncle doesn't know him, then he should know Lin's, the #1 group in the country.
Guo Wei was petrified, what's your relationship with the Lin family? Su Ran said, the chairman of Lin's is my grandfather. Ah? Guo Wei was stunned.
If he didn't know about Su's, then there was no way he didn't know about Lin's.
That was the #1 group in the country. The young man in front of me is actually the grandson of Chairman Lin? Your last name is Su, and Lin's last name is Lin, how could they be related? Bai Haitang was also shocked and couldn't believe it at all.
And Gui Ying was already looking at Su Ran with golden eyes.
What a high-quality boy. I must find an opportunity to sleep with him. Su Ran glanced at her and said, I don't need you to believe it or not.
Just then, several men in suits and ties came jogging over. Finally, they arrived in front of Su Ran and the others. One of the middle-aged greasy men suddenly bowed to Su Ran, boss.
Boss?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces became excited. Not only that, a number of luxury cars suddenly drove over from a distance, attracting a lot of people's attention. These luxury cars were parked directly at the entrance of the community.
P.S. I went shopping with my partner today. Are you envious?
I changed my name, my aunt is called Bai Haitang. Friendly reminder, this book can be a brand new one, read it as a new book, and it may not be long.
Chapter 77 Chapter 77 Is it too much for us to have 2 apartments?
Seeing these luxury cars, Guo Wei and his family were stunned. Each of these cars is worth at least 1 million yuan.
Maybach is just at the bottom.
Bai Susu, who was beside Su Ran, was also a little shocked. Although she knew that Su Ran was the boss, she had never thought that he was so rich. Su Ran's eyes fell on those luxury cars, which were naturally prepared by Lin Zifeng. The car door opened and several men in black suits got out of the car and walked straight towards Su Ran.
Young Master Su. Mr. Su.
Bai Haitang's face had turned pale, her head was buzzing at the moment, and she was numbed by the shock of this scene. It turns out that the wealthy family is right in front of her.
The funny thing is that I actually danced like a clown in front of others. Su Ran looked at the middle-aged men and asked, who are you?
One of the middle-aged men quickly smiled and said, young Master Su, the truth is, we are responsible for managing the construction of this residential complex. I am the district manager of Qingting Lake Real Estate Company. I received instructions from my boss and came here to apologize to young Master Su. Everyone's attitude was very sincere, for fear of neglecting this gentleman. You know, they were just about to organize a dinner party, but suddenly they received a call from the big boss, saying that they had offended a mysterious young master.
Everyone was puzzled. How could disaster strike when they were just sitting at home?
So they mobilized resources to investigate and monitor, and only then did they figure out the identity of the mysterious young master and rushed over.
How can they dare to eat after this shit happened? Waiting to go to jail? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, so it's you guys, has your company been acquired now? The manager nodded quickly, yes, Mr. Su. Qingting Lake is already under the Su family's name.
A real estate company worth tens of billions of dollars changed its owner so quickly, and it was from Beijing.
This is terrifying when you think about it.
Su Ran didn't say much, after all, his goal was achieved.
Suddenly thinking of something, Su Ran looked at Bai Susu and asked, do you want to move in here?
Bai Susu was slightly stunned, then she glanced at her aunt's family and shook her head silently.
Obviously, the little girl didn't want to live in the same neighborhood with her relatives.
Su Ran smiled faintly, okay, let's buy a villa and live there separately, instead of living in such a crowded place.
Bai Haitang and her daughter.
The most embarrassed person at this moment was Bai Haitang. The other party went from being a college student whom she looked down upon to a mysterious young master.
This was like a slap in her face.
Su Ran looked at Guo Wei and said with a smile, Uncle Guo, let's talk again when we have time.
Guo Wei smiled and nodded, okay. The man in a suit on the side suddenly said, Mr. Su, which car would you like to drive?
Su Ran thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, just drive the car to my bar."
Clear.
Several men in black got into the car and drove away. Su Ran looked at the managers again and said, "The change of ownership of the company has little to do with you.
Just do what you need to do."
Okay.
Follow Mr. Su's footsteps.
The manager quickly agreed. Su Ran took Bai Susu's hand and turned to leave without even looking at Bai Haitang.
Brother Su Ran.
Suddenly, Guiying called out to Su Ran.
The latter stopped and looked at her puzzledly. Is there something wrong?
Guiying hesitated for a moment, then said, "I will work hard to get into Qingning University in the future."
Is this a disguised confession?
Bai Suzhen blinked her bright eyes and glanced at Guiying.
Her intuition told her that Su Ran didn't like the other person's type. Not as good looking as Lu Ruyan, not as good looking as Lu Ruyan. Su Ran said calmly, "Then do your best."
After saying this, he continued walking, pulling Bai Susu towards Su 7, who was not far away.
He would rather drive a low-key Su 7 than a luxury car. This time he really got caught in the act. Su 7 walked away.
The remaining managers looked at each other in bewilderment, and then the manager sighed, as expected of a rich man. His words are as good as his deeds.
Such a big company is gone in an instant. Manager Lu, what should we do now? Manager Lu said calmly, "What should we do? Of course we should do it in a grand manner. As young Master Su said, if it collapsed, what does it have to do with us?
The company was acquired, not bombed. We, the slaves, will still get our salaries.
Why panic?" Everyone nodded.
Manager Lu said meaningfully, "I didn't expect a giant dragon to emerge from this shallow water.
It seems that if I want to make progress, I must hold on to Su Xiao's thighs tightly. This is their chance."
At this time, Manager Lu's eyes fell on Guo Wei's family.
He said very politely, "Excuse me, are you friends of Mr. Su?" Before Guo Wei could say anything, Bai Haitang beside him quickly spoke up, "That's right. We are Xiao Su's relatives. We have a very good relationship. He just came to visit us."
At this time, Bai Haitang also realized that Su Ran was not simple. Although she didn't know what his identity represented, she knew the level of these people in front of her. Managing the entire community, it would be wonderful if I could gain some benefits with the help of Su Ran. As it turned out, Bai Haitang was a little too optimistic. It's like this, we are actually relatives of the girl next to Su Ran, and this is the first time we meet Xiao Su. How could Guo Wei allow his wife to take advantage of someone else's reputation? He immediately clarified. Upon hearing this, Bai Haitang's face suddenly turned ugly. The couple each insisted on their own opinion. Manager Lu glanced at them and suddenly understood something. His smile faded a lot.
That's really fate. It's our honor that you can live in our community. Hey! Don't just talk. Xiao Su is my future nephew-in-law. Now that your company has been acquired by him, it's not too much for us to ask for 2 apartments, right? Bai Haitang spoke tentatively.
As soon as these words were spoken, Guo Wei's face suddenly turned dark. Even Guiying covered her face with her hands, looking speechless.
How could there be such a weird thing?
Manager Lu smiled politely and said, "I'm sorry, we can't make the decision on this matter.
If you want to fulfill this request, you can go to Mr. Su.
If Mr. Su agrees, we will naturally agree without hesitation."
Do you think I'm a monkey and you're playing tricks on me? How could Manager Lu climb to this position without any foresight? This woman obviously provoked young Master Su, which is why he was angry. But he also admired her, because this woman was really fucking awesome. She had gotten rid of their boss on her own. This wave is simply 666. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. I am obedient. How is it possible that you can't make the decision? Aren't you in charge of this community? You can't even give away a single house?
Bai Haitang said with an unhappy look on her face, "Besides, we are indeed relatives with Xiao Su. If you establish a good relationship with us, we can also speak a few good words for you in front of Xiao Su, right?"
This.
Manager Lu hesitated when he heard this. In fact, he was not really interested in this woman and did not expect her to do anything. He could tell at a glance that she did not have a good relationship with Mr. Su.
That's enough. Stop talking. Guo Wei glared at his wife and said, "Stop embarrassing yourself here. Go back." Bai Haitang was so angry that she pointed at Guo Wei and said, "Guo Wei, what do you mean? I'm doing this for our family, right? Why are you being so mean to me?"
Guo Wei's forehead veins bulged, but his self-control allowed him to control his anger. Ignoring his wife, he looked at Manager Lu and said apologetically, "Sorry for wasting your time." Manager Lu was also polite and smiled, "If there's nothing else, we'll leave first." Having said that, he left with his subordinates.
"Old Lu, what should we do now?" a Mediterranean asked worriedly. Manager Lu raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "What else can we do? Keep playing the music and keep dancing." "Everyone?" Manager Lu said calmly, "Didn't young Master Su say that? The company isn't going bankrupt, it's just being acquired. We still have our jobs."
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. One of them sighed and said, "I never thought such a big company would disappear just like that." Others showed expressions of emotion.
Manager Lu said slowly, "Isn't it?
To those in the heavenly palace, we are all just insignificant dust."
Back home, Bai Haitang couldn't help herself and blared at Guo Wei, "What on earth do you mean? You are embarrassing me in front of outsiders like this?" Guo Wei sneered, "Who's humiliating whom? Don't you even look at yourself? Ha?
You're ignoring people at first, then you try to flatter them and put on a smile.
Isn't that embarrassing?" Bai Haitang's eyes widened. "Guo Wei, do you have any conscience? Who am I doing all this for? Isn't it for our family? You just love to save face. If you're really capable, why don't you buy me a separate house?" Guo Wei's face flushed with anger. "Enough."
Gui Ying couldn't help but say, "Mom, you really went too far."
Bai Haitang said angrily, "Xiaoying, do you even say that to me?" Gui Ying sighed and said, "Didn't you look down on me to begin with? And then you changed your attitude. It's so embarrassing." Bai Haitang. She stammered for a long time, then broke down, "Sooner or later, I will be pissed off to death by you and your daughter."
After saying that, she went straight back to her room and slammed the door shut.
Father and daughter.
Gui Ying looked at her father and said, "Dad, don't be angry.
My mom is just like that.
You spoiled her."
Guo Wei's mouth twitched. "Well said, don't say it again next time."
Gui Ying also stood up at this time and said, "I want a review.
I've made up my mind. I want to apply to Qingning University."
She wants to snatch the man from her cousin.
A multi-million sports car. Who wouldn't be tempted to marry into a wealthy family? It's okay to be the third one.
On the other side, Su Ran was driving, his eyes fixed on the front. Sitting in the passenger seat was Bai Suzhen, who had just come back to her senses from what had just happened. I have to say, Su Ran's behavior is so domineering.
It's just like what happened in the skit.
The girl suppressed the ripples in the corners of her eyes and glanced at Su Ran secretly.
If you want to see it, just look at it openly. Didn't I tell you that? Su Ran said lightly. Bai Susu's pretty face flushed, and then she asked with concern, "Are you still angry?" "Angry? What should I be angry about?" Su Ran smiled and said, "They are not worth my anger. But Xiao Bai, stay away from relatives like this in the future. They will harm you sooner or later."
Bai Susu nodded slightly, then whispered, "Actually, Uncle Gui is quite good."
Su Ran nodded, "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't have saved his face." Bai Susu thought about it and asked tentatively, "Well, did your family really acquire the real estate company?" Su Ran raised his eyebrows. "Of course, how could this be false? Didn't you hear them all calling me Master Su?" "Oh." Bai Susu asked innocently, "Then the neighborhood where my aunt and her family live is all yours?" "No. Those buildings you see are all mine."
Su Ran stopped at the streetlight, then turned to look at Bai Susu, with a half smile. "What's wrong?
Do you want me to give you a house?" Bai Susu quickly shook her head, "No. It's so valuable, I wouldn't even dare to take it even if I were given it. It's not hers, and how much does a residential complex cost? So many zeros, right? How can you just give it away? Did the money just blow in the wind? It's okay if you don't want it, but you have to move." Su Ran said. "Ah." Bai Susu was startled for a moment, then asked, "Why?" Su Ran shrugged and said, "The environment you live in is too bad. Move to a bigger house. It will be more convenient."
Bai Susu lowered her head and said, "Actually, living there is pretty good, and I don't have the money to rent a new house right now." She is still working hard to make money to pay off her debts, and she is still reluctant to leave that place.
Well, the street lights there were installed by Su Ran, but she moved them away not long after. Isn't that's such a waste?
Su Ran curled her lips.
What are you afraid of? How can you be incompetent?
You'll soon be a high-income earner.
It's just a matter of renting a house. At worst, you can ask me, your boss, for a loan.
Yeah, this method works. Anyway, just listen to me and move to a new house.
It will be convenient for you and your uncle and aunt. That's the most important thing.
Su Ran looked at her and said seriously, I'll find a house for you. If he wasn't afraid of scaring the girls, he would have wanted to just buy a villa and let them move in with just their bags. A complex expression flashed across Bai Susu's eyes, and her soft voice was like a floating feather. Why are you so nice to me?
Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth. We are good friends. It is reasonable for us to help each other.
Bai Susu looked at him and said, but I haven't helped you at all.
Su Ran said seriously, just be obedient. That's the biggest favor you can do me.
He meant obedient because Bai Sujin was too stubborn, nothing else. But Bai Sujin had the wrong idea. A blush crept up her cheeks, and the girl turned her head away, looking outside.
Good. I'm obedient. Chapter 79 Bai Susu's transformation.
After returning the money to Aunt Bai Susu, this month's debt repayment task has temporarily come to an end. The debt of hundreds of thousands was reduced again, and the girl had a happy smile on her face. Before long, these hundreds of thousands of dollars were a heavy burden on her. Although she knew that the debt was owed because of her father, she was more considerate of her parents' age and it was unrealistic for them to repay the hundreds of thousands of dollars, so she took the initiative to take on the debt. Before she met Su Ran, she had always lived with inferiority complex and was introverted and socially anxious. But Su Ran's appearance was like a ray of light shining into her life.
Bai Sujin is not stupid.
On the contrary, she is very rational and knows very well that if it were not for Su Ran's deliberate care and concern, she would never be able to break free from the traces of life and gradually escape from the quagmire. She already owed Su Ran too much.
In Bai Susu's heart, Su Ran's status is second only to her parents.
Life will get better and better in the future, and she will repay him in her own way. Maybe even she herself didn't expect that she would change because of Su Ran.
Home.
The Su-7 was parked at the end of an old residential area. Bai Susu took a deep breath, then unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car.
I just happened to meet the landlady.
Hey!
Xiao Bai? Are you back from your date with your boyfriend? The landlady joked.
Bai Susu's face turned slightly red. She didn't admit the other party's question, but she didn't deny it either.
She smiled and said, Auntie, have you eaten yet? The landlady smiled and said, Of course I ate. I'm going out for a walk now. After a simple greeting, the two went upstairs.
Su Ran looked at Bai Susu from time to time, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Bai Susu also noticed Su Ran's gaze.
She looked back at him calmly. What's the matter?
Su Ran hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I just feel that you have changed a little.
The girl's current condition is much better than when they first met.
At that time, she was the kind of social phobic person who would even say sorry to an ant if she stepped on it. But now, Su Ran saw in her the youthful vitality that belonged to her age.
This is a good development. Bai Susu blinked her big eyes. Huh? Have I changed? She herself didn't notice it.
Su Ran chuckled. Yes, it has become more beautiful. Bai Susu's cheeks blushed at his praise. You are making fun of me again. Su Ran said seriously, this is not a joke, I am serious. As he spoke, he actually reached out and ruffled Bai Susu's bangs, then revealed a look of amazement. Xiao Bai, don't you plan to put on some makeup? Although Bai Sujin was a little shy about Su Ran's intimate actions, she did not hide. It was obvious that she was used to it. She shook her head, I can't. Su Ran smiled and said, if you put on a little makeup and style your hair, you will definitely stun all the girls in the university.
Bai Susu couldn't help laughing. Is it really that exaggerated? I'm not exaggerating at all. You have no idea how good looking you are. Su Ran sighed.
This girl seemed to always think that she was very ordinary, but she didn't know that her ordinariness was just a disguise.
Su Ran was a little conflicted at this time. Should he help her transform?
Deep down, he hopes that Bai Sujin can live an ordinary life without being disturbed by outsiders, but he also hopes that she can show her beauty and find confidence.
Su Ran felt a little unhappy when he thought that it would benefit those old perverts. Then if I put on makeup, would you be happy?
Bai Sujin suddenly spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she mustered up a lot of courage to say this. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then he replied, "Of course I am happy, because it is an honor to see such a beautiful you, but I still hope that you are not wearing makeup because of me."
Do you understand what I mean? Bai Susu nodded, I understand.
Well, you will be happy when I put on makeup, that's enough. Bai Sujin actually only heard the key point, which was that Su Ran wanted her to put on makeup.
Then, try it yourself.
As they were talking, the two had already arrived in front of the rental house. The door just opened, revealing the figure of Bai's mother. She looked at the two of them with a smile and said, "I heard your voices from inside the house." Hearing this, Bai Sujin lowered her head guiltily.
Could my mother have heard something? No, I guess I didn't say anything wrong. Su Ran smiled and said, "Auntie, is there anything to eat? We are all a little hungry."
Although they ate at Guowei's house, they ate very conservatively, and after all the tossing and turning, their stomachs were already empty.
Bai's mother laughed and said, "Yes, there are noodles at home. Come on, come in first."
After the two entered the house, Bai's mother asked them to sit on the sofa and went into the kitchen. This was not Su Ran's first time at her house, and she leaned casually on the sofa.
"Xiao Baizi, go pour this boss a glass of water."
Bai Susu glanced at him and nodded obediently, "Okay." Bai Sujin gently poured boiled water for Su Ran, who looked at her with admiration.
What a great development! Xiao Bai is so lucky to have the looks and figure that only appear in comics.
It has to be said that God closed the door to wealth for her, but opened a window for her. Well, now he, the god of wealth, is ready to open the door to wealth for her. Bai Susu's heartbeat quickened slightly. She felt a pair of eyes falling on her. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but that gaze seemed to have warmth, making her ears quickly feel hot. Bai Susu discovered that Su Ran's gaze towards her was not evil like that of other boys, but was filled with appreciation and admiration. What's more, Bai Sujin doesn't hate Su Ran.
If he wants to see it, then let him see it. Boss, please have some tea. Su Ran took it with a smile, thinking that who else could enjoy such treatment except him?
By the way, Xiao Bai, when will your dad be discharged from the hospital?
Su Ran asked.
Bai Susu said slowly, soon. The doctor said he can be discharged after a few more days of rest. However, because of his leg problems, he can only use a wheelchair for now.
Su Ran nodded, that's good, this way you don't have to run back and forth like this. Bai Sujin sat back on the sofa. There were two people sitting on the sofa, and there was only a distance of 20 centimeters between them. Bai Sujin knew that this was very ambiguous, but she couldn't deny it in her heart. Being close to Su Ran made her feel very safe. In the kitchen, Bai's mother watched the scene with an aunt's smile on her face. The more I look at them, the more they look like a perfect match. Chapter 80 Persuading Bai's mother. While eating noodles, Su Ran also tried to test the waters with Bai's mother. "Auntie, are you planning to find a more spacious house to live in?"
Hearing this, Bai's mother was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes fell on Bai Susu's face.
The latter obviously didn't expect Su Ran to ask this question. For a moment, he lowered his head silently and acted like an ostrich. "Xiao Su, why are you asking this suddenly?" Su Ran took a mouthful of delicious noodles and said, "It's like this, Auntie, don't think too much about it.
I just think it's a bit inconvenient for you and Susu to stay here. Besides, Uncle will have to recuperate in the future, and the environment here is not suitable for Uncle's recovery." He really spoke without hesitation. Bai's mother pondered for a moment, then said, "I've thought about moving to a new place, but I'm busy with work and taking care of the child's father, and Susu also has to go to school, so I really can't spare the time to visit." She had no objection to this. No parent doesn't want to give their children a good living environment, and she also didn't want her daughter to suffer with them. Bai's mother was still very moved by this. Su Ran continued, "Then Auntie actually agreed?" Bai's mother nodded, then she asked Bai Susu, "Does Susu think so too?" "Ha? Bai Susu was about to speak when her hand was suddenly grabbed under the table. "Bai Susu?" She was directly shocked by Su Ran's bold action. "My mother is right across the street." Bai Sujin's face turned abnormally red, and she frantically suppressed her shyness in her heart. Yes." Bai's mother had no doubts about her expression and just thought she was embarrassed. Hearing this, Bai's mother said softly, "Okay, we'll go look at the house when we have time." Su Ran said at this time, "Let me take care of the house issue." Hearing this, Bai's mother seemed to realize something. She quickly declined, "How can this be? This is our business. How can we trouble you, Xiao Su?"
Su Ran chuckled and said, "It's okay, it's not a big deal.
My friend just happened to have an unused house, quite large. He's already gone abroad, and he wants me to sell it.
I thought you needed to move to a better place, so I brought it up." Bai's mother asked doubtfully, "Xiao Su, are you sure you didn't buy the house on purpose?" She really didn't want to trouble Su Ran. After all, they also had to save face. Su Ran nodded, then half-jokingly said, "Auntie, you don't think I'm doing this out of sympathy, do you?" "Of course not, don't worry, Auntie. I do this mostly because Susu is my employee. I understand that she has to walk so far to school and work every day, which wastes her energy. Besides, Xiao Bai's work is now on track, and she is fully capable of renting a good house." "Right? Xiao Bai?" Su Ran asked Bai Susu the last question, holding her hand and squeezing it gently. Bai Susu straightened her back as if she had been electrocuted and nodded mechanically, "Yes." A hint of mischief flashed across Su Ran's eyes. Bai's mother still looked a little hesitant. Su Ran wanted to add more fuel to the fire, so she said, "Auntie, Susu and I are going to pay off our debts today." "Ah?" Bai's mother was shocked. Then she looked at Bai Susu, "Susu, is this true? Why did you hide it from me?" Noticing that her mother's tone was a little angry, Bai Susu quickly said, "Mom, I just want to reduce the burden on the family. I wanted to tell you this tonight." Bai's mother's expression was serious. "Where did you get the money?" She looked at Su Ran again. "Did Xiao Su help?" Su Ran immediately explained, "Auntie, you misunderstood. I just accompanied her, and because Susu just got her salary yesterday, she wanted to pay back part of it first." Hearing this, Bai's mother's expression eased a little. She said with some annoyance, "Susu, how much money have you saved? You're already thinking about paying off your debts. If you have money, buy yourself some clothes and eat something good." Su Ran said with a smile, "Susu saved more than 10,000 last month." "So much?" Bai's mother was a little shocked. What does over 10,000 mean? Even if she saved for half a year, she might not have that much. Bai's mother's salary is less than 3,000 yuan. After deducting expenses, it is already very good to save more than 1,000 yuan a month. As a result, my daughter saved more than 10,000 yuan in a month. Is this legal?" Su Ran explained slowly. "Susu won second place in a school competition and was awarded 8,000 yuan by the school. She also performed outstandingly at my place, and with her performance bonus, she received 4,000 yuan, so she has already paid off her 10,000 yuan debt." Bai's mother's expression was full of shock. She didn't expect her daughter to be so outstanding. "No. That's not right. Xiao Su, what do you do? Why do you pay Susu such a high salary? She thought her daughter had just started college and didn't have to go to work every day, right?" Su Ran smiled faintly, "It's just to open a few chain stores. My family supports it, and I am just the manager." Bai's mother's expression became even more complicated when she heard this. This also indirectly shows that Su Ran's family is very good. Is Susu really worthy of him? Su Ran only then got to the point and said, "We went to Xiao Bai's aunt's house today." Bai's mother's expression suddenly changed. "What? Did she do anything to you?" Su Ran thought to herself, "It seems that my aunt knows that weird aunt very well." Su Ran simply recounted what had happened, of course omitting the pretentious part. After hearing this, Bai's mother's expression was complicated, and she was mostly angry. She's too much. She didn't care even when her brother got into a car accident. She even forced us to sign unfair terms when we borrowed money from her. She even looks down on us. It's so unlucky to have such a relative." Bai's mother rarely lost her composure and was obviously very unhappy with Bai Haitang. Then she looked at Su Ran and said sincerely, "Xiao Su, I'm sorry to trouble you with the house matter, but you must not pay for it. We will pay the rent ourselves." Su Ran was delighted and said seriously, "Okay, Auntie." I felt relieved that I had finally convinced Bai's mother. Since Bai's mother has agreed, how can Bai Suzhen resist? After finishing the noodles, Bai's mother cleared the dishes and went to wash them. Su Ran and Bai Susu were sitting at the dining table. When will you let go?" The girl's shy voice sounded like a mosquito. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was still holding the other person's hand, and his face suddenly turned red. "Ahem, well, sorry, I didn't notice." The girl's hands were so soft and comfortable to hold that he even forgot that he was taking advantage of her. Although he said that, Su Ran still pinched it and felt a stir in his heart.
Bai Susu's face turned even redder, and she said shyly, "Bad guy." Su Ran's breathing stagnated, and then his eyes flashed with a green light. "Xiao Bai, curse twice more and let me hear it."
Bai Susu?
Chapter 81 Sun Yan came to Lucheng.
Auntie, I'll go back first.
When the time came, Su Ran greeted Bai's mother.
Hey. Okay, let Susu take you there.
A young man and woman came downstairs, and there was a hint of ambiguous and charming atmosphere in the air. Bai Sujin lowered her head, still immersed in shyness at this moment. Today, the progress with Su Ran has increased significantly, the way they get along has changed unknowingly.
Well, you have nothing to say now, right? Su Ran took the initiative to speak.
The girl raised her puzzled little face and looked at him in confusion.
Su Ran smiled and said, I'm talking about changing houses. Bai Susu suddenly realized something, then she asked uncertainly, are we really moving? Su Ran nodded, yes.
It is certain that even if Bai Sujin wanted to stay here, he would not let her continue to live here. If you want to change her, you have to change the environment. Bai Sujin pursed her lips and then said nothing more.
Su Ran asked with a smile, can't bear to leave?
Bai Susu pondered for a moment before saying, it's just a pity that you spent so much money installing those streetlights.
Su Ran smiled.
It turned out that this little girl was worried about the streetlights he installed?
Then I'll just tear it down. Bai Susu was shocked, no. This is not good, right? I just said that. It's already installed, so why dismantle it? Isn't that a bad idea?
Su Ran smiled faintly, then forget it, it's just a few streetlights, it won't cost much. Bai Susu sighed helplessly, okay.
Leave the house matters to me. You take a good rest.
We're moving in a couple of days, and I'll be busy then.
Bai Susu nodded obediently, okay. The two of them arrived in front of Su Chi, and Bai Susu said softly, then drive carefully and let me know when you arrive, okay? Su Ran raised the corner of her mouth, okay, thank you for your concern.
Bai Sujin's face turned slightly red, but fortunately it was not obvious at night. It was indeed her first time to care about a boy, but it felt very natural. Su Ran suddenly raised her hand and ruffled her hair, saying, don't think too much about what happened today. Just let what your shrewd aunt said go in one ear and out the other. When you make money in the future, you'll definitely live a better life than them. Bai Sujin felt warm in her heart. She did have some resentment about what happened during the day, but she didn't expect that the boss had noticed it.
Yeah, I understand.
Su Ran looked at her and said, give me a smile. Bai Sujin was very embarrassed. She tried to raise the corners of her mouth, but felt ashamed again.
She smiled deliberately, not quite relaxed. Su Ran said at this time, is it difficult to smile? Like me.
As he spoke, he showed his 2 rows of big white teeth, looking funny and abstract. When Bai Sujin saw his appearance, she couldn't help laughing, and the corners of her lips unconsciously rose.
Yeah, right. That's it, don't move.
Su Ran had opened the camera on his phone without knowing when, and accurately captured Bai Sujin's smiling face.
Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then she blinked her big eyes and said, what are you doing?
Su Ran showed a satisfied smile, I like to record the beautiful scenery. He put away his phone as if he had succeeded and stretched himself.
Okay.
The wonderful day is over, Xiao Bai.
Go back and take a shower and have a good sleep.
Seeing how relaxed he was, Bai Sujin's mood also improved.
Yeah. You too. Su Ran sat in the driver's seat, waved to Bai Susu, started the car and left.
Bai Sujin stood there, watching the taillights of Su 7 disappear with her bright eyes. When Su Ran couldn't see, the girl showed a stunning smile.
Her grandmother once told her that everyone will meet a noble person in their life. Grandma, I think I found it. Lucheng Airport.
The airport was dimly lit at night, and tourists walked out of the airport exhausted, pulling their suitcases. At the same time, a girl wearing a pink mask walked out of the airport. Her long black hair was loosely tied into a low bun, with a few strands hanging on both sides of her cheeks, fluttering gently in the breeze. Only a pair of clear almond-shaped eyes were revealed through the mask, with slightly upturned corners and long eyelashes. When her eyes swept across the crowd of people waiting at the airport, it was as if she was holding a shallow stream in her eyes, with the freshness of arriving in a strange city for the first time.
Is this Lucheng? It seems alright.
The girl has curved eyes, and one can tell at a glance that she has a quirky personality.
Beauty, where do you want to go? I'll take you there. A taxi driver came to greet us warmly. The girl raised her hand and waved. No need, someone else will answer. She raised her hand, revealing a golden bracelet on her wrist and a purple bracelet. The bracelet was very dazzling even at night, and some people couldn't help but take a look at it. It must be a fake, right? The real thing would be worth millions, right? This girl is so delicate and tender, and she's wearing such a valuable item. Isn't she afraid of being robbed? Isn't she afraid of making these cattle and horses jealous? The girl casually made a phone call. Are you there yet? Well, I'm at the exit. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a white shirt trotted over and said, Sorry, miss, I kept you waiting. Sun Yan handed him the suitcase and said, My brother doesn't know that I'm here, right? The driver replied, Master Su Ran doesn't know. Sun Yan immediately smiled with satisfaction. That's good, let's go. Let's go back first, I'm exhausted. Yes. Miss, please come this way. Many people sighed when they saw this scene. She is indeed a rich girl. I have to say that the people in Lucheng are very enthusiastic. People will call you handsome or beautiful even from a distance of more than 10 meters. Sun Yan followed the middle-aged man to a Maybach 680. The former sat in the back seat and made a video call to her best friend as soon as she got in. Soon, the call was connected and a beautiful face appeared on the screen. Nyen Nyen, what's wrong? Are you missing me? The girl zoomed out, revealing her current attire. She wore a small, milky white camisole top. Above her waist, aside from the two thin strings on her shoulders, she was left with milky white skin and a distinct hook beneath the camisole. Sun Yan rolled her eyes. Gumingshi, you female hooligan, dress so blatantly or your account will be blocked. My best friend Gumingshi said with a smile, This is WeChat, not Douyin, and my dad knows the CEO of Tingshuan. Who would dare to block it? Sun Yan curled his lips. Damn capitalism. Bah! You talk like you're not. After the two sisters had some fun, Sun Yan suddenly said, I'm in Lucheng. Gumingshi asked in surprise, Why are you going there? Sun Yan smiled and said, Looking for my brother. Don't you want to see my brother? Anyway, your home is close to Lucheng, why not take this opportunity to come over? Gumingshi pretended to be shy and said, I came over suddenly, brother Su Ran won't be angry, right? What are you pretending to be? In one word, are you coming or not? No, I have an appointment. There's a handsome guy who's 1.85 meters tall. Hang up. Chapter 82 work is called position. During the National Day holiday, Su Ran stayed in school during the day. The decoration of the KTV was nearing completion, and now it was time to hire a cleaning staff to clean it. It's a shame we have to wait a while for the formaldehyde to dissipate. Or, why not just open the business and let the crispy college students breathe in the formaldehyde? Su Ran was lost in thought, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Not far away, Lu Jia and his team's repair shop has been renovated and the layout of the shop has been completed. Lu Jia walked over with 2 bottles of iced black tea and threw one to Su Ran. Holding a joint opening ceremony after the holiday? Su Ran said, Isn't this a bad idea? Aren't you afraid that my KTV will steal your limelight? Lu Jia's mouth twitched. That seems to make sense. After all, opening a KTV in college is something only you can do. Su Ran smiled and then said, I have a feeling that within a year, I will make a lot of money. Lu Jia imagined the scene and couldn't help laughing. He then asked curiously, You're a rich young man with hundreds of millions of dollars in pocket money, so why are you wasting your energy opening these small shops? Is it just for fun? Or is it a pain in the ass? Su Ran smiled mysteriously, Of course it's to pick up girls. Hearing this, Lu Jia seemed to understand something and teased, That little white school girl? Su Ran glanced at him. Lu Jia chuckled and said, Are you being sincere to others? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, Why do you ask such a question? Lu Jia said, Although I haven't had much contact with her, I can see that Xiaobai is still a very innocent and kind girl, like a blank slate. And you, my friend, you've just experienced emotional trauma. Have you turned into a scumbag? Su Ran chuckled, What a jerk. Not everyone would seek revenge on society, and Lu Ruyan alone is not worth my evil turn. Speaking of which, although their relationship was quite passionate at the beginning, it gradually faded away, so even if they broke up, he wouldn't be too upset. Lu Jia chuckled and said, I thought that as a super rich second generation, you would be surrounded by beautiful women. Su Ran rolled his eyes.
Although he has now regained his status as a rich second generation, he is still very low-key.
He is a rich second generation but not a playboy. Soon Chao Can also arrived. He smiled and said, I really hope this holiday will pass quickly. I can't wait to make some money.
Su Ran smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll make you vomit when the time comes.
That is so lifelike. After a short rest, it was time for dinner. Where are we going to eat?
Lu Jie waved his hand and said, No need, the food is on the way. Under the puzzled gazes of Su Ran and Chao Can, a petite figure soon came to the third floor.
Xiao Zihuan? Su Ran was a little surprised to see the other person.
Xiao Zihuan was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, holding 2 lunchboxes and a few bags with the milk tea shop logo printed on them. There was a little sweat on his forehead. Seeing Su Ran looking at her, she subconsciously clenched the bag handle, then smiled with her eyes curved. Senior Lu said you guys are busy here, so I made a few extra meals. I happened to pass by the milk tea shop, so I bought a few more cups. As she spoke, she handed over the thermal bag, which contained freshly made rice bowl, still steaming hot.
Xiao Zihuan still felt a little guilty when she saw Su Ran. After all, not long ago she was clamoring to be his mistress. Who would have thought that she would become Lu Jie's personal chef so soon? Of course, she didn't know that she was able to become Lu Jie's personal chef with the help of Su Ran. Chao Can's eyes lit up and she took one first. When she opened it, she was greeted by a burst of fragrance. Oh my god! Xiao Xueme, your cooking skills are really good. Brother Jia is always popular, right? Lu Jia immediately said proudly, Isn't that so? I'm too lazy to eat the food in the cafeteria now. Xiao Zihuan rolled her eyes cutely, so just grab me and grab me. Lu Jia stared, How do you talk to the boss? Xiao Zihuan stuck out her tongue and said, Humph. If you weren't my boss, I'd add some ingredients to your food. After she finished speaking, she turned to Su Ran and said, Brother Su Ran, why don't you pay a high price to poach me? I'll cook for you. Su Ran raised her hand to stop him. No, I don't want to die young, I'm afraid you'll poison my food. Xiao Zihuan's face darkened. What about the trust between people? Lu Jia first made a bowl of rice, took a few bites of the dishes, and exclaimed, Wow, this sweet and sour pork tenderloin is much more delicious than the one in the school cafeteria. You are such a good cook, aren't you, junior sister? Xiao Zihuan's ears turned red from the praise. She secretly glanced at Su Ran and saw that he was enjoying his meal. She pretended to be arrogant and said, Of course. I'm a master who made the top 5 in the food competition. Su Ran took a bite of the braised meat. It was soft and tasty, just the right texture. He looked up at Xiao Zihuan and said, Aren't you hungry? Xiao Zihuan said, I have eaten, and I'm trying to lose weight recently. Su Ran glanced at her and said, You girls are such trouble. I'm not fat, but I still want to lose weight. After a few days of trying to lose weight, I go back to eating and drinking, and then I lose weight again after eating too much. Thinking of this, Su Ran's mind suddenly flashed to Bai Su's image. Xiaobai's figure was just right, neither fat nor thin, with flesh where it should be, and it felt very good to the touch. After dinner, Su Ran left. He came to the bar. There are several luxury cars parked downstairs, all of them are his. After showing off that day, he had the car parked here. Lin Zifeng was still in the bar at this time. Seeing Su Ran, he said, Hey! Isn't this our hero who saves the damsel in distress, Brother Su? Su Ran said calmly, At work, you should address people by their titles. Call them boss. Lin Zifeng said with a smile, By the way, you are quite good. You have invested hundreds of millions in just pretending to be cool. Acquiring a company is very cumbersome. Even if you acquire it at a low price, there will be a lot of trouble to deal with afterwards. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. You have money but don't spend it, so you can take it into your coffin? He glanced casually and asked in surprise, Are there so many customers during the day? Lin Zifeng chuckled, Yeah, and there have been so many people these past few days, and most of them are girls. Maybe they are attracted by the luxury cars downstairs? Want to go fishing? It's hard to guess. Su Ran didn't care and walked to the sofa and sat down. Not long after, Lin Zifeng came over with 2 glasses of wine. I have a favor to ask of you. Lin Zifeng, who was about to sit down, turned around and left. Goodbye. Introducing a beautiful lady to you. Swish. Lin's figure teleported back to the sofa and sat down, looking at Su Ran with his clear big eyes. Su Ran. Help me find an apartment. It should be bigger, with a better environment, and preferably closer to Ningda. Chapter 83 New House. Auntie, it's just around the corner.
In Su 7, Su Ran said to Bai's mother. At this time, Bai's mother and Bai Susu were sitting in the car.
Both mother and daughter were sitting in the back seat with curious looks on their faces.
Su Ran said that he had found a house and brought them here to see it. It is worth mentioning that this was also Su Ran's first time here. After all, he asked Lin Zifeng to do the job and did not ask too many questions. When the navigation system indicated that they had arrived at their destination, the expressions of the three people in the car became somewhat excited.
Bai's mother asked uncertainly, Xiao Su, is this your friend's vacant house?
Bai Suzhen blinked her big eyes, then she looked at Su Ran and found that he also looked confused, which made her laugh.
Su Ran's mouth twitched. He cleared his throat, took out his phone and said, wait a moment, I'll ask my friend. He opened the car door and made a phone call outside. A moment later, Lin Zifeng's voice rang out from the phone, what's the matter? What's going on? I asked you to find a house, so where the hell are you? Su Ran said unhappily. Lin Zifeng's voice rang out, don't you want to be closer to National Tsinghua University, a little bigger, and have a better environment? Isn't that good enough? Su Ran was silent. He looked at the small villa in front of him and didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't worry about living there. The house was just renovated about half a year ago, so there's no need to worry about formaldehyde. Besides, the house cost about 700,000 yuan, and I bought it outright from the owner for 1 million yuan. Lin Zifeng continued, I'm going swimming with a pair of twin girls, please don't disturb me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Ran. In the meantime, clear the bar. Lin Zifeng hung up the phone and looked at the girl in front of him helplessly. Auntie, your brother is really not here, you heard it too. Sun Yan sat on a high stool, her long white legs swaying, and she sipped a glass of juice in both hands. Hearing this, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. My brother asked you to buy a house? What for? Lin Zifeng shrugged, of course it's to pick up girls. What else can I do? A gossipy look suddenly appeared in Sun Yan's eyes. Pick up girls? Tell me more. I want to hear it. Lin Zifeng glanced at her and said, what are you listening to, kid? What are you doing in Lucheng? Looking for your boyfriend? Sun Yan was speechless. What boyfriend? I'm not even 18 yet. Okay. I'll find my brother. Lin Zifeng said, I guess your brother doesn't really want to see you. Sun Yan's mouth twitched. Well said, don't say it next time. Oh yeah, where's my brother's ex-girlfriend? Lin Zifeng looked at her in surprise. Why are you asking this? Sun Yan said proudly, of course I'm here to teach her a lesson. How dare you cheat on my brother? Su Ran. Lin Zifeng shrugged and said, then you'll be disappointed. Your brother's ex-girlfriend has transferred to another school. Sun Yan was startled, then asked, running so fast? Did you know I was coming? Lin Zifeng's mouth twitched, can you be more serious? Sun Yan glanced at him and said, by the way, why did my brother ask you to buy a house? Lin Zifeng said calmly, didn't I say that? Picking up girls, well, that's what you think. Sun Yan was a little depressed. You found the next one so quickly? I was thinking of introducing my best friend to him. Lin Zifeng said seriously, I think your brother really likes that girl and doesn't like your best friend. So, I have a suggestion. Send me your best friend's WeChat. Sun Yan rolled her eyes, you wish. Unless. Lin Zifeng's eyes widened, unless what? Tell me about the background of the girl my brother likes. This isn't good, is it? I have a few girlfriends, they are beautiful, have big butts, and are single. I think it's okay. Come on, let's go to the sofa and talk about it in detail. Su Ran hung up the phone and sighed as he looked at the house in front of him. Idiot. Then he could only bite the bullet and return to the car, saying to Bai's mother, Auntie, I checked, the address is correct, it's here. Bai's mother looked somewhat helpless, but this house is too big. We don't need to live in such a big house. This house is so luxurious, you can imagine how much it costs to rent it. Their family is not that extravagant. Su Ran thought for a moment, then explained, it's like this. This house wasn't originally like this. It was only renovated last year. Besides, he has to go abroad, so he won't have the chance to live here. Auntie, let's go in and take a look first.
Mother Bai wanted to say something, but Bai Susu beside her stopped her and said softly, "Mom, since you're here, just take a look."
She also didn't want Su Ran's kindness to be rejected.
Bai's mother thought about it and nodded, "Okay then." Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Auntie, please come with me." The villa is not very big, and it is not even a villa. It is just a self-built house with beautiful decoration, similar to a small villa in the countryside.
Su Ran asked Lin Zifeng for the gate password and took the mother and daughter in.
There is a rockery between the gate and the main house, and a small fish pond below, with colorful koi fish very active.
Bai's mother and daughter looked around, their eyes full of curiosity.
The scenery in the front garden alone met their expectations.
Entering the first floor lobby, it appears very spacious, and the decoration is low-key and luxurious. Su Ran asked, "Auntie, what do you think?" He didn't ask Bai Sujin, because the little girl would definitely have no objection. It was mainly about the mother-in-law, aunt's idea. She nodded, and that was it.
Mother Bai had a complicated expression on her face. She said a little awkwardly, "Of course I think it's great.
After all, this place is so luxurious. None of us have ever lived in a house like this."
"But, Xiao Su, the rent for such a new house must be very expensive, right?" Su Ran waved her hand, "Auntie, this depends on the people involved. The landlord is my friend, so I'm bargaining for a price that is certainly within your acceptable range.
Besides, the environment here is quite good.
There are all kinds of shops nearby.
And most importantly, it's close to school, so it's very convenient to go back and forth. Look at the big area outside. You can park wherever you want. It's better than that cramped rental house, right?" After hearing this, Bai's mother felt that it made some sense. She then worriedly said, "What if we accidentally break the furniture here?"
Su Ran promised, "Don't worry, I will take care of everything." Having said that, Bai's mother naturally agreed.
Bai Sujin looked at the new and spacious house and felt very satisfied.
When she makes money in the future, she will also buy a big house.
Come on. P.S. Today everyone understands. Chapter 84, Driving into Someone?
This house has 2 floors. The second floor is for living and the first floor also has a room, making a total of 4 rooms. After a walk around, both mother and daughter were very satisfied. The initial awkwardness disappeared and became much more natural.
"Auntie, if it's suitable, we can move tomorrow." Bai's mother was surprised and asked, "Isn't this a bit rushed?" Su Ran shook her head, "It's better to move before the holiday is over. Otherwise, you will have to work and Susu will have to go to school, so it will be even more busy." "Okay, thank you, Xiao Su."
Bai's mother felt complicated. She didn't know how to repay Su Ran for all his help. Thinking of this, she glanced at Bai Susu, a hint of pity flashing across her eyes. "I guess the only person who can repay him is my daughter. I hope they can become good friends."
Bai Sujin remained silent.
She avoided Su Ran's gaze, fearing that he would notice the stars in her eyes that she could not suppress. "I'll sit down and rest for a while, you young people can go shopping on your own." Bai's mother sat on the sofa and smiled at the two of them. Su Ran and Bai Susu looked at each other, and then they walked away.
"I was wandering around the house and unknowingly walked into the kitchen.
The kitchenware here is so high-end." Bai Sujin looked at the kitchen facilities with sparkling eyes.
Su Ran couldn't help but laugh and said, "Are you so interested in the kitchen?" Bai Susu nodded gently and said softly, "I like cooking."
"Because you like to eat, I am more keen on cooking."
Su Ran smiled and said, "There are very few girls who can cook nowadays. Girls who can cook delicious food are treasure girls. Their future partners will be very lucky."
Bai Susu glanced at him timidly, then said, "So, do you like girls who can cook?" As she spoke, she seemed a little shy and lowered her head.
Su Ran nodded, "Of course. Who doesn't like it? But even if my future wife can cook, I can't bear to let her cook." "Oh." Bai Sujin responded softly, not knowing what she was thinking. The two of them walked from the first floor to the second floor.
The area here was not small, and each room had an independent bathroom.
Su Ran had to admire Lin Zifeng's vision. This guy finally came in handy for once. Lin Zifeng.
Looking at the big bed, Su Ran's eyes fell on Bai Susu, and then moved away without a trace.
Bai Sujin seemed not to notice.
She walked around the room and then closed the door gently.
Su Ran saw this and jokingly said, "What's up, Xiao Bai? Are you closing the shop to do something bad to me?"
Bai Susu's cheeks flushed when she heard this, and she said shyly, No, that's not true.
Nonsense.
The other party's sudden teasing made her courage disappear. If Su Ran knew what she was thinking, he would probably slap her in the face. Su Ran was about to speak when Bai Sujin suddenly took 2 steps towards him, and the distance between them was less than 1 meter. A hint of surprise appeared in Su Ran's eyes, and then he became a little expectant, looking forward to seeing how this little girl would perform.
Thanks.
The girl's soft voice is very nice. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Who should I say thank you to?
Boss.
As she spoke, she secretly looked up at Su Ran, then quickly lowered her head, her ears so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. The sunlight from outside the window shone through the gauze curtains and fell on the ends of her hair, like a layer of gentle gold edge. Su Ran looked at her like this, and her heart softened. Why thank you?
You deserve this. I've said before that the future will only get better.
Bai Susu said softly, because of you, things are getting better and better.
I have to thank you. What will my life be like without you in the future? Su Ran suddenly felt his mouth dry.
He looked at the girl's innocent appearance, and a hint of evil instinctively emerged in his heart, but he suppressed it deep in his heart.
So he deliberately teased her. That's just a verbal thank you?
I thought that this treasure girl who can cook would use her cooking skills to bribe me.
Bai Susu suddenly raised her head, her eyes bright, as if she had seized an opportunity. Then after I move tomorrow, I will make dinner for you tonight, okay? Really do it for me?
Yeah. It's just that it might not be as delicious as what the chef makes. After realizing that Su Ran was a rich second generation, Bai Sujin was still a little nervous, fearing that he was used to eating delicacies from land and sea and would dislike the food she cooked. After she finished speaking, her voice gradually faded away.
Su Ran smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll wait for the free meal.
Hearing the affirmative answer, a smile instantly broke out on Bai Sujin's face, like the sun shining after the rain, and even the air in the room became a little sweeter.
Well, it's settled.
Bai Sujin raised her head, her eyes lit up with a bright smile.
Even Su Ran couldn't help but stare at the stunning look. Susu, Xiaosu, are you upstairs?
At this time, Bai's mother's voice came from downstairs.
Bai Susu was startled, then responded, I'm here.
After she finished speaking, she seemed to have made up her mind and suddenly made a bold move. She took 2 quick steps forward and rushed into Su Ran's arms.
Thanks.
After the girl finished speaking, her face turned red with shame. She then quickly let go of Su Ran and turned around to run away.
Su Ran stood there in a daze.
Just as he was about to raise his hands, the little girl ran away. The other person's movements were so fast that he didn't have time to react or enjoy them. He only felt a burst of fragrance, and then a soft bump, very elastic, and just when he was about to respond, the other person ran away. Bai Sujin's bold move completely stunned Su Ran. He paused with his raised hand, then naturally rubbed his chest, muttering, it must be painful when the little girl bumps into someone.
The smile on someone's face was almost venomous. After Su Ran went downstairs, she didn't see Bai Susu, only Bai's mother. Auntie, where is Xiao Bai? Bai's mother smiled and pointed to the bathroom. Over there, that little girl ran so fast. Did you bully her?
Su Ran knew what was going on as soon as she heard it, and said with a smile, how could I bully her?
It was clearly her who bumped into someone while dribbling the ball, so she was bullying herself, okay?
Bai's mother said earnestly, when you young people get along with each other, you should be lively and cheerful.
Susu is a bit timid and doesn't understand some things.
Please bear with her.
Yes, Auntie.
Bai's mother laughed again and said, this girl is simple and stubborn. Once she makes up her mind, she won't change it. She's also very well behaved.
Is the aunt teaching him how to seduce her daughter? Isn't this a bit bad?
P.S. I've been in a sweet duo with my partner these days, so I don't have the energy to write. I'm not in a good state, so I'll take care of myself first.
Chapter 85. What kind of family is this?
After looking at the house, Su Ran suggested going out for lunch. He took the mother and daughter to a restaurant. They ordered a few main dishes and the meal cost nearly 300 yuan, which made Bai's mother very distressed.
This dish isn't even as good as Susu's.
How can you afford to charge such a high price?
Bai Susu pulled her. Mom, what are you talking about? Su Ran smiled and said, Auntie is telling the truth. It's indeed not as delicious as Xiao Bai's.
Bai Sujin pursed her lips, feeling a little happy. Bai's mother said with a smile, of course, Xiaosu, don't blame me for nagging.
I am also worried about your money. I really let you spend a lot of money. Su Ran said with a smile, "It's okay, Auntie, it's not a big deal."
After leaving the restaurant, Su Ran sent the mother and daughter back to their rental house and said goodbye. When Su Ran arrived at the bar, as soon as he walked in, a black shadow pounced towards him.
Su Ran reacted quickly. He originally wanted to hide, but after seeing the true face of the black shadow, his body froze. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and a beautiful girl hung on him like a sloth. "Dear brother, are you surprised or not?" Su Ran's eyes widened. "Sun Yen? When did you come?" Sun Yen blinked. "Morning." "Su Ran, I'm asking when you came to Lucheng?" Sun Yen chuckled. "It's been 2 days. 2 days? You came alone?" Sun Yen, you're really itching for trouble." Su Ran said this as if to hit her, and the latter quickly retreated tactically. "Brother, calm down, I'm not a child anymore, what can happen?" Su Ran said calmly, "What are you doing here?" Sun Yen said with a smile, "Of course I came to see you. I'm bored alone during such a long National Day holiday." Su Ran rolled her eyes. "Don't you have a bunch of good friends? How can you be bored?" Sun Yen pouted. "They also have their own circle, and I've been hanging out with my bestie these past 2 days, so I wanted to come see you." Su Ran ignored her and walked towards the bar. Lin Zifeng wasn't there, but another bartender was. He also knew Su Ran and greeted him, "Boss." Su Ran nodded, then said, "As usual, make me 2 cups." "Okay." Sun Yen sat across from Su Ran, his expression excited as he said, "Brother, this is the bar you opened? Didn't you say it went bankrupt?" Su Ran said calmly, "You must be joking. How could it possibly go bankrupt if I'm in charge?" Sun Yen blinked and said, "It's quite interesting. I'll open a few shops for fun in the future." Su Ran's mouth twitched. Why would a child play with this? Do you think it's just playing house? Just spend your money honestly and don't bother with this. Sun Yen said proudly, "I just have too much money and have nowhere to spend it." Su Ran, do you think this sounds human? Where's Lin Zifeng? Sun Yen replied, "That guy was still here this morning. I guess he went to some club to take a nap after lunch." Sun Yen suddenly asked curiously, "Brother, I heard you've been pursuing a girl recently? Is that true?" Su Ran frowned and asked, "Where did you hear this rumor?" Sun Yen said with a half smile, "My mom said so too, and Lin Zifeng said so too." It seems to be true. Su Ran smiled sinisterly. Lin Zifeng? Great. It's him again. Sun Yen hugged Su Ran's arm and said affectionately, "So, can you tell me what my future sister-in-law looks like? How did you pursue her?" Su Ran raised her hand to stop him. "You are wrong, it has always been others who pursued me." "Oh yeah? Then how come your ex dumped you?" Su Ran. "Sun Yen, the door is over there. Get out of here." Sun Yen clasped her hands around the bear. "Humph. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Then I can only use my connections to find out." Su Ran looked at her coldly. "Are you a little bit dizzy?" Sun Yen shrank his neck and said honestly, "I'm just curious." Su Ran was about to speak when a voice suddenly rang out, "Boss? Why are you here?" A clear female voice. Sun Yen quickly looked over and saw a girl in a long skirt walking towards her with a bag on her back. The girl had light makeup on, giving people a mature and steady feeling. Su Ran saw the other party and nodded. "Isn't it normal for me to come here?" Lu Jiaqi smiled and said, "I thought the boss was on vacation and traveling." "Hello? Are you my future sister-in-law?" Sun Yen suddenly jumped out at this moment, looking at Lu Jiaqi with a sharp look in her eyes. The latter was startled by the sudden question and looked at the other party in surprise, then a hint of obvious surprise flashed across her eyes. So beautiful. If Bai Suzhen is the pure and beautiful one who is all natural and simple, then the girl in front of us is of another style, just like a mandala blooming in the dark night, gorgeous and with deadly temptation. She is like a cute princess, giving people a sense of nobility and a hint of eccentricity. Before Lu Jiaqi could finish her astonishment, Su Ran on the side said angrily, "Sun Yen, don't talk nonsense. She is Lu Jiaqi, an employee of the store. What sister-in-law or not? Who told you to recognize her so carelessly?" If Sun Yen was his brother, he would have kicked him long ago. Lu Jiaqi also reacted, and then said with a bit of a smile, "I'm sorry, I'm not the boss's girlfriend, I'm an employee here." Sun Yen stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were me because my sister was so beautiful." Lu Jiaqi smiled. She wasn't angry, but instead found the brother and sister pair very amusing. It's okay, I understand. You're prettier than me. Of course, I don't think your brother would be interested in someone like me. The girls he likes are much prettier than me.
As she spoke, she glanced at Su Ran quietly, then looked away without leaving a trace.
Su Nian's eyes lit up when she heard this. Oh? So you know who my brother likes?
Su Ran glared at Lu Juqi and said, "Hurry up and get to work."
What nonsense are you talking about?
Lu Juqi said playfully, "But boss, it's not time to go to work yet."
Su Ran. Su Nian didn't care about Su Ran.
Anyway, he couldn't get any useful information from her brother, so he could only start with the sister in front of him.
She pulled Lu Juqi towards the sofa in a familiar manner.
"By the way, sister, since we're meeting for the first time, I'll give you a gift," Su Nian said as she took out a small box from her bag beside the sofa.
Lu Juqi took it and opened it with some curiosity.
Inside the box was a necklace pendant with a purple jade hanging on it.
So beautiful.
Lu Juqi fell in love with the pendant at first sight.
This is for me? Isn't it too expensive? Su Nian waved her hand nonchalantly. Oh. It's not that expensive.
It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You don't have to refuse it, sister. Hundreds of thousands.
Lu Juqi's hands trembled, and she almost lost her grip.
What kind of family is this? P.S. The author will try hard to resume updating next month.
The data of this book is indeed not very good, and the typing is not in good shape. The long-term typing has also caused problems with the hand.
I will mainly rest in the second half of this year.
And if the data of this book is not good, I guess it will not be long, and it is estimated to be around 300,000 words.
Chapter 86 Hello, sister-in-law.
Although Lu Juqi knew that Su Ran's family was very rich, after all, he was a boss, but she didn't expect that the boss's family was so rich.
A pendant worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, just given away. What kind of family is this? Lu Juqi quickly declined. This is too expensive. I can't take it. Please take it back. Su Nian blinked, looking harmless. But I won't take back what I give away. Just accept it, sister. In return, tell me about my future sister-in-law. Future sister-in-law. Lu Juqi couldn't help but look at Su Ran, who was not far away.
To be fair, Su Ran was indeed impeccable in all aspects. She had good looks, a good figure, and most importantly, she was rich. Such high-quality boys are extremely popular in this society. It was impossible for Lu Juqi to say that she had no feelings for him, but she also understood that they were from different worlds, and the key point was that the boss already had someone he liked.
Thinking of this, Lu Juqi felt complicated. By Susu, you are so lucky.
Lu Juqi smiled at Su Nian and said, "The girl your brother likes is called Bai Susu.
Like me, she's also a waitress here, but she's a part-time worker and is currently a freshman at Qingning University."
Lu Juqi briefly explained Bai Suzhen's situation.
Su Nian's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? It seems my brother is quite romantic. He actually tricked a young girl.
Lu Juqi looked at her strangely.
In comparison, it seemed that Su Nian was a little smaller? Well, no matter what. Su Nian gossiped, when will she come to work?
Lu Juqi spread her hands and said, "I don't know about that. When she goes to work depends on the boss. She's on break now and probably won't come back until after the holidays." Su Nian's face fell when he heard this. "Not after the holidays, I still have to go to school." Although she was a rich girl, skipping classes was no big deal and the teacher wouldn't blame her, but her brother would beat her to death.
Su Nian looked at Lu Juqi and asked, "Do you have her WeChat? How about you trick her into coming here?" This isn't appropriate, is it?" Lu Juqi was a little embarrassed.
Suddenly she glanced at the pendant in her hand and changed her tone. "Then I'll call her over." Lu Juqi understood Bai Susu after all, and she didn't tell her that she missed her or anything like that. She should have just told her that she was too busy right now, and Su Ran was exhausted. As expected, when Bai Susu heard that Su Ran needed help, she immediately agreed. After doing this, Lu Juqi glanced at Su Ran not far away with a guilty look, and then said to Su Nian, "Don't tell the boss that I asked them to come, otherwise I will be fired." Su Nian acted like a righteous man and said, "No problem. I'll keep it a secret for you. By the way, how do I identify my future sister-in-law?" "Well, the prettiest one, or rather, the plain girl wearing a mask is her."
Hearing this, Su Nian's eyes lit up. "The most beautiful one? Brother, do you eat so well?"
Su Ran didn't expect that his employee and his sister had teamed up to trick Bai Susu over. At this time, he was reviewing the data from last month. Since the bar opened, the business has been getting better and better. During this period, he also spent money on publicity, especially during the opening ceremony of Qingning University, when he promoted it to the students as a sponsor, and most of the audience were college students. Excluding costs, it would take him about 2 months to make a profit. After recovering the investment, the next step is profit, which is a long-term meal ticket after all. I don't know how long it took, but a beautiful figure walked in from the door. It was Bai Suzhen who came from home. She received a message from Lu Jieqi saying that Su Ran was very busy, so she came to help without hesitation. But when she came in, she found that the facts were not what she had imagined.
Am I late?
A hint of confusion appeared in Bai Suzhen's beautiful eyes.
Why are you here?
Su Ran noticed her with his sharp eyes and asked curiously. Bai Susu said softly, I'll help you.
Su Ran looked puzzled. Help me? Help me for what? I don't need any help. Bai Susu said, it's Lu. Su. You're here. Lu Jieqi quickly appeared and greeted him with an embarrassed smile on her face. Bai Susu looked at her in confusion, and then another surprised voice rang out, wow. You are Bai Susu? Su Nian rushed over quickly, stood in front of Bai Suzhen, and looked at her with sparkling eyes. So beautiful. Sister Lu really didn't lie, you are even more beautiful than I imagined. Lu Jieqi. Sister, didn't you say you wouldn't betray me? Su Ran's face had turned dark. Okay, so these two are the ones causing trouble, right? Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Jieqi slipped away. As long as she runs fast, the boss won't have time to fire her. Bai Susu was a little confused by Su Nian's sudden appearance. Who are you? Su Nian said with a smile, hello, sister-in-law, my name is Su Nian. Sister-in-law? Bai Suzhen's pretty face suddenly turned red. When did she become the other party's sister-in-law? Something seems wrong. Su Nian was already attracted by Bai Susu, and she praised her generously, oh my god. You are so beautiful. How can my brother be worthy of you? Su Ran's face turned completely black. He walked over, grabbed Su Nian by the scruff of the neck, and said grimly, huh? What did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly. Brother, spare my life. Su Nian immediately begged for mercy. Su Ran threw it aside and said to Bai Susu, don't be nervous. She is my sister Su Nian, my biological daughter. Well, I think so. There are some issues with her. You don't have to pay attention to her. As he spoke, he pointed to his head. Su Nian. Bai Suzhen exclaimed before she reacted. She is your sister? Su Nian, Su Ran, indeed both have the surname Su. Wait. Did she just call her sister-in-law? Could it be that he thought that she and Su Ran were a couple? The blush that had just disappeared from Bai Suzhen's cheeks returned again. Su Ran smiled and said, well, she's in high school and came here during her vacation. Su Nian came over again and greeted Bai Susu with a smile, hello sister-in-law, my name is Su Nian, you can just call me Nian Nian. Bai Susu quickly waved her hands, you misunderstood, I am not your sister-in-law. My name is Bai Susu, you can call me Susu. Okay, sister-in-law. Su Nian replied with a smile. Bai Suzhen looked at Su Ran helplessly. Su Ran also shrugged, then pointed to his head, indicating that there was something wrong with his sister. Bai Susu sighed softly in her heart. Garlic bird, let it be a misunderstanding. If it were Su Ran, she would instinctively feel a little shy and secretly happy. Chapter 87 10 million level meeting gift. Upon seeing the rumored object of his brother's affection, Su Nian expressed great satisfaction. This sister-in-law is amazing both in terms of appearance and personality. Su Nian said that she agreed with her sister-in-law. The little girl chattered and pulled Bai Suzhen aside to chat, and Su Ran was left aside. Bai Susu couldn't resist Su Nian's enthusiasm, but she also thought this girl was very interesting. Seeing that the bar was not busy, Bai Suzhen felt relieved. The two women sat on the sofa. Su Nian skillfully took out a bracelet from her bag. The bracelet was dark green and looked very high-end. Sister-in-law, this is a gift from me to you. Come, I'll put it on you. Bai Susu was a little flattered. She quickly waved her hands and said, no need, Nian Nian. I haven't even prepared a gift for you, so don't give me one.
Sun Yan domineeringly pulled her little hand over and said, "Hey, you can just put it back next time.
Come, I'll put it on for you."
Sun Yan's force was a bit too strong, and Bai Suzhen struggled for a while but couldn't break free.
Are these siblings really biological? They're both so overbearing.
Sun Yan looked at Bai Susu's white and tender hands and swallowed his saliva. "Emma, I finally understand what the phrase beauty is delicious means in novels."
Bai Suzhen suddenly felt embarrassed. How can you stare at someone's hand and say such things?
While she was stunned, Sun Yan had already stuffed the bracelet into her wrist. Bai Suzhen only felt a pain, and when she came to her senses, the bracelet was already on her hand.
Wow! So beautiful. Just like me.
Sun Yan's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand to compare it with Bai Susu's. Both of them were so fair and tender, but the wristband of Bai Susu seemed to be a little bigger than Sun Yan's. Sun Yan was wearing a purple bracelet on her wrist, which was also very beautiful. Sun Yan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, this really suits you.
It fits your body perfectly." In line with the body?
Bai Suzhen didn't understand this, but she also felt it was strange. Bai Susu pursed her lips and said again, "Nian Nian, this is too valuable.
I can't accept it."
She had seen many of these fakes costing tens or hundreds of dollars, but she believed that Sun Yan would not buy fakes, which meant that this was the real thing.
That would be so expensive.
She felt she was unworthy. Sun Yan fiddled with her hand, and then suddenly revealed a cunning look.
"Sister-in-law, I'm afraid this won't work. Can you try to take it off?"
Bai Suzhen was stunned, then tried to take off the bracelet, but found that it was impossible.
It was fine when I put it on, but now I can't take it off? Why can't I take it off? Anxiety appeared on Bai Susu's face.
Sun Yan supported his chin with both hands and looked at her with interest.
This sister-in-law is quite interesting.
It's also a way to give my brother some fine bran to eat.
Don't waste your energy, sister-in-law. This is tailor-made for you. Just wear it.
The circumference of her bracelet is 53, but Bai Suzhen is most likely suitable for 54.
Hee, now I have important information. I have to blackmail my brother. What's wrong?
Su Ran's voice suddenly rang out, and he came over with 2 glasses of juice, giving one to each of the 2 women. Bai Susu raised her big watery eyes to look at him and asked for help. "I can't take this bracelet off." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's gaze fell on the bracelet, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes.
Sun Yan gave it to you?
Sun Yan immediately said as if to take credit, "Of course, this is my gift to my sister-in-law."
Su Ran showed a hint of satisfaction, thinking that this little girl had good taste.
His eyes fell on the bracelet. He had quite a few of these bracelets at home, and each one was worth over 10 million. Sun Yan actually gave Bai Susu such a valuable gift. It seems that he is really satisfied with her.
And Su Ran didn't think it was a big deal, just a bracelet.
He calmly held the girl's hand and said, "I'm Kong Kong." Bai Suzhen's hands were always so soft, no matter how many times he touched them, as if one couldn't feel her bones. Su Ran's heart was moved, but on the surface he was still observing her bracelet seriously.
Bai Suzhen didn't think much about it.
They had held hands many times, not to mention they had even hugged each other.
Why would they care about shaking hands? But she still felt a little embarrassed when there were outsiders around.
Sun Yan watched the scene with gossip, then glanced at her brother with disdain. "This is clearly taking advantage of my sister-in-law's innocence and trying to take advantage of her. No one knows a brother better than his sister."
Su Ran tried to pull the bracelet off without hurting Bai Susu.
Then he said to her, "You can't take it off. If you try to take it off, you might break the bracelet and hurt your hand. So just wear it."
Ah.
Bai Susu was a little embarrassed, "But this is too expensive." Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "She already calls you sister-in-law, so it's reasonable to give her something."
Bai Susu? No, is that right? But aren't they in that kind of relationship? Sun Yan also advised, "Sister-in-law, don't refuse. If you accept my gift, we will be friends in the future. Or do you not want to be friends with me?"
Bai Susu shook her head. "That's not what I meant." She looked at Su Ran, who nodded encouragingly. Bai Susu then said gratefully, "Thank you, Nian Nian."
Hey.
Sun Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he managed to fool people. She glanced at their clasped hands and then jokingly said, "My brother must take good care of you, right?" Bai Susu stole a glance at Su Ran, then raised the corner of her lips and said, "Well, the boss treats me very well."
This is a fact and she doesn't want to deny it. Sun Yan said meaningfully, tisk tsk, it seems that it will happen sooner or later.
She finally discovered that her brother was pursuing another girl, and the girl was almost conquered by him.
This is just a fait accompli. Su Ran said calmly, when do you plan to go back? No rush.
There are still several days before the holiday ends, and I haven't had enough fun yet.
Sun Yan had no intention of going back, but instead hugged by Susu's hand. Sister-in-law, are you free tomorrow? Ha? I don't seem to be free.
Bai Susu looked at Su Heir for help and then said softly, the move was completed in just one morning.
Bai Susu suddenly realized something, and Sun Yan took the opportunity to say, then let's go shopping tomorrow? Bai Susu hesitated,
Her small treasury has just been drained to pay off debts, so it's a bit difficult for her to go shopping.
Go ahead, I'll accompany you. Su Ran spoke at this time. Since Su Ran said so, Bai Susu couldn't bear to refuse Sun Yan, so she nodded, okay. Oh yeah. Hot tie pants. P.S. Who is going to start school? Congratulations. I envy you for being able to go to school, unlike the author, who can only be a slave. Chapter 88 Sell me.
Before it was time to get off work, Bai Susu was dragged by Sun Yan to have dinner together.
Of course, Bai Suzhen is not on duty, so she is free.
Su Ran naturally had to accompany him.
Oh, and Lin Zifeng.
As soon as I went downstairs, I saw him coming back in a carefree manner, looking refreshed.
Where have you been? Su Ran asked curiously. Lin Zifeng chuckled, of course it's foot massage.
Su Ran's mouth twitched, you really know how to enjoy yourself.
Lin Zifeng looked at Sun Yan and Bai Susu, surprise flashing in his eyes, huh? You know each other?
Sun Yan glanced at him and then said, Lin Zifeng, you're always wandering around, be careful Uncle Chen will break your legs.
Lin Zifeng said nonchalantly, no, how dare he touch me? Sun Yan raised her phone, I recorded it. Su Ran. Lin Zifeng.
In order to get Sun Yan to delete the recording, Lin Zifeng shamelessly joined them for dinner and threatened to treat them himself. The four of them drove 2 cars. Su Ran drove the Su-7 with Bai Susu, and Lin Zifeng drove a sports car with Sun Yan.
Why don't you ride in the same car with your brother?
Lin Zifeng looked at Sun Yan beside him.
The latter rolled his eyes and said, why should I be their third wheel? She clasped her hands around the bear and raised her eyebrows, it's your honor that a beautiful lady like me can sit in the passenger seat. Ha ha. What a shame. I only saw an ordinary woman. The two started fighting as soon as they met, and this has been the case since they were young. Of course, there is no love between them that between men and women.
After all, in a sense, they are blood relatives.
Soon, the four arrived at a high-end restaurant. Hiss.
You two brothers and sisters really know how to kill people.
Lin Zifeng couldn't help but complain. Su Ran said with a half-smile, young Master Lin said he'd treat us, so shouldn't you act nice? I'll install a few.
As if remembering the innocent Bai Suzhen who was present, Lin Zifeng just glared at Su Ran and then walked towards the restaurant door on his own. Bai Suzhen was still a little reserved in front of such a high-end restaurant, and instinctively felt that the luxury here did not suit her. At this moment, a big hand held her small hand. Bai Suzhen raised her eyes and looked at Su Ran. The latter chuckled, don't be nervous, just have a meal, you will experience this kind of thing often in the future.
Oh.
Feeling the warmth of the other person's palm, Bai Susu's heart beat faster, and she was thinking about what he said in her mind.
Later? Will they have a future?
As soon as he entered the restaurant, he was greeted by a beautiful waitress. Lin Zifeng negotiated with her and made the girl laugh so hard that she was completely ecstatic.
Scumbag.
Sun Yan complained.
Su Ran glanced at her and said, why are you yelling? Are you interested in him? This is unethical. Sun Yan's face suddenly darkened. Su Ran. What are you barking about?
Su Ran pointed at her and smiled at Bai Susu, look, this is her true face.
Sun Yan.
Bai Susu pursed her lips and then tugged at the hem of his clothes, you can't say that casually.
Sun Yan's eyes lit up, and she said proudly, see? My sister-in-law said you were wrong. Humph.
She grabbed Bai Susu and held her arm affectionately, sister-in-law, come with me, don't let my brother lead you astray.
The corners of Su Ran's mouth twitched.
During the meal, Sun Yan was very enthusiastic towards Bai Susu, picking up all kinds of dishes for her, and even Su Ran had no chance to show her warmth.
It seems like Sun Yan is in love with Bai Susu.
Bai Suzhen couldn't resist Su Nian's enthusiasm, but her awkwardness also dissipated unconsciously. After finishing the meal, Su Nian wanted to send Bai Susu home, but Su Ran grabbed her collar from behind and said unhappily, "Why are you still eating and taking things? Go back and rest quickly, if you want to go shopping tomorrow." "Sister, you are so enthusiastic, where does that leave your brothers?" Su Nian curled her lips and said, "I just want to visit my sister-in-law's house." "No need. Her house won't be there tomorrow." Su Ran rejected Su Nian and stuffed her directly into Lin Zifeng's car. "Send Su Nian home." Lin Zifeng looked reluctant. "I'm also a part-time driver, right? It's okay if you don't send him. Will your father protect his son or his adopted daughter?" "Lin Zifeng, you win." He and Su Nian, his own Lao Deng seems to love the latter more. "It hurts my heart, my friend." After Lin Zifeng drove away, Su Ran looked at Bai Susu. The sunset glowed over her, as if she were wearing a holy robe, dazzling and flawless. Especially her hair, which looked golden in the sunset glow. Su Ran finally understood why the novel said, "You are not even as good as a single hair of hers." "What's wrong?" Seeing him staring at her in a daze, Bai Suzhen touched her face with some confusion. "Is there something on my face? Did I not wipe it off after eating?" Su Ran chuckled, "No, I just feel that you are more beautiful than the sunset in the sky." The unexpected praise made Bai Susu's pretty face blush. "Oh, how come this guy starts with 0 frames?" Su Ran's mouth curled up, he really liked the current rhythm. "Let's go, I'll take you home." The Su 7 stopped downstairs of an old residential complex. After the two got out of the car, Su Ran looked up at the self-built house and said, "We're moving tomorrow, so let's take a closer look." Bai Susu looked at him puzzledly. "Do you like it here?" Su Ran smiled and said, "I'm watching for you." Bai Susu seemed to be lost in thought. Su Ran said, "The masters will be here at 7:30 tomorrow morning. You should have a good rest tonight." Bai Susu nodded, very obediently, "Okay." As if she had thought of something, Bai Susu raised her wrist, revealing the emerald green bracelet. "This is too valuable. I'll find a way to take it off and give it to you." Su Ran was stunned. "You don't like it?" Bai Susu quickly shook her head. "No, it's just too expensive. I don't deserve such a good gift." Su Ran's face darkened. "Bai Susu, have you forgotten what I said last time?" Bai Susu lowered her head timidly and whispered, "I'm sorry." Su Ran didn't say much, but said, "I'll weld this bracelet to your hand. If I find it missing tomorrow, you'll be in trouble." Bai Susu pursed her lips. "What if it's lost?" Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "Then you compensate me." Bai Susu's eyes widened. "How much?" Su Ran said in a very relaxed tone, "It's not very expensive, maybe tens of millions." "Oh, thousands, tens of thousands? Ha? 10,000? Oh. Bai Suzhen's face was completely stunned. Tens of millions? Did she hear the unit at the end wrongly? What is the concept? Su Ran smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xiao Bai, you are now a multi-millionaire." Bai Susu was terrified, looking like she was about to cry. "Boss, you can't even afford the compensation even if you sell me out." Chapter 89 Moving. The next morning, Su Ran arrived downstairs of Bai Susu's house early. The one who arrived earlier than him was the Hualala driver. There were also a few porters. "As long as the money is in place, no matter how much the item is, we can get it done for you as quickly as possible." Bai Susu and her daughter were downstairs at this time. When Bai Suzhen saw the familiar Su 7 slowly approaching, her eyes lit up and she walked over quickly with excitement. After Su Ran got out of the car, he raised an eyebrow at Bai Susu. "Why are you downstairs?" Bai Susu smiled softly. "We wanted to help, but the masters told us to rest." Su Ran nodded, then asked, "Have you packed up all the valuables?" Bai Susu nodded, "Just some of the heavier things I bought that need to be moved." Bai Susu looked up at him and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Su Ran shook his head, "No." Thinking that Bai Suzhen was moving today, Su Ran didn't sleep well last night, and she came here directly without having breakfast when she got up in the morning. Bai Susu said, "Wait for me a moment." She turned and walked quickly towards the rental house, and returned soon with an insulated box in her hand. Bai Susu thought for a moment, then stretched out her small, white hand and tugged at Su Ran's sleeve. "Come with me." Su Ran smiled dotingly. "Okay, boss Xiao Bai." The two found a place to sit down. Bai Susu virtuously opened the thermos and said softly, "I made lean meat porridge." "It's still hot." Su Ran asked, "What are you doing up so early?" Bai Susu whispered, "I can't sleep. Su Ran didn't ask any more questions, as they were the boss and didn't talk about the second in command. He tasted the porridge made by Xiao Bai with relish, while watching the masters who were helping to move goods not far away. Finally helped by Su Su escape from here. By the time we finished the porridge, we had almost finished moving. Su Ran and Bai Su Su walked over and happened to meet Bai's mother coming down the stairs.
Auntie, have you finished moving? Su Ran asked with a smile.
Bai's mother smiled and said, we've moved, but we just need to communicate with the landlord in the end.
The landlord also knew in advance that Bai Su Su's family was moving, so he came early. After checking the hygiene, he went downstairs to find Bai's mother. There was blessing and envy in the landlord's tone.
After all, she knew Bai Suzhen's family situation, and now she has met a noble person. After a round of greetings, the moving team left in a mighty manner.
After arriving at their new home, the movers started working again.
Mother Bai looked at the new house with so many old furniture and said with some complexity, it's time to replace these things.
After hearing this, Su Ran said, leave this matter to me, auntie. No. You kid. I was just saying it casually.
These things have been with us for so long, it would be a shame to throw them away, so let's just use them first. Bai's mother said with a helpless smile. Su Ran said with a smile, as the saying goes, out goes the old, in comes the new.
We need some new furniture to add to the festive atmosphere when we move into a new home. Don't worry about it, auntie. Su Su and I will take care of it. Before, he had to carefully seek opinions, but now that they have all moved in, Su Ran has taken a lot of initiative. Bai Suzhen glanced at Su Ran. She no longer knew what it meant to refute. It seemed that when Su Ran was around, she would subconsciously listen to his opinions. Xiao Bai has been taken under the control of Su Ran without realizing it. Bai's mother didn't know what to say. Apart from thank you, she didn't seem to know how to repay Su Ran. After moving, it was already time for dinner. Su Ran suggested going out to eat, but was rejected by Bai's mother. Bai's mother said righteously, Xiao Su, I've already troubled you a lot during this period. I can't let you spend any more money. Going out for a meal will cost you hundreds of dollars, so it's more economical to cook at home. No matter how rich Su Ran is, Bai's mother doesn't want him to spend money. In the end, Su Ran had no choice but to agree. Su Su, you and Xiao Su go out and buy some groceries. I'll go tinker in the kitchen. Bai Suzhen was pushed to Su Ran by her biological mother. There is a vegetable market and a supermarket near the house. The sun was very strong at noon. Su Ran opened an umbrella and sheltered himself and Bai Suzhen under it. The two of them were almost elbow to elbow. Bai Suzhen stared at the shadows of the two people standing close together, her eyes as soft as spring water, like a secretly delighted little rabbit. Although they didn't hold hands, their shadows did. Are you happy? Su Ran noticed the girl's mood and asked with a chuckle. Bai Su Su nodded gently, yes. Happy. Su Ran thought she was happy to move into a spacious house, and said with a smile, your new home is very close to the bar and school. You don't have to waste so much time riding your electric scooter anymore. I can see Qingning University through the window on the second floor of my new house. It is really close. Thank you. Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth, if you want to thank me in the future, you must be practical. Ah? Bai Su Su's eyes flashed with curiosity, actually? What does it mean? Why doesn't she understand? Su Ran smiled and said, that's right, it's practical. I don't like to hear thank you. Su the big bad wolf has already started planning, and no one knows what will become of Xiao Bai classmate under his control. Bai Suzhen's face suddenly showed confusion. In reality, it seemed that there was nothing she could do. The boss is so rich, what can't he do? I'll have to ask Nian Nian later what the boss needs. After walking around the vegetable market, I finally finished choosing the vegetables. Today it is Bai Suzhen's turn to cook. She tied an apron and tied her hair into a bun. As she used the new kitchen, her temperament as a good wife and mother became even more obvious. Su Ran was standing at the kitchen door, watching her cook with great interest. Watching a beautiful woman cooking is simply a pleasure and gives you a sense of accomplishment. There is such a beautiful girl cooking for a boy, whose life is this? Bai Suzhen could feel Su Ran's gaze. She rolled her white neck, swallowed her saliva, and felt a little nervous. Perhaps someone was watching. Bai Su Su was a little distracted while cooking, until she heard a laugh in her ear, if you continue to stir-fry the meat, it will become too dry. Bai Su Su shuddered, then said in a panic, yes, I'm sorry. She stuck out her tongue playfully and smoothly put the first dish onto the plate. Su Ran took it out.
When he returned again, he saw Bai Sujin stretching quietly. Her slender curves were displayed vividly against her clothes, which was extremely charming. The hem of her clothes extended upwards, revealing a white and slender waist. Seeing this scene, Su Ran's breathing became heavier. At present, what attracts him most about Bai Sujin is her small waist.
It's really too thin. I don't know if it will break if I use more force. Chapter 90 Ant is Shark Arm. Boss? What are you bending over for?
Bai Sujin, who had just finished cooking the second dish, sensed something and turned around to see Su Ran at the door.
But the latter was slightly bent over at this time. Su Ran coughed lightly a few times, then said, "Ahem, well, it's okay, my waist is a little tired, take it easy."
He didn't even dare to look directly into Bai Sujin's eyes, for fear that some bad images would appear in his mind again.
Su Xiaoran is too sensitive. Is it because she hasn't eaten for a long time? Bai Susu didn't think about it that way.
When she heard Su Ran's words, she seemed to be thinking about something. A trace of guilt appeared on her little face, and she couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry, I made you tired.
Why don't you go out and rest? I can do it alone." How can that be possible? Su Ran straightened up immediately after hearing this. How could he not look uncomfortable at all? He happily walked over to help.
Seeing that he acted as if nothing had happened, Bai Sujin felt even more guilty.
The boss is so considerate of other people's feelings.
Even though she is obviously not feeling well, he still wants to help her. In Bai Susu's eyes, Su Ran's figure became a little taller. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. At this moment, Bai Sujin felt that no boy was more pleasing to the eye than her boss.
Well, there aren't many people like him in real life. After all, the boss is so handsome. In an ambiguous atmosphere, a meal was prepared.
It has to be said that this was not the first time Su Ran had dinner with Bai Sujin and Bai's mother, but every time it felt like they were a family, so warm. Both Bai's mother and Bai Sujin took special care of him. This made Su Ran feel as if he was the son-in-law of the Bai family. At this time, Bai's mother's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Bai's mother, who was smiling, slowly faded her smile.
"Who is it?"
Bai Susu noticed something was wrong and asked.
Bai's mother looked a little strange. "Your aunt."
Upon hearing this, Bai Susu's face lost some of its enthusiasm.
She really didn't have a good impression of this aunt. Su Ran obviously knew the inside story. He suggested, "Take it and see what the other party is up to."
Bai's mother hesitated for a moment, then nodded, then listened to Xiao Su.
She immediately answered the phone. Bai Haitan's slightly shrill voice came from the phone. "Hey! Big sister, you finally answered the phone." Bai's mother said calmly, "What do you want from me?" "Hey! Don't be so cold, we are relatives after all." Bai Haitang said angrily. "Snort!"
Bai Sujin couldn't help but snort when she heard this, and a look of unhappiness appeared on her face. Su Ran was immediately happy when he saw her little expression.
This little girl is so adorable when she's angry.
When Bai Susu saw Su Ran teasing her, her face suddenly turned red and she wished she could lower her head and find a crack to crawl into.
Su Ran placed his hands on his thighs under the table, spread them out, and then gave Bai Susu a look.
The latter hesitated for a moment, then shyly put her small hand into his broad palm.
Su Ran easily held Bai Susu's little hand and silently comforted her. Bai Susu understood Su Ran.
Besides feeling shy, she also felt a touch of emotion in her heart. Bai's mother was not interested in her relative's sudden enthusiasm.
She said, "Tell me, what's the matter?"
"Well, I went to the hospital to see Mr. White this morning, and I'd like to visit you this afternoon."
"Do you have time?" Bai Haitang asked.
A hint of surprise appeared in Bai's mother's eyes. You know, after her husband was hospitalized, Bai Haitang never went to the hospital to visit him and behaved very indifferently.
Why did her attitude change so drastically now?
She glanced at Su Ran and Bai Susu's faces imperceptibly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "We are no longer there."
"Ah? You moved? So soon? Did Xiao Su buy the house for you?"
Bai Haitang was so anxious that she said it directly.
Sure enough, this Bai Haitang was going after Xiao Su. "Are you familiar with Xiao Su?" Bai's mother couldn't help but ask. "Yes. He's so familiar.
The last time he came to visit me, I could tell at first glance that he was a handsome man, a rare talent, and had a bright future." Bai Haitang wanted to use all the good words she had learned to praise him.
Su Ran's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but ask, "Auntie, are you sure you thought so at the time?"
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Bai Haitang's embarrassed laughter could be heard. Xiao Su was here too.
Well, what happened last time was all a misunderstanding.
It was just a misunderstanding. Don't bother with your aunt, she's a shark, her brain is spinning.
The Bai family mother and daughter. Su Ran smiled faintly. "Auntie, it's better not to try to get close to me. My Su doesn't want you to be seen."
You, the so-called aunt, are not even as close as our neighbors. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Su lowered her head shyly just because of Su Ran's words are Su.
What an intimate name.
But why didn't I feel the slightest bit of disgust? The little girl's hand was still being held by Mr. Su. Geese, Xiao Su, what you said, I really treat you as my juniors.
Bai Haitang also felt embarrassed at this time and didn't know what to say.
This little Su, you don't know how to respect your elders.
I've already found a way out for you, you just need to give me the way out. If it weren't for your wealth, I wouldn't bother with you.
Of course she wouldn't say this in public.
Su Ran didn't say anything else.
He looked at Bai's mother and motioned her to come and talk.
Bai's mother understood and said, "Let's talk about visiting later. We just moved, so it's not appropriate now."
Then big sister, please give me the address, beep beep. In the community, Bai Haitang looked at the hung-up call, her face suddenly darkened, and she threw the phone away in anger. Then she walked over and picked up the phone with a look of heartache, repeatedly checking to see if it was damaged. This was the fruit 16 p.m. that she had begged her husband to buy for a long time.
Humph. What's so great about that? Isn't it just finding a rich husband?
You poor bastards have been poor for so many years, maybe he just took a fancy to that little girl's beauty. Rich second generations are like that, they'll throw it away when they get tired of playing.
Bai Haitang muttered viciously. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and Guo Ying's voice came from outside. "Mom, what happened?" Bai Haitang reacted and said, "It's okay, I accidentally dropped my phone."
Then she thought of something, her eyes lit up. "Ying, come in, Mom wants to discuss something with you."
On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Bai's mother sighed. Why did she suddenly change her personality? "Xiao Su, what happened to you that day?"
Faced with Bai's mother's question, Su Ran didn't know what to say, and then he looked at Bai Su. The latter was stunned for a moment, a hint of uncertainty appearing on his cute face.
Ha? Shall I say it? Chapter 91 Sharing the same bed?
In the end, under Bai Sujin's innocent eyes, Su Ran gave in and told the whole story himself. As soon as Bai's mother heard it, she knew what was going on.
She's such a snob.
If she sees you driving a fancy car or something, she'll try to curry your favor. Bai's mother sighed and said, "This is also the reason why I don't want Su to have too much contact with her family."
Su Ran smiled and said, "It's okay, Auntie. She can only envy me.
As for wanting to cause trouble, I will make her regret it."
What a sin.
As the saying goes, no one can decide his or her own origin.
Who would have thought that I would have such a relative? After lunch, Su Ran didn't leave. There's so much room, I'll take a nap.
He didn't sleep well last night, so he felt a little groggy now. Bai Sujin had already made the bed in advance.
And because they were moving, they didn't have any extra bedding, so... You can sleep in my room.
Bai Su said with a blushing face.
Su Ran's eyes lit up. Isn't this a bit bad?
But his expression was full of the 4 big words "I don't mind." Bai Su said shyly, "It's okay, I don't take naps."
No. You need to sleep.
Su Ran interrupted directly.
Bai Su's eyes showed a hint of doubt. How can I sleep then?
Su Ran made no secret of her purpose. Of course we sleep together. This bed is so big, it's more than enough for 3 people to sleep.
Swish.
Su Ran's words directly burned Bai Su's CPU.
Ah? Sleeping together? This, me, you, us. Oh. Sigma Omega. Su Ran blinked and said, "There is air conditioning in the room, but not in the guest room." "Never mind, I'll just sleep in the guest room. It's okay to be hot all afternoon, and it's okay to not have a blanket in the house."
As he said this, he pretended to leave. As a result, Bai Sujin was controlled by him and subconsciously grabbed his arm.
Don't go. Just sleep here."
After Bai Sujin finished speaking, she suddenly felt her brain getting hot and she almost lost her ability to think.
Su Ran blinked, then, are you going to sleep?
Bai Sujin pursed her lips, her face a little confused. Su Ran took advantage of the situation and said, don't worry, we are all wearing clothes, and it's not a close contact. Bai Susu hesitated for a moment before nodding, Seeing the girl being amused and at a loss, Su Ran suddenly felt guilty.
Am I bullying others too much? That's not right.
I invited Xiao Bai to take a nap for her sleep.
I am a good person, a very good person.
Thinking of this, Su Ran's sense of guilt was immediately alleviated a lot. When it comes to self-deception, Su Ran has got it right.
After a while, Su Ran lay down in the bed first.
Because the air conditioner was on in the room, it was extremely comfortable to get into the quilt.
And the quilt was full of Bai Sujin's scent, very fragrant. Su Ran raised his head without leaving any trace.
He looked at Bai Susu and saw that she was a little embarrassed. He said, come, get in bed. It looked exactly like a big bad wolf pretending to be a rabbit mother in order to seduce a little white rabbit. Bai Susu had gone through several struggles in her heart. In fact, this extremely ambiguous behavior is, under normal circumstances, very presumptuous and ambiguous.
But these are not normal circumstances. Bai Susu couldn't refuse Su Ran.
Because in her heart, the place this boy occupies is so huge, so big that it can fill her entire soul. Bai Sujin carefully sat down with her big butt, then put her legs on the bed and snuggled into the quilt, but she was a little far away from Su Ran, so she lay carefully on the edge.
There's a full meter between them, so this shouldn't count as sleeping together, right? Su Ran didn't ask for too much.
After all, it was a rare opportunity for Bai Sujin to lie down on him. The little girl must have done a lot of psychological preparation in her heart.
Don't fall down, I'm going to sleep first.
Su Ran hid in the quilt, closed his eyes after a while, and began to snore softly. A hint of curiosity appeared in Bai Susu's big eyes.
The boss fell asleep? No way. He's pretending to be asleep? Bai Sujin asked herself if she could fall asleep instantly.
Every time she lay in bed, no matter how sleepy she was, it would take her a while to fall asleep.
But now she saw humans who fell asleep in seconds.
Because there were only 2 of them in the room, and one of them was asleep, Bai Sujin didn't need to be sneaky. She hid her lower body in the quilt and leaned her upper body against the headboard, just staring at Su Ran's sleeping face quietly.
Still so handsome even when asleep.
Bai Susu observed Su Ran for a long while, and finally felt sleepy. Her eyelids slowly closed, and she also fell into a very sweet sleep. When Su Ran woke up, he was completely confused. He had fallen into a deep sleep and felt like it was already the next day.
Where the hell did this come from?
Su Ran sat up, and a sweet fragrance filled his nose, which made him stunned for a moment before he reacted.
Oh my god. Wasn't he in Bai Susu's room? He remembered it all.
His eyes fell to the side, and the bed had long lost its warmth.
That girl woke up?
At this time, the door was gently opened and a petite figure walked in. Seeing Su Ran sitting there, a hint of shame flashed across Bai Susu's eyes.
Are you awake? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. What time is it?
Bai Susu said softly, it's already 5 o'clock.
Did you sleep for more than 3 hours? After sleeping in the same bed, both of them felt some changes, but they tacitly did not show it. I made some sugar water, please try it.
Bai Sujin walked up to Su Ran with a bowl of sugar water.
The latter said thank you and took it. After a nap, his throat was indeed dry.
Although the syrup had just been cooked, it was a bit cold. It was obvious that the girl had put it in the refrigerator after cooking. Su Ran would like to call this sip of sweet soup the national cellar.
By the way, Nian Nian called.
Bai Susu glanced at him and then said, she asked when we're going shopping. Su Ran naturally didn't forget about this matter and said, it's okay, let's go later. The sun is so bright now, let's go shopping after the sun goes down. After a pause, he said, before that, you can take a shower and change into some nice clothes, then we can set off. Bai Susu's face was a little embarrassed. No, there's no need to be so exaggerated, right? Su Ran shrugged, anyway, if you want to take a shower, take it, or not, it's okay.
It's already fragrant and soft.
Bai Sujin was very embarrassed by what she said.
What do you mean by sweet and soft? You're saying it as if you've touched it. However, Bai Sujin still planned to take a bath. After all, they were going shopping, and she also wanted to be in the best condition to accompany Su Ran. Chapter 92 Shopping.
In the evening, Su Ran brought Bai Susu to the place where he had agreed to meet Sun Yan. In the mall parking lot, Sun Yan was dressed very coolly, in a vest and shorts, and her straight and slender long legs were exposed to the air, which was very eye-catching. Many boys even took the initiative to ask for her contact information, but they were all rejected by Sun Yan.
Beautiful lady, add me on WeChat and I'll take you for a ride. A man in his 30s showed his BMW keys.
At his age, being able to drive a BMW is already a rare talent. A little girl like this definitely can't resist temptation.
Unexpectedly, Sun Yan rolled his eyes and said, "You want to pick up girls with a broken BMW key? What are you thinking?" The man's face froze, and then he said unconvincingly, "That's a BMW. A 300,000 car." Sun Yan took out the key calmly and pressed it lightly. The headlights of a sports car not far away lit up. "How many tens of thousands?" Sun Yan looked at the other person calmly. The latter's face was stiff. He didn't expect that he would meet a real rich girl when he was pretending to be cool. "The wind is strong, hurry up." When Su Ran and the other arrived, Sun Yan rushed over quickly. She ignored Su Ran and hugged by Su Su.
The first thing he did was check her wrist. After discovering that the bracelet was still there, she smiled with satisfaction, and then said with a grin, "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful." Bai Su Su was not dressed coolly like Sun Yan, but wore a light blue long skirt. The skirt seemed a bit tight, showing off Bai Su Su's proud figure, especially her thin waist, which was really too thin.
Sun Yan couldn't help but try it after seeing it.
Bai Sujin felt a little uncomfortable, while Su Ran simply slapped Sun Yan's hand away.
"Why are you touching me in public? I haven't even touched it, and you're trying to do it, right?" Sun Yan rubbed his hands in pain and glared at Su Ran. "Brother, you can't be so protective of your food, right?" Su Ran chuckled, "Homosexuality is more dangerous."
He knew Bai Sujin's charm, and he guessed that no girl could resist her. Bai Sujin's face turned slightly red. The conversation between the brother and sister always made her feel embarrassed.
"Come on. Let's go shopping."
Sun Yan took Bai Sujin's hand and walked towards the mall alone without paying any attention to Su Ran.
Su Ran followed silently.
As we walked into the mall, the air conditioning instantly dispelled the evening heat.
There were many people walking around in the mall.
The holiday gave many people time to experience the fun of shopping.
"Sister-in-law, can I pick out some clothes for you?" Sun Yan suddenly looked at Bai Sujin. The latter quickly waved his hand, "No need. I have clothes." "Oh. Having clothes is one thing, buying clothes is another. As a girl, you can only have more clothes, not less." Sun Yan waved his hand and said very heroically, "Sister-in-law, please give me this chance. My money is almost moldy." Bai Su Su. "What are you talking about? Is this the problem some people have? They have so much money they don't know what to do with it."
Bai Su Su looked at Su Ran, who smiled, and said, "It's okay, Sun Yan has a lot of money, so spend it freely.
Just buy the expensive ones, don't be embarrassed."
Bai Su Su glared at him reproachfully.
"How can this be so embarrassing?"
Sun Yan pulled Bai Su Su straight to the women's clothing area on the third floor and stopped in front of a store with a strong sense of design. Standing outside the door, you can see a champagne-colored halter dress hanging in the window. The hem of the dress is decorated with tiny rhinestones, shining softly under the light.
"Wow! So beautiful. Sister-in-law, try this one."
Sun Yan pulled Bai Su Su into the store without saying anything and picked up the skirt directly.
"Wait. Beautiful lady, this dress is for display and not for sale." Hearing this, Sun Yan raised his eyebrows. "Who is your boss?"
The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then she looked inside the store and was about to speak when Sun Yan pulled out a card. "I want all the clothes in your store.
From now on, I'm your boss, do you understand?" Salesperson.
The boss came over immediately upon hearing the noise and said apologetically, "Hello, distinguished lady."
Sun Yan interrupted directly, "I want to buy all your clothes. Name a price." The boss didn't expect a wealthy woman to come. He quickly said, "No problem, ma'am.
The clothes in this store cost between 500,000 and 700,000 yuan.
We'll pack them for you right away."
Sun Yan said impatiently, "No need, 1 million, I'll cover it all, now can we try on clothes?" The boss's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he nodded quickly, saying, "That's right.
That's right. Madam, feel free to try it."
Sun Yan then stuffed the skirt into Bai Su Su's hands with satisfaction, her eyes shining like stars. "Sister-in-law, try it on quickly. You have fair skin, and you will definitely look like a fairy in this."
Bai Suzhen's brain hadn't reacted yet.
Her mind was full of the 1 million Sun Yan mentioned.
This 1 million was just spent so easily? Isn't this too extravagant and inhumane? Su Ran's mouth twitched.
It was obvious that her sister treated money as dirt. This could not be done without years of consumption experience.
Damn it!
Comparing yourself to others makes you feel nauseous. Bai Susu pinched the soft fabric and looked at Su Ran hesitantly.
The latter nodded encouragingly. Try it. I'll wait for you outside.
Bai Susu looked at the suspender skirt in her hand, thought for a moment, and then said to Sun Yan, Nyen, come and help me.
Sun Yan's eyes lit up, her face filled with excitement. Okay. Let's go.
As she spoke, she glanced at Su Ran with pride.
Su Ran was so jealous that she was unrecognizable. He wants to go in too.
The boss and the shopping guide all had professional smiles on their faces.
1 million, this is a direct return on investment plus a profit of hundreds of thousands. Huge profit. So when it comes to doing business, sometimes all you need is an opportunity.
In the fitting room, Bai Suzhen stood in front of the mirror. The champagne-colored long dress outlined her exquisite curves. The rhinestone swayed gently with her movements, making her already fair skin even more translucent. Sun Yan covered her mouth exaggeratedly. Oh my god.
Sister-in-law, are you trying to charm everyone in the mall? Even I am about to fall, right? Bai Susu's cheeks flushed from the compliment.
Just as she was about to say, it's too revealing, Sun Yan said directly, it would be perfect if she added a few more pieces of jewelry.
Come on, go on. Let's go out and open my brother's eyes. Let him see what a beautiful woman is.
Bai Susu said shyly, this.
I dare not.
The dress fit her delicate body tightly, making her feel like she was being seen through, and a large area of her shoulders and collarbones were exposed, which was really a bit uncomfortable.
Sun Yan blinked and said, Sister-in-law, don't you want my brother to recognize your most beautiful side?
This. When Bai Susu heard this, a touch of emotion appeared on her face. Sun Yan continued, my brother has seen too many beauties, but I believe that you are definitely the most beautiful one I have ever seen.
If he sees you like this, he will be deeply fascinated by you.
Upon hearing this, Bai Susu couldn't help but think of that scene in her mind.
Oh. How embarrassing. Sigma Omega. Chapter 93 Take a picture and send it to the brothers group.
Soon, the door of the fitting room opened.
Su Ran looked over immediately after hearing the voice. The first one to come out was Sun Yan.
She looked at Su Ran and winked at him playfully.
Sister-in-law, come out.
After a moment of silence, a beautiful figure walked out of the fitting room. Su Ran's breathing almost stopped at that moment, and his eyes were fixed on the figure as if they were sucked by a magnet. Bai Suzhen was wearing that long skirt. The draping fabric of the skirt just outlined her slender but not thin waistline. The hem of the skirt swayed slightly with her steps, revealing her slender and white ankles, which made her already clear skin look even more like the finest mutton fat jade. She looked fresh and refined, like a fairy descending to earth. Everyone in the store was drawn to her, and they subconsciously slowed down their breathing, fearing that they would disturb this beautiful scene. Sun Yan moved closer to Su Ran, nudged him lightly with her elbow, and lowered her voice to laugh. Brother, I said this dress is a perfect match for sister-in-law.
Do you believe it now? What do you think? Your sister's taste is pretty good, right?
Su Ran swallowed, then cleared her throat and said with satisfaction, very good, she is worthy of being my biological sister.
Sun Yan.
Okay, when they are useful, they are your biological children.
When they are useless, we don't know if they are your biological children, right?
Bai Susu felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of the crowd. Her fingertips gently grasped the edge of her skirt. When she looked up at Su Ran, a faint blush crept onto the tips of her ears.
Isn't this a little too conspicuous?
When Su Ran heard this, his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously again. He walked quickly to her side and naturally tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. His voice was a few notches lower than usual, with an imperceptible gentleness, unobtrusive, just right. The Bai Suzhen in his mind should be like this, extremely beautiful. He turned to look at the shopping guide and said, pack this one up.
Sun Yan suddenly said, I think sister-in-law can wear it directly. Su Ran said nothing, but looked at Bai Susu, asking for her opinion.
He knew that Bai Suzhen was introverted and socially anxious, and he didn't know whether she would agree.
Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then she looked at Su Ran and asked softly, do I look good like this? Su Ran nodded quickly, of course.
I'm sure there is no girl prettier than you in this mall.
Su Nian. Although it is true, why do I feel so inexplicably unhappy?
Forget it, since he is my brother, I should give him some face. Bai Susu lowered her head shyly, then whispered, then, put it on.
Su Ran's eyes lit up, okay. Su Nian waved his hand and said, very good. Let's go somewhere else.
The boss beside her hesitated for a moment, then walked over and said, Boss, these clothes. Su Nian then remembered that she had already packed everything.
She looked at Bai Susu and said, Sister-in-law, do you have anything else you like? Pick out a few more sets?
Bai Susu heard this and shook her head gently. Thank you, Nian Nian, this one is enough. The skirt she was wearing was not cheap and was very precious to her.
Upon hearing this, Su Nian said to the boss, I'll give you an address. Please pack it for me and send it over.
The boss was of course very happy about this and nodded, I understand.
After leaving the clothing store, Su Ran asked curiously, where are you going to send those clothes?
Su Nian was about to speak, but then glanced at Bai Susu who was also curious, and then said playfully, keep it a secret.
Su Ran.
After a while, Su Nian pulled Bai Susu to the gold shop again. The two girls walked briskly along the way, and their youthful and energetic appearance attracted the attention of many passers-by. When they saw the beauty of the two women, they were immediately amazed.
Beautiful girls. Are they celebrities? That girl in the skirt is so pretty. She's even prettier than the skirt. Hiss. Who on earth would get this kind of top quality stuff for free? Why can't it be you and me, bro? Don't worry, I still have some. I can't watch this alone, I have to take a picture and send it to my friends group. Godfather.
Su Ran followed behind slowly, but his eyes never left the beautiful figure, with a comfortable smile on his lips.
Su Nian took Bai Susu into the gold shop.
Bai Susu was a little nervous, not because she was used to going to such high-end places, but because she was worried that Su Nian would suddenly ask for the whole place to herself again.
Where's the boss? I want to pack.
Sure enough, Su Nian got excited and was about to speak, but Bai Sujin covered her mouth in time. Bai Susu said angrily, Nian Nian, this is not good.
Su Nian blinked and signaled her to let him go.
Bai Sujin hesitated for a moment, then let go of her hand.
Su Nian smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I just want to help you pick out some nice jewelry.
Bai Susu looked at the golden jewelry and then shook her head gently, no, it's too expensive.
Oh. What's so expensive about gold?
Many things in my house are made of gold.
Su Nian said nonchalantly.
When the shopping guides heard this, they immediately showed envy.
Damn capitalism.
Bai Sujin was also at a loss for words. Fortunately, she had gained a lot of experience by following Su Ran, so she was not shocked.
Xiao Bai, come here. At this time a voice sounded.
When Bai Susu heard this, she saw Su Ran looking at jewelry in front of a cabinet.
Bai Sujin walked over obediently. Su Ran pointed to a 100-gram gold bracelet and said, take it out and let me see it.
The shopping guide also cooperated enthusiastically. Su Ran took the bracelet and then said to Bai Susu, come, give me your hand. In front of the shopping guide, Bai Sujin was a little hesitant, but she couldn't refuse Su Ran, so she could only lower her head and reach out her hand. Su Ran put the bracelet into Bai Susu's little hand very easily.
It's a bit big. Su Ran commented.
The shopping guide understood immediately and took out several bracelets in stock that weighed more than 100 grams. Sir, please take a look. I think these are all very beautiful and will match your girlfriend perfectly. The shopping guide immediately flattered Su Ran, which made Su Ran very satisfied. He took out another bracelet and put it on Bai Susu, and this time it fit perfectly. The gold bracelet is worn in front of the jade bracelet, and the two match very well.
Miss, your bracelet is so beautiful. It must be expensive, right?
The shopping guide said enviously.
Huh? That? I don't know. Bai Sujin really didn't know the value of this jade bracelet. Su Ran said calmly, it's okay, only a few thousand. There is still another 10,000 words left to say.
Bai Sujin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a few $1,000s is not very expensive.
Su Nian. Chapter 94 Chapter 94 Does your girlfriend provide free shipping? A gold bracelet was added to Bai Sujin's wrist.
And under Su Ran's dominance, she could only accept it silently. He gave Su Nian a wink, and the latter happily swiped the card.
When Bai Sujin saw the transaction information, a trace of guilt suddenly appeared on her face. A bracelet costs almost 100,000? This is too expensive. What does 100,000 mean? She'll have to save for years. Su Ran rubbed her head and said, "Don't think too much, just wear it." Bai Sujin felt mixed emotions. Although she knew that this money was nothing to Su Ran and his sister, it was too precious to her. After coming out of the jewelry shop, Bai Sujin not only had a bracelet on her hand, but also a necklace around her neck. Sun Yan picked them all for her, and in order to fit in, Sun Yan also bought a few things for herself. What do we do next? Sun Yan's eyes swept across the shops, as if thinking about something. Su Ran suddenly said to Bai Susu, "Do you want to change your hairstyle?" Bai Susu heard this and asked curiously, "Huh? Is my hair ugly?" Su Ran shook his head, "Of course not. Bai Sujin has a lot of hair, and it's not greasy. It's just that girls' hairstyles are a bit conservative nowadays, which makes people look a little unconfident. But I think you would look more beautiful if you changed your hairstyle." A hint of confusion appeared in Bai Sujin's eyes. "Of course, if you don't want to forget it," Su Ran said indifferently. "No. Then I'll listen to you." Bai Susu lowered her head and whispered. Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth, "Then come on, I'll take you to the barber shop." Sun Yan gave Su Ran a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are really good at controlling your sister-in-law." We arrived at a barber shop that looked quite upscale, and Mr. Tony came to greet us. Bai Sujin was gently pushed by Su Ran to the front of the mirror. Looking at herself in a low ponytail and wearing a skirt, the girl subconsciously grasped the hem of her skirt with her fingertips. She has always had a lot of hair, but it has always been a little troublesome for her. It takes her a long time to comb her hair, and she wants to cut it short, but I don't know if the boss likes short hair. Relax. Su Ran's voice came from behind. He helped Bai Susu push the loose hair on her shoulders behind her ears. You are so beautiful. No matter what hairstyle you wear, you will look good. Hearing this, Bai Sujin also felt encouraged and her self-confidence increased a little. Soon, the barber came over with a tablet and pulled out several hairstyle pictures suitable for thick hair. Sun Yan came over and pointed at one of the hairstyles with shining eyes. "This one is great, it makes you look very gentle at first glance." Bai Susu looked at the model in the picture with her eyes curved in smile, then looked up at Su Ran, asking for his opinion. Seeing him nod, she whispered, "Then, let's try this." When the apron was being tied, Bai Sujin was a little nervous, but when the scissors clicked and cut off the first strand of hair, she slowly relaxed. Through the mirror, her peripheral vision kept falling on the boy sitting on the sofa. Su Ran sat on the sofa next to her, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and his eyes fell on her in the mirror from time to time. The two looked at each other and Su Ran raised his eyebrows. Bai Susu couldn't help laughing, and the corners of her lips curled up subconsciously. As expected of Mr. Tony, it took him nearly an hour to cut her hair. After trimming her hair, Bai Sujin looked completely refreshed. If she was a shy and introverted ordinary girl before, she was undoubtedly more stunning now, with a bit more gentleness and elegance. Even Su Ran didn't know when he stopped playing with his phone and stared at her intently. Sure enough, my decision was right. Fortunately, he went shopping today, otherwise when would he be able to see Bai Sujin like this? So beautiful. Sun Yan also stared at it and even took out his cell phone to take pictures. Bai Sujin was a little shy. Is it really beautiful? She looked at herself in the mirror and pursed her lips. The girl in the mirror had a flushed face, as if she was drunk. Is this me? So erotic. Teacher Tony was also amazed. Miss, this hairstyle is tailor-made for you. No, I should say that with your foundation, any hairstyle will look beautiful. He was also surprised by his masterpiece, it was simply perfect. Thanks. Bai Sujin thanked her politely, then glanced at Su Ran. The latter also gave him a thumbs up to show his approval. Bai Sujin's eyes curved slightly. When checking out, Teacher Tony suddenly said, "Well, I'd like to ask if I can take a picture of this young lady so I can use her as a model." Of course, I can pay the corresponding fee. Hearing this, Su Ran looked at Bai Susu and said, "You have to ask her about this." Bai Susu thought about it, then shook her head, sorry. She didn't want too many people to see her appearance. Teacher Tony wanted to fight for it, but Su Ran took Bai Susu's hand and said to the boss, "Sorry, I declined." After saying that, he pulled Bai Sujin out of the barber shop. Sun Yan looked at the backs of the two and touched his chin. Should I leave now? Being a light bulb here, I guess I'll be fed some dog food.
After Su ran and Su walked a distance, the former kept looking at her. Noticing that the latter kept lowering her head, she couldn't help but remind her, "Look up, aren't you afraid of your cervical spine leaning forward?" Sujan raised her head obediently, her face without makeup was very charming. Su ran smiled and said, "Actually, you still have one step left."
Ah? Su ran said, "Put on makeup." Makeup?
Su was a little embarrassed. I don't know how. Although she had promised Su ran last time that she would learn how to put on makeup, she doesn't know how now.
Su ran smiled and said, "How about trying it out? We're here anyway."
The dress was changed, the jewelry was put on, the hair was done, and the only thing left was the final makeup.
Su asked softly, "Do you want to see it?" Su ran nodded, "I do. There is nothing to hide. Who doesn't like to look at beautiful women?" Su nodded gently, "Okay." It was only then that the two realized that Sun Yan had disappeared, and they sent a message saying that they had gone out to eat. How could Su ran not know what his sister was thinking?
He felt very satisfied.
Yes, he who knows the times is a hero.
Su ran brought Su to a beauty store. The owner was a girl with exquisite makeup on.
She was broadcasting live at the time.
When she saw the guest coming in, she greeted him and then her eyes fixed on Sujan's face.
"Oh my god. What a beautiful girl. Handsome guy, where did you find your girlfriend? Is shipping free? Su ran? By Su?
Chapter 95. Let us melt on the bed later. At this time, netizens in the live broadcast room came over after smelling the scent.
Anchor. What are you talking about? What beautiful girl? I'm Kong. What the hell is going on? Where is this beautiful woman? Anchor, please share it with everyone. I'm following you, MC, and adding you as my fan sign. I'll give you another beer. Please, let me see some pretty girls. The main bag is already beautiful enough, but there's even a master? How beautiful would it have to be? Squat. The originally quiet comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became lively, and the number of people joining the live broadcast room was still increasing rapidly. The main package girl quickly glanced at the comments, then quickly looked at Su ran and the others. "Excuse me, what do you need?" Su ran looked her over and then asked, "How are your skills? Anchor lady? Technology? Is this serious? No, buddy, are you polite? Holy shit. Who is this bastard? Tell me his location so I can take him down. How dare you insult my beautiful and freezing anchor lady? Damn it. Technology. Actually, I want to try it too. He. The man below.
The live broadcast room was immediately filled with curses. The young lady was also a little caught off guard, and then she asked puzzledly, "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean?"
Su ran asked, "Is your makeup skill good?" Young lady, so this is the technology. Netizen, it turns out we are too dirty.
The young lady chuckled and said, "The quality is guaranteed to be good. I'm a beauty blogger and I often broadcast makeup live in the live broadcast room.
Netizens know it."
As she spoke, she glanced at Su, who was sitting quietly beside her, and her eyes lit up. "Excuse me, handsome guy, are you going to put makeup on your girlfriend?"
Sujan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she glanced at Su ran with a look of anger. The latter nodded calmly, "Yes, thank you for your help."
The host lady said excitedly, No trouble.
"Hello, miss, come and sit down." Sujan looked at Su ran. The latter nodded, then he glanced at the phone that was live streaming. "Are you live streaming?" The young lady nodded repeatedly, "Yeah. Yes."
Su ran said calmly, "I'm sorry, my girlfriend is not available on camera."
He doesn't want to share it with those old perverts on the internet.
The young lady smiled apologetically, "I'm sorry, but don't worry, I won't show my face." She asked Sujan to come and sit down, but she didn't know that due to the reflection of the mirror, Sujan's appearance appeared in the live broadcast room.
For a moment, netizens were in an uproar. What the hell? What the hell? Which fairy has descended to earth? Such a pure and lustful young lady. This is the first time I've seen a beauty who combines purity and charm. She must be born with the physique of a succubus. Fuck. Who's dating a girl like that? Host, I want to see what that guy looks like. +1.
The audience in the live broadcast room were first amazed by Sujan's beauty, and then they all started to set the pace, wanting to see who this beauty's boyfriend is. How can he be worthy of such a good talk? Can I turn off the live broadcast? At this time, a weak voice sounded, and it was by Sujin who took the initiative to speak. The young lady was stunned, and netizens were also stunned. This voice, is it adult? No. Miss, please don't. We won't bother you anymore, okay? Please don't turn it off. Baisusu looked at the anchor girls seriously and said again, they saw me. The anchor woman's mouth twitched, and then she could only nod, okay, sorry. Baisujin nodded slightly and said nothing more. Su-ran didn't want her to show her face, and she took it to heart, so she took the initiative to bring it up so seriously. The anchor woman started to put makeup on Baisujin. Looking at the girl with excellent skin, the anchor woman didn't know how to start for a moment. You have such great skin. Let me get straight to it. What type of makeup do you want? Baisusu thought about it, then said, something lighter. The young lady smiled and said, I thought so too. You are already beautiful enough. Too much makeup will not suit you. The makeup brush lightly swept across Baisujin's cheek, and the light apricot blush spread into a faint pink, like a flower bud just emerging from a branch in early spring, so tender that water could be squeezed out of it. Then the anchor woman held the eyebrow pencil, stared at her naturally thick eyebrows and hesitated for a long time. In the end, she only dared to add a few strokes of light brown, for fear of destroying the brow bone line given by God. Should I use milk tea color as the base for my eye makeup? As the anchor dipped her eyeshadow in the makeup, she couldn't help but praise him, your eyes are slightly upturned at the end. You don't need to draw too thick eyeliner. Just a light touch will make them look lively. Miss, your eyes are so beautiful, they seem to seduce people. Your boyfriend must be obsessed with you, right? Baisusu felt a little shy when she heard this, and she didn't know what Su-ran's expression was. Because she couldn't see him. Su-ran sat on the sofa next to her, his eyes never leaving Baisujin. Until the anchor applied the last touch of lipstick on Baisusu and gently pressed her lower lip. Okay, do you think you are satisfied? Baisujin looked up at the mirror and was stunned for 2 seconds. The girl in the mirror has lost her usual plainness, but has gained a touch of softness and refinement. The fine shimmer at the end of her eyes makes her eyes brighter, and the lip color makes her skin look even whiter. It looks good, yes, it looks good, but she is a little uncomfortable with it, and always feels that it has lost its pure aura. She touched her cheek lightly with her fingertips, turned to look at Su-ran, and asked softly, does it look good? Su-ran could no longer hold back. He stood up and walked over, his fingertips gently brushing the broken hair on her temples. His voice was a little lower than usual, it looks good. He paused and added, you look good without makeup, too. When Su-ran saw Baisujin putting on makeup, she started to compare him with others. It is true that after the makeup, Baisujin became more stunning, but he still felt that Baisujin without makeup was more natural. That is the real Baisujin. As for makeup, I'll do it in bed later. The host laughed and joked, you seem very satisfied? This is the first time I've done makeup for such a carefree model. I barely made any changes. It's all thanks to her good foundation. As she spoke, she put away her makeup brushes. She caught a glimpse of Baisusu's ears turning red, and she couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. This young couple was too sweet. Baisusu grabbed the corner of Su-ran's clothes and looked at the anchor. Thank you, how much is it? No. The host quickly waved his hands. No. I was so rude just now, and it wasn't a big deal, so I won't charge you. Because of Baisujin, her number of fans increased by hundreds. She paused, then couldn't help but say, if you don't mind, come anytime you want to get your makeup done, and I'll give you a 50% discount. Su-ran smiled and refused, it doesn't have to be free, it's whatever it is. After a pause, he chuckled, I have to thank you for giving me a beautiful girlfriend. Baisusu lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling so embarrassed that she was completely lost. Chapter 96 Father by Su-ran and Baisusu were strolling in the mall, and they were very close to each other. Under Su-ran's urging, Baisusu forced herself to raise her head. Although the eyes of people around her fell on her from time to time, she still looked forward bravely. When the people around saw Baisujin's makeup, they were all shocked by her beauty. Damn! No one told me there were such beauties. While Baisusu was lost in thought, Su-ran's voice rang out, just get used to it. Don't worry about other people's eyes. Hearing this, the girl nodded slightly, yeah. Su-ran spread out his hands and said, if you feel embarrassed, I can lend them to you. Baisusu.
I feel even more embarrassed when you hold my hand, okay?
After hesitating for a moment, Bai Sujin put her hand into Su Ran's palm. Perhaps she was greedy for Su Ran's sense of security, or perhaps she wanted to cherish the hard-earned time alone with them. Only at this time can she relax and be her true self. Su Ran held that softness and felt a sense of lightness in her heart. A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little did he know that in a place where he couldn't see, the girl was also slightly delighted.
Yo, yo, yo! Are you all holding hands?
When they went down to the first floor, they happened to meet Sun Yen, who was wandering around bored.
The latter looked at the two of them with a smile.
After being caught, Bai Sujin embarrassedly broke free from Su Ran's hand. Su Ran, on the other hand, was not angry.
Instead, he looked at his sister with a forced smile. What did you eat? Red beans?
Sun Yen was stunned for a moment, then cleared his throat a few times and said, "Well, I just wanted to ask you guys if you're still going shopping, huh?"
Wow! Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Sun Yen's eyes lit up when he landed on Bai Susu's face. He rushed to her and looked her up and down, tisk tsk.
Although my brother is not a very good person, his vision is still very good.
Su Ran's face suddenly darkened. Why step on him?
Bai Sujin was a little embarrassed, and let Sun Yen touch and pinch her like a porcelain doll.
She was set up tonight and transformed into her current appearance by this brother and sister.
Bai Sujin was a little dazed, and always felt that she was no longer herself. The three of them didn't hang around for long because it was almost 10 o'clock.
Sun Yen drove by herself and was a little reluctant before leaving. Sister-in-law, when can I visit your home? Hearing this, Bai Susu raised a smile. Anytime is fine, Nyen Nyen, if you want to come, let your brother bring you along, and I'll cook for you. Sun Yen looked at Su Ran, who looked innocent, and said proudly, did you hear that? Su Ran said unhappily, wait until the new year. Don't think about it these days. Why?
Su Ran said calmly, because I don't have time.
Sun Yen. In the end, Sun Yen went back muttering to himself.
Su Ran also sent Bai Susu back to the front of the villa.
Bai Susu said nervously, Boss Su, will it be bad for me to go back like this? She's still wearing makeup. Su Ran chuckled and said, it's okay. Auntie knows you're going out with me today anyway.
He believed that his aunt still trusted him. Bai Susu pursed her lips and said weakly, but
I don't know how to remove my makeup. Su Ran had anticipated this. She stretched out her long arm, took a bag, and handed it to the girl. This is the makeup remover oil Sun Yen bought for you. If you have any questions, you can send her a message. As he spoke, he chuckled and said, you have to learn it slowly, don't you think? Hearing this, Bai Susu nodded gently, yes. Su Ran unbuckled his seatbelt and said, okay, I'll take you upstairs. Bai Susu looked at Su Ran, who took the initiative to carry bags for her, and felt a little sweet in her heart. The two of them walked through the door, and as soon as they stepped into the living room, Su Ran's body froze. Bai Susu was puzzled by his strange behavior. Then she looked into the house and suddenly showed a surprised expression. Dad? In the living room, a thin middle-aged man sitting in a wheelchair was watching TV, and Bai's mother was sitting next to him. The middle-aged man was Bai Susu's father. At this time, Mr. Bai heard the noise and looked towards the door, and saw a handsome boy walking in with his daughter in an intimate manner. When Bai's mother saw the two of them, she smiled kindly and came over to greet them. You're back? Oh. Is this still my Susu? She's so beautiful now? Bai Sujin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She originally thought that her mother was the only one at home, but she didn't expect that her father was discharged from the hospital early. This made Bai Sujin even more embarrassed. Su Ran also showed an awkward smile at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that my first meeting with my future father-in-law would happen so abruptly. He was not mentally prepared at all. Go over and say hello to your dad. Bai's mother said at this time, and at the same time she winked at Su Ran. Su Ran understood immediately. Bai Susu nervously came to Father Bai and said weakly, Dad. A smile appeared on Father Bai's somewhat sick face. Hey, my daughter is back? Did you have fun today? Bai Sujin nodded slightly, as if she felt something was wrong, and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Father Bai looked at his daughter, a complex expression in his eyes. He had never seen a daughter so cheerful and energetic. In fact, he has always felt indebted to his daughter. Because of his own health, his daughter has suffered so much since childhood, and he has always been blaming himself. Of course, he knew that the child would feel inferior and hate his own incompetence. If he had been more motivated, how could he have let the child suffer so much?
He even felt at one point that his second half of life was ruined and wanted to commit suicide so as not to drag down his wife and daughter. If his wife had not tried her best to dissuade him, he probably would not be sitting here. But seeing his daughter happy, Father felt sincerely relieved. He often heard his wife say that his daughter had met a noble man. He originally thought that the other party was only interested in his daughter's beauty, but the moment he saw them, he denied his feelings.
It seems that nothing matters anymore, as long as my daughter is happy.
It turns out that during his absence, his wife and daughter were taken care of so well and moved into such a big house.
Come and sit down.
Father patted the sofa beside him and motioned Susu to sit down.
The latter looked at Su Ran, and under the latter's encouraging eyes, she walked over and sat down. Father Bai's gaze then fell on Su Ran. Su Ran spoke first. Hello Uncle Bai, my name is Su Ran. Father Bai nodded. I have heard your story, you sit down too. Su Ran was slightly delighted, and then he walked over and sat down next to Bai Sujin. Father Bai saw this and twitched his lips. I told you to sit over there. The brat deliberately took advantage of his daughter in front of him, right? Su Ran. P.S. It's all burned out, the author has to go to the factory to screw screws. Chapter 97 maintenance is already underway?
Father Bai looked at Su Ran, who was calm and composed, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly.
This guy isn't nervous about him at all? It seems that there is no plot in the novel where the son-in-law faces his father-in-law. Why would Su Ran be nervous? After all, his conditions were already among the best, right?
Father Bai organized his words and then spoke slowly. Susu's mother has already told me about you. Thank you very much for taking care of Susu during this period of time.
Su Ran smiled and said, it should be. Bai Sujin sat silently aside, like an air person. Father Bai looked at the two of them and then asked Su Ran, are you a couple now?
Su Ran cleared his throat and was about to speak when Bai Susu suddenly blushed and said, Dad, what are you talking about? Our relationship now is not what you think.
Su Ran continued, Uncle, it's like this. Xiao Bai is my employee and also my junior schoolmate.
It's my responsibility to take care of her, but we're not in a relationship yet. This is used very subtly for the time being. Father Bai naturally understood.
He said meaningfully, I won't interfere too much in the affairs of you young people. Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to cook some midnight snacks for you? Su Ran said politely, no need, uncle, we have already eaten. Come, drink some water. Bai's mother handed 2 glasses of boiled water to Su Ran and Bai Susu.
Su Ran thanked him politely.
Bai's mother smiled and said, don't be so polite, Xiao Su. Just treat it like your own home. Su Ran smiled and said, then let's do as Auntie says. Father Bai looked at this scene with complicated eyes.
Hearing about it was one thing, but actually seeing it was another.
He was feeling confused now.
After chatting for a while, Su Ran stood up and said goodbye.
I'll take you there. Bai Sujin took the initiative to speak. Su Ran didn't refuse either.
The two of them walked out the door and the atmosphere was somewhat silent.
Bai Susu suddenly said, my father is actually a very good person.
Su Ran didn't understand why she said that, so she smiled and said, I know, what's wrong?
Bai Susu looked at him timidly, you don't mind, right? Su Ran's smile remained unchanged, what do you mind?
Bai Susu whispered, it's just, the tone my dad used when talking to you was a bit like a father-in-law talking to his son-in-law, very serious.
Puff. Su Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bai Susu looked at him innocently and simply, what are you laughing at?
Su Ran looked at her with a smile, I didn't expect you to think of this, Xiao Bai, you are not pure.
Bai Susu's face flushed immediately, I'm not, I didn't. The little girl was so anxious that she couldn't even speak.
Su Ran chuckled and said, I was just kidding.
Actually, I didn't think much of it.
I also agree with Uncle's approach. After all, if my daughter suddenly brought a boy home, of course I would take it more seriously.
Bai Susu blinked, Is that so? I thought you would be angry. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, why are you angry? Uncle misunderstood our relationship? I'm actually a little happy. Are you happy?
Bai Sujin chewed on the other party's words carefully, and then her pretty face began to turn red.
Su Ran rubbed her head and said, okay, I should go back too. You should have a good rest. We won't be able to meet in the next few days. See you after the holiday. Good.
Hearing Su Ran say this, Bai Sujin actually felt a little reluctant. Because she was with Su Ran every day, she seemed to have gotten used to his presence.
Watching Su Ran drive away, Bai Susu took a deep breath.
Suddenly, she took out her mobile phone, turned on the camera, and her own appearance appeared in the camera.
Is this nice? Does he like it?
Bai Sujin didn't think she was that pretty, nor did she think others would be nice to her because of her good looks. She just felt that apart from her good looks, she was useless.
Even standing next to Su Ran, she would feel inferior.
The girl hid the purest emotion in the deepest part of her heart, just because the boy was too dazzling and she was too ordinary. Anyway, she didn't expect to take the next step with Su Ran. As long as she could see him every day, she would be extremely satisfied. Bai Sujin felt a little disappointed when she thought that they would have to wait a few more days before meeting. After returning to the house, Bai's father was still there.
Bai Susu walked over and asked curiously, "Dad, why don't you go back to your room?" Father Bai smiled and looked at her and said, "I'm waiting for you. Why did you take so long to send someone off?" Bai Susu blushed and said angrily, "Hey, why are you saying this?" Father Bai gestured for her to sit down, then said, "My daughter, do you like him?" Bai Susu felt even more embarrassed and didn't know how to start. Silence means acquiescence. Dad can understand. I can see that he treats you very well and you are very happy. Are you worried that Dad will embarrass him?
Bai Susu quickly said, "No, Dad is not that kind of person."
Father Bai. You're already starting to maintain it before you're even together, right? I heard from your mother that the boy's family is from a wealthy second generation. Father Bai suddenly asked. Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Well, yes."
A trace of worry appeared on Mr. Bai's face. He was very worried that his daughter would suffer. If he really wanted to tell the truth, he felt that their family was not worthy of Su Ran.
Even though his daughter is very beautiful, in the eyes of rich people, how much is beauty worth? There are so many of them. The gap between the two families in wealth is too big. How can there be so many ways to change your destiny in reality? Father Bai's expression turned serious, and he said earnestly, "Susu, don't blame me for being nosy. I'm doing this for your own good. If you really want to be with someone, you must first make sure they're worth it.
What we're most afraid of is that you'll get hurt."
Hearing this, Bai Susu nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. I know, Dad." Father Bai nodded.
He believed in his daughter. After all, she had always been very sensible.
At this time, Bai's mother came over and held Bai Susu's hand. "I just noticed that these jewelry of yours were given to you by Xiao Su?"
The emerald green bracelet matches the golden bracelet very well and is very dazzling.
Bai Susu nodded gently, "Yes."
Bai's mother laughed and said, "You don't know how to refuse such a valuable gift." Bai Susu said helplessly, "I have refused." Father Bai also just realized it and frowned, saying, "This is too valuable.
I don't think I can accept it. I think the son-in-law is okay."
Bai's mother interrupted him directly, "At least they put their heart into it. Xiao Su is so nice, so stop making malicious assumptions about her.
Also, Lao Bai, when will you give me a bracelet?" Walter White. So you're waiting for me here, right? Chapter 98 Succubus Physical Awakening. Night.
Bai Susu is having a video call with her good friend Yao.
Yao, why is it so noisy over there?
And Yao's face was filled with excitement at this moment. "I'm at the concert."
Susu, it's such a pity that you didn't come. There are so many people here.
And Yao was dressed very delicately at this time. She only wore a small vest on her upper body. The black color made her skin look extremely white. She wore a pair of loose jeans on her lower body.
She was full of fashion.
Bai Susu smiled slightly, "You must be careful." And Yao said with a grin, "I got a front row seat.
It would be great if we could interact. Do you want an autograph? I'll get one for you."
Bai Susu shook her head, "I don't chase stars."
And Yao showed an understanding expression, "I see. You are pursuing your senior Su Ran, right?" Bai Susu immediately gave her a shy look. "What nonsense are you talking about?" And Yao had a knowing expression and said, "Is it still the case? I guess you must have gone on a date with Su Ran today. And you even put on makeup." Bai Susu was stunned and asked subconsciously, "How do you know?"
And Yao said with a smile, "Of course I know."
"Sister, this is your first time wearing makeup, right? You haven't even removed it completely." Bai Susu wiped her face in panic. "Where is it?"
She remembered that she had washed it 4 or 5 times.
Ha ha ha. I lied to you. Did you really believe it? And Yao burst into laughter.
Bai Susu suddenly said resentfully, "If you continue to be so indecent, I'll hang up the phone."
Come on. Just kidding. And Yao quickly said, "But sister, the necklace on your neck is quite unique."
Bai Sujin was shocked and realized that she had not taken it off. Then in Yao's teasing sounded again, "And your bracelet?"
TSK, these two bracelets together can buy a lot of houses, right? Ah. Bai Susu was stunned when she heard this, and then she asked, Yao, what do you mean? And Yao's expression suddenly became strange. Don't you know the price of your bracelet? Bai Susu glanced at her fair wrist and replied, the gold bracelet is 80,000 yuan, and Su Ran said this jade bracelet is only a few thousand yuan. Puff. And Yao immediately settled in Bungbu. Mr. Duo? Several thousand? Bai Susu noticed that her reaction was too strong and noticed something was wrong, isn't it? Ahem. Sister, how many thousands did Su Ran tell you personally? And Yao asked with a strange expression. Hold head high. My naive Bai Susu. You got cheated and still have to help others count their money. And Yao chuckled and said, I didn't realize that young Master Su was so low-key. He could have shown off in front of Susu, but he actually kept a low profile? Do you want to show off a few tricks on Bai Sujin in the future? Su Ran. Isn't this price right? Bai Susu blinked her innocent big eyes. Ha, even if it's a fake, it's worth more than a few thousand. And with Su Ran's status, it's impossible for him to give you a fake. You don't know how precious this bracelet is. And Yao started to whet the appetite. Bai Susu whispered, actually, it was given to me by Su Ran's sister. And Yao gasped, what the hell? Have you already met the parents? Bai Susu. And Yao gave a thumbs up, it's a world of the rich. To be honest with you, this bracelet of yours is very artistic. How high? About 30 or 40 stories high. And Yao said, this bracelet should be a top-grade emerald, and its price has already reached tens of millions. So when Su Ran told you a few thousand, he must have omitted the 10,000 at the end. Bai Susu. How many? 10 million? Bai Sujin was shocked. Is this a number she can hear? And Yao on the other end of the video saw Bai Susu hadn't moved for a long time, so she waved in front of the camera, hello? Susu, are you still there? Is the network stuck? Bai Sujin suddenly came back to her senses, her fingers unconsciously stroking the jade bracelet on her wrist. The cold jade now felt like a red-hot iron, burning her fingertips to the point of numbness. Thousands, tens of millions, oh my god. Her voice was trembling, her eyes were wide open, and she repeatedly confirmed, Yao, are you seeing things? It's just this, ordinary-looking bracelet? She didn't understand these things, she just remembered that the sparkling ones looked very beautiful. Nothing special? And Yao rolled her eyes and simply moved to the side of the stage, phone in hand, to avoid the loud music. Last year, I went to a jewelry exhibition with my mom and saw an emerald bracelet of similar quality. It was valued at 12 million. Yours is even more saturated and the color is even. It's definitely higher. Bai Susu. The gap was so huge that she was at a loss for a moment. And Yao jokingly said, congratulations, you've become a multi-millionaire. Bai Susu hesitated for a moment, then took off the bracelet. This is too valuable, what if it gets broken? What should I do? Of course I should wash myself clean and get into Su Ran's bed. And Yao burst into laughter. The people around her looked at her strangely. Such a beautiful girl actually has that kind of job? You know what, Bai Sujin really imagined that scene in her mind, and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. So embarrassing. Yo. Susu, you are not pure anymore. And Yao looked at her with wide eyes as if she had discovered a new world. Bai Susu hung up the phone directly. She rolled around on the bed several times, but the redness on her face did not fade. It's so hot. Bai Sujin got up and turned on the air conditioner. Only after the indoor temperature dropped did she calm down. Her delicate body slowly lay down, her jet black hair like a waterfall spread on the bedsheet, and Bai Susu stared blankly at the ceiling. She was thinking about how to wash it clean, oh no, how to repay Su Ran. Be his girlfriend? But I don't think I'm good enough for him. Otherwise, should I listen to him in everything from now on? A hint of shame appeared in Bai Sujin's eyes. Succubus's physical awakening plus 50%.
After imagining it for a while, Bai Sujin picked up the jade bracelet, her eyes sparkling.
Ah. Ah. Ah shit. Su Ran rubbed his nose. Who is thinking about me? It's probably some rich woman. Lin Zifeng's faint voice sounded. Su Ran said, I think I caught a cold. Please turn up the air conditioner for me. A beautiful woman in uniform heard this and said meekly, okay, boss. Lin Zifeng yawned, we have been doing it for an hour, and I have never done it so formally. The little girl behind him smiled foolishly. Su Ran glanced at him and said, there's a room next door. Go there if you want to do anything. Lin Zifeng's eyes lit up, I've been waiting for you to say this, Xiaoba, let's go. Okay, Master Lin. Chapter 99 Chen Yi. In the square outside the exit of Luqing Station. I, Chen Yi, have finally returned home in glory. A tall and handsome boy opened his arms in a slightly immature manner, with an intoxicated look on his face. Seeing this, people around him began to avoid him, fearing that he might be infected with some mental illness. The handsome boy was wearing sunglasses and had an amazing appearance. At first glance, I thought he was a male celebrity. Some girls looked at his face and immediately started to think about it. Hey! Classmate, are you alone? Chen Yi suddenly greeted a girl with long straight black hair. When the latter saw Chen Yi, her face turned a little red and she became reserved. I'm alone. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled like a sea king, so that means you don't have a boyfriend? The girl hesitated for a moment, then said, not today. Chen Yi looked at her doubtfully, didn't you say one person? The girl blinked her eyes and said, of course I'm alone. Could it be a kitten or a puppy? Chen Yi. The girl took the initiative and said enthusiastically, hey, you're so handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? Chen Yi raised his hand to stop her, saying righteously, beautiful lady, you misunderstood. I never touch married women. The girl smiled and said, are you a man? You don't want to be fed grass? Chen Yi's face froze. We are not sisters, why are you talking so explosively? 666 he's only been gone for a month, right? Liu Qing's evolution didn't include him, right? In the end, King Chenhai fled in panic. Damn old Chen must be out flirting with girls. Is he trying to get his brothers killed by the sun? Not far away, Lu Jia cursed. On the other side, Su Ran was sitting in the Su-7 with the air conditioner on. Why are you doing this? You have the air conditioner in the car, but you have to go out and bask in the sun. As he spoke, he continued to lick the ice cream in his hand. Lu Jia angrily said, what are you talking about? I'm showing the highest courtesy to greet Lao Chen. It's to show our deep brotherhood and highlight the unity of our dormitory. Chao Cancan in the back row's face darkened, you're going to take the postgraduate entrance exam, right? Su Ran added, just look at the beauty, and even rhyme it. Lu Jia. Soon, Chen Yi's figure appeared in their sight. After hugging Lu Jia for a while, Chen Yi suddenly said, you smell really bad. Mud frog. Chen Yi sat in the passenger seat and greeted the other two. Hi. This car is nice. How much is the rental fee? Chen Yi joked. Rent? Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth, this is my car, are you surprised or not? What? Chen Yi was stunned, old Su, are you kidding me? I don't believe it. From now on, when you need a position, you can call me Mr. Su, or you can call me Boss Su, Young Master Su, Brother Su, or Dad Su. Chen Yi's face was filled with black lines, stop, stop, stop. Wang Chao Lima. Can you tell me what happened? Brother Jia, tell me. Lu Jia said calmly, Xiaochun, it's true that I have to call myself Boss Lu now. Chen Yi. That year, the fog was so thick that he couldn't tell who was mentally ill. The car started and slowly drove away from the scene. On the way, Chen Yi finally digested the information gap during this period. Fuck. I just participated in a competition, and you guys are already bosses? Chen Yi's face was distorted, jealousy made him look unrecognizable. He couldn't accept his brother's success for a while. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, you're not bad either. What place did you get in this competition? Lu Jia patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Chen Yi's mouth twitched, third. So it's a little punk. Fuck. Soon, the group arrived at a high-end restaurant.
Pushing open the door of the restaurant's private room, you will see steaming high-end dishes placed in the center of the mahogany round table.
Lu Jie was the first to pull out a chair and sit down, patting Chen Yi's arm. "Old Chen, don't just stand there, this is the emperor's room that young Master Su specially booked, let's have a good meal together today." Chen Yi couldn't help but complain, "It's only been a short time since we last met, how come everyone has become a capitalist? Who said before that we should squeeze out and rent a house together after graduation? You'd have to ask old Su about that. This guy is now worth over 100 million yuan, and we are all thanks to him." Chao Cancan continued.
Chen Yi rolled his eyes.
"So I went to participate in a competition, and when I came back, I went from being the dorm boss to being the drag?
If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in that lousy competition."
"Don't worry."
Lu Jie took a piece of king crab meat and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "You took third place in the country and you're still complaining? We're just in need of a spokesperson for our grand opening."
"With your looks, if you stand in front of the camera, aren't you better than those young handsome guys? There will be a lot of beauties by then." Chao Cancan also nodded, "That makes sense. Then let Lao Su give you an endorsement fee.
It will definitely be more cost-effective than the bonus you get."
Chen Yi looked at Su Ran,
who raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "As long as you are willing, you can." This guy Chen Yi has impeccable looks, he really does look like a male celebrity.
"I guess if there is a list of school idols, he would at least be in the top 3.
When the four of them got together, the atmosphere became lively.
Chen Yi suddenly looked at Su Ran, "I heard that you broke up with Lu Ruyan?" Su Ran nodded, "It's been a long time. In fact, it's only been less than 2 months."
Chen Yi said with a sigh, "She must be extremely regretful now that she knows you've suddenly become a rich second generation."
Lu Jie gave a thumbs up. "You have the script, right?"
"Indeed, before the breakup, she was very critical of me, and after the breakup, she kept pursuing me and tried every possible way to keep me. She was also a master."
Su Ran interrupted, "Why are you talking about her? It's all in the past. It's not nice to gossip about someone behind their back." Chen Yi nodded when he heard this, "That's right." He poured a glass of wine and held it up, "Come on. Congratulations on cutting your losses in time. Recognizing the scumbag girl." Su Ran laughed, but still raised his glass. "Done." With Chen Yi's return, the boys' dormitory became much more lively.
The National Day holiday is over and college students have returned home. After class in the morning, Su Ran and the other 3 went to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. The decoration and other preparations have been completed, and now all that's left is to open the business.
I've already had flyers printed.
We'll open the business together and make a fortune from these college students.
Chao Cancan said with a smile. "We need to find some people to hand out flyers, right?" Su Ran thought for a moment and said, "This isn't difficult. As long as the money is in place, there are plenty of people to do it."
On the 3rd day, flyers were flying all over the campus.
"There is a new KTV opened in the university." The college students were shocked. It's understandable to open a mobile phone repair shop, but what the hell is KTV? Curiosity. Chapter 100 Luo Yu dual cultivation, right? It's so hot.
On the campus, under a tent, and Yao sat down on a chair without any image, as if all the strength had been drained out of her. On the side, Su Ran was wearing sunglasses and holding a glass of ice juice in his hand, looking extremely comfortable. And Yao was immediately upset, "Senior Su Ran, why don't you go distribute flyers?" Su Ran looked at her as if she were a fool, "Why should I hand out flyers? I'm the boss. Where is the boss handing out flyers himself?" And Yao curled her lips, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to let you come here to do this job."
Su Ran said with a smile, "It's okay, there are plenty of people who will do it if you don't want to. After all, the job pays 500 yuan a day, and the queue can be stretched to the school gate."
And Yao's expression froze, and then she muttered, "Humph. I only did this for Su's sake, otherwise I would have run away long ago."
Su Ran said calmly, "How dare you say that? Xiaobai didn't even complain about being tired, but you just went out for half an hour and you came back so happy." And Yao said, "I don't care. I've already distributed all the flyers. I can take a break now." Su Ran didn't believe her.
She guessed that the stack of flyers was now in some unknown trash can. Su Ran's eyes fell on Bai Susu in the distance. The latter was holding an umbrella, fully armed, holding a stack of leaflets in her hand, and distributing them to the passing students. Basically, most of the time it was boys who took over, and at this time a boy took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Seeing this scene, Su Ran raised his eyebrows, then he stood up and walked over.
And Yao also noticed this scene, blinked, and showed a hint of disdain. A hero saving a beauty, right?
She secretly rummaged through the box next to her and successfully found a bottle of drink.
Hey! I bought that.
A voice suddenly sounded.
And Yao was stunned, then subconsciously looked up.
When she saw the person coming, she immediately showed a crazy look.
So handsome.
Chenny raised his eyebrows, then he showed a handsome smile. Thank you.
And Yao smiled and said, handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Chenny asked back, do you have a boyfriend? The two looked at each other and said in unison, no. Are you Senior Su Ran's roommate? And Yao asked. Chenny nodded, yes. You are a freshman? And Yao nodded quickly, yes. My name is Yao. My name is Chenny. Schoolgirl, let me add you on WeChat and help you distribute these flyers.
The boy spoke to Bai Susu enthusiastically. Bai Susu shook her head and said, sorry, I don't add WeChat.
The boy then asked, do you have a boyfriend?
The more he looked at this girl, the more his heart was moved. She had a nice voice, and although he couldn't see her face clearly, his figure was simply stunning.
This kind of precious schoolgirl needs to be taken advantage of first. Bai Susu was about to speak when a dissatisfied voice rang out, oi oi oi. I heard you were looking for me?
Hearing this voice, Bai Susu's eyes lit up and her eyes were full of joy. The boy turned his head and saw a tall and handsome boy walking towards him.
Well. Su Ran passed the half-drunk juice to Bai Susu's mouth and said, drink it.
Bai Sujin blinked, then she took off her mask obediently, revealing a stunning little face. She put the straw in her little mouth and began to suck in small sips. The boy was first amazed at Bai Susu's true appearance, then showed an embarrassed expression, sorry to bother you. He turned and walked away, as if he had made some kind of decision.
Su Ran sneered in his heart. What level do you have to dare to snatch a woman from me?
Bai Susu's mouth had already left the straw, and her big eyes were filled with a hint of smile. Thank you.
Su Ran smiled faintly, you're welcome. Oh, by the way, I've drunk this before.
As he said this, he put the straw into his mouth. Bai Sujin's face turned red, and she walked away after saying hateful. Su Ran raised the corners of his mouth, and his mood immediately eased.
At noon, everyone gathered under the tent.
Su Ran glanced at everyone and said, the flyer promotion will last for 2 days, and the store will officially open tomorrow.
Let's go eat.
Everyone felt relieved, especially Lu Jie and Chao Cancan, who thought to themselves that starting a business was really stressful.
Su Ran has 4 roommates, Bai Susu, and Yao, and Yang Feifei. Yang Feifei is naturally the best friend of Su Ran's ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan.
Since Lu Ruyan transferred to another school, she has returned to her ordinary college life. Not long ago, Su Ran found her and asked her if she wanted to make money.
So she came. Su Ran keenly discovered that Brother Jia was quite enthusiastic towards others and seemed to be interested in Yang Feifei. Isn't this guy interested in Xiao Zihuan? Okay, Luo Yu is practicing dual cultivation, right?
Yang Feifei is also cheerful, so she gets along well with everyone.
And Yao abandoned Bai Sujin and turned to chat with Chen Yi.
Chao Cancan, the only one who has a partner, was banished to the cold palace.
Chao Cancan. Su Ran and Bai Susu stood side by side, and the former whispered, when did Yao become so familiar with my roommate?
Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, I don't know, it seems like this is the first time she's met your roommate?
Su Ran nodded.
Indeed, after all, Chen Yi had just returned.
There is only one explanation, and Yao is a beauty lover.
A group of people came to a private room in a hotel. They have been eating out together these past few days, but today was the most intimate time for them. Su Ran poured Bai Susu a glass of juice and said, Xiao Bai, you're going to be the store manager tomorrow.
What do you think?
Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, then she said a little embarrassedly,
I'm nervous.
It was her first time as a store manager, so it was impossible for her not to be nervous, but she did not refuse, because this was Su Ran's store and she was willing to run it for him. Bai Sujin now only wants to repay Su Ran. Being able to do something for him will make her very happy.
Ha ha.
With the boss lady in charge, business is bound to be booming.
Old Su, are you willing to let your junior sister become famous? Lu Jie said jokingly.
He could see that Su Ran was very possessive of Bai Sujin and would get jealous if other boys talked to her.
Su Ran said calmly, isn't it good to be famous? Xiao Bai is so beautiful, she deserves to be famous. And with me protecting her, who would dare to bully her? Everyone immediately started to make a fuss.
Bai Suzhen blushed with embarrassment.
What is the difference between the boss saying this and revealing his identity? The atmosphere at the dinner was very lively.
It started as a meal and unknowingly turned into a drinking party. The four boys were the most enthusiastic, and Yang Feifei also had a good alcohol tolerance, and even Yao could drink a few sips. Only Bai Suzhen was ready to sip the juice in small sips, as innocent as a little white rabbit. A big hand grabbed her from under the table, and Su Ran's voice rang out, "If I get drunk, remember to take me back to Cheng."
Good. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Paid link?
The fact is, several grown men were drunk.
Of course, except for Chen Yi, this guy didn't know what was wrong with him. He drank alcohol like he was drinking water.
Apart from his red face, he didn't look at all unaware.
That's it. Pay the bill and take it back. Su Ran endured the headache and stood up to pay the bill. Let me do it.
Bai Suzhen quickly stood up and supported him, then took him to the cashier.
And Yao propped up her chin, watching the scene infatuatedly, and laughed, "Good sisters, there is no distinction between you and me." After her cheeks flushed, she turned to look at Chen Yi and blinked. "Senior Chen Yi, can you take me home?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately smiled and said, "Of course. It's my honor to be able to send the beautiful one off." And Yao smiled innocently and then stood up. Chen Yi also stood up and said to Lu Jia and others, "We'll go back first. You can do whatever you want. Just don't sleep in any doghouse." Ugh.
A man who forgets his principles for the sake of beauty.
Lu Jia cursed. Chen Yi and Yao left. Lu Jia looked at Yang Feifei and said with a smile, "Miss Yang, shall I take you home?" Yang Feifei smiled and declined, "I'm not in a hurry to go back. You guys go first." Lu Jia felt a little regretful, but didn't say anything. He got up and left with Chao Can. Soon Yang Feifei was the only one left in the box. She looked at the empty box, chuckled, and then took out her cell phone as if bored. The mobile phone interface is a WeChat chat interface. Not long ago, Yang Feifei sent the other party a photo, which showed everyone having a party. And the recipient was Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan replied, "Are they together?" Yang Feifei naturally knew who Lu Ruyan was talking about. She replied, "I don't know, but judging by their behavior, they seem quite close." Lu Ruyan, oh. Yang Feifei could see that Lu Ruyan still felt a little upset about Su Ran, but she and Su Ran were destined to be from different worlds. After going to the bathroom to wash her face, Yang Feifei passed by the front desk and was suddenly stunned. She saw that Su Ran and Bai Susu had not left yet. Bai Suzhen's petite body supported Su Ran's tall body, which looked a bit far-fetched. Bai Susu." Su Ran's voice sounded as if his tongue was tied. "I am here." The girl responded softly. "I need to go to the bathroom, can I go here?" Bai Susu patiently said softly, "Boss, can we go back to class?" "Hey! I want to be here, what's the matter?" The drunk Su Ran was already showing signs of rebellion. Bai Susu said slowly, "It will be embarrassing." "Huh? If anyone dares to say that to me, I'll have him chopped into pieces." Su Ran suddenly stood up straight. Just when Bai Susu was wondering what he was going to do, Su Ran suddenly stretched out his hand to her aggrievely. "Xiao Bai, I want a hug." "Ah?" Bai Susu's face was stunned for a moment, and then a bright red crept up her cheeks. She said shyly, Don't be like this. Someone is watching here." Su Ran ignored him completely and continued aggrievedly, "I don't care, I want to hug you, otherwise I won't go back. I'm going to freeze to death." Bai Susu suddenly felt a headache. She didn't expect that a drunk Su Ran would be so good at causing trouble. But then again, this side of Su Ran was still quite cute. Bai Suzhen glanced around and suddenly saw Yang Feifei, who seemed to be enjoying the fun and not minding any trouble. She felt even more embarrassed. Yang Feifei smiled and said, "You guys have fun, I'm going back first." As she said this, she walked away in front of Bai Suzhen. Yang Feifei texted Lu Ruyan as she walked, Yen, they are together." Bai Susu finally felt more at ease after watching Yang Feifei walk away. She glanced at Su Ran and said seriously, "We agreed. I'll just give you a hug and then we'll go back." Su Ran nodded quickly, a gleam in his eyes. Bai Suzhen took 2 steps forward and gently hugged Su Ran. A familiar sense of security came over her, and the broad chest made Bai Susu squint her eyes comfortably.
There was a smell of alcohol on the boy, but it was not unpleasant. Su Ran increased his strength, as if he wanted to hold Bai Sujin in his arms. The girl's soft body makes people want to crush her whole body.
Well, okay, boss, let's go back.
This time, Su Ran was indeed much more obedient. He let Bai Sujin support him and got on an online taxi cooperatively. Soon, the car stopped downstairs of the bar. Bai Susu had the key to the bar, so she wasn't worried about the door being locked. Of course, coincidentally, she happened to meet Lin Zifeng, who was getting off work.
Hey! What's going on?
When Lin Zifeng ran into the two of them, he immediately looked surprised. Bai Susu said a little embarrassedly, "The boss has drunk too much, I will send him back to rest."
Lin Zifeng showed an expression that said, "I understand," and then said with a smile, "I've locked the door upstairs." "Do you have the key?" Bai Susu nodded, "Yes."
Lin Zifeng nodded and suddenly said, "By the way, the sofa upstairs can be unfolded into a bed, so it's easy for two people to sleep on it." After saying that, he left with an ambiguous smile and then left on his own. After hearing what he said, Bai Susu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated.
Ugh!
At this moment, Su Ran beside him suddenly started to retch. Bai Sujin was shocked and without thinking too much, she helped him upstairs. After entering the bar, Bai Susu carefully helped Su Ran to the sofa and let her sit down.
She glanced around and then took the trash can not far away.
As a result, Su Ran started vomiting directly into the trash can. The strong and pungent smell of alcohol filled the air, and Bai Susu's pretty brows wrinkled slightly.
"Don't drink so much next time."
Seeing Su Ran vomiting with a painful look on her face, Bai Sujin felt a little distressed.
She got up and went to the bar and started boiling water.
At the same time, a sports car was parked on the side of a road.
The car was starting and a person could be seen sitting in the driver's seat. Hiss! What an acting talent!
Lin Zifeng watched everything that happened in the bar through the surveillance camera and sighed. This guy has Xiaobai completely under his control.
Lin Zifeng was extremely gossipy about everything that happened next.
But at this moment, the picture was suddenly interrupted.
Lin Zifeng yelled angrily, "Fuck!"
At the same time, in the bar, Su Ran calmly put away his phone and glanced in the direction of the surveillance camera.
How can the paid part be open? Chapter 102 Drunk Confession?
After Bai Sujin boiled the water, she took a small piece of ice from the ice maker and put it in to make it less hot. When she walked up to Su Ran with warm water, the latter was still lying on the sofa like a pile of mud. Bai Sujin sat beside him and gently fed water into his mouth. After drinking the warm water, Su Ran immediately felt much more comfortable.
"Boss, do you want to sleep here tonight?" Bai Susu asked tentatively. Su Ran didn't reply, but frowned and murmured, "Headache."
Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin quickly stretched out her little hand and pressed on his temple. The girl knelt on one knee on the sofa, facing Su Ran, massaging his face seriously.
The distance between them was only 2 fists.
The fragrance from Bai Sujin's body entered Su Ran's nose, almost ruining his sanity. The little girl is like a sachet, and it's very easy to get drunk just by smelling her. And she was so close to him, Su Ran.
Oh no, Su Xiaoran couldn't help herself.
Su Ran pretended to unconsciously push away Bai Susu's hand, and then fell down.
Bai Susu was shocked when she saw this and quickly supported Su Ran. "Boss, don't lie down, you will vomit." Su Ran. "If I don't lie down, should I lie down? Wouldn't you be exposed if you just lie down?"
Su Ran ignored her and just lay there. Seeing this, Bai Sujin also sighed. Her eyes fell on the sofa, and suddenly she remembered what Lin Zifeng said, so she began to grope around. As it turned out, Lin Zifeng was right, this sofa can really be turned into a big bed. Bai Sujin tidied up the sofa, no, to be more precise, the bed, then her eyes fell on Su Ran. After hesitating for a moment, she moved over.
"Boss, it's time to go to bed." If a person is really drunk, his weight is like mud. But although Bai Susu was very weak, she was able to move Su Ran aside. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, Su Ran pulled Bai Susu when he lay down. "Ah!"
Bai Susu screamed, and her upper body fell directly on Su Ran's chest. So soft. Su Ran felt elated. The girl's body was as soft as cotton. He even hugged her subconsciously. Then he clearly felt the girl in his arms tremble slightly.
The little rabbit was frightened. Bai Susu didn't realize she was so stupid that she actually hit the boss. The first thing she did was to apologize with concern. "I'm sorry, boss, are you okay?" I didn't mean it.
Su Ran cooperated with a painful groan, but he was actually laughing in his heart.
It's so funny, it doesn't hurt at all.
This is clearly a pleasure. Bai Sujin rubbed him with her little hands in a panic.
Su Ran took a breath of cold air. Using this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Su Xiaoran could no longer tolerate it and stood up excitedly. Unfortunately, Bai Sujin's attention was all on Su Ran, and she didn't see it at all. Su Ran's anger was also aroused by this girl. He felt that this girl was sent by God to torture him. Su Ran turned over suddenly and pressed Bai Sujin under him.
Bai Sujin let out a light cry, and her whole body tensed up. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Su Ran pitifully. Little did they know that her appearance was extremely lethal to boys. Su Xiaoran hit her lower abdomen directly. In the dim light, Su Ran looked at Bai Su with deep eyes.
Xiao Bai? Are you Xiao Bai? Su Ran's voice was obviously not so clear.
Bai Su didn't expect that Su Ran was actually pretending to be drunk. She thought Su Ran was just talking nonsense while drunk.
Well, I'm Xiao Bai.
Su Ran raised the corner of her mouth and said, Xiao Bai, you are so beautiful, like a fairy. Xiao Bai's heart beat faster and his little face turned red with embarrassment.
Aha!
Although she knew that he was just talking drunkenly, she was still very happy, her heart as if filled with honey. Su Ran covered the girl's delicate face with his big hands. Su Ran's palm felt warm, and when it touched Bai Sujin's cheek, the girl shuddered slightly as if burned, but was reluctant to move away. She could clearly feel the thin calluses on the boy's fingertips. The texture was a bit rough, but surprisingly reassuring. Bai Sujin was fascinated by this feeling, and was also glad that Su Ran was drunk now. Under normal circumstances, she always felt inferior in front of Su Ran. She had always hidden her most sincere feelings deep in her heart and dared not express them. Because she knew she was not worthy of Su Ran, but she was greedy for his kindness to her. Perhaps only at this time would Bai Sujin dare to reveal her true self.
Boss.
Bai Sujin's voice was as thin as a mosquito, her eyes panically avoided his deep gaze and fell on his well-defined jaw, her heart beating so fast that it almost burst through her chest. Su Ran didn't intend to let her go. His thumb gently stroked her soft cheek, his voice hoarse from drinking, yet revealing a hint of deliberate temptation. Xiao Bai, will you be my girlfriend? The girl's body instantly stiffened, even her fingertips were trembling slightly, but she subconsciously clutched the fabric on Su Ran's chest, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw.
What? What did the boss say?
He said, let me be his girlfriend?
Was she hallucinating?
Bai Sujin's head was buzzing.
Don't want to?
Su Ran slowly lowered his head and moved closer to Bai Susu, their noses almost touching. Bai Sujin was so nervous that she didn't know what to say, or maybe she could no longer find her voice.
Agree.
She had already fallen into the boy's scent, but her remaining sanity kept her awake.
Bai Sujin, be rational. The boss is drunk. He is talking nonsense.
Unfortunately, the girl didn't realize that people often speak the truth after drinking. Before Bai Susu could think about it, her eyes suddenly widened. Because Su Ran had already pressed down completely, directly blocking her pink lips. It was as if something exploded in Bai Susu's brain, and her mind went blank. She was as stiff as a piece of wood, and she even forgot to breathe. She could clearly taste the faint smell of alcohol lingering on his lips, mixed with the sweetness of the warm water. All the scents wrapped together made her mind even more confused. It was not until Su Ran's tongue tip gently rubbed her lower lip that she suddenly came to her senses. Her body trembled violently, and she subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but his hand holding the back of her neck held her firmly.
Don't hide. Su Ran's voice was breathy and a little domineering. It was close to her ear, and the warm breath made her ear tip numb. Xiao Bai, you like me too, right?
Bai Sujin's tears welled up without warning. She felt a little aggrieved, but more of it was surprise and sweetness.
Why are you crying? Are you scared? Su Ran's movements became lighter and his voice became gentle. Bai Susu looked at him aggrievedly. You bully me.
There was a hint of coquettishness in her baby voice, but she didn't show any anger at all.
Su Ran's lips curled up. I just like bullying you, do you like it? I don't. Su Ran bit her hard, then asked, do you like it? Like. Bai Sujin fell into the hands of the big bad wolf and dared not resist. Be good, let me kiss you.
Su Ran's kiss gradually became gentler, no longer as eager as at the beginning. His fingers gently slid down her hair and landed on her waist, moving so gently that he was afraid of breaking her. This time he was not in a hurry, and he truly savored the softness he had always longed for. Baisusu's tense body slowly softened, she closed her eyes, and let herself indulge in this sudden tenderness. Even her hands that were holding the corner of his clothes loosened a little and quietly wrapped their arms around his back. Forget it, let us just go crazy for once and pretend that she is drunk too.
Chapter 103 Confirming the Relationship.
Su Ran had a dream in which she turned into a bad person and bullied by Sujin. The latter looked at him with horror on her face, as if she was looking at a heartless man, but later, perhaps the roles were reversed, and Su Ran became a rag doll at the mercy of others again. The other party was still by Sujin, and the latter sat on him with a shy look on her face, full of succubus. It must be said that Su Ran really liked the sight of Baisusu. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but
waking up from a dream. As soon as I opened my eyes, a headache came over me.
Su Ran instinctively felt around with his hands, and suddenly felt something soft. He was stunned for a moment, then became more conscious. He opened his eyes and saw the girl in his arms looking at him with a flushed face. Seeing him wake up, Baisusu shyly looked away and said softly, "You hurt me." Su Ran finally realized what he had caught, and immediately revealed a hint of embarrassment. I didn't mean to do that."
Baisusu whispered, "Are you sober?"
Su Ran was stunned for a moment, and then a memory came to his mind.
Last night's actions played in his mind like a kaleidoscope. Oh my god. I blacked out last night? Isn't he still pretending to be drunk? That is, if what happened last night was not a dream. A bright light appeared in Su Ran's eyes. When Baisusu saw Su Ran's appearance, she felt a sense of grievance for some reason. But she tried hard to suppress her emotions, took a deep breath, and then stood up. She had actually woken up a long time ago, but because she was afraid of waking Su Ran, she didn't dare to move. And the key point was that Su Ran held her very tightly and she couldn't break free. Just as Baisujin was trying to stand up, a big hand suddenly grabbed the back of her head and pressed her back to the chest. Su Ran looked at her with a half smile. "Do you dislike me so much?" Baisusu was startled and quickly shook her head. "No." Su Ran kissed her directly on the lips. This sudden action stunned Baisusu. She stared at Su Ran with wide eyes, and met his clear eyes with a hint of smile. She could accept it last night because she thought Su Ran was drunk, but now, is he still drunk? "You." Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, "Why do I remember someone seemed to have agreed to my confession last night?" Baisujin's face suddenly turned as red as a shrimp, and her little face was buried directly in Su Ran's arms. Su Ran stroked her back with a smile and said, "Xiaobai, why are you still shy?" I didn't." She was muffled in his arms, her voice as soft as a mosquito, even she couldn't hear it clearly. Fragments of last night's memories suddenly flooded back, making her ears burn and the skin on the back of her neck turn a light red. Su Ran lowered her head to look at the top of the head of the person in her arms, her fingertips gently stroking her soft hair. The smile in her eyes could not be hidden. He deliberately slowed down his voice, with a hint of teasing. "Nothing? No promise? Or not shy? You bully me." Baisujin finally realized that she had been set up by her boss. He actually remembered what happened last night clearly. Does that mean he wasn't drunk at all? So embarrassing. What did they do last night? When Baisujin thought about how Su Ran had deliberately taken advantage of her last night, her body trembled instinctively. Su Ran thought she was crying, and immediately comforted her. You are crying?" "No." But Bai Xiaosu was crying. Baisujin nestled in Su Ran's arms, and naturally could feel Su Xiaoran's vigor in the early morning, and her body became softer. "Bad guy. Big liar." Baisusu spoke out in shame and anger. Su Ran smiled and said, "You are lying in the arms of the bad guy right now." After Su Ran took advantage of Baisusu in disguise for a while, he patted Baisusu's back and said, "Xiaobai, get up first. I can't breathe because of you." Upon hearing this, Baisujin had no choice but to leave Su Ran's arms, her face flushed from beginning to end. The girl said sadly, "I'm not fat." Su Ran nodded quickly. Yes, not fat at all. To be honest, Baisujin is not fat, but her figure is really good. Su Ran sat up and looked at Baisusu with a smile. He didn't say anything, just stared at her. Baisusu felt embarrassed by his gaze and asked angrily, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Ran smiled and said, "Looking at my girlfriend." Baisusu asked shyly, Who is it?"
Su Ran narrowed his eyes.
Did I hear it wrong? Someone promised me so many times last night. Ah! Stop it.
Bai Suzhen was very embarrassed.
She was just trying to deal with the drunk Su Ran, okay? Su Ran suddenly said seriously, then may I ask, classmate Bai Susu, are you willing to be my girlfriend?
Bai Susu pursed her lips and looked at him timidly. Are you really serious?
Su Ran raised an eyebrow. What? Are you kidding me? We kissed and touched each other, how could we forget it?
Every word Su Ran said made Bai Susu shy. She lowered her voice and said, but
I am not worthy of you. Su Ran said calmly, if two people truly love each other, why would they care about whether they are a good match?
This is what Bai Suzhen is most worried about, but she really likes Su Ran very much. Su Ran continued, and I've also met your parents.
I think they're definitely confident in leaving you to me, right? As for my family, don't worry. They're very kind and never mind other people's family backgrounds.
After all, in Longhua, there seem to be few families richer than his. A look of hesitation appeared on Bai Susu's face, but after receiving Su Ran's affirmation, she felt extremely relieved. In fact, she had agreed to Su Ran last night, but Su Ran was not in a good state, and she was worried that he was just talking nonsense while drunk. Now that Su Ran was talking to her about this matter soberly, she became more determined in her choice.
Is there anyone better than Su Ran? Su Ran pressed the issue. Well, how's it going?
Bai Suzhen lowered her head and nodded slightly. Su Ran suddenly smiled. He rubbed the girl's head and said gently, don't be nervous.
Our relationship doesn't interfere with our daily interactions. Just be yourself.
Bai Susu was certain in her heart and nodded, okay.
Su Ran held the girl's hand and asked, what did we do last night? Swish. Bai Susu's face turned red again. No. I don't know.
The scene last night was so explosive that she dared not recall it.
Then review it. Bai Susu?
P.S. Those who are familiar with the author know that it's time to fasten your seatbelts.
Move the little gifts and cheer for the author. Chapter 104 Hardware Accelerator.
The men and women in the bar were flirting with each other for a while before they dressed neatly and became serious. Bai Suzhen's cheeks were flushed, and her little hands covered her neck, as if she was hiding something.
Su Ran asked knowingly, what's wrong?
Bai Susu said shyly, it hurts.
You're using a little too much force. Doesn't the internet say that if boys suck too hard, they may die?
She was so nervous just now that she seemed to see Tai-Nai.
But this process was too embarrassing.
The boss rudely pulled open her collar and directly.
Thinking of that scene, Bai Suzhen felt a little weak.
When Su Ran saw this scene, he became extremely excited about the future.
If this little girl gets excited.
Hiss. Just as Su Ran was about to bully the girl again, there was a noise at the door. It was Lu Jiaqi who came to work. Seeing the two people inside, Lu Jiaqi suddenly stopped. She looked at them, especially when she saw the redness on Bai Susu's face.
After a pause and a moment's hesitation, she suddenly said, am I coming at a bad time?
Bai Suzhen was very embarrassed and quickly hid behind Su Ran, feeling that she was trying to hide something.
Lu Jiaqi. Girl, why are you hiding? Su Ran cleared his throat and pretended to be calm. What do you do? Lu Jiaqi? Is this human language? He doesn't even recognize his own employees.
Lu Jiaqi rolled her eyes at them and went to work. Bai Susu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Jiaqi didn't say much. At this moment, a big hand pinched her cheek, and Su Ran chuckled and said, we are in love, not thieves.
What are you afraid of?
Bai Susu said weakly, I'm not used to it yet. Suddenly I went from being the boss's employee to being the boss's wife.
This transition was like a dream. Su Ran said with a half smile, that's easy. We're together every day, so we'll get used to it quickly.
Bai Suzhen nodded slightly. Being with Su Ran every day, she had only met him in her dreams.
Let's go back first. Today is the opening of the new store, how can we be without you, the boss lady?
Su Ran took Bai Susu's hand, and Bai Susu felt the warmth from the boy's palm with a sweet feeling in her heart. Watching the hand-holding couple leave, Lu Jiaqi, who was not far away, had a complicated look in her eyes. Finally they are together, which means that no one else has a chance.
In a hotel.
Messy clothes were scattered on the big white bed, and the quilt formed a small hill. In the dim light, a white and tender arm stretched out, and then the lights in the hotel room suddenly lit up. The quilt was lifted, revealing a bright face.
What time is it?
Her voice was a little hoarse, as if she had used her throat too much before. Then another long arm stretched out from under the quilt, took out the phone and took a look. The light of the phone shone on a handsome face, and a male voice responded, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, huh? 9 o'clock?
The girl was startled, then her eyes suddenly widened and she sat up abruptly. However, she didn't know if it was because she pulled the wound, but she gasped in pain and frowned her pretty brows.
It hurts.
Chun-Yi looked at her distressed expression and couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you say it stubbornly last night? Hearing this, Enyao rolled her eyes at him and said, I drank too much last night.
That's right, this man and woman are Chun-Yi and Enyao.
It wasn't love at first sight for these two people, they were just very interested in good-looking people of the opposite sex, and it was Enyao's own will. Chun-Yi looked at Enyao's beautiful figure, and a hint of heat appeared in his eyes. Even though he didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning last night, he still had the energy to fight. I have to say that Enyao is indeed a rare beauty, and the most important thing is that she has very good skin.
It is said that money can support a person.
Enyao comes from a wealthy family, so her skin is well maintained in all aspects. Moreover, her figure surpasses that of her peers. She is a person who bears great fruit on a slender branch. Her slender waist also brings great joy to Chun-Yi.
Hardware accelerator.
Enyao also felt Chun-Yi's gaze, her face also became a little hot, and she said angrily, What are you looking at?
Have you never seen a beautiful woman?
Chun-Yi smiled and said, Of course I have seen it.
I admired it all night last night.
Enyao slapped him, still talking. Chun-Yi easily restrained her with one hand, then with his other hand he pulled back the quilt and pinned her down.
He looked at Enyao with his peach blossom eyes and asked, Again?
Enyao said proudly, No, I'm tired of it.
Tired?
Chun-Yi didn't expect her to say that, and was stunned. Enyao said proudly, You are indeed a handsome man, but I have a principle, that is, I will walk through the grass without getting a single leaf on me.
Oh? Not a single leaf got on you?
Chun-Yi raised his eyebrows and lowered his gaze to the blood on the white bed sheet.
He smiled and said, Then our Miss Neptune, can you tell me why there is blood?
Enyao blushed and said in shame and anger, Aunt.
I'm having my period, so what?
Chun-Yi said unhappily, My only weakness is my mouth. Indeed, except for the mouth, everything else is soft.
It was indeed Enyao's first time.
When she saw Chun-Yi, she was conquered by his beauty. Well, the beautiful one is such a face-obsessed person, so she didn't mind something happening between them. And this experience was also very good, at least she felt good.
Chen Yike didn't know what the other person was thinking.
He just felt that this woman was a little heartless, and he immediately wanted to punish her.
Phew!
Hiss ah! Enyao cried out in pain and stared at Chun-Yi with wide eyes, You!
Not even saying hello?
Chun-Yi chuckled and said, What did you just say?
Missin, you're not going to pull up your pants and turn away, are you?
Enyao stared at him stubbornly, So what?
Chun-Yi smiled, That's it.
Enyao only maintained her stubbornness for a few minutes before she lost herself.
Half an hour later, Enyao pulled the quilt over her and looked at Chun-Yi, whose face was grim, with a sarcastic look on her face. Can you do this?
Chun-Yi's face was as black as charcoal.
Damn it!
I'm so embarrassed. I must have been tired last night and hungry this morning, so I have the will but not the strength. Chun-Yi looked at Enyao, who looked as proud as a fairy who enchanted everyone's life.
Come again.
Enyao was not happy. I won't serve you anymore.
My sister is going to open a business.
As she said this, she walked towards the bathroom.
Chun-Yi looked at her enchanting figure and clearly understood a film from a certain country. Incompetent husband. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Opening.
Su ran and by Susu rushed to the school from the bar. They ran straight to the entrance of the KTV. At this time, the scene had been arranged and there were many people gathered around, with noisy discussions one after another.
What's going on?
Where's the boss?
Didn't they say it would open at 9? Why aren't they opening at 9:30?
I came here because I heard the owner of this newly opened KTV is a real beauty.
I hope I won't be disappointed. Hey! We are kindred spirits.
I've seen the boss lady before, she's really beautiful. I plan to take a closer look today.
I'm different. I'm here for the opening benefits.
I heard that if you apply for membership, you can get 500 yuan for a deposit of 1,000 yuan.
There are only 100 places available, so I have to grab one. I don't understand. Isn't it just an entertainment venue? Why do you want to go in and spend money so much? Isn't it just to sing some songs? That's wrong. Brother, do you know what KTV has the most? Drinks. Wrong. Totally wrong. She's a beauty. At this time, on the other side, Lu Jia and Xiao Cancan's mobile phone repair shop also welcomed many customers. Most of them came for the KTV, but since it hadn't opened yet, they just came to put up some film or something. Lu Jia and Xiao Cancan were very busy. Although Yang Feifei and Xiao Zihuan were there, they were not professionals and could not help. But they also enjoy it. After all, in their eyes, these customers are money. At this time, Su Ran and Bai Susu also arrived. Everyone's eyes fell on them, and the noise in the venue gradually quieted down. The boys' eyes fell on Bai Sujin, and they all showed surprise. Even many of them who were just watching the fun took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Holy crap! It's really that beautiful. When everyone saw Bai Sujin's appearance, they immediately understood what it meant to be stunningly beautiful. What attracted them even more was Bai Sujin's natural pure temperament, as if she was as spotless as a lotus. Unlike the previous school beauty Lu Ruyan, Bai Sujin gives them a more approachable feeling. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Ran and Bai Susu stood at the door of the KTV, and the security guards responsible for maintaining order immediately cleared an area where the two were. Holy crap! Is that the boss lady? What a hot girl! Hiss! Luckily I came, otherwise I would have almost missed it. This is great, I have to send it to my son. If you had told me earlier there was such a pretty girl, I would have topped up 10,000 yuan. Although the girl is pretty, why is the boy next to her so annoying? I remember him. Isn't he the boyfriend of the former school beauty? Why is he with another beauty now? Fuck. Why are all the pretty girls so close to him? Switch places. Su Ran took a look at the scene and smiled. There are so many people. It seems like everyone is here for this new KTV. Everyone sighed, we are here to see the boss lady. Bai Sujin was originally a little socially anxious, and when she heard everyone cheering, she became even more shy. She had encouraged herself before coming here, but now seeing this situation, Bai Sujin doubted whether she was really qualified for the position of the boss's wife. In public, Su Ran couldn't hold Bai Sujin's hand to comfort her. If he did so, he would probably be chopped into pieces. Su Ran cleared his throat and began a speech in an official tone, warmly celebrating the opening. At this time, Yang Feifei and others also came over. Of course, they came to show their support. After the fireworks exploded, the KTV officially opened. Some interested people went in to take a look. The KTV has indeed recruited a lot of beautiful women as waitresses, including senior students from our school and those recruited from outside the school. In short, everything is ready. As the boss, Su Ran originally wanted to personally handle the process of applying for membership for everyone, but no one appreciated it and insisted on letting Bai Sujin do it. Finally, under Bai Susu's insistence, Su Ran had to let her experience it, but he asked the bodyguards to protect Bai Susu to prevent her from being taken advantage of by these perverts. It looks like the effect is pretty good. As the protagonist, Su Ran had already arrived not far from the door and was watching the excitement. Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be taken advantage of? Xiao Cancan stood beside him, smoking a cigarette. After the craze over, mobile phone repair shops returned to being quiet. Su Ran sneered, who dares? I'll chop him into pieces. If it wasn't for the purpose of letting Bai Sujin adapt to the boss lady's rhythm in advance, he would be reluctant to let her show up. Xiao Cancan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it seems that you two are already together? Su Ran did not deny it and raised his head, isn't this necessary? Xiao Cancan gave a thumbs up and said, you're dating the two most beautiful girls in our school. Wow, how many people will envy you? Even he was jealous. There are still huge differences between people. Su Ran smiled, feeling a little proud. At this time, two figures came from not far away. They are Chen Yi and In Yao. It is worth mentioning that In Yao's walking posture is a bit strange, full of cautiousness, as if she had sprained her ankle. Has it started yet? In Yao looked at the crowded hall, a look of regret on her face. Damn, I'm late. She glared at Chen Yi angrily. If it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't be late. Chen Yi noticed In Yao's dissatisfied gaze and looked away guiltily. You two showed up at the same time? Su Ran looked at the two of them with some surprise, his eyes intriguing. Xiao Cancan echoed, just like you, Lao Chen didn't come back last night.
Chen Yi's face turned red, and In Yao had already realized that something was wrong. In order to avoid embarrassment, she decisively left the place. Seeing that something was wrong with the two of them, Su Ran guessed what had happened between them.
No, you two are moving too fast, aren't you? Didn't you just meet?
Chen Yi showed an extremely lonely and arrogant look. Alas, there is an idiom called love at first sight.
Isn't that just lust?
Chao Cancan curled her lips, feeling even more sour. Su Ran had just confirmed their relationship, but Chen Yi had fucked them.
Moreover, Chen Yi had only known the other person for 2 days. This progress? Are they out of touch with society?
Chen Yi chuckled. That's right, she was fascinated by my handsome appearance.
Su Ran. Chao Cancan.
This bastard.
But Chen Yi is indeed handsome.
I guess there is no boy in the entire university who is more handsome than him.
This is the importance of modeling.
At this time, Chen Yi suddenly pulled Su Ran aside.
What are you doing?
Su Ran looked at him doubtfully. Chen Yi glanced around stealthily, then whispered, Old Su, you have a lot of connections.
Do you have any amazing Chinese medicine practitioners? Could you introduce them to me? Su Ran?
Chapter 106 Freshman Military Training. A week has passed since the KTV opened, and its popularity has spread throughout Ningbo University.
Moreover, the KTV in the school is not as expensive as those outside. The prices are affordable and the service quality is high. More importantly, the quality of the waiters working there is very high.
Male customers order beautiful waiters, and female customers order male waiters. In terms of service, it has received unanimous praise.
And most importantly, most people come here for the boss lady.
The boss lady, by Susu's name, has gradually gained influence and is called the new generation of school belle by many male compatriots. On this day, after class, Su Ran came to the KTV. There was a girl dressed exquisitely at the front desk. When the girl saw Su Ran, she immediately smiled and said, Hello, boss. Are you here to see the boss lady again? I have to say that after they came to work here, they really felt that the treatment was very good. The boss was very approachable, and the boss's wife was even easier to get along with. Their employee benefits were also good. There was no probation period, and they were directly considered formal employees. Where can I find this kind of job? Facts have proved that the resources are in the hands of those few people, and it depends on whether they can treat employees as human beings. Su Ran nodded. Where is she? The girl laughed and said, The boss lady went to eat. Oh. Boss lady, you're back? Su Ran turned around and saw Bai Susu coming over with 2 meals. When the latter saw Su Ran, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in his originally calm eyes. You are here? Su Ran glanced at the food in her hand and asked, Why did you order 2 servings? Bai Susu looked at the receptionist, who quickly said, Well, I'm going to eat. Boss and madam, you should eat first. After saying that, she winked at Bai Suzhen and then stopped being a third wheel. Bai Susu. She originally brought it for the other person. Bai Susu's cheeks flushed, and she said softly, Have you eaten? Can I have dinner with you? Su Ran smiled and nodded, Okay. Sitting on the sofa, Su Ran saw that there was no one around, so he used both hands to pick up Bai Susu and put her on his lap. Bai Susu was immediately embarrassed, and she buried her face in his arms, muttering, Someone will see us. Su Ran chuckled and said, What's wrong with seeing it? Do I need someone's permission to hug my girlfriend? Be good, I haven't seen you for a day, let me hug you. Su Ran coaxed. Bai Suzhen was very shy. Didn't they just kiss and hug last night? But she didn't refuse, instead she put her arms around his waist in response. During the period of passionate love, she was very dependent on Su Ran. Now, she has reached the point where she misses him if she doesn't see him for a while. Bai Suzhen carefully and greedily felt the boy's smell and body temperature, and felt very satisfied. After spending a week together, she gradually adapted to the role of Su Ran's girlfriend. It was not as difficult as she had imagined because Su Ran had always doted on her. While Bai Susu's thoughts were flying, Su Ran's hands had already become restless. Bai Susu whimpered, her body softening slightly as she angrily said, Don't do it here. Su Ran stopped moving and then chuckled, Xiao Bai, I really want to swallow you whole. Bai Susu was too shy to meet his gaze and said timidly, We can't do that. We can't be sour here. Su Ran looked at her with a half smile, You mean, it's okay if we don't stay here? The blush spread to Bai Susu's ears, and she nodded imperceptibly. Although she was shy about being close to Sue Ran, she didn't mind. She would even do anything if Sue Ran needed her to. He is the lighthouse in her life. She will naturally follow the light and get closer without him doing anything. Sue Ran didn't continue teasing her. Being able to take advantage of her in such an occasion was already a rare indulgence for the little girl. If he went a little too far, he would be a bit of a scumbag. My brother is still very serious. Although the food in the cafeteria was not that delicious, the two of us fed each other and created a good atmosphere for the meal. Sue Ran thought that he could also open a restaurant next to the KTV. Not for anything else, just so that Bai Sujin can have a good meal at mealtime. For this reason, it is reasonable to spend more money. After all, young Master Su is not short of money. Although Bai Sujin is the boss lady, she doesn't stay here often. After all, apart from being the boss lady, she is still a freshman. And in the next half month, she will also start military training. The freshmen escaped the hottest September and had a comfortable National Day holiday. They originally thought that the weather would be cooler during military training, but they didn't expect the October sun to be even hotter. On the first day of military training, the opening ceremony began at 7 in the morning, and the sun was already hanging above them. Many freshmen were unable to open their eyes due to the sun. Bai Susu and Yao are about the same height, so even in the combined team of two classes, they are sitting next to each other. The two of them have the highest appearance in the two classes. One has exquisite makeup, showing her charm and playfulness, and the other has no makeup at all, but her skin is very white, tender and delicate, giving people a sense of purity and cuteness. Because girls in military training are not allowed to cover their faces, Bai Sujin's appearance is exposed to everyone. Even most of the boys in Bai Susu's class were seeing Bai Susu's lineup for the first time and were shocked. Holy shit! There's a beauty like this in the class? How come they don't know? Many boys have fallen in love with them at first sight. Of course, this includes the instructors. During the training, the instructor appeared in front of Bai Susu frequently, intentionally or unintentionally, and talked to her from time to time, but Bai Susu seemed not interested in him. During the break, Bai Sujin and In Yao had become the most popular among the crowd. Mr. Bai, you're sweating so much? Do you need a tissue? Student Bai, I have some sugar water here, would you like some? And Yao, why is your skin so white? And Yao couldn't stand their approach and pulled Bai Susu to a corner. Oh. They are so annoying, like flies. And Yao looked at Bai Susu, paused, and then said, I suddenly understand them. Because her bestie is so beautiful. Bai Susu blinked and said innocently, Yao Yao, why are you looking at me like that? And Yao quickly raised her hand and said, Sister, don't wink at me. I can't stand it. So cute and I really want to rub it. Bai Sujin tilted her head, her face full of confusion. She thought it was nothing. She often winked at Su Ran, but she didn't see anything wrong with him. Oh, he just planted a strawberry on her occasionally. Bai Sujin doesn't care much about her appearance because she never cares about other people's eyes. Of course, now she only cares about Su Ran. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 The Art of Controlling a Husband? Su Ran had classes on the first day of military training, and only planned to visit his girlfriend on the second day. When Chen Yi heard that Su Ran was going to watch the freshman military training, he raised his hand and said, I'm going too. He also wanted to go see his one-day girlfriend. Ever since that night last time, Chen Yi seemed to be possessed and dreamed of Anyao for 2 consecutive days. Of course, only he knew whether she was wearing clothes or not, but Chen Yi had been changing his underwear quite frequently recently. Once you've tasted her, it's like being addicted to a drug. What made Chen Yi depressed was that this girl really did what she said. She would ignore him as soon as she lifted her skirt. Even when he sent her messages, she was very perfunctory. Damn it! He's the most handsome guy in Ning University, how could he have suffered such a thing? Of course Su Ran knew his friend's condition, and they both knew about his abnormal behavior in the past few days. All I can say is that Chen Yi has also fallen in love. Su Ran was driving a Su-7, with the trunk and seats filled with milk tea. That's right, the wealthy Su Xiao is online. When this beautiful scenery appeared on the sports field, it attracted the attention of most people. Holy crap! What a cool car! Who is this guy? Is he here to show off? Sour. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen someone drive to the sports field. Is this university so free? I recognize this car. It has always been parked downstairs from our dormitory. He stopped. That square team seems to be heading towards the 7th company.
Are you here to find a partner? I'm so jealous. I also want to be the co-pilot of Su-7. Beauty, my dad has a Porsche, do you want to ride in it? Wow. Add me on WeChat. The 7th Company Square Team is the company where Bai Sujin is located. Seeing this familiar car, a hint of surprise appeared on Bai Susu's little face, and then her eyes softened. He. Sister, your man is here to see you. And Yao nudged her best friend slyly and spoke in an ambiguous tone. Bai Susu said shyly, stop it. What are you all doing? What are you arguing about? Stand at attention. The instructor's unhappy voice rang out, interrupting everyone's whispers. When they heard the instructor getting angry, everyone immediately quieted down and behaved themselves. The instructor's eyes fell on the Su-7 part not far away. Although the car was covered with anti-peep film, with his eyesight, he could still vaguely see 2 boys in the car. He had encountered this situation before. Without exception, they were all looking for a partner, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Soon, the chief instructor's whistle sounded, 20 minutes of break between classes. Everyone felt relieved and looked for shady places to avoid the sun. The instructor of the 7th Company took out a bottle of mineral water with ice dew from somewhere, and his eyes fell on Bai Susu intentionally or unintentionally. Then he gritted his teeth and stood up to look for her. But the next second, Bai Susu and Enyao left and walked straight towards the Su-7. Instructor? Everyone also noticed this scene and became curious. No way? They knew the owner of the car? Then they saw 2 boys getting out of the car. Bai Sujin walked directly to the boy in the driver's seat, who rubbed her head affectionately. The girl looked shy. Snap. The hearts of countless single people are broken quietly like glass. Bai Sujin is undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in the room, but she actually has a partner. For those single people who are still daydreaming, this is like the sky has fallen. The instructor held the water in his hand and stared at the scene in a daze. The clown turned out to be me. Bai Susu looked at Su Ran with a joyful expression, her voice unable to conceal her happiness. Why are you here? Su Ran smiled and said, of course I'm here to care about my girlfriend's health. How is it? Can you bear it? Bai Susu nodded gently, it's okay, just a little bit sunburned. Su Ran glanced at the square team and then said, why don't you just ask for leave? Military training is so tiring and hard. Bai Susu shook her head, no need. If I ask for leave, I won't get any credits. You can get as many credits as you want. Just listen to me and take a break. Su Ran said without a doubt. Bai Susu was a little embarrassed, but if I ask for leave, will the instructor be angry? Su Ran curled her lips and said, then let's change a new group of instructors. The little girl actually cared about other people being angry? He was really going to be angry. Sensing Su Ran's displeasure, Bai Susu suddenly took 2 steps closer, stretched out her little hand to tug at his clothes, and said coquettishly, I was wrong. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, what's wrong? Bai Susu blinked, whatever you say is wrong, I will correct it. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Su Ran's eyes, then kiss me. Bai Susu was embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, there are so many people here. Su Ran threatened, then I will always be angry. Bai Susu glanced at the square team, then looked at Su Ran. Then she plucked up her courage, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. The crowd watching the excitement. Damn! It's red bean paste. Bury them separately. Born. What did you do to my goddess? Shen Yi and Enyao, who were standing by, also got goosebumps when they saw the scene. Ouch! It's so dazzling. Shen Yi's eyes suddenly fell on Enyao's lips. The latter quickly took a step back and looked at him warily. What do you want to do? Shen Yi said hoarsely, I want to. Enyao was stunned for a moment, then reacted and his face turned pale. Not decent. After the kiss, Bai Sujin immediately lowered her head, her face as red as a cooked lobster, and the red spread to her neck. Su Ran's laughter came from above my head, I want you to kiss my cheek. Bai Susu. Bad guy. Su Ran stopped teasing her and asked her to get in the car to enjoy the air conditioning. Enyao was also stuffed into the car by Chen Yi. The latter said, come with me to a place this afternoon. Enyao looked reluctant, I won't go. I still have military training. Chen Yi said unhappily, I'll ask for leave for you. He and Su Ran walked towards the square team carrying milk tea. Bai Susu and Enyao were in the car, with the latter looking somewhat unhappy, a domineering man, humph. Bai Susu asked curiously, Yao Yao, why are you so resistant to Chani? She was still surprised when she heard about her best friend from Su Ran. Don't understand, but respect. And Yao's face showed a cunning look. You don't understand, this is called training. Let him starve for a while, otherwise you will think that I am casual. Susu, this is called the art of controlling your husband. Most men are unreliable. You should learn from me. Bai Sujin blinked. She controls Su Ran? It seems that she can't do it. At the moment, she is completely dominated by Su Ran. Chapter 108, Future Mother-in-Law Calls. I don't know what Su Ran said to the instructor, but when he returned, he took Bai Sujin away. However, Chenny did not get in Su Ran's car, but took Yao away. No matter how the latter struggled, his hands were like iron clamps and she could not break free. In the Su 7, Bai Susu blinked and said crisply, What did you say to the instructor? Such a strict instructor actually agreed to let him go? Su Ran said calmly and confidently, I told him you are my girlfriend and we are going back to bed. Swish. Bai Susu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she said shyly, Why is it like this? Go back to sleep. Saying that in front of outsiders can easily cause misunderstanding. Su Ran chuckled, Where do you want to eat? Bai Susu thought for a moment, then said, How about we go to the cafeteria? Su Ran curled her lips and said, Why go to the cafeteria? Is the food edible? Let's go out to eat. Bai Susu said obediently, Oh. However, Su Ran first sent Bai Susu back to the girls' dormitory downstairs. You'll have 10 minutes to change and then come down. Bai Susu looked down at her military training uniform and pursed her lips. Okay, then, should I take a shower? Su Ran teased, You can take a shower if you want. We're just going to have a meal. Bai Sujin blushed. She just wanted to have a meal, and she didn't have any plans. She was just worried that she would smell bad and Su Ran would dislike her. More than 10 minutes later, Bai Sujin came down. She changed into a tulle skirt. The hem of the skirt fell to a little above her knees, revealing a smooth and white calf. The skirt was sleeveless, and her two delicate arms were exposed, which was particularly eye-catching. Bai Sujin's skin is very white, as if it had been soaked in milk. When she stood in front of Su Ran, she lowered her head embarrassedly. Su Ran looked her up and down, finally landing on her arm. I heard that girls' arms are very soft, especially the flesh on the back of their upper arms. Su Ran reached out and pinched it, and then couldn't he let go. So soft. He simply stretched out a hand, embraced the girl, and held one of the girl's arms in his hand and kept kneading it. Bai Susu was a little shy, but she couldn't help asking, Is it okay to pinch? Su Ran smiled and said, Of course, the feel is exceptionally good. Bai Susu whispered, Then you can only pinch me from now on, okay? The coquettish tone made Su Ran's heart flutter. I really want to bully her severely. The two left the campus by car and came to a nearby restaurant. There were many customers at noon. When the two walked into the restaurant, many eyes fell on them, with surprise in their eyes. What a handsome couple. Su Ran ignored everyone's gaze and pulled Bai Susu to an empty table. The latter suddenly broke free from Su Ran's hand, took out a tissue from his pocket, wiped the chair carefully, and looked at Su Ran with sparkling eyes. Sit down. Everyone. No, buddy, how did you manage to make such a beautiful girlfriend willingly serve you? Please give me a tutorial. Su Ran gladly accepted his girlfriend's kindness, sat down, and showed a proud look of the winner's MVP on his face. When the food came, the dishes and chopsticks were all prepared by Bai Sujin, and she moved skillfully like a virtuous wife. This made everyone envious. Some men who have a partner or are even married sighed. Look at them, this is real success. Unlike them, they married an ancestor and worshipped him. Bai Sujin didn't care about other people's eyes. She only had eyes for Su Ran. She held the bowl of soup, blew on it gently to cool it down, and then fed it to Su Ran's mouth with a spoon. Su Ran was enjoying Bai Susu's service when his cell phone rang. Su Ran glanced at Bai Susu and said, My mother. Bai Sujin's hands trembled, and her little face suddenly became panicked. It was fine before, but now she is Su Ran's girlfriend. Facing Su Ran's mother is like facing her future mother-in-law, isn't it? Excited, nervous, and expectant. Su Ran smiled and answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Ran, what are you doing? Su Ran glanced at Bai Susu, who didn't dare to look at him but pricked up her ears to eavesdrop, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, eating. You didn't come back for National Day. When is your next holiday? Su's mother asked kindly. What's wrong? Mom misses her son?
Su Ran said with a smile. Since he was a child, his mother doted on him the most. Mother Su said with a smile, that's not the case.
I want to meet Xiaobai. Su Ran's face froze. After all, he was wrong.
When Bai Suzhen heard that she was also involved, she suddenly became nervous. She didn't know where to put her hands, so she subconsciously grabbed Su Ran.
Hiss.
Su Ran took a deep breath, held Bai Susu's hand, and looked at her in shock.
You are not a girl, why are you playing so extravagantly?
Bai Susu realized where she had grabbed something, her face quickly flushed, and she whispered, I'm sorry. She retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted, and her mind was already yellow.
It's over. What did I just do? I'm going to be embarrassed. Ran, what's wrong with you? Su's mother asked doubtfully on the phone.
Su Ran smiled awkwardly, it's okay, Mom, I just got scalded by the soup.
Really? But why do I hear a girl's voice next to you?
Su's mother exposed it with a smile.
You Su Ran, you actually lie. Su Ran's mouth twitched. How come your hearing is so sharp?
Su Ran looked at Bai Susu and saw that she looked nervous.
She smiled gently and asked, do you want to talk to my mother for a while? Ha? Me? Bai Susu was stunned.
She was a little nervous at first, but when she met Su Ran's gaze, she suddenly felt very at ease. It was a strong sense of security that came from being recognized. As the saying goes, if a boy loves you, he will definitely introduce you to others without hesitation, let alone their parents. It shows that Su Ran really cares about and respects her. This feeling gave Bai Susu great courage.
Is this voice Xiaobai?
Su's mother's surprised voice came. Bai Susu took the initiative to greet her a little embarrassedly. Ah, hello, Auntie.
Do you still remember me? We met at Ran's bar last time.
Bai Susu responded softly, yes, I remember.
By the way, are you and Ran together? Just the two of you?
Su's mother suddenly asked. Bai Suzhen looked at Su Ran for help, but the latter pretended not to see her and lowered his head to eat. Bai Susu suppressed her shyness and admitted, yes, Auntie, I'm having dinner with Su and the boss.
Okay, then I'm sorry if I disturbed you guys. Ask Su Ran to call me back later. I won't disturb you guys anymore.
Okay, Auntie.
Goodbye.
My mother-in-law has a good sense of boundaries. On the other side, Su's mother couldn't hide her smile, and then she made another call, hey.
Book me a flight to Luchang. Chapter 109 Not short of money. After hanging up the phone, Bai Susu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her like this, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh and said, we are now in an open relationship, right?
Bai Susu said shyly, you are so bad. Suddenly she was faced with her future mother-in-law, without any time to react.
Just put it in front of the face and use the maximum power, right?
Su Ran picked up a piece of meat and put it to her mouth. Open your mouth. Bai Suzhen opened her mouth obediently and let Su Ran feed the meat into her mouth. After lunch, Bai Susu was dragged by Su Ran to go shopping.
Because it was a weekday, there were not many people in the mall. Su Ran took Bai Susu and went straight to the clothing store. I have enough clothes.
Bai Suzhen didn't want to waste too much money, and when they were dating, Su Ran often bought her clothes, and she had no clothes to wear. Su Ran pulled her to the skirt section and said, it's still quite hot now, so I'll pick out a few short skirts for you.
Bai
Suzhen glanced at the serious Su Ran and blinked innocently. A short skirt? Why did she remember that Su Ran always picked long skirts for her? Su Ran said nothing, just kept picking. He picked a short skirt, and it was a suspender skirt.
He said to Bai Susu, would you like to try it?
Bai Susu's pretty face flushed, and she said weakly, isn't this too revealing?
That suspender skirt doesn't have much fabric, how can I go out wearing it?
This was exactly the effect Su Ran wanted. He leaned close to Bai Susu's ear with a sly look on his face and said, just wear this at home and let me see it.
It can also be worn as a nightgown.
Hearing this, Bai Susu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated.
But she could accept this and nodded slightly. Then should I try changing it? There is a changing room here.
After Bai Suzhen went in, Su Ran picked out a few more sets of clothes.
Of course he knew Bai Suzhen's size, well, don't ask him how he knew it.
When the door of the changing room opened, Su Ran's tall figure was already blocking the door, blocking everyone's view, and his eyes were fixed on the girl who had changed into a suspender skirt.
So white, so big.
Bai Susu clutched the hem of her skirt, her ears red as if blood could drip out, and whispered, "Is it difficult, is it ugly?" Su Ran's Adam's apple rolled, and she reached out to tuck the loose hair hanging by her ear behind her ear, her fingertips rubbing against her burning earlobe. "You should ask me if I look good." Bai Susu paused, then asked, "Then, does it look good?" "It looks good, even better than I imagined." He glanced at the girl's slender shoulders and fair calves, and added, "You should wear it like this, just for me to see." These words made Bai Susu even more embarrassed. She turned around and tried to hide back in the changing room, but Su Ran grabbed her wrist. He handed over the other 2 dresses in his hand, and "These 2, want to try them together? I just picked them out, and they're perfect for wearing at home." Emphasized wearing at home. Bai Susu looked at the 2 skirts made of the same thin fabric, bit her lip but still took them. Before closing the door, she did not forget to remind him, "You keep an eye on it outside." Su Ran nodded honestly, "Okay, I will definitely watch it intently." Bai Susu spat, "Look at others, not me." As soon as the door closed, Su Ran chuckled. He leaned against the wall outside the dressing room, his eyes fixed on the door panel, waiting patiently, already imagining the life of an emperor in his mind. When Bai Susu came out after changing into her 3rd dress, Su Ran picked up the clothes she had changed out of and said to the clerk, "Pack these up." The clerk smiled brightly and praised him quickly, "Great, sir. You 2 are a perfect match, just like the hero and heroine from a novel." Bai Sujin felt a little embarrassed. Su Ran smiled and said, "Thank you, many people say so." The clerk struck while the iron was hot, "Sir, your girlfriend has already bought some clothes, so would you like to choose some men's suits?" Just as Su Ran was about to refuse, Bai Susu spoke first, "Yes. Sister, please pick a few for him." Su Ran looked at Bai Susu, who blinked innocently, "You have to buy clothes too." She usually saw Su Ran always wearing the same few pieces of clothes, and she was worried that he would buy new clothes. In fact, this is not the case. As the 2nd generation of a wealthy family, Su Ran would naturally not treat himself badly, and all his clothes are custom-made brand-name clothes. It's just that he is too lazy to find new clothes to wear, so he only wears the same few sets over and over again. Su Ran wanted to tease her when she heard this, "Then buy it for me?" Bai Susu nodded, "Yeah." Although she had to save money, she was never stingy with Su Ran. No matter what he wanted, as long as she had it, she was willing to give it to him. Seeing this, the clerk said very tactfully, "Miss, I suggest you choose it for your boyfriend yourself, because you know his size best." "Huh? Oh, okay." After hearing this, Bai Sujin also felt that it made sense, so she nodded. Su Ran looked at her deeply. She didn't know his full size yet, but she would soon. Bai Sujin really started to select items for Su Ran seriously, and she only picked those that cost a few hundred yuan each, and just glanced over the cheap ones. She felt that the cheap clothes were not worthy of Su Ran's status. Su Ran followed her patiently, allowing herself to be her clothes rack. Soon, after trying for a long time, Su Ran decided to buy 2. Bai Susu sighed softly, "There are so few clothes that fit you." In fact, it was Su Ran who kept saying that they were not suitable and he disliked those fabrics. Su Ran rubbed her head and said, "It's okay. It's already pretty good to be able to pick out 2 pieces from so many clothes." After hearing this, Bai Sujin's mood immediately improved a lot. "Are we going back now?" Su Ran shook his head, "No, I'll take you to another place." He pulled Bai Sujin, who looked confused, to the fruit and mobile phone store. "Do you prefer a large screen or a small screen?" Su Ran asked. Bai Susu opened her mouth, then realized something. She looked at Su Ran in surprise, "Buy me a cell phone?" Su Ran nodded with a smile, "I have tolerated your phone for a long time." Bai Susu's mobile phone internet speed is very slow, and he had been reluctant to change it the last time he asked her to. Bai Susu glanced at the phones and noticed that in every series, the large screen ones were much more expensive than the small screen ones, so she thought to herself, "I'll just use the small one." "Boss, get me the latest PM." "Okay, sir, we have government subsidies here." "No, I have plenty of money." "Okay." When Bai Susu saw the amount Su Ran paid, her eyes widened. "More than 10,000? Su Ran nodded seriously, "Fortunately, you girls should like Apple phones more. Otherwise, you can support domestic products. That one costs more than 20,000. Bai Susu. Spending money is as easy as blinking an eye." Su Ran pinched her chin and said with a smile, "Xiao Bai, tell your uncle and aunt that you will not be staying home tonight." Upon hearing this, Bai Susu's face suddenly turned red. Good. Chapter 110 What should I shout? In the end, Bai Susu reported to Enyao that she would not return to the dormitory. After all, she spent the night in the university dormitory.
And Yao knew what was going on as soon as she heard it.
After some teasing, she said that she would not reply either. She has been taken away by Chen Yi, and it is impossible for her to go back in a short time.
As for Bai Susu's parents, Bai Susu didn't dare to say anything. If her father knew that she spent the night with Su Ran, he would definitely be angry.
As the sky gradually darkened, Su Ran brought Bai Susu to the downstairs of a villa.
This is the villa his father bought in Lucheng.
It was Bai Suzhen's first time here. She was a little unnatural at first, but when she thought of Su Ran being by her side, she relaxed.
Let's go.
Su Ran rubbed Bai Susu's head and then pulled her in. The villa was very quiet, but very clean, and it was obvious that it was cleaned every day.
The environment is just okay.
Su Ran commented calmly.
Bai Susu's face was filled with shock. Is this barely acceptable? Can't she fit into the world of the rich?
Su Ran smiled and said, when you go to the capital, to my real home, you will know.
Bai Suzhen couldn't help but get nervous when she thought of that scene. Can I really do this?
Su Ran pinched her cheek and said with a smile, don't be nervous, my family is easy to talk to, and my mother must like you very much.
My father dotes on my mother, so he will love her too. Bai Susu nodded gently, okay. She thought about it, then timidly pulled Su Ran's sleeve and said, then, will you stand on my side?
She has watched some videos and found that many men don't cherish the women after getting them.
Su Ran picked up Bai Susu lazily and smiled evilly, that depends on your performance.
Bai Susu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she said in a baby voice, I will behave well.
Su Ran raised an eyebrow, for example? Bai Susu looked at his suggestive expression, shyly raised her head and kissed him on the cheek. Is this okay?
Su Ran looked at her beautiful appearance and his blood began to boil.
Are you hungry?
A hint of doubt flashed across Bai Susu's pretty eyes. She didn't understand why he asked such questions, but she answered obediently, I'm fine.
I'm not very hungry. Su Ran's voice was a little urgent, I'm hungry.
As he said that, he ran upstairs holding Bai Suzhen and picked up the skirt he bought today. Bai Suzhen was confused at first, but later she realized what Su Ran meant by being hungry, and her little face turned red.
Su Ran just found a room and rushed in. He took a look at the big white bed and then threw Bai Suzhen over there. The big bed was very elastic. Bai Suzhen let out a light cry, and her body bounced a few times before she lay down on the bed. Before she could react, a large figure pressed down on her. Bai Susu looked at Su Ran timidly, like a frightened deer. Can you be a little gentler?
Su Ran chuckled softly, I'll agree to that for now. He might feel sorry for this girl at first, but this girl's soft and sweet appearance really makes it impossible to control the cute aggression in his heart. Su Ran lowered her head and caught a glimpse of the soft sweetness. Bai Suzhen gently closed her eyes, put her arms around Su Ran's neck, and raised her head slightly to make it more convenient for him. She had no resistance to Su Ran in her heart. No matter what he wanted to do to her, she was willing to give him the best of herself. The ambiguous factor in the air became hot, and because of the heat, the two of them were almost being honest with each other without realizing it. Su Ran pinched Bai Susu's slender waist with his broad hands and compared them with each other with a burning gaze. Wow, it's so thin. Bai Suzhen seemed to be a little sensitive and her whole body tensed up.
Su Ran looked at him with pity and said in a hoarse voice, would you like to take a bath? Bai Susu nodded shyly.
Because Bai Suzhen was shy, she did not agree to take a bath together and ran into the bathroom by herself. Looking at her seductive self in the mirror, Bai Susu covered her face with her hands, so erotic. The person in the mirror has skin as delicate and smooth as a baby's, as if water could be squeezed out with a light pinch. She is thin where she should be thin, and plump where she should be plump. Her body proportions are rare in the world. Not to mention Su Ran, now she even likes her own body.
She finally understood why Yao Yao always wanted to bully her. She really wanted someone to strangle her to death.
Just as Bai Suzhen took off her restraints, she suddenly realized that she had come in too hastily and forgot to bring a change of clothes. She suppressed her shyness, opened the bathroom door a crack, and said timidly, Su Ran.
What's wrong? You want me to take a shower with you?
Su Ran's voice sounded with a smile.
No, I didn't take my clothes. Not long after, Su Ran appeared at the door.
Bai Susu shrank back and only stretched out a small white hand.
Su Ran didn't rush to give it to her, but asked, what did you call me just now? Bai Susu, Su Ran. Su Ran said, no, I'll give you one chance, shout again. Boss?
Bai Susu's shy voice came from behind the door.
No, I'll give you one last chance.
Bai Sujin's heart beat faster, and she realized what Su Ran wanted to hear. She brewed those two words for a long time before speaking in a mosquito-like voice, husband.
I didn't hear clearly.
Su Ran's ears were about to reach the bathroom.
Husband.
A soft voice with a hint of babyishness sounded, and Su Ran showed a relieved smile, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching behind his ears.
For you. After paying a heavy price, Bai Susu finally got the clothes, but she exclaimed the next second, why is it this? He gave her the suspender skirt he bought today. Su Ran laughed and said, wear this tonight.
Bai Sujin's face in the bathroom was so red that it seemed to be bleeding.
Is it really okay to wear this?
It's her first time, she won T-Dai, right?
With excitement, Bai Sujin started to take a bath.
Su Ran, who was outside the door, wandered around the room for a while, but didn't find what he was looking for, so he went to the master bedroom. He returned a moment later with a look of depression on his face.
None of that. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether I use it or not. He just needs to be careful.
More than 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened and Bai Sujin, with fair and rosy skin, slowly walked out.
Su Ran's eyes suddenly became hot. Chapter 111 Let us adapt first.
Under the light, the girl wearing only a suspender skirt exudes an ultimate beauty. A slender neck, delicate collarbone, snow-white skin, and even more tempting is that the hem of her skirt only covers half of her thighs, revealing a pair of beautiful long legs, straight and well-proportioned. The picture is so vivid.
Different from when she was in the fitting room, Bai Sujin is more charming and attractive now.
Especially her sexy figure paired with her pure facial features, this strong visual contrast makes people unable to stop. In the quiet room, Su Ran's swallowing sound could be heard clearly. Bai Sujin looked down at her somewhat revealing outfit and became more and more shy.
Xiao Bai, come here. Su Ran's slightly hoarse voice sounded.
Bai Sujin moved slowly and came in front of Su Ran.
Come up. Su Ran spoke concisely and authentically. Bai Sujin climbed onto the bed.
Su Ran pinched her chin, the desire in his eyes was not concealed at all, and his gaze seemed to be able to burn her to death.
Turn off the lights?
Bai Sujin was forced to tilt her little face up, her big eyes half closed, her eyes full of moisture, as if she was ready to be picked by anyone. Hearing Su Ran's words, Bai Susu's heart trembled, and then she nodded softly.
Bang!
The switch clicked, and the room was plunged into darkness. In the quiet room, the breathing of the man and woman was a little heavy, and the air was filled with a strong sense of ambiguity.
Nervous? Su Ran said in a calm tone.
Because he found that Bai Sujin's body was very tense. Obviously, the little girl had never experienced this before and was scared.
Bai Susu's timid voice sounded, well. I'm a little nervous. How could she not be nervous?
After all, her emotions were as pure as a blank sheet of paper.
This is also the first time I'm going to experience this.
The most nervous moment for her was when her name was called by the teacher and it was her turn to line up and take the stage. But now, she was many times more nervous than that situation.
Her heartbeat seemed to be leaving her body.
Su Ran chuckled softly, sorry, if you're not ready, I won't force you.
No, I do.
Bai Susu quickly agreed and held his arm tightly with her little hands, fearing that he would be angry. Su Ran rubbed her head and then comforted her. Willingness and practice are two different things.
Look at you now, you are almost in shock. Bai Susu. So embarrassing. Husband, I really can do it.
Bai Susu pleaded softly.
Su Ran's heart was completely broken.
He hugged Bai Susu and comforted her.
Xiao Bai, it's okay, let's take it slow.
Bai Sujin's breathing gradually calmed down from rapid. Su Ran gave her great tolerance and a sense of security.
This is what happens next.
He untied the shoulder strap of Bai Susu's suspender dress.
Even though the vision was dark, Su Ran couldn't overcome the environment, so he stretched out his arm and turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone. The flashlight on the phone isn't as bright as the light in the room, but it's still clear enough to see, and there's an ambiguous vibe.
At this moment, Su Ran finally understood the words in the novel.
Really? Rabbit.
Bai Sujin covered her cheeks as if she was trying to hide her ears and steal the bell, feeling extremely shy. Bai Sujin has a strong ability to adapt, mainly because Su Ran respects her very much. Then, as Su Ran progresses, she gradually lets go of the shackles in her heart. Finally, the room seemed to brighten up a notch.
Go to sleep. Um, 10,000 words omitted here.
Under Su Ran's guidance, although Bai Sujin encountered some difficulties, she quickly adapted.
Are you okay? Xiao Bai, you are really beautiful. If you like, it's fine. Chen Yi, what on earth do you want to do?
On the side of the road, and Yao stared at Chen Yi speechlessly.
The latter was squatting there with a gloomy look on his face. Hey! What do you mean by not talking?
I'm almost being bitten to death by mosquitoes.
And Yao said unhappily.
This bastard, after pulling her away from the playground, they had a hot pot together, and then came out here. She had no idea what Chen Yi was doing, and he didn't answer her questions, as if he was constipated.
What's going on? Is the boy having his period?
At this moment, and Yao was as helpless as a man. Chen Yi suddenly looked up at her and waved at her, "Come here."
And Yao glanced at him suspiciously. Let me make it clear first, you can't get sick.
She even suspected that this man had some kind of mental illness.
TSK, it was such a pity that such a handsome man got sick.
Chen Yi rolled his eyes. "Come here."
And Yao walked over helplessly, then squatted down in front of him. What do you want? Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Really?
And Yao was speechless. Don't always have such a yellow mind.
Chen Yi said quietly, and Yao, am I bad? And Yao was stunned for a moment, then looked him up and down. No, if you were bad, why would I be interested in you? Chen Yi said aggrievedly, then why are you ignoring me now? You really don't recognize me when you lift my skirt, right? Damn woman. And Yao said proudly, didn't I say this? We are just a chance encounter of high-quality opposite sex. We are not interested in the feelings but the body. Chen Yi gave her a resentful look and said, I don't believe it.
And Yao curled her lips, believe it or not, I haven't had enough fun yet.
There are a lot of handsome guys waiting for me to pamper them. Chen Yi angrily said, how dare you? And Yao, try it. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? And Yao blinked, what's the matter? Chen Yi said calmly, I don't believe there is anyone more handsome than me. You might as well look for me instead of someone else. And Yao looked at him carefully and found that it was true.
Chen Yi was indeed the most handsome boy she had ever seen. Well, her vision was still very good. Garlic bird, you give me a pretty average feeling.
Chen Yi's eyes widened, what the hell?
And Yao glanced at him, the implication of which was very obvious.
Chen Yi's face turned green, and Yao, what do you mean? And Yao tilted her head, but can't normal people hold on for half a year? Have you read too many of these? Okay, follow me. Chen Yi simply pulled Yao away. Hey! What are you doing? What? I am a man like an eagle, I have to speak for myself.
Soon, Chen Yi found a hotel nearby.
Hello, please give me a room.
Seeing the handsome guy's anxious look, the front desk clerk booked a room for him, and then pulled Yao, whose face was flushed, into the elevator. The front desk clerk had a strange look on his face.
Are all the young people nowadays so hungry? Chapter 112 Help me. Help me up, I can still do it.
Long after the loud high-pitched voice faded away, another male voice sounded.
I can't do it anymore, husband, I want to drink some water. The girl responded with a slightly hoarse voice. Bang!
The lights in the room were turned on, illuminating the messy room. Bai Sujin lay weakly on the bed, her hair disheveled, looking quite disheveled. Her usual cute image was gone, and she looked more pure and charming.
Su Ran rubbed her head and said, okay, I'll get you a glass of water.
Su Ran put on her slippers and almost fell to her knees when she stepped on the ground.
Damn! I was careless. What's the matter? Bai Susu asked with concern. Su Ran said calmly, it's okay, I just tripped. How could a man as strong as an eagle admit that he was weak?
Soon, Su Ran came back with a glass of water.
His eyes fell on the big bed. Bai Sujin was still maintaining the same posture and was reluctant to move.
It seems that the little girl is exhausted. You know, the little girl's clothes are scattered everywhere now.
Come, drink some water. Su Ran lifted up Bai Susu's soft body and let her lean on him. Puff!
A strange voice suddenly sounded.
Bai Susu's pretty face flushed instantly, and she said shyly, that's not a butt. The sound came from her, so embarrassing. Su Ran smiled and said, I believe you, it should be air. Bai Sujin has become socially depressed and doesn't want to see anyone.
Only after she drank a full glass of water did she feel her throat feel better. Then she rubbed against Su Ran like a kitten, showing great dependence.
Su Ran asked with concern, "Are you tired?"
Bai Susu nodded, her voice still a little hoarse. "I'm tired, I really want to sleep."
She was now feeling groggy and felt like she was about to lose control of her body.
It's like being run over by a car several times. It's not her fault that she is weak, it's really because Su Heir didn't control himself well. After all, it was his first time eating meat, so he was still full of novelty. In the end, it was Bai Sujin who suffered. If they had neighbors, they would probably be scared and call the police, right? After all, Bai Sujin kept shouting that she was going to die. Su Ran said lovingly, "Then sleep for a while." Bai Sujin nodded slightly. Just then, her cell phone rang.
"Who's calling at this hour?" "Just hang up, your mom."
Su Ran just leaned over to hang up the phone, but when he saw the caller ID, he was stunned and said in surprise.
Bai Susu thought he was cursing someone and asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Su Ran looked at her, "It's Auntie."
Bai Susu's expression changed, and she gestured for Su Ran to hand her the phone.
She then answered the call, "Hello, Mom?" "Susu?" "Ha? Why does your voice sound a little off?" Bai's mother's voice sounded, and she quickly asked in confusion.
Bai Susu's face turned red. She glanced at the culprit, who winked at her. Bai Susu lowered her eyes and said, "I just woke up and my throat feels a little uncomfortable."
"Silly child, don't you drink enough water? I told you before that you should drink 5 glasses of water a day,"
Bai's mother said worriedly. Bai Sujin was in no mood to listen to her mother's chatter. Her eyelids were already drooping.
"Mom, what's wrong?" Bai's mother smiled and said, "By the way, are you with Xiao Su at school?"
Su Ran's expression changed.
"Is there something else going on with him?" Bai Susu hesitated for a moment and said, "We see each other every day, what's wrong?" "Really? I thought you guys didn't communicate together at school." "Now I feel relieved. It's good to see each other every day.
Seeing each other every day will help deepen the relationship."
"So? Mom, what's the matter?"
Bai Sujin yawned in the middle of the conversation. Bai's mother smiled and said, "Xiao Su hasn't come to our house for dinner for a long time. Tell him to come to our house for dinner this weekend."
Bai Susu looked at Su Ran, and after seeing the latter nod, she replied, "Okay, I'll talk to him."
"Okay, Susu, eat well at school, take care of yourself, and take good care of yourself." Bai Susu hung up the phone after her mother's concern lasted for nearly 10 minutes. While she was on the phone, Su Ran had been playing with 2 toy rabbits and couldn't let them go. The toy rabbits were very elastic and smooth to the touch, and they were very addictive.
Bai Susu said angrily, "What if it breaks if you tease it like this?"
Su Ran chuckled, "How could that be?"
"I didn't use any strength."
Bai Susu pursed her lips and said in a sweet voice, "I'm going to sleep now, you go ahead and do your work." She just wanted to sleep, and she didn't care what Su Ran wanted to do. Her experience level increased from 0 to 3 in a short time, and she needed to recover. Within 5 minutes, Bai Sujin started to snore softly, obviously she was really sleepy.
Su Ran smiled, then suddenly thought of something and raised his eyebrows, "Don't you want to take a shower?"
The little girl is not even 20 years old yet, and they still have a lot of things to do in the future.
They can't become parents so early.
Bai Susu smacked her lips and ignored him. Su Ran could only go to the bathroom and fill a bathtub with hot water. Then he carried Bai Sujin over. He took advantage of her, so it's only right that he should serve his future wife.
Gently put Bai Susu into the bathtub.
The sudden temperature of the water made Bai Susu frown.
She grabbed Su Ran's arm in a daze, "Hold."
Su Ran said gently, "Be good, take a shower first."
Bai Susu said coquettishly, "Can you help me wash it, please, husband?" Su Ran's heart melted when she heard this. "Great. What's wrong with that? Everything is good." He didn't hesitate and stepped into the bathtub to act as a bath scrubber.
It took Su Ran nearly 20 minutes to carry Bai Sujin, who was wrapped in a bath towel, back to the room. Then he wiped her briefly and covered the girl with a blanket. Su Ran was also tired from being busy, so he didn't think too much and fell asleep beside Bai Sujin.
They both slept soundly and peacefully.
When he woke up again, Su Ran opened his eyes and a feeling of weakness spread throughout his body.
"I'm so fucking tired." The feeling of overindulging oneself is as if the body has suddenly degenerated.
He glanced to the side and found that there was no warmth at all.
"Bai Sujin is up?" Su Ran shouted and heard a response from downstairs. He went to the toilet to poop and couldn't help but complain, "It's so yellow. And it hurts."
After going downstairs, Su-ran saw Bai Susu busy in the kitchen. My eyes fell on the dining table and I saw that a dish was already out of the pot.
"Didn't you say you were tired? Why are you still cooking?"
Bai Susu turned her head to look at Su-ran and smiled, "I just want to cook a meal for you." Su-ran was stunned by her smile, and always felt that there was something different about Bai Susu.
"It seems that it has a bit more femininity."
Chapter 113 Succubus Attribute Awakening. After eating the delicious meal, the two of them sat on the sofa, leaning against each other.
"Tired?"
Su-ran played with Bai Susu's hair and asked softly. Bai Susu paused, then said, "It's okay. I feel much better after taking a nap. It's just, it hurts a little." When she talked about the pain, she lowered her head shyly.
Su-ran had personally experienced it and also witnessed the symbol of the girl's purity.
Knowing that it was her first time, she said lovingly, "This is normal.
How about I buy some medicine to apply to you?" Bai Susu looked at him with her innocent eyes and blinked. "Eh? Can this be applied with medicine?" Su-ran was surprised and asked, "Don't you know?"
Bai Susan shook her head in confusion. Xiao Bai is worthy of being called Xiao Bai, he is really a Xiao Bai. Su-ran still went out in person, and when he came back he had already bought the medicine, and also bought a few boxes of high-end Smurfs. What is thorny, slippery, rock not needed crossed out?
It can be used for a long time.
Seeing no one on the first floor, Su-ran returned to his room. I found Bai Susan lying on the bed, holding her cell phone and making a call. And Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Noticing the sound behind her, Bai Susu looked back.
"Go on, I'll apply the medicine for you," Su-ran said naturally.
Bai Susan felt a little embarrassed because the place where she applied the medicine was a little embarrassing to talk about. However, Su-ran did not give her a chance to refuse. He took off his shoes and got on the bed.
"Apply medicine? Susu, are you hurt?"
And Yao heard Su-ran's voice and asked with concern. Bai Susu's face flashed with an unnatural look, and she stammered, "No.
I just accidentally bumped into it while cooking." "Fuck. Su-ran is willing to let you cook? Is he capable of that?"
And Yao was immediately unhappy when she heard this.
Su-ran was also unhappy. "No, what are you saying to me?" And Yao sneered, "Su-ran, when Susu is so well behaved and kind, and you are a rich second generation, so you can't afford a nanny? You still want my Susu to cook for you personally? What do you mean yours? Do you have a household registration book?" "Susu is mine, thank you," Su-ran retorted without giving in. "Then do you have a household registration book?" Su-ran said proudly, "Hey. You are right.
I can bring her to my household registration book tomorrow."
Bai Susu was stunned. "Huh? So sudden? She's not ready yet."
And Yao was always inferior to Su-ran in arguments, and she was too lazy to argue with him and continued chatting with Bai Susan.
Both of them seemed to be very idle now.
Bai Susan suddenly got stuck in the middle of her words and subconsciously looked at Su-ran. Su-ran said softly, "Relax."
Bai Susan didn't dare to look back.
In such a place, a boy was needed to apply medicine for her.
Although this boy is her boyfriend.
But she will still feel embarrassed. Su-ran's eyes were pure as he gently applied the medicine to the wound.
I sighed to myself while applying the medicine. I am really an eagle-like man. Bai Susu no longer had the heart to chat with Yao. After she hung up the phone, she shyly asked the boy behind her, "Is it done?" Immediately.
In fact, it had been healed for a long time, but Su-ran was just admiring it. Bai Susu glared at him shyly, then pulled on her pajamas and ignored him.
Su-ran smiled and said, "Why are you shy? It's not like you haven't seen it before. That skirt is ruined."
Bai Susu changed the subject and spoke in a low voice.
Su-ran didn't care at all. "It's okay, if it rots, you can just buy another one. Don't you still have a few?"
He bought these skirts with no intention of letting Bai Susan wear them outside. Bai Susu said in a muffled voice, then turn off the lights and go to sleep."
"Okay."
The two of them had no plans to go out in the evening. Bai Susan was not feeling well and was too lazy to walk around, while Su-ran felt that it was better to hold her baby at home than to go out and feed mosquitoes. The warm night passed like this. The next day, Su-ran woke up first. He looked down and saw Bai Susan sleeping soundly in his arms.
There is a hint of charming beauty between the girl's eyebrows. Compared with before, Bai Sujin's beauty seems to have been sublimated.
Su Ran, who had just woken up, felt hungry.
Well, I understand. The food was already in front of him. Bai Sujin was woken up by Su Ran.
She blinked her beautiful big eyes and then met a pair of eyes full of desire and pampering.
Morning ah!
Bai Susu's white and tender nose had been grabbed by Su Ran and bitten gently. Bai Susu cried out in pain, "It hurts."
Su Ran looked at her with a smile, "Where does it hurt?"
Bai Sujin curled up and suddenly felt her legs were cold.
Ah! Oh!
When did she take off her pants? Only then did she realize that she had no longer put on any disguise in front of Su Ran. At this time, Su Ran finally took off his mask, revealing the face of the big bad wolf.
"Girl, you've been caught. Tell me, do you want me to be rich or sexy?"
Bai Susu's pretty face turned pink, and she said weakly, I don't have any money."
"Oh? So you mean to choose another one?" Su Ran gave a meaningful smile.
What surprised him was that Bai Susu actually agreed with him. "Okay, but can I?"
"I'm afraid of the pain."
As she spoke, she took the initiative to hug Su Ran's neck.
Hiss. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Has Bai Sujin's charm been awakened at this time? Who the hell can stand this?
He spoke hoarsely, "Very good. A man who knows the times is a hero."
You have good vision.
Bai Sujin suppressed her shame, her heartbeat quickened, but she also had an inexplicable feeling. During the crazy party, thunder suddenly struck, making a crackling sound.
I want to take a shower. Together.
After taking a bath together, the two of them immediately felt much better.
After changing their clothes, they went downstairs together. But today there seems to be an uninvited guest at home. A beautiful young woman in luxurious clothes was sitting on the sofa. Seeing the two of them coming down, she turned around and smiled. "Are you willing to get up?"
Su Ran and Bai Susu's movements were frozen, their expressions were exactly the same, their eyes were wide open.
Mom? Chapter 114 Chapter 114 is all feminine. Su Ran and Bai Susu were both stunned. None of them knew that there was such a person in the villa. And this person is Su Ran's mother. Mother Su glanced at them and then chuckled, "It's almost time for dinner, and you're just getting up now?"
Bai Sujin was thin-skinned and her face turned red instantly when she heard this. She even wanted to turn around and run back to her room, hide under the quilt and disappear.
So embarrassing. Cohabitation discovered. Still Su Ran's mother. I'm doomed. Will she look down on me? Will she think I'm a frivolous girl? When she thought of this, Bai Sujin felt a little suffocated. Su Ran smiled awkwardly. "Mom, why are you here?"
Mother Su smiled and said, "I'm bored staying in the capital, so I came to Luqing to have a look around, and by the way, to see my future daughter-in-law." As she spoke, her smiling eyes fell on Bai Susu. Bai Sujin was very embarrassed and quickly shrank behind Su Ran. Su Ran smiled when he heard this. He always believed in his mother, and Xiao Bai was a good girl. His mother would definitely like her.
"What are you standing there for? Come down now." Su's mother smiled. "What's wrong with these two kids? They're like mice seeing a cat when they see her. Isn't it true?
Imagine you and your partner are having sex in a room in a villa that only has two people, and then a third person suddenly appears in the villa, and it's a close relative.
Who can withstand this?"
Seeing this, Su Ran could only pull Bai Sujin downstairs. Bai Susu had half her body hidden behind Su Ran, but when she walked in front of Su's mother, she still greeted her politely, "Hello, Auntie."
Su Ran's mother smiled and said, Okay, Xiao Bai, I haven't seen you for a while. You've become more beautiful." Bai Susu said embarrassedly, "No, compared to Auntie, I am very ordinary."
At her age, the aunt can still maintain her appearance as if she is in her 30s. You can imagine how stunning she was when she was young.
Mother Su said meaningfully, "You are a bit like me." They are all feminine.
Bai Sujin was still a little nervous when facing Su's mother. After all, this time she was sitting in front of Su's mother as Su Ran's girlfriend. She thought for a moment and said, "Auntie, it's a rare visit for you.
Can I cook you a meal?"
As she said this, she was about to stand up.
But Su Ran held her back. Seeing her son's protective attitude, Mother Su couldn't help but smile.
Then she took Bai Susu's other hand and said, "Come sit next to me." Bai Susu glanced at Su Ran, her eyes full of desire to survive.
Su Ran smiled and said,
it's okay, my mother is a very nice person. Sue's mother had already investigated Bai Sujin, understood the girl's character, and felt very sympathetic towards her. She held Bai Sujin's little hand, her eyes full of admiration. You know what, the more she looks at this daughter-in-law, the more she likes her. Suddenly, Sue's mother discovered the marks under Bai Susu's collar, and then glared at her son.
The brat has no idea how to be gentle with women.
Su Ran touched his nose, not understanding why his mother looked at him that way. Mother Su sighed in her heart. Although the two young people were getting along on their own, she still felt more sorry for Xiao Bai. Just give yourself to Su Ran like this.
Su Ran? Xiao Bai, I'll be staying in Lucheng for the next 2 days. Are you free? Would you like to go shopping with me? Su's mother invited kindly. Bai Susu was a little flattered. Okay. She subconsciously thought about what to do with her classes and KTV. Su Ran said in tacit understanding, just go shopping and don't worry about school. If the principal knew that Bai Susu was shopping with her mother, he would probably want to come and carry her bag himself. Bai Susu nodded, okay. They chatted for a while, and then the nanny came in to cook. At the dinner table, Mother Su kept serving food to Bai Susu. Eat more meat to replenish your nutrition. Bai Susu nodded shyly, thank you, auntie. Su Ran asked, where's dad? According to my father's personality, he didn't even come with my mother. Mother Su said, he's on a business trip, so I just want to relax. By the way, take a look at the future daughter-in-law. I heard you opened a KTV at the university? And you let Xiao Bai be the boss lady? Su's mother changed the subject and asked her son. Bai Sujin was a little surprised. Her aunt had just arrived, but she knew so much. It was amazing. Su Ran nodded, yeah, just for fun. Su's mother glared at him. Why are you opening a store like this in a university? And you let Xiao Bai help you run the store. Aren't you afraid of ruining Xiao Bai's reputation? Su Ran said confidently, no, who would dare to say that to her? That means he doesn't want to stay in Dragon Country anymore. Bai Susu was a little amused and said, it's not that exaggerated. Mother Su said to her, Xiao Bai, don't spoil him so much. It would be bad if he led him astray. Su Ran's face was filled with black lines. Mom, why do I look like this in your eyes? Isn't his mother the one who loves him the most? How come everything changed after he got a daughter-in-law? Mother Su said with a half smile, Xiao Bai is so innocent, and you are so cunning, I have to doubt this. Su Ran. This is unfair. Is he that evil? He just wants to make some changes. After lunch, the three of them went back to their rooms to rest. Because of Su's mother's arrival, Bai Sujin didn't dare to stay in the same room with Su Ran. She stayed in the original room and drove Su Ran to another room. Su Ran sighed and could only helplessly stay alone in the empty room. After returning to the room, Bai Sujin quickly sent a message. Girlfriend, Su Ran, my cousin is here, please go and pick her up. Send. Su Ran, what? Bai Susu, it's our thing. Shy expression. Su Ran, smiling with sidelong glance, I don't know. I don't know if the sound insulation of this house is good. How about you come over and we give it a try? Bai Susu, you hooligan. I'm ignoring you. Su Ran raised her eyebrows. The little girl still has a temper? Su Ran replied, rest first, I'll take you back to school in the afternoon. With her mother here, Bai Sujin must be feeling uncomfortable, so Su Ran could only separate the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law temporarily. In the afternoon, Su Ran sent Bai Susu back to school. The latter whispered, isn't it rude to leave as soon as auntie comes? Su Ran asked back, then let's go back? Bai Susu shook her head and said weakly, I don't dare. Su Ran comforted her, it's okay, I've already told her and she agreed. It'll be fine. Besides, you still have to go shopping tomorrow. Bai Susu immediately looked at him, aren't you going? Su Ran raised the corner of his mouth, do you want me to go? Bai Susu nodded with blushing cheeks, I want to stay with you. After seeing Bai Sujin off, Su Ran was about to return to the dormitory, but he unexpectedly found an acquaintance. Ha! Isn't that Lao Hei's partner?